Detected that the host in front of the screen is seriously short of money. Would you like to bind to the one-click money-making system? After successful binding, you can automatically earn a year's income every hour. Priced at 3 dog heads. Start binding. Is the host activated? Hearing this, I was a bit confused. I only replied with 3 dog heads in the comments. So how did I activate the system? I got on the car in a good mood. And next I needed to think about how to make use of the stock god's favor. I went to a local securities company in the city, casually opened an account, and sat down. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and there was only 1 hour left before the market closed, and I was going to make some money in that hour. Arriving at the securities company, the LED screen was a riot of colors, and the faces of the people in the hall were also colorful. I opened them all in the system and purchased the favor of the stock god. The purchase of the stock god's favor was completed and took effect immediately. With a remaining duration of 1 day, I blinked and looked at the LED screen again, and the future trends and increases of each stock were all in view. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Based on the balance you just deposited when opening your account, you have been upgraded to VIP status in our company. I can assist you with anything you need. A staff member in work attire approached respectfully. I looked up and saw a sweet-looking girl. I nodded and pointed to the 4 stocks glowing green, saying, buy 30,000 of each of these 4. Ah, Mr. Xiao, are you sure? The girl found it a bit strange, thinking to herself that this person must have watched too many movies. Everyone in the company was estimating the delisting time of these green stocks, so why was Mr. Xiao still buying in? This voice came from within my mind. I can see the stock trends. These 4 stocks have already reached their economic yield. I didn't pay attention to the others for now. Anyway, the system said it could make money. So it's a good system. Under the favor of the stock god, I can clearly see the trends and increases of the stocks for the next month. These stocks will soar starting tomorrow, and by around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they will have increased more than tenfold. Although there will be some slight declines next, it will also maintain around 9 times today's market value. Of course I won't continue to hold. I will cash out at the highest point at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I just said, I'll buy these. The staff saw this and didn't ask any further, bowed, and quickly went to handle it. I was holding the receipt given by the staff and was about to leave, but my steps stopped at the door. An old gentleman was sitting near the entrance. Sighing, I recognized him at a glance as the butler from Conluo Entertainment, who had given each of my classmates a bottle of wine at the party. The butler was attentive and considerate, and I had a good impression of him. When the butler noticed someone standing in front of him, he looked up and saw me, saying, "Ah, Mr. Xiao, it's you." He immediately stood up and invited me to sit down. I didn't put on airs and curiously asked him why he was sighing here. The butler, with a worried expression, told me that his wife was suffering from an illness and needed treatment at a top hospital. Although he earned a good salary as a butler for Conluo Entertainment and the company had tried to help him, he still felt somewhat powerless. So today he wanted to sell the stocks he had bought earlier at the securities company, but ended up losing quite a bit. Now he was sitting here, hoping that if there was a slight increase, he could minimize his losses. But unfortunately, the stocks kept falling. I took out the receipt that the staff had just given me and handed it to the butler, saying, "These are a few stocks I just bought. Help me see how they are." After saying that, I left the butler standing there in a daze. Whether one can understand and believe in oneself depends entirely on the butler. I walked straight out the door and activated the Bugatti Veyron with my mind. Just as I was about to leave, I saw an acquaintance. It was a little past 5 in the afternoon, and the setting sun cast a long shadow of Wang Jingyu, her perfect figure and face attracting the attention of many. However, soon people's gazes were drawn to a car, and right after that perfect figure got into that car. Many men internally lamented, but the two inside the car were naturally unaware of this. "Mr. Xiao, have you finished your business? What are you doing here? Aren't you working?" I started the car. "I have a half day off this afternoon, and I'm getting ready to go back to work." Wang Jingyu smiled sweetly, which made me feel happy. The space in the sports car was small, and there was a faint fragrance about Wang Jingyu. "Then let's go. I need to head back too. Have you eaten?" I asked casually while driving seriously. "Not yet. I plan to eat at the hotel." "Let's eat first." After I said that, I changed lanes. Luxury cars and beautiful women. This meal is delicious no matter how you eat it. Wang Jingyu doesn't eat much and doesn't talk much during meals, which is somewhat at odds with her capable image in the workplace. She is quiet while eating, and with a sweet face. Passers-by can't help but take a second glance, mostly out of envy towards me. After all, who wouldn't want to have a meal with such a young beauty? Seeing Wang Jingyu finish eating, I also leisurely wiped my mouth and said, "Let's go look at some houses together tomorrow afternoon." Wang Jingyu wiped her small mouth clean and showed a surprised expression. "Ah, President Xiao, are you going to buy a house?" "Well, hotels are too expensive. I need to buy a place, right? I said with a smile. President Xiao, you must be joking. You can buy a car worth millions just like that. Is the hotel money even a concern? I smiled and said nothing. So which property are you interested in? I was suddenly at a loss for words. I really hadn't researched it. I was just thinking about preparing money to buy a house and hadn't looked into what kind of house to buy at all. Mr. Xiao, you can't be planning to buy a house directly without even choosing a property, right? Wang Jingyu felt a hint of admiration, thinking to herself, so it really is about buying wherever you like. Is it that enjoyable to have money? If you have any recommendations or friends who are selling houses, you can help introduce or contact me. I picked up the teacup and took another sip. After dinner, I took Wang Jingyu back to the hotel. This time, the doorman came over wanting to park the car, but saw that the car drove itself to the underground garage. Mr. Xiao, I'll help you look into buying a house tonight and accompany you tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, I took the elevator myself, while Wang Jingyu went to change into her work uniform. In the changing room, someone joked, Jingyu, your relationship with that President Xiao is not ordinary. What nonsense. If Boss Xiao finds out, we won't be able to escape. Wang Jingyu quickly stopped them from talking nonsense. If you don't tell him, can he still hear it? You've all gone to buy a house together. A few continued to tease Wang Jingyu. Don't you want your salary this month? Wang Jingyu glared at them, and they quickly dispersed with mischievous smiles. I am currently in the room, having opened the system, wanting to see what the slot will refresh after buying the favor of the stock god. I opened them all, and slot 1 shows an increase in earnings, with the effect being that after purchase, it can increase the system host's earnings by 2,000. Priced at 1,000 points, slot 2 also shows an increase in earnings, with the effect being that after purchase, it can increase the system host's earnings by 2,000. Priced at 1,000 points. Am I seeing things? Why are the two the same? Or is it that the second refresh also shows an increase in earnings? At this point, I need to think about it. This increase in earnings, based on the point price, should be of relatively high value. If you lock it yourself, you will need to spend another 200 points to open a slot, or refrain from spending points for a period of time. If there is an increase in earnings, then it can reach 500 yuan per minute, which amounts to 6.48 million yuan in a day. If there are two increases, it would be 9.36 million yuan, with daily earnings of 9 million, making it easier to accumulate points at that time. I quickly made a decision. System locked. The system prompted that the item slot 2 has been locked, and it can be actively unlocked or automatically refreshed after purchasing the item. I nodded in satisfaction and closed the system. I watched TV for a while, then looked for information about nearby properties, but couldn't discern any advantages or disadvantages. So I stopped looking. After all, Wang Jingyu will be there tomorrow, and I just need to take care of the money. Thinking of this, I took out my super smart assistant phone and checked the stock market. Although it hadn't opened yet, with the blessing of the stock god, I could still easily see the stock trends. After noticing there was no change, I exited. The next morning, after I finished breakfast, I received a call from my parents. Hello, Xiaoting, the things you bought are so expensive. Are you on the wrong path? I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and I repeatedly assured my parents that I hadn't done anything wrong, that I not only got a promotion but also made some money from stock trading. In the end, my parents finally believed me after my numerous assurances, but they still asked me to come home during the new year. However, I also felt that I should do something practical to make money, otherwise, I couldn't tell others that I had a system. As for the excuses I used to brush off classmates and friends, I couldn't get past my parents with that. However, there's no rush at the moment. Explaining to my parents is a matter for the new year. The top priority now is to buy a house. Estimating that the stock market had opened, Xiaoting opened his cell phone again to see what was going on. In fact, since he can see what's going on in the stock market, he should invest heavily and make a killing that way. But he thought that would be easy to do to attract the attention of certain stock regulators, so it was all just $300,000. His 1 or 2 million, in the eyes of the big manipulator, but a small shrimp, naturally will not attract much attention. But at the rate the stock market has risen, the $1,200,000 accumulated in the 4 shares will all be doubled to 10 times that amount by about 3 o'clock this afternoon. 12 million, buying a suite should be enough, right? So he made an appointment with Wang Jingyu to see the house in the afternoon. It's to go straight to the house in the afternoon when the money arrives. Manager Wang, there's something strange. In the securities company, inside the manager's office, a staff member was standing and giving a report to Wang Guanyuan. What's so strange? Yesterday $1,200,000 bought 4 separate stocks that we wanted to do a delisting on. And then this morning those stocks started going way up. Have we seen this kind of thing yet? If there's a real problem, how can you only buy $1,200,000? Come on, Don't make a fuss. Wang Yuan saw it and didn't care much. The staff saw the manager like this and left without saying much. And the money that Xiao Ting invested yesterday is hitting the highs in a frenzy. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 18, Seeing the Biggest First. There is wailing and rejoicing on the trading floors of securities firms. What's going on? I sold yesterday when it looked like it was dropping too much. How come it's up so much today? Ha ha ha. The more it dropped this month, the more I added to my position, and today I finally got my money back. It wasn't until 3 p.m. that the voices were muffled by a sound. Those stocks. I remember they were low yesterday. How come they went up so high today? No. Those stocks. I heard my friends say they're about to be delisted. They were talking about the very stocks that Xiao Ting had bought. And Xiao Ting also used his cell phone to log into his account at the moment and sold off all of his stock holdings. It's at its highest point now. There's no point in waiting. When the transfer information arrived, Xiao Ting didn't even look at it and took the money in his account to buy a few stocks that would go up slightly. Bought 100,000. Right now, the stock god's favor hadn't expired yet. But Xiao Ting wasn't going to continue making money like this. Spending $100,000 on a couple stocks that are going to go up very little next is just a way to leave some money in the account. Open the system. A panel appears instantly. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 62. Charm, 3. Power, 6. Mall, 2. Points, 38. Now that he has more than $17 million in his hand, it should be enough to buy a house. Points, also 12 more because of yesterday's speculation with $1,200,000. That's a lot of money for one day. But then thinking about the goods in the mall that were worth 1,000 points, Xiao Ting felt, still have to work on myself. Now that the money is in, it's time to go out and buy a house. After calling Wang Jingyu, Xiao Ting went downstairs. As soon as he arrived downstairs, he saw Wang Jingyu already waiting there in his work clothes. Seeing Xiao Ting coming down, Wang Jingyu rushed over and said softly, Mr. Xiao, are we leaving now? There's no rush. Just get there before the sales office closes. Although I don't know the exact time. The sales office, a place where performance is spelled out, usually has long working hours, and you can even go there when it's not working hours. Ha, so now, are you coming to work with me? Xiao Ting asked with a smirk. Wang Jingyu immediately reacted. Excuse me, Mr. Xiao, please wait. Xiao Ting nodded in satisfaction and went out to drive. When the Bugatti Veyron itself pulled out of the garage, Wang Jingyu also changed his clothes and walked over. A simple bright yellow t-shirt, super short hot shorts and a pair of white sneakers. Xiao Ting smiled. This Wang Jingyu's style of going to work and not going to work was really a different person. When she goes to work, she wears a professional OL outfit, and her image as a businesswoman gives her a smart and capable look. When she was off duty, wearing this, she totally looked like a teenage girl who was still in school, and with that sweet face, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that she was a high school student. Sitting on the co-pilot, Wang Jingyu saw Xiao Ting smiling and asked curiously, Mr. Xiao, buying a house costs money. You're so happy. Being with a beautiful woman is what makes me happy. Boom! Bison roared wildly and left the hotel. Where to? Driving the car. Xiao Ting asked Wang Jingyu. Full house. Using his consciousness to directly open the car's navigation, Xiao Ting sped up and drove towards his destination. I've inquired a few friends. Among the top properties in Jiang City, Mantingfang's properties have the highest cost performance, and some of the house types also give private swimming pools, so let's go and take a look at this one first. Although her voice and looks are sweet, she is very competent in her work. What about size? It's about 500 square meters, but it's a large flat. Big flat? No villas? I don't really want a bungalow. It's better to get a villa. Wang Jingyu then said softly, that friend of mine highly recommended it, so we can go ahead and check it out. And if it doesn't work out, we'll go to another property. After listening to Wang Jingyu's words, Xiao Ting felt that it made sense. In case a home here is very desirable, it is possible to buy it, and it never hurts to see more, both the room and the person. In 10 minutes, Xiao Ting and Wang Jingyu arrived. A few security guards at the entrance saw such a luxury car drive here and stop. They didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly came over to greet it with their parasols. Stepping out of the car, a staff-looking man came over and bowed in question. Is the gentleman here to see the house? Aha! We have an honored guest. Be on the lookout for him. The staff member immediately spoke into a small microphone, though towards Xiao Ting. Both of you, please follow me. Although he was able to drive on autopilot, Xiao Ting threw the car keys to the security guard for the sake of keeping a low profile. He then followed the staff towards the hall, and without waiting for Xiao Ting to signal, Wang Jingyu immediately came over and sat on his arm. The rest of them were really envious inside. An awesome car and a super sweet and cute girl. What kind of supreme treatment is this? It's so irritating. Then, a woman with a similar temperament to Wang Jingyu when she was wearing professional clothes walked over. Mr. Xiao, this is my friend, Li Mengyao. Their company specializes in helping these properties sell their houses. Wang Jingyu opened his mouth to introduce. The security guards and staff, on the other hand, didn't go into the lobby and went back out to continue their work. Xiao Ting, however, heard that Li Mengyao was not a staff member of this property at all. So that meant that Li Mengyao was not recommending this property out of selfishness. Although Xiao Ting didn't care, he was still a little satisfied when Wang Jingyu explained it this way. Mengyao, this is Mr. Xiao. Hello Mr. Xiao. Li Mengyao extended her hand. Hello. Xiao Ting reached out his hand and only shook Li Mengyao's fingertips as a sign of politeness. Li Mengyao's heart, however, marveled. The one who can make Wang Jingyu a company to buy a house must be a very powerful rich second generation. But the other party is still courteous. Can't it be that he is a son out of a big family? Inwardly, although she thought so, Li Mengyao still quickly took out the brochure and started to explain the property to the two of them. After listening for a while, Xiao Ting opened his mouth and asked Li Mengyao, Ms. Li, what's the approximate price of the most expensive one here? Mr. Xiao, it's fine if you call me Mengyao. Currently in Mantingfang, there are 3 large units, 109, 201, and one of the largest, 300 square feet. The actual area is between 500 and 800. The average price is all 33,001 square feet, and the highest total price should be in the range of $10 to $11 million. Hearing Xiao Ting ask about the price, Li Mengyao immediately reported it as if she was counting. Her business ability was evident. After Xiao Ting heard this, he probably had an estimate in his mind. In fact, the highest house price of ordinary neighborhoods in Jiang City is probably just over 10,000. But here is actually 33,000 a square foot. That means that the grade of this neighborhood is definitely not low. Mr. Xiao, if you are not good at making a decision, do you want to go and see the model house? It is easy to have a straight point of view understanding. Well, it's okay to check it out. Alright Mr. Xiao, this way please then. Li Mengyao immediately bowed and made a please gesture. At this time, Xiao Ting added another sentence. Look at the biggest first. Chapter 19, a vase with a small chip? Along the way, Li Mengyao scowled at Wang Jingyu, who was walking together in front, the meaning of which was self-evident. But Wang Jingyu ignored her. Xiao Ting could be right next to him. If he dared to pretend in front of others, wouldn't that be the same as being tired of living? Soon the trio arrived. Sample house is the sales department has been decorated house. Otherwise through the sales of a lecture thought how good. Decorated but not as good. Then who still come to buy a house? A model home, on the other hand, can be used as a reference to give customers a more intuitive understanding of the basic condition of the house. The decoration of the general model house is extremely atmospheric and gorgeous, and not to mention the largest flat floor, 7 or 8 rooms with huge balconies, enough space-wise, in a word, big. As a whole, the living room has a series of furnishings such as bar, dining table, sofa, etc. And its vast space also leaves enough room for the residents to move around and furnish. Things like the master bedroom, second bedroom, den, kitchen, nanny's room, guest room, etc. are really complete, and the private pool is right on the property, which is well matched for amenities as well as privacy. After Xiao Ting finished reading it, he suddenly thought, what's the point of a villa? This place, in the center of the city, while the villa area is usually on the edge of the city or on the outskirts. What's more, with so much space, the interior is nothing compared to a villa. That's the set. Xiao Ting decided to speak directly to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao wasn't surprised by Xiao Ting's atmosphere. She just reminded Xiao Ting as per usual. Mr. Xiao, won't you take a look at the remaining 2 smaller ones? Or maybe you'd prefer those 2 floor plans? Once these words came out, Xiao Ting was even more satisfied. Other sales are doing everything they can, pulling out all the stops to get the customer to buy bigger and a little more expensive. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, was reminding herself to look again, very responsibly. No, I'm happy with this one. I prefer bigger ones too. But at this time, Wang Jingyu also spoke out to remind Xiao Ting. Mr. Xiao, Mengyao is also in charge. It's not even 5 o'clock now. It's okay for us to go to another property to take a look. You still need to be careful about buying a house. Xiao Ting took a look at the serious appearance of the two of them, and his heart was enlightened. They're not like themselves where you can usually look and buy. So they're still in the habit of comparison shopping and looking around more before taking the plunge. It is not good to refuse the good intentions of the two, and time is still early. Xiao Ting agreed to go to other properties to see, and when she was leaving the sample room, Wang Jingyu received a call that there was something at the hotel that she needed to deal with. Mengyao, can you serve Mr. Xiao well? Ha? Wang Jingyu spoke to Li Mengyao in a slightly vicious manner. Serving? When? How? Before Li Mengyao could say anything, Xiao Ting struck up a conversation. Hearing Xiao Ting say this, Li Mengyao's face flushed and she pushed at Wang Jingyu and snapped. Okay, go you. Wang Jingyu said goodbye and went out to stop a cab. The atmosphere of Xiao Ting and Li Mengyao who stayed in place was a bit awkward for a while. That, Mr. Xiao, where do we go to see the property first? Previously, Xiao Ting had said that he would no longer look at the remaining 2 flat floors of Mantingfang, so the two of them were directly prepared to look at a different property. Look at the villa. Xiao Ting made the decision. Okay, then let's go to Qingjiang Mountain Water first. At this time, one of the staff members of Mantingfang ran over in a suit and handed over a business card to Xiao Ting. Hello sir, I am the sales manager of the sales department of Mantingfang. You can contact me if you have any needs in terms of buying a house. He wasn't here originally, but he heard that there was a broad who looked like he was coming here, so he rushed over to make friends. Good. Xiao Ting collected his business card and left with Li Mengyao. I only heard the sales manager behind me say you two go slowly. The bison started up and roared down the bypass highway, aiming for the clear river landscape, but as he followed the navigation, Xiao Ting became somewhat reluctant to buy the villa here. At the speed of the Bugatti Veyron bison, it took almost an hour to get there. It's true that it's not in the suburbs, but it's really far away. It's a terrible location so far from the city, but still followed Li Mengyao into the sales center of Qingjiang Shanshui. The staff at the sales office was pretty good and more attentive. As for the villas, they are also very nice, with separate yards with open-air swimming pools, and the landscaping and vegetation around the perimeter are still well done. Mr. Xiao, price-wise I just asked. The most expensive one is 9 million, and the cheapest one has to be more than 6 million. It's kinda cheap. However, Xiao Ting still didn't choose the villa. It was just too remote. Transportation here is a bit far from the city, so we'll talk about it later when we need it. Xiao Ting spoke directly towards Li Mengyao. Okay. Without much retention, Li Mengyao followed Xiao Ting and left. The two of them exited the villa, and the security guards of Qingjiang Shanshui drove their car over. Just as he was about to get into his car, Xiao Ting glimpsed a vendor setting up a stall nearby. The sun was about to set now, and the man was alone in front of the stall, yelling something. This is a villager from a nearby village who often comes here to sell some things, sometimes saying he has antiques or something. The security guard got out of the car, saw the two looking that way, opened his mouth to explain, and in the meantime was about to go over and kick the people out. Xiao Ting stopped him and signaled him to go back, then walked towards the vendor. I was really tired after driving for so long, and besides, it was still early, so there was no harm in going over there to have a look. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, didn't say anything and just followed beside Xiao Ting. Hey, buddy, check it out. I've got all the good stuff here. I'm selling it cheap. As soon as that peddler saw someone approaching, he immediately opened his mouth with a fawning smile, itching to rush over and hug the customer's thighs on the spot. You're selling these rags, too? Li Mengyao glanced at the things on the stall and opened her mouth to tease. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, took out his cell phone after taking a look at it and directly manipulated it with his consciousness to identify the value of these things. In an instant, estimates for these things appeared on the phone. $100, $31, $430, 14 million. Xiao Ting looked towards the thing that was labeled $14 million. The vendor and Li Mengyao naturally didn't know that Xiao Ting's ultra smartphone had the function of analyzing the value of items, but they saw Xiao Ting's gaze, which stopped on a vase. A vase with a small opening missing. Peddler heart-cold smile. This guy is still a bit of knowledge of goods but unfortunately this thing he has long asked the village know how. Although the age should not be short, but broken a mouth, but also worth $1 million. And he's taking his chances by holding it out. In case someone who doesn't care about the small gaping hole spends $100,000 or $200,000 to take it, then he's made a profit. And while Xiao Ting was a little puzzled, there was certainly no mistaking the smartphone. Boss, do you have your eye on this one? The vendor pointed at the vase with a fawning smile. Well, make an offer. Xiao Ting knew that the vendor didn't value this vase very much when he saw him placing it with the pile. This way, boss, this is my family heirloom. See you kind face? Had planned to sell it for $300,000. Now you take it for $150,000. The vendor made a heartbroken expression. Instead, Xiao Ting suddenly pulled Li Mengyao up and walked towards the distance. Go away. Don't. Chapter 20, Don't like the reception? Seeing Xiao Ting and Li Mengyao leaving, the peddler was anxious. Don't go. Don't go. Make a friend. $100,000 okay. 100,000. Stopping in his tracks, Xiao Ting turned back and smiled. I don't have any cheating friends like you. Fine. Fine. 50,000 50,000. No lower. At least let me make some. The vendor hung his head. Xiaoting turned back and Li Mengyao followed. Deal. After sharply transferring the account, Xiaoting looked at the vase and didn't see a clue. Waiting to return to the car, he took a picture. Looking for an auction house's official website sent over. And he does not like antiques. This vase, if it is really valuable, the auction is also a lot of income. In fact, he knew the price could be pushed down a bit more, but it was only $20, 000 to $30, 000, so he didn't care. And the vendor had only planned to sell it for 10, 000 or 20, 000 dollars. But now that it's sold for 50, 000 dollars, the vendor is still a bit elated. When Xiaoting, Li Mengyao and the two of them walked away, the vendor immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. Daughter-in-law, you've made a fortune today. I'll take you to buy that suit tomorrow. Over there. Li Mengyao sat in the car and wanted to ask Xiaoting why he bought that defective vase, but after thinking about it, she didn't ask after all. Probably a rich man's pet peeve. Where to next? There's still one Baju Group left at the top of Jiang City's real estate. Navigate. Baju Group. Bison roared, heading for the last place. By the time he arrived, the sun had already set, and Xiaoting looked at his cell phone. It was a little after 7:30. Should I eat first or go to the house first? Seeing Xiaoting still looking at the time with his cell phone, Li Mengyao opened her mouth and asked, "Is Mr. Shaw not used to wearing a watch?" Looking at his empty wrist, Xiaoting replied, "I've been busy these past few days. I haven't had time to go shopping. I'll get a piece in a few days. Now should we go to dinner first or look at the house?" Joke's on him. He's certainly not in the habit of wearing a watch. But name lists. What man doesn't love them? I just haven't made the time for it myself with my recent car purchase, house purchase and stock market speculation. Let's go see the house first. Any later and there might not be much staff at the sales office. Go. Perhaps it was because it was nighttime and the security guards didn't expect anyone to come. Xiaoting parked his car outside the main gate, but no security guards were there to park the car, and the duo didn't care much as they hiked into the sales hall. At this time, a security guard was sitting at the entrance of the hall, and when he saw Xiaoting and Li Mengyao coming over, he immediately got up to stop them. "Both of you, if you're here to see the listings, please go back. Work hours are over for the day." Li Mengyao was wearing overalls, so the security guard assumed that she and Xiaoting were both agents, coming to check out the listings. "We're here to see the house, and this is a customer." Li Mengyao moved forward to explain, and the security guards immediately dropped their hands that were stopping the duo when they heard it. "Okay, come in, both of you. Agents usually look at listings and take a cut after they sell the house, so these places don't really like agents, and I look too much like an agent in this outfit," Li Mengyao explained with a smile. The duo then entered the middle of the hall, and just as they reached the front desk, a discordant voice rang out. "Sorry, we're off duty. Come back in a few days if you want to see the listings." It seems that these overalls are really easy to misunderstand. Li Mengyao thought so. "You've got it wrong. I'm here to bring the owner to see the house, and this is the owner who wants to buy it." Li Mengyao compensated with a smile and introduced Xiaoting to the front stage. "I'm sorry, we're off duty and the sample room is closed. Come back later." Li Mengyao looked at the time and continued. "As far as I know, your closing time is supposed to be at 8 p.m. It's not even closing time yet, and customers have the right to view properties during your working hours. What's all the noise about?" A slightly fatter woman walked over, looking like the sales manager of this sales office, but her voice was even colder than the receptionist. "Manager Ma, this person knows our commute time and work system like the back of his hand, and he brought his co-workers to see the listings and insisted that he was buying a house." The receptionist saw the sales manager coming over and immediately opened her mouth to speak evilly. "We're not agents. I'm bringing the owner to see the house." Li Mengyao was patient and continued to repeat this sentence, so it was evident that her professionalism was still very high. "Oh, that's right. You too. We are indeed at the end of our shift, so please understand," Manager Ma politely said to the duo. "That's it." Xiaoting also finally opened his mouth and walked away with Li Mengyao. The other party was also polite. Since he just didn't want to entertain, there was no need to be too catty. But when the two of them walked out of the hall a short distance later, they heard the conversation between Manager Ma and the security guard at the door behind them. "Why did you let anyone in? In the future, if you come across this kind of agent, just drive them away. We, Baju Group, don't need their help to sell properties." It was Manager Ma who was reprimanding the security guards, his voice without the slightest hint of moderation. "But those two said they were coming to see the house, so I just..." The security guard was still trying to argue a few points. "So what? People like that just tell them to get lost and hold us up from work. It's disgusting." At this moment, Xiaoting had already stood still. and Li Mangyao beside him was no longer moving forward. Xiao Ting turned back, seemingly walking idly, but as if he was carrying rolling thunder. Seeing Xiao Ting return, Manager Ma frowned. What did you just say? Xiao Ting looked calm, but Manager Ma couldn't help but shiver. What do you mean what? Don't be unreasonable. We're not obligated to receive you now that we're off his shift time. At the moment, although the tone was hard, it was a bit colorful. Get your leader over here. Xiao Ting's expression remained unchanged, but his aura made Manager Ma a bit unbearable. Leader? What's wrong with a stinking agent? If I say I won't receive you today, I won't receive you. Good. Don't like the reception, do you? After Xiao Ting finished speaking, he signaled to Li Mangyao and led her away. Humph. You have to be scolded before you can leave. What a poor quality. Manager Ma patted his beating heart to calm down. Boom. Before Manager Ma could calm down, he heard what seemed to be rolling thunder rumbling outside, as well as what seemed to be wild animals roaring. Boom boom boom. You're hallucinating? Boom, 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 boom. A silver-white bolt of lightning struck through and rushed toward him. Manager Ma was so scared that he backed up and stumbled into the middle of the hall, and the white lightning, coming straight at him, followed by a sharp turn, completely blocked the door to the hall. It was only then that the people in the hall saw clearly that it was a sports car, Bugatti Veyron Bison. At the moment there were quite a few other customers and staff members who were signing contracts, and their eyes widened when they saw this. Murmurs ensued. Holy, that's a cool car. Is this crazy? Why is it parked here? Don't talk nonsense. You can't afford to mess with someone who drives a supercar like this. Driving so fast, you almost ran over that staff member. Xiao Ting, who was sitting in the car, had an icy face. You don't like the reception, do you? Then I'll seal the door for you. Chapter 21. Are there errors in all of them? At this moment, seeing this car here, and that the driver and co-pilot sitting on, is the previous two people, the receptionist and the horse manager's face immediately white. Can it be an agent who drives a car like this? They were just driving away customers, and it's still a rich customer. The staff then remembered Manager Ma and rushed over to help her up. You guys watch here, I'll go find the leader right away. Manager Ma was stunned. Trembling his lips and a few staff members finished in a low voice and left directly. Soon, a middle-aged man followed Manager Ma over. Mr. Zhuang, we were just about to get off work. Then two people came over. One was dressed too much like an agent, so the receptionist misunderstood, and then politely refused them. But it turned out that they were really customers, and now that they are in a tantrum, they parked their car here to find trouble with us. Manager Ma chewed his tongue and glorified his side as he walked across the room. Zhuangqiu frowned as he listened to Manager Ma's words. He didn't get to the general manager's position by being a cutie. You don't have to pretend in front of me. Tell the truth. That is, we thought they were agents, so we kicked people out. The attitude may be a little bad. Ma manager's voice is small. Seems to be because of the reason. Shut up. I'm calling right now to ask how it's being handled up there. But Zhuangqiu call through the phone also did not tell the truth. The front of the matter of a small mention. Said someone drove to block the door? Driving a Bugatti Veyron. Should be a rich second generation. Mr. Zhuang, how's it going? What does it mean up there? The meaning of the above is that we do business. The customer comes first, but if the other party really does not know how to appreciate, there is no need to be afraid. We Baju Group is not a soft persimmon to be pinched. After saying that, he walked towards the front. By now the sports car had been turned off and was parked gracefully at the gate. Knock knock. Seeing someone knocking on the glass, Xiao Ting lowered the window and looked at Zhuangqiu in front of him. Hello, I'm Zhuangqiu. I'm the general manager here. I've already roughly understood what happened. Now I hope you can cooperate with us. First drive the car out. Don't affect everyone's work. It seems to be very polite, but in fact the attitude that should be there is completely absent. Cooperate with you? Don't interfere with everyone's work? This Zhuangqiu came over as if to say, hello, psycho. Manager Zhuang, you may still not have gotten the full picture of the incident. Xiao Ting didn't get angry and said calmly, I've asked in detail, and there were mistakes on both sides of this, but the customer is God, and the main responsibility for this incident still lies with us. All at fault? Primary responsibility? Xiao Ting repeated and smiled. Come over here and get that bossy Manager Ma to give us a solemn apology and I'll take the car away. He didn't want to waste time giving his opponent a final warning. Sir, I'm here to apologize. I'm sorry, okay? Is that alright? Naked dissatisfaction. This Zhuangqiu apologizing on his behalf was not just a formality. As if he was also warning Xiao Ting? Xiao Ting wasn't that easy to fool, but when he saw that the other party had this attitude, he immediately called Li Mangyao to get out of the car. It's okay not to admit you're wrong. Xiao Ting took out the antique vase from earlier and placed it on the front hood of the car. let's go. After locking the car, he took Li Mengyao to leave. Zhuang Qiu immediately stepped forward and said in an icy tone, "Sir, if you don't move your car, we're going to have to call a tow truck." Oh, Xiaoting took out the vase he had bought earlier and placed it on the front hood of the car. "It's only worth a few tens of millions of dollars, so watch out when you tow it." After saying that, he took off. What's the point of putting in a broken vase? Who knows? At this time, Manager Ma ran over and asked, "Mr. Zhuang, what should we do? Since the car didn't move, it looks like there was no deal. You think we don't dare to move, don't you? Dare to play horizontal with us?" Zhuang Qiu sank his face and spoke viciously. At this time, Xiaoting and Li Mengyao were on the street and were about to take a taxi. "Mr. Xiao, there's no need for you to be like this. Our company originally had sales contracts with several top real estate properties. All I have to do is report this matter to the top and someone will step in to give us justice." Xiaoting smiled. He knew that Li Mengyao had already done a good job, but he couldn't swallow this breath. "It's okay, it's just a random car. If we don't give them something to remember, they're really going to climb on top of us." Li Mengyao felt that Xiaoting was angry and wanted to open her mouth to say something, but she saw Xiaoting shaking his head and stopping the car, letting Li Mengyao sit in the car first. Xiaoting spoke, "Since your company has cooperation, then help me find the surveillance of the hall we were just in. All the footage from the time we went in to the time we left. It doesn't matter how much it costs. And when you find it, pass me a copy." Although Li Mengyao didn't know what Xiaoting wanted, she still nodded her head. "Mr. Xiao, I didn't do a good job today. I'll get you what you want as soon as possible." Xiaoting nodded and let the cab drive Li Mengyao away. Afterward, he also stopped a car and took a taxi directly back to the Summer Wind Hotel. And at this moment, inside the sales office, Zhuang Qiu and Manager Ma were directing the crowd to take pictures. "Xiao Ma, go to the defense section in a while and bring the surveillance here and post it online." "Mr. Zhuang, what are we doing?" Manager Ma was worried that what he had said to the security guard would be exposed, and then he would be finished. "Put the video out and there is no sound. What are you afraid of? When the time comes to find a few media to help publicize it, portray us as victims, and create another wave of momentum for Baju Group." "Oh, okay, then I'll go now." Zhuang Qiu sneered from his spot. "You're a rich kid, aren't you? Let's see if you'll dare to be so cross from now on." That night, Xiaoting received the surveillance video sent by Li Mengyao. Then Xiaoting directly transferred $100,000 to Wang Jingyu to give to Li Mengyao. If it is directly to Li Mengyao is absolutely will not want. But Xiaoting knows Li Mengyao to get this monitoring also absolutely paid a small price. She does not mean that Xiaoting will let her suffer. At the moment, Xiaoting was in bed, thinking about what car to buy next, listening to Lily say, after they sold out the Bison last time the head office side sent a better car. Xiaoting plans to take some time to go and take a look. "I bought a Bison before, not only because of the handsome appearance of the Bison, but also because the most expensive is the Bison. There is no more expensive luxury car in the 4S store." If someone knew what Xiaoting was thinking, they would definitely be shocked. 2 or 3 hours ago he made such a big splash, and now he doesn't even care and ponders buying a car? So dashing? Is this the temperament of the rich? Xiaoting is not worried at all. Soldiers come to block water to cover the earth. The other party does not make a move. Then it has been blocking. The other party makes a move. They see the move. With the system in place, there's nothing to be afraid of. Dribble dribble dribble. That's when the message came on the cell phone. Xiaoting opened his cell phone to see that it was from an auction network. It's the same ranking site where he posted the vase photo. "Hello sir, after the division's expert appraisal, the vase in the photo is initially valued at about $19 million. You can send this vase to the division's official address, or leave your address. The division will send someone to pick it up." $19 million? Looks like the vase. It was a good buy. Chapter 22, The Emperor is not in a hurry. So what is the hurry? In the morning, Xiaoting woke up and found another message on his cell phone from the auction site. "Hello sir, I hope you'll understand if I'm disturbing you again. May I ask if the vase on the hot search limousine this morning is the antique you wish to auction? There is a website attached below that is supposed to be about the hot news. Causing a stir?" Xiaoting clicked on that website. It was an article with a video attached to the end of the article. The big title of this post is, "Rich Kids Bully Others. Who on earth gave them the courage?" Further down the page, it's almost as if the words are full of tears and blood. If someone who doesn't know better watches it, they might be able to cry. The content is roughly speaking. A rich kid took someone to see a house at early morning sunshine, but got there late and the staff was already at their closing time. Rich second generation heard, immediately made a fuss at the sales office, asked to let themselves see the room now. Their time is valuable, And the front desk of the sales office whispered down, apologized twice to explain, and the model room has been closed. But the second generation of rich people do not buy. Have to see the room now. In desperation, the front desk had to contact the manager. The manager apologized for the front desk, explaining the situation after the rich second generation still unforgiving, asking the front desk to kneel down and apologize, and finally even said, "You can't afford to mess with my family history," then drove and blocked the halls. It was followed by a number of pictures of luxury cars in addition to the video, and when the video clicks on, it starts with Xiaoting arriving at the front desk, then driving in and putting antique vases in the car until he does. After some editing, it seems to be pretty much what the article says. The comments below are also very numerous, in the tens of thousands. 1, 2, 3, 4, this rich kid is so arrogant. Flesh him. What's his background? Sister Wang returns, at the scene. That rich kid was very arrogant. And I was the tire on that car. Raining at Qingming Festival, the same scene. I was the headlights. That rich kid also said he had a military background. Threatened to screw the manager. TXJR, protection. With us here, we can't allow you to be arrogant. Who are you trying to scare with a broken vase? Beautiful young man, usually those who are so rich are doing some unseemly business to get rich. The Great Supreme, I know him. It seems like the business the family does requires frequent trips to the Golden Triangle. Xiaoting watched with interest for a while. This netizens are not vegetarians. The more they spread the more outrageous. Even someone in the back has already shown up to say that he's an alien-modified robot out to destroy the universe. Xiaoting felt that this company may have made a very wrong decision. Want to make a big deal out of it, point the finger at him, create the image that you're the victim, and then gain fame and fortune? Dreaming. Now in Xiaoting's hands, there was not only a complete surveillance video, but also a recording. That's how powerful this ultra-smartphone is. This phone has a function like a car recorder. Automatically records sound and consumes very little. Xiaoting directly manipulated his cell phone to call up the recording of that time period and saved it. Otherwise after 24 hours, this recording would be automatically deleted. Withdrawing from the eye-catching and untrue news, Xiaoting sent a message back to the auction site. The vase is mine. So I can put the vase online to build momentum for the auction. When he turned off his cell phone, breakfast was served, and together with him was Wang Jingyu. She saw the hot search this morning and immediately called Li Mengyao to find out what happened. Mr. Xiao, have you seen the news? See? Xiaoting drank a mouthful of kanji unhurriedly. What about? Seeing Xiaoting's calmness, Wang Jingyu was suddenly a bit confused. Don't such big shots, who don't lack money, usually care about their reputation? How come Xiaoting seems like nothing happened? I mean there are some rumors about you online. Yeah, what's up? Still calm and collected. Wang Jingyu this time cannot say. They are really the emperor is not anxious that what anxious. Xiaoting finished eating slowly and methodically, and when he saw Wang Jingyu looking at his cell phone, his eyebrows were knitted together. Notify someone to clean up. Ha? Yes. Hearing Xiaoting's voice, Wang Jingyu came back to his senses and immediately went to call the staff. At this moment, inside the sales office of Baju Group, a dozen people were here, watching Zhuang Qiu on the phone. Boss, I get it. The fame is up this time. We'll continue to increase the publicity, and I'll definitely take care of this. Zhuang Qiu smiled very happily, while in the eyes of the others, it was infinitely flattering. When Zhuang Qiu hung up the phone, he smiled and said to the crowd, "Good news. The top praised us for this PR method. Not only did it increase the heat, but it also guided up the people, and our group's stock has been rising since the opening of the market this morning." The other employees listened and laughed happily. Then Zhuang Qiu told the crowd to be quiet and said mysteriously, "Next, let's go do something you wouldn't normally think of." In the crowd's expectant eyes, Zhuang Qiu spat out those three words, "Smash the limo." A dozen people were abuzz at that statement. A job smashing luxury cars? It's better than riding in a limo, say. Just as these people were raging and ready to smash the car, an employee ran in through the door, holding a cell phone and disliking it in front of Zhuang Qiu's face. "Mr. Zhuang, take a look at this." Zhuang Qiu's face got a little ugly for a moment. Tens of millions. These millions are okay. Tens of millions of things. The company will not necessarily give us the burden. Xiaoting, who was far away in the Summer Breeze Hotel, also turned on his cell phone, and at this moment the network had already been detonated. It started when a prestigious auction house released a lot that didn't announce the auction date, but blew up the price. $19 million starting bid. A vase. A vase with a small opening is missing. Many people look familiar. Take the photos taken at the scene to compare, and found that it is actually the vase in the car of that arrogant rich second generation. Tango tango go, really? This broken vase can be worth $19 million? Master of mixed yuan xingyi taijiquan, that's right. An antique with a missing mouth may have been artificially repaired. It's not even easy to say. 3 steps in 180. 000, the starting bid would be $19 million. Songming's 1, my friend from the Bureau of Cultural Relics said that there is a pattern on top of this mouth. It's not a defective product. This vase looks like this. I'm the most arrogant, brothers go smash this vase. So that this rich second generation will never dare to be arrogant again. The crowd is more outraged than ever. Xiaoting watched with great interest. The bigger the matter became, the worse it ended, the more regretful this company became. At this moment, Wang Jingyu came back, surprised with a long little mouth. Mr. Xiao, is the vase on this also yours? Something worth $19 million. And you just threw it there and left it alone? You weren't there yesterday, and the two of us couldn't argue across the street, so we dropped our stuff and left. Xiaoting smiled and teased Wang Jingyu. Mr. Xiao, you're still poking fun at me here? What if your vase is accidentally broken? Just pay the price. As for the price, it's online. Chapter 23. Turn on the speakerphone to listen to the leader's compliments. At the moment, things are festering on the internet. Another related piece of news has been broken by the internet. Kindness Angel, I've seen this rich kid before. He donated more than $1 million to the disaster area before. This was followed by a voucher and a screenshot of a surveillance camera in the foundation's lobby, confirming the story. Now countless people cannot sit still. Involved in disaster relief, they have to be careful with their words, although they are more unrestrained in the online speech. But this is still a little touching their bottom line. It was a long time before a discordant sound emerged. Pretending to be a ball, what's wrong with rich people donating some money? Can they do whatever they want after donating money? Soon. Under this comment, netizens divided into 2 factions and began to exchange words. In fact, Xiaoting did not expect his previous donations to be blown out. And now that this incident has occurred, it is undoubtedly more this matter has increased the heat. Things are going about as well as they can. Xiaoting said to Wang Jingyu, borrow your hotel's official account and send a recording and video up for me. Afterwards, Xiaoting sent his recording clip and the complete surveillance to Wang Jingyu. The latter then realized why Xiaoting had been so calm and collected. Ironclad evidence in my own hands. Still afraid of rumors overthrowing the sky? And as the Baju Group had made such a big deal out of it, more and more people were paying attention. And when the time came, the ones who would suffer the most would still be them. Wang Jingyu immediately went down to find someone to release the recording and video, while Xiaoting sent a message to Li Mengyao with only 2 words. Begin. Li Mengyao needed to do the same thing as Wang Jingyu. With the influence of these 2 major companies, the release will grow wings. In the office of the sales office, Zhuangqiu put down his cell phone. Just now he used the account of Loadball to release a sentence. Immediately attracted a large number of netizens to discuss again. He said cheerfully to the staff underneath him. See, that's what it takes, to leave no respite for the enemy. When the matter is over, brush off your clothes and hide your achievements and fame. Now, all he had to do was call and ask his superiors if that vase, worth tens of millions of dollars, could be moved. I was about to make a call when I saw a call from a leader. Shu, the leader called to compliment me. So let's all hear what the leader has to say about this. When he finished, he turned on the speakerphone and picked up the phone. Is your brain eaten by a dog? As soon as he picked up the phone, Zhuangqiu was confused. Hey, Mr. Yen, it's me. Did you call the wrong person? Carefully trying to ask the other side of the phone. The result was even more cursing on the other side. I hit your father's leg wrong. Zhuangqiu, you brain stuffed with. Have I made myself clear? How many years have you been in class in a cesspool? Hearing the curses over there getting worse and worse, Zhuangqiu and the faces of the employees underneath turned red. Zhuangqiu was angry, while the employees were holding back their laughter. Putting the leader on speakerphone for a compliment? For the turd in your head? Mr. Yen, what's wrong? What's going on? You damn well know how to spread rumors on the internet. Don't you know how to go online and see what's going on? You wait for me. I'll go over and whip you to death right now. Snap. The phone hung up and there was silence. Just a moment ago, Yen Shang received a phone call from the company's boss, and was also scolded by a split face. He hurriedly got on the internet before he realized what was going on, and was then in the same mood as Zhuangqiu, who was now surfing the net. It's over. It's all over. Zhuangqiu sat paralyzed on the floor, and all the other employees opened their phones and rushed to look at the hot search. The #1 hot search has changed. 2 major companies join hands to debunk rumors that Baju Group is bullying customers and hitting them upside down. Click through and there's just a video with audio. Compared to the previous surveillance video of the Baju Group, this video is much more complete. And after the audio was listened to, countless people inwardly began to soar with expletives straight away. and several people who had commented under that previous rumor immediately switched sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm sorry, we're the ones who got carried away. Baju Group will die. Wang's sister return, what attitude of that front desk and what broken manager It's also that people rich second generation temper, or give you the sales office demolition deserved. Reigning at the time of Qingming, that manager is something else entirely. Scolding people to their faces to get out? Also the victim? Victim so horizontal? TXJR, protection. There we are. Do not allow you to be arrogant. Manager front desk general manager. A hill of beans. Demanded severe punishment. Beautiful young man, people have money in high quality. These people really do not have to live. And look down on the agent? The greatest supreme, still calling people smelly agents? Are intermediaries not human beings? In the eyes of the Baju Group, are they all smelly agents? Especially those who are in less than ideal jobs and were already living on a meager salary. This has completely ignited their anger. Looking down on agents? No. They look down on the millions of working people who do ordinary jobs. This time, there were no murmurs, all sensitive words about the Baju Group. Now, Zhuangqiu couldn't laugh anymore. Previously, he had managed to create an image of Baju Group as a victim, so he did his utmost to make things worse. But now, when things were worse, the wind had changed. What's more, that line of abuse is not only a mental attack, but also an economic one. Sure enough, Yan Sheng came to confirm this. As soon as he entered, he kicked at Zhuangqiu on the ground, directly into his face. It's only been an hour and a half since the market opened. The company's stock price has already dropped back to just open this moment, and it's definitely down today. So just wait for it to die. Zhuangqiu sat on the ground shivering, and after a moment's pause hurriedly got up and hugged Yan Sheng's legs. Mr. Yan, please, save me. I asked you guys before I did this. Hearing this, Yan Sheng became even more furious and slapped Zhuangqiu on the ground. What did you tell the old man? You said it was admitting fault. You said it was a good attitude to let people leave. He came to make trouble, getting angrier and angrier. Yan Sheng grabbed Zhuangqiu's collar and slapped the latter in the face. Is he? Do you guys have a good attitude? At this moment, Zhuangqiu was already completely speechless from being smoked. As soon as he flung Zhuangqiu to the ground, Yan Sheng cursed, "You son of a, still let me protect you? In a moment when the old boss comes, I can't even eat it. Old me has been victimized by you." At this moment, Manager Ma, who was standing in the crowd, saw Zhuangqiu looking at himself and his legs went weak. Following Zhuangqiu's gaze, Yan Sheng looked at Manager Ma and bellowed at her. "Get her for me too." Another beating. It was unknown whether Manager Ma and Zhuangqiu hated shouting at this moment, but they definitely regretted looking down on the dog yesterday. The employees present were silenced, afraid that they would say something else and anger Yan Sheng. And at this moment, the chairman of Baju Group, Yang Tianba, was on his way to Jiang City. If he couldn't solve this matter, he would send the pair of Zhuangqiu and Manager Ma on their way. Chapter 24. Whoever exists in error bears the consequences. Half an hour ago, Yang Tianba was having a meeting at the company to discuss the next phase of development plans. Suddenly the secretary barged in and said he had something important to report to the chairman. Unhappy, he came out with his secretary and asked him to report quickly. But what the secretary said directly gave him a bolt from the blue. "Mr. Yang, our stock price started to plummet just now, and then went to find out the reason why. It's because two big companies released this video and audio at the same time." Yang Tianba was naturally no fool to be able to mix into this position, and as soon as he heard the audio, he understood. "Go inform the meeting is adjourned." The secretary got the order and rushed into the conference room while Wang Tianba took out his cell phone and called Yan Sheng. The more time that passed, the more he wanted to kill the stupid sales manager. If you've done something wrong, just admit it. You have to argue that it was someone else who caused the trouble. Well, now the company's been stabbed by you. As soon as he arrived in Jiang City and got off the plane, he immediately asked his driver to drive to the sales office, and then made a call to his secretary to check the background and residence of that rich second generation. If things aren't handled well, he'll have to come to the door to thank them. This is the information age. Once you are labeled as a bully, who else would want to work with you? Smaller companies are afraid to come and larger companies can't see it. If people didn't let their company go, Yang Tianba had reason to believe that Tianba Group's popularity would plummet all the way to the ground. A message soon came from the secretary's side, and Yang Tianba took a look at it and put his phone away. Now, he had to deal with the three men in front of him. The kneeling Zhuangqiu and Manager Ma were already somewhat numb, while the receptionist, who had just been called over, was still shivering. Just the three of them? Yang Tianba asked coldly without raising his eyes. "What do you mean, Mr. Yang?" Yan Sheng rushed over to ask. "Articles? Videos? Media? Do I need to count them one by one?" Seeing that Yan Shang was still beating a dead horse here, Yang Tianba scolded sternly. It scared Yan Shang and the rest of the staff standing. At this moment, in the Summer Wind Hotel, Wang Jingyu was accompanying Xiao Ting. Mr. Xiao, when are you going to drive that car? Wang Jingyu asked. Now that things had been reversed, Xiao Ting didn't move to get the car and the antique vase. It's not over yet. What am I doing picking up a car? Xiao Ting asked rhetorically. Xiao Ting had made it clear from the start that what he wanted was an apology. Whoever did it wrong apologizes. Knock, knock, knock. After a long time, there was a knock on the door. Wang Jingyu went to open the door while Xiao Ting sat on the sofa without moving. When he opened the door, it was Li Mengyao and a strange man. It is? Wang Jingyu asked in disbelief. Hello, I'm here to find Mr. Xiao. Please say that my name is Yang Tianba. Yang Tianba, the current chairman of Baju Group? Wang Jingyu said yes and went into the room with Li Mengyao, then explained the situation to Xiao Ting. Let him in. Xiao Ting sat on the sofa and said calmly. He knew what the other man was here for and naturally he had to see it. After Yang Tianba came in and saw Xiao Ting sitting on the sofa, he squeezed out a smile and walked up with his hand outstretched. Mr. Xiao, I'm the chairman of Baju Group. Yang Tianba, you should know the purpose of my visit. After shaking hands with Xiao Ting, Yang Tianba bowed and spoke from the side. Mr. Yang, please sit down. Xiao Ting pointed to the sofa, so Yang Tianba sat down, but did not lean back and leaned his body forward. This Yang Tianba, this heart, it's not simple. Even Xiao Ting couldn't help but secretly marvel at it. It's like this, Mr. Xiao. Before, a few of our staff members had eyes but didn't recognize MT, Tai, and had a very serious conflict with you. Well, it looks like we're seeing the same thing this time. Since he said so, it seems that this Yang Tianba should have a way to deal with it. I am willing to bear any damage caused to Mr. Xiao. I only ask for Mr. Zhao's forgiveness. Yang Tianba said sincerely, not the slightest bit of the big company boss's stance. No, Mr. Yang, you've misunderstood. This wasn't something you made in the first place. I just need a fair settlement from your company. Snap. Yang Tianba raised his hand and clapped 3 times, and immediately someone came in with something and left after placing it on the table. Mr. Xiao, don't flirt with me. Saying that, Yang Tianba opened the red wine that had just been brought in to wake up Xiao Ting. Don't worry. None of the people who have offended you this time will be able to escape, and I've come to the door to give you a just solution. Putting down the wine, Yang Tianba said outwardly, bring it in. 7 or 8 people entered the middle of the room and were then kicked to their knees by the bouncer. So many people? Xiao Ting was a bit puzzled. What did this Yang Tianba want to do? These 3, who offended you last night at the sales office? Yang Tianba pointed to 3 vaguely recognizable original fat faces and explained that these 3 fat faces were none other than Zhuang Qiu, Manager Ma and that receptionist. As for fat, beaten, swollen, the rest of them, the ones who made up those false conversations, the ones who edited the video to frame you, the ones who pretended to be netizens to attack you, the ones who contacted the media to make a big smear campaign against you, they're all here. After Yang Tianba explained them one by one, Xiao Ting understood. The man has some gumption to be in the chair. Strike the main target? He went straight to the pot. All the staff involved in this incident. We will do the dismissal treatment. The circumstances are bad. Directly transferred to the public security organs. Anyone who spreads rumors will not be spared. After saying that, he gave the bodyguard a wink. The bodyguard immediately escorted the 3 Zhuangqiu people forward. Make amends to Mr. Xiao, Yang Tianba said in an icy tone towards the several people. Several people heard this and immediately kowtowed like garlic. Mr. Xiao, it's us who are blind to the fact that it's us who are dog-eyed. Mr. Xiao, we were wrong. I apologize to you. Mr. Xiao, I kowtow to you. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. A few people cried and shouted endlessly. Xiao Ting just looked on coldly. When a few people's voices were a bit lower, Xiao Ting opened his mouth. Forgive? If I didn't have the evidence in my hands, would you have known you were wrong? You didn't plan to spare me in the first place, did you? Saying this, Xiao Ting leaned down, almost leveling his eyes with those 3 people, and said softly, whoever exists in error should suffer the consequences. Pull them down, have the company check a few of them again, and report any problems. Yang Tianba opened his mouth and commanded the bodyguards. Xiao Ting was satisfied with Yang Tianba's approach and attitude. No stalling, no pushing, no talking, both the wrist and the heart are excellent. Yang Tianba naturally didn't know Xiao Ting's inner thoughts and still had to ask, Mr. Xiao, do you think this treatment will forgive the Baju Group's faults? Mr. Yang is overstating things. I just won't forgive those few people. Yang Tianba visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and hearing that Xiao Ting didn't pursue the matter any further, the stone inside his heart fell to the ground. Mr. Xiao, as an apology, I have privately prepared a small token of appreciation. I hope you can smile. Taking out a check for $10 million and a key, Yang Tianba gently pushed it in front of Xiao Ting. Chapter 25, Why Are You Crying? Hubby? A check for $10 million. A property under the Baju Group. Xiao Ting could feel Yang Tianba's sincerity, but things he couldn't take. He had only meant to want a fair treatment, and if he asked for something, the flavor would change. And this Yang Tianba's handling, he is very satisfied. Simply do not need to be in the collection of things. Mr. Yang, you're misunderstanding me a bit like this. Xiao Ting shook his head and pushed the check and key back. What I want is just a reasoning, and since the matter is settled, all these things, all of them, are not needed. The rejection in his words was irrefutable. Yang Tianba initially thought that Xiao Ting was only refusing out of politeness and face, but after being refused again and again, he understood. People really don't want anything. Alright then, Mr. Xiao, since you don't want them, I'll donate these for you. What he had to give away, he couldn't take back again, and Yang Tianba finally thought of this solution. Donate? Yes. Xiao Ting thought about it and asked Wang Tianba to donate, so he could also help Baju Group to correct its name. He was supposed to be dealing with those few ungrateful people, not screwing over the Baju Group. Moreover, Yang Tianba personally came to the door to apologize. This face still had to be given. Get a poverty alleviation program. Thinking about this incident, which was all caused by the gap between the rich and the poor and the work gap, Xiao Ting had this idea. Well, then you can have a friend help take care of it. Yang Tianba was also painfully quick and immediately agreed. Mr. Xiao, I'll give you an additional $30 million. A joint donation in the name of Baju Group and you. What do you think? Yang Tianba suddenly also reacted as this gives the company a positive step. He immediately opened his mouth. Okay. Seeing that the two of them were talking happily, Li Mengyao and Wang Jingyu also quietly retreated. Mr. Xiao, this wine has woken up well. Please. Pouring a cup for Xiao Ting and another for himself, Wang Tianba made a toast. Don't call me Mr. Xiao in one breath. I'm quite a bit younger than you. You can call me Xiao Xiao or call me Xiao Ting. After savoring a mouthful, first bitter then sweet, followed by lips and teeth, Xiao Ting also opened his mouth at the right time. Yang Tianba was in his 40s, while Xiao Ting was only in his early 20s, and it wasn't like that to keep calling Mr. Xiao. Since you don't like it, I'll call you Brother Xiao Ting. Just call me Brother Yang. Yang Tianba replied cheerfully. After the two of them had savored their food for a while, Yang Tianba got up and left. Now that the company's PR crisis is still unresolved, he needs to go do something about it. And Xiao Ting also instructed Wang Jingyu and Li Mengyao to go on the company's official account to clarify things. The general idea is, this incident was planned by an individual from the Baju Group and has nothing to do with the Baju Group. After this news came out, there were also some media outlets that publicly issued an apology statement online, stating that they had been deceived and so on for their previous smear campaign against Xiao Ting, and apologized to Xiao Ting. When Yang Tianba makes his donation, this matter, it's over, and Xiao Ting was now ready to get the vase. He wanted to hand it over to that auction house to get the vase auctioned off. Not that he had much interest in antiques or anything anyway. And the system mall still had two increased gains locked up that he needed to exchange for money, which would do him no harm. Dialing the phone, Wang Jingyu's sweet voice came from over there. Hello, Mr. Xiao. May I ask what your orders are? Arrange a car for me to go to Baju Group's sales office. Ha, Mr. Xiao, do you want the car and vase back now? Yeah. Why? Xiao Ting was a bit puzzled. Usually Wang Jingyu wouldn't say anything. Why did he actually ask himself at this moment? Mr. Xiao. Don't you know? There are quite a few people surrounding your vase and car there now. It's become an attraction. Wang Jingyu's voice on his side seemed to be tinged with laughter. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, hung up and took his cell phone to search, randomly open a related live broadcast. I saw the Bugatti Veyron Bison and that antique vase is in the middle of the screen. One rage to block the door shocks the world. And then I'll take the bottle and retreat from the ghosts and gods. Families, watch this. This is the car and vase of that dashing god and hero. Today, I'll show my family a closer look at this dashing luxury car and vase full of historical deposits. Xiao Ting cried and laughed. How come his car and vase had really become an attraction? Helpless, Xiao Ting thought of a solution. Is that the auction house? I'm the owner of the chipped vase. Hello sir, have you decided to auction your vase? Well, but on one condition, Xiao Ting said calmly regardless of the somewhat agitated tone over there. Oh, please go ahead sir. As long as the conditions are reasonable, we will try to satisfy you. The vase is up for auction at the Baju Group's sales office. Ha, I'll record it then. Please wait. Xiaoting hung up the phone and called Wang Jingyu again to cancel the hotel's dispatch. There was a huge crowd over there, so there was no need to go over there and crowd around with those people. Soon, news came from the auction company's side that the top management had agreed to the news of Xiaoting's auction at the sales office. But now they couldn't contact the relevant people at Baju Group's sales office. Quite a few people over there have been fired, and the ones who can make the clap and make the decisions aren't in office yet. So isn't there no way to get in touch with them? Xiaoting called Yang Tianba again and talked about the matter. Old brother Xiaoting, this is a high move. Then I'll do the donation matters directly behind the auction. Good. Xiaoting hung up the phone after saying that and directly opened the live broadcast. Yang Tianba moved quickly, and Xiaoting opened the live stream to watch for a while before realizing that people from the auction company's side had arrived to start evacuating the crowd and setting up the venue. Did the families see that? There's a group of people from the auction company coming now, and they're evacuating us with the staff of the Baju Group. So let's go up and ask what's going on. The anchor finished, held up her cell phone and moved forward. Hello, may I ask why we are suddenly being evicted? Is it time to pick up the vase for auction? Moving forward, the cell phone camera was pointed at a leader-like person and the anchor began to ask questions. Seeing the other person holding up his cell phone, this leader hurriedly smiled in response. It's not taking the vase. We've got authorization from the vase's owner and are going to auction it right here. What? Auction here? This kind of top antique. We might be able to put in a bid to get it together too, right? Upstairs. What are you thinking? The starting price is all of $19 million. Can you get it? The conversation was instantly ignited, and the exposure and value of the vase quietly grew. What? $19 million? Holy! At this time, in a mall, the vendor who was watching the live broadcast saw this vase, and the more he saw it, the more familiar it looked, and suddenly shouted out. A woman then came out of the clothing store and saw the vendor yelling and asked with some confusion. What's the matter, husband? It's not like you're upset that I spent some of your money, is it? No, I'm just watching a live stream. How dare the peddler say that the vase he sold for $100,000 before was worth $20 million? The wife could skin herself on the spot. Why are you crying, husband? It's okay. I got sand in my eyes and it's a little hard. Chapter 26, 44. $5 million. At this moment, the sales office of the Baju Group in Jiang City has welcomed the highest footfall in history, because tonight, there will be an auction here. The auction is for a chipped vase that doesn't look too valuable. The owner of the vase is even more legendary. First, he was treated maliciously by a few people from the Baju Group, and then he was attacked by countless netizens on the internet. But first, the auction company broke the price of the vase, and then two major companies spoke out to clarify for him. All of this is still happening today in one day. That's why this auction, even if you know you can't afford to participate in the auction, you're going to check out this Legends vase. There were a few people with such a mindset, and with another outdoor auction, the number of onlookers at the site of this auction was more than all of this year's auctions combined. Some people even realized that the chairman of Baju Group, Yang Tianba, had already arrived. Xiaoting, on the other hand, was leisurely sitting on the sofa in his room, watching the live TV broadcast. In fact, he was kind of looking forward to seeing what price the vase would go for with the added weight of this event. Soon, the auction was all ready. An auctioneer walks up to the Bugatti Veyron. That's right, the vase is still on the front hood of the Bugatti Veyron, and no one has the right to move it one bit unless the vase changes hands today. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the house. After making a brief greeting and introducing himself, the auctioneer finally began to introduce the lots, the people under the stage, including the countless ones who were watching the live stream. And even Xiaoting, were all curious. Why is a vase that clearly looks like a wreck worth so much? Our lot today is this vase in front of us. Many of you probably don't understand why this vase is worth so much when it has broken a small opening. Countless people held their breath. Now was the moment of decoding. This is because of the small opening, which was created when this vase was being molded, and not by subsequent vandalism. As for the way to tell, just look for the presence of a pattern in the notch. Then why does the price of a bottle like this have to be at this level? Usually it's several $1 million, and this one isn't aesthetically pleasing. Questions were asked and echoed from the stage. Quiet everyone. That's what I'm going to answer next. We don't know why this small irregular opening, when molded, turned out the way it did, but with this small opening, we can explore ancient pottery techniques by studying the direction of the grain without destroying the walls of the bottle. What's the point? The people on stage didn't understand what was the point of studying pottery when it wasn't pretty or complete. The auctioneer shook his head and opened his mouth to explain the last sentence. If you're a student of history or a master potter, you know how tempting this is. Well, now that the introductions are done, the auction begins. As Xiaoting watched the live broadcast, he also understood that the vase had an extremely high research value, but he didn't care. Auctioning it off would also allow those museums or historians to study it, killing two birds with one stone. The starting price is $19 million. Each increase shall not be less than $500,000. The hammer will fall and the sale will be completed. If there are no objections, the auction will now begin. The stage was silent, and there were quite a few fist pumps. The bidding will now begin. $19.5 million, $20 million, $21 million. The next bidding session was unusually intense. Many of them came with research purposes for the vase, but some, too, came just because the vase was famous and saw its advertising effect. As the price of the vase broke into the $30 million mark, the bidding sound was reduced by a large margin. By the time it reached $40 million, the auctioneer's voice trembled. It's more than doubled from $19 million to $40 million. Their company stipulated that the auctioneer's commission was calculated at 4% of the starting bid's premium value, and he would earn 4% of $21 million, $840,000. And now, there's still bidding, and his commission, it's still going up. In the end, an old man with graying temples auctioned off the vase for a sold price of $44.5 million. Holy, what a sacrifice! Spending $45 million on this bottle. What do you know? That's an old professor from the imperial capital, all devoted to history, and he'd pay any amount of money to have a major breakthrough now. All the old professors from the imperial capital are over here? I still don't think it's worth it though. In your eyes there are only chicks and food and drink. The old professor of others looks at the precipitation of history. Come on, it's not like you can eat that stuff. Many of the people under the stage were whispering, and Xiaoting also understood the identity of this old professor in the pop-ups in the live broadcast. After the deal was done, the old man walked next to the Bugatti Veyron with the help of a few people, touching the vase with a trembling hand and wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. The old professor bowed to the stage, and then instructed several people around him to leave with the vase. Countless people saw the old professor's movements and stood in awe. At this time, Xiaoting in the Summer Wind Hotel roughly calculated that, removing the handling fees and whatnot, he would be able to have at least $40 million in revenue, while the $100,000 for the purchase of the vase was simply negligible. At this time, Yang Tianba, who had been waiting in the backstage, waited for the old man to leave with the people from the auction house and then went on stage. He picked up the microphone and coughed a few times, signaling the stage to be quiet. Gentlemen, on this occasion, I have an announcement to make. After seeing that most of the cameras of the reporters and anchors present were facing towards him, Yang Tianba continued. This morning we had a little misunderstanding with the former owner of the vase that was just auctioned off, but fortunately it was quickly understood. You have the face to talk about minor misunderstandings when you're bullying people? There was an immediate sneer from the stage, which was followed by a wave of sound. Look down on the trashy company. Get out of here. Get off. Get off. Yang Tianba's face remained unchanged as he continued. The fault this time lies entirely with our company. As a token of apology, I would like to donate $40 million to set up a poverty alleviation project in the name of our company and Mr. Xiao. Relying on the powerful sound of the microphone and the words donate $40 million, the scene finally quieted down. After a short silence, a round of applause erupted. With commitment and attitude, it's worthy of a big company. That's right, learn from this lesson. In the future the staff screaming serious point. Yang Tianba listened to the comments of the people on the stage with a smile on his face, while Xiaoting also revealed a smile on the sofa. By now, it's something that's, really settled. And all of Yang Tianba's handling methods and attitude gave him a hint of admiration. Anyone who makes a mistake and changes with a sincere attitude is willing to give such a person a chance. Stretching his back, Xiaoting received a call from the auction house. Mr. Xiao, hello. You entrusted us to auction the antique vase has been auctioned out. The transaction price of $44.5 million. According to the provisions of the company after deducting the handling fee, you should be the actual amount of $42.15 million. If there is no objection, we will later on will put the money on your bank card. Good. Xiaoting calmly finished and hung up the phone. And the transfer message came over in less than a minute. Xiaoting just glanced at it and didn't look at it again. He was more concerned now that he had a house and a watch to buy. I've been looking at the house for a long time, and I was going to pay for it today. But I've been delayed by this incident. Then tomorrow, buy a house and a watch. Thinking this way, another call came in, and Xiaoting took a look. It was Zhao Xiaoling. What's going on at night, Sister Xiaoling? Xiaoting picked up the phone. Then Zhao Xiaoling's voice came from the other end of the line. That, Mr. Xiao, I have a small request. Chapter 27, Exhibit Watch That No One Buys? Zhao Xiaoling, who made the call, stammered and seemed to have a hard time. Can you, please, Get me a job. Arranging a job? Xiao Ting was a bit puzzled. It's just, that company I had before, it went out of business. There was some embarrassment in Zhao Xiaoling's voice, and Xiao Ting felt a little amused. In high school, she was a big, tough girl. Where did she ever get this kind of time? Mr. Xiao, are you listening? Unable to hear Xiao Ting's voice, Zhao Xiaoling asked. Holding back his laughter, Xiao Ting replied. Zhao Xiaoling muttered for half a day before finishing. The company was not doing well before, and now it just announced its closure and laid off its employees. Zhao Xiaoling joined this company as soon as she graduated from university, and now the company suddenly closed down, and she didn't go out at once. She happened to see Xiao Ting on the cell phone live broadcast, and remembering that Xiao Ting was springing to life at the previous class reunion, Zhao Xiaoling thought about finding Xiao Ting to try. Xiao Ting's mind moved and recalled that young Tianba had asked him earlier if he had any suitable friends who could be responsible for taking care of the foundation. Wouldn't it be just right for Zhao Xiaoling to show up now? Sister Xiaoling, I do have a project here. Can I go? I'll send you a call in a few minutes, so you can call and you'll probably know what to do. Okay, thank you Mr. Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ting found Zhao Xiaoling's prestige and sent young Tianba's private phone number over. Xiao Ting then contacted Li Mengyao and asked her to notify the Mantingfang sales office to prepare the information and contract of the large flat yesterday. He should go to sign the purchase contract tomorrow afternoon. Opening the live broadcast again, Xiao Ting found that not many people had dispersed over at the sales office. Bugatti Veyron. Start. Since the vase has been taken, let's just have the car come back on autopilot. After doing this, Xiao Ting went to bed. The night was silent, and Xiao Ting woke up at 7 o'clock. Opened the system at the first opportunity. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 62. Charm, 3. Power, 6. Mall, 2. Points, 39. The points went up by 1 point, and the wealth was now over 65 million. Xiao Ting took a deep breath, feeling more and more that the $100,000 spent on the vase was worth it. After the hotel delivered breakfast, Xiao Ting went out after washing up. I'm going to buy a house this afternoon, and right now, a watch, Rolex, Piaget, Patek Philippe and so on. Listen to hear a lot, but in the end to buy what watch? Xiao Ting think it is better to go first to see. Whichever one you see, buy it. Driving the limousine, and then arriving at the Wanda Plaza in Zhang City, Xiao Ting parked his car and headed directly to the watch store on the 8th floor. Wow, that's a cool car. Isn't that the car of the godly man from yesterday's broadcast? Yeah, so that man who just went up there is the great god who blocked the door in a fit of rage? That's him. Let's follow and see. Xiao Ting didn't hear these people's conversations. He just wondered how come as soon as he got on the elevator, a lot of people poured in, and none of them pressed the floor. Is there something going on the 8th floor? It wasn't until Xiao Ting went up to look at his watch that he reacted to the fact that these people were following him. I told you, he's the only one who drives this car in the whole city. Turns out the car exposed itself. But I seem to have seen Lily say earlier that they had sent a better car to the store. So take the time to check it out. And if it's even more handsome than the Bison, I'll trade it in for another one. Xiao Ting's side led a group of people to look at the watch, which immediately attracted the attention of the shopkeepers. Hello sir, what brand of watch would you like? A guide asked respectfully, placing her hands on the small of her back. Younger. Then sir look at this, the Bulgari Daniel Roth. Very youthful for someone your age. After looking at what Xiao Ting was wearing, the guide directly gave a recommendation for a watch that was over $1 million. Bulgari Daniel Roth? I think it's the one Jiang Dao is wearing. It seems to be just over $2 million. Xiao Ting shook his head. Well, so sir, do you have a base price position? The guide pondered for a moment and asked tentatively. Xiao Ting didn't know, but thinking about the money in his hand, he said softly, 10 million or more. I think. Hiss. The few people who followed Xiao Ting all sucked in a breath. Even though I knew he got $40 million for his vase yesterday, I still can't stop being surprised. Really give it up. It's trenchant. I'm sorry sir, we only have one exhibit here for watches over $10 million. If that's okay, please wait a moment, we'll go and take it down. The guide was a little apprehensive. Why would that kind of watch be in a display case? Because no one's buying it at all. It's just a symbol. Who in the city would spend tens of millions of dollars on a watch? But today, one actually came. Good. Xiao Ting nodded. Buy a better watch. He's still willing to wait. After guiding Xiao Ting to the VIP lounge, the guide left, and those who followed, who were now blocked outside the door, had to disperse. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Ting sent a wiki to Lily to take a picture of the newly delivered luxury car from the forest store to him. Although you will need to visit the site in the end, look at the photos first and if you are not satisfied, you don't need to visit the site. Soon the guide returned and had several people with her. Mr. Xiao, I am the store manager of this store. This is that exhibition watch Vacheron Constantin Attic Artisan Department 6620C. The price is set at 17,300,000. If you have the intention to buy, I can give you a discount off that 300,000 on my side. The store manager took that watch and walked towards Xiaoting without a word of nonsense. Speaking plainly, Xiaoting also likes this kind of quick people, and this watch looks good. After wearing it also looked satisfied, so he directly opened his mouth. Okay, that's the piece. The store manager heard this and immediately called the front desk cashier. After paying, Xiaoting collected the voucher and left. The whole process was very quick and there was no dragging. Store manager, when did a place like Zheng City produce such a godly man? A staff member watched Xiaoting walk away and asked the store manager in a low voice. The store manager gave her a blank look and spoke. Didn't you watch that surveillance video that was so hot online before? Although it's rather blurry, but looking at the figure, the rich kid who blocked the door of the sales office lobby is the one just now. As soon as she entered the store, she felt that the other party looked familiar, and when the other party paid so boldly, she was sure that this was the rich second generation who had been on fire all over the internet. In fact, it could not have been discounted that much, but seeing that it was the other party, she still used her commission to give the other party a discount. It's certainly best to befriend someone of this caliber. Xiaoting was currently sitting in the Bugatti Veyron, looking at the photos sent by He Lily, and his expression became odd. A dark gray car in the photo is not a little bit handsome. Lamborghini Revington. And this Revington, the name of a pit bull. Bison? Pit bulls? It's a nice car. Go pay a bill sometime. Chapter 28, I really didn't mean it. At this time, Li Mengyao was sitting with the sales manager at the sales office of Mantingfang. Mengyao, you really aren't lying to me, are you? Someone wants to buy that $10 million house? Manager Zhang, just don't worry. That boss will be here in a while. Li Mengyao replied with a light smile, settling Manager Zhang's heart. After all, they hadn't heard anything before, and suddenly they were notified that someone was going to buy their house, not to mention that it was the most expensive one. Who could accept that? At that moment, a figure entered the hall surrounded by several staff members, and then the staff members left. Wow, look at the watch on that guy's hand. It's so shiny. I think the price is over $5,000. Mountain gun. The price of that watch is definitely over $100,000. There was a gasp of surprise at that statement, but immediately someone who knew what they were talking about snickered. $100,000? Search for yourself. $100,000 is more like it. Another startled cry went up. Amidst the noise of the crowd, Li Mengyao and Manager Zhang had both arrived in front of Xiaoting. Did Mr. Xiao go watch shopping? Li Mengyao heard the murmurs over there and smiled as she opened her mouth. Well, it's not a bad piece to look at. Xiaoting nodded and then looked at Manager Zhang, who immediately extended his hand in greeting. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I'm Zhang Yuan, in charge of your home purchase. Hello. The three of them entered the lounge, followed by Zhang Yuan explaining some information about this house to Xiaoting. Xiaoting was also not tired of listening. After all, buying a house is a big deal. Finally, Manager Zhang gave Xiaoting another talk about the incentives. Xiaoting listened and thanked Manager Zhang. 9 rooms and 3 halls, a total of $10 million, while the total payment was $9,999,000 under Manager Zhang's offer. The numbers were also auspicious, and when Xiaoting signed the contract with satisfaction, he asked where to make the payment. Li Mengyao is not surprised. Know that this is a very rich master, and Manager Zhang small surprised. Then calm down. Hurriedly get up to call the financial people. When all matters were completed, Xiaoting took Li Mengyao and left. Sitting on the passenger side of the Bugatti Veyron, Li Mengyao smiled and opened her mouth. Mr. Xiao is so tactful. Even the chairman of that Baju Group is polite and apologetic to you. In this world, there must be a reason. Xiaoting smiled and started the car. In fact, said so, the two also know in their hearts, if there is no real strength, there will be no one to care about the truth on your body. If Xiaoting hadn't left something behind, no one would have cared in this lifetime. Feeling the strong pushback feeling coming from behind this, Xiaoting and Li Mengyao disappeared into the crowd's line of sight. Mr. Xiao, what kind of business are you in? Why are you always so generous? Li Mengyao said carelessly. Listening to Xiaoting also began to think that he did need to think about finding a serious job to earn money next. What do you think? Xiaoting laughed, also thinking that Li Mengyao could give him some advice. I don't know, but a rich second generation like you, the circle must be very big. Right, making money and communicating with people in the circle. It should be involved in all kinds of industries. Circle? When Xiaoting heard Li Mengyao say this like this, a thought surfaced in his mind. When it comes to circles, nowadays, In this information society, of course, the entertainment industry is the most famous. And making money? He's making it entirely by investing in movies. Mr. Xiao, where are we going? Seeing that Xiao Ting had been driving and hadn't said anything, Li Mengyao asked suspiciously. Baju Group. Ha? Could it be that things aren't working out? Xiao Ting naturally didn't know what she was thinking. He was supposed to go and see if the matter of Zhao Xiaoling's work problem had been resolved yet. But after the idea of investing in a movie had just sprung up, he had a few more things to do. He himself originally did not know any big stars, not to mention the directors and writers who were always behind the scenes. And Baju Group, as a big company with a head and a face in the industry, must have looked for celebrity endorsements. You can have the Baju Group pull the strings on your behalf. After opening the navigation to determine the location, Xiao Ting sped up his driving, scaring Li Mengyao into clenching her fists, and then letting go of her hands when she got used to the speed. The Bugatti Veyron Bison pulled up under the door of the Baju branch amidst the gasps of many people on the road. The security guards see the car looks familiar. Just rummage for memories. A reaction. Immediately one by one to welcome out. Do not dare to slow down. The ones who had previously neglected this lord, even the general manager, had gone up in smoke. So how could they dare to touch their luck again? Seeing the security guards each with teeth and claws of passion, even though Li Mengyao had seen many big scenes, she was also startled. Throwing the car keys to the security guard, Xiao Ting led Li Mengyao up the stairs. At this time, Yang Tianba, who was inspecting the branch, received a call from the front desk, and as soon as he heard it, he put down his cell phone, dismissed the crowd following behind him, and immediately went downstairs. The leaders who had just followed stayed where they were with a dumbfounded look on their faces. This chairman of the board of directors do not come to the branch once in hundreds of years. Before the solution of the public relations crisis came to the city of Jiang, which only came to the branch to inspect once. How to take a phone call and do not look. Then they are not prepared in vain? Yang Tianba didn't care about this. When he arrived downstairs by the front desk, as soon as he saw Xiao Ting sitting on the sofa, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Elder brother Xiao, why are you free to come here? Yang Tianba enthusiastically hooked his shoulders with Xiao Ting, looking at the staff and Li Mengyao in the hall dumbfounded. Is this still the same unsmiling Chairman Yang, who has superior skills and mind tricks? Elder brother Xiao, I have already ordered the person you arranged before. When the foundation is established, let her be the president. Just. Yang Tianba wanted to say something. What? Xiao Ting spoke calmly. She's lacking in the experience department and has no experience in management. Elder brother Xiao, you'd better arrange another person to help her out. Xiao Ting pondered for a moment and said yes. He looked at Li Mengyao standing next to him and thought about Wang Jingyu for a moment. This duo, I don't know if it's possible. However, there are other things to address at the moment. Elder brother Xiao, you wouldn't have come just to ask me this, would you? No, Yang, I have something I need to ask you a favor. Xiao old brother, just say it. I, old Yang, will never excuse myself if I can help. Does Yang know any stars or directors? Hearing this, Yang Tianba's expression stiffened. Then he looked at Xiao Ting suspiciously, making the latter feel uncomfortable. Brother Xiao, the few girls next to you are nice, just that Miss Zhao is also very nice. As soon as Xiao Ting heard this, he knew that the other party had misunderstood. In fact, Yang Tianba did not mean to think in that direction, but after all, Xiao Ting is only in his early 20s, the blood is fresh, and then asked the star, which had to think crooked. You've got it all wrong. Xiao Ting awkwardly opened his mouth to explain. I was trying to get you to pull the strings. Marionette? Doesn't that make me a moon goddess? No misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. Yang Tianba laughed cheerfully, making Xiao Ting a bit speechless. Was he that much of a denizen? I was thinking of investing in a little movie making, so you can introduce me to some people in the industry. This time, Xiao Ting spoke clearly, and Yang Tianba finally understood. Still, he asked, undeterred. You, really didn't mean that? Chapter 29, Money is not a problem. Stars and directors. I do know a few. At this moment, Yang Tianba was sitting upright and serious as he spoke to Xiao Ting, a far cry from the gossipy chairman of the board earlier. Xiao Ting picked up the tea in front of him and slowly sipped it before putting down the teacup and nodding, waiting for the other party to say the following. Do you have a script or a movie you want to invest in? Yang Tianba thought for a moment and asked Xiao Ting. No. Xiao Ting shook his head. He knew that he could invest directly, but he didn't want to invest in watered-down movies that had absolutely no content or meaning. Nowadays, many so-called fresh meat, with a face that looks almost the same, taking a super high paycheck, do not even memorize the lines, all post-dating up. The fact that they don't even memorize the most basic lines shows how dedicated they are. What's more, How can you act without realizing the meaning of the lines? Do you rely on your expressionless face to look pretty and cool? He couldn't be richer and would never support a movie like this. I want to find a few aspiring and committed directors and then enable those old actors to make a really good movie out of it. Xiao Ting spoke seriously, and admiration appeared on young Tianba's face. Brother Xiao, I have to say, you youngsters still have the drive. Yang Tianba refilled Xiao Ting's cup of tea and opened his mouth to praise him. Nowadays, when we people are old, we all recognize only the word money. You can be the conscience of the industry. But, Xiao Ting didn't answer, wanting to hear what was behind this but from Yang Tianba. Now this market. Eat that. Many people watch the movie and television do not know what story. They just look at the actor's handsome face. You so earn word of mouth does not earn box office. I'm afraid that you buy then. The loss of blood money. Sighing, Yang Tianba didn't speak again. Money is not a problem, Xiao Ting said firmly. Good, brother Xiao, just for this bravado of yours, I, old young, have to help you anyways. When I get back to the head office, I'll have the following people look for all the spokespersons I've contacted before. Alright, then I'll thank brother Yang first. After Xiao Ting finished speaking, he climbed a few more words with Yang Tianba before getting up and leaving. When they arrived downstairs, Li Mengyao, who was chatting with the receptionist, saw Xiao Ting and immediately walked over. Mr. Xiao, is it still going well? Aha. While walking out, Xiao Ting asked Li Mengyao, do you have any experience in management? Li Mengyao listened and shook her head. Although she was a gold medal sales and often taught some new ones how to be a good salesperson, she had never managed others. Mr. Xiao, I'm better at dealing with customers, and I have little experience or interest in managing people. Aha. Tick-tock. The phone rang and Xiao Ting saw that it was Wang Jingyu calling, so he picked it up. Mr. Xiao, someone over here is looking for you. May I ask when you'll be back? Someone looking for himself could find the Summer Breeze Hotel? Could it be Lily Ho? But Xiao Ting immediately dismissed this idea. Lily had her own phone. Why bother to look for it at the hotel front desk? Looking at the time, it was 7 o'clock, and he was probably going to go to dinner and go back. So he said to the caller, an hour or so, you guys go ahead and arrange for him to rest in the lounge. After a sweet yes over there, Xiao Ting hung up the phone. Hungry? At this time, the two of them were already sitting in the Bugatti Veyron, and Xiao Ting asked Li Mengyao with a smile. Originally wanted to say that he was not hungry. Li Mengyao had not yet opened his mouth, but his stomach first indisputably screamed. Honest answers. After Xiao Ting finished speaking, he didn't look at Li Mengyao's blushing face and started the car and headed towards the eating place. Hello sir. Hello ma'am. What would you like to order? A waiter came over and placed the menu between the two of them, asking politely, what can I eat so that my stomach won't growl? Xiao Ting asked with a snicker. Then we recommend you two to try this signature honey roasted fish of our store. Sweet and honey, not to eat all full. The waiter was also a funny guy and immediately joked about the recommendation. Okay, that's the way to go. Xiao Ting clapped his hands, while Li Mengyao was just blushing and didn't have the heart to speak at all. After finishing the meal, Xiao Ting settled the bill and gave that funny waiter an extra $100 tip before leaving with Li Mengyao. Where's your company address? I'll give you a ride back. Xiao Ting spoke carelessly, causing Li Mengyao to be speechless for a while. Mr. Xiao, there has to be a limit to your exploitation of our small staff. Ha? Xiao Ting didn't understand. Look at the time. And you're asking me to go back to work? Li Mengyao laughed lightly as she spoke. After these 2 days of getting along, she felt that this Mr. Xiao wasn't that unattainable, which was why she spoke out to try to make her suffer. Xiao Ting laughed and said, aren't I too embarrassed to ask for your home address? Do you tell everyone who asks you? Li Mengyao was choked. What Xiao Ting said seemed to make sense. In the mental game between the two, Xiao Ting sent Li Mengyao back home. Afterward, Xiao Ting headed towards the Summer Breeze Hotel, knowing that he lived in Summer Wind, yet he didn't have his contact information. This made Xiao Ting very curious about who the other party was. When he arrived at the entrance of the hotel, Wang Jingyu was standing outside the lobby waiting, and when he saw the figure of Bison, he immediately descended the steps and greeted him, throwing the key to the security guard. Xiao Ting and Wang Jingyu walked into the hall. As soon as we entered the lobby, we saw two figures standing near the front desk. Actually 2 people? Mr. Xiao, the 2 of them refused to go into the lounge and are going to wait for you at the front desk. We persuaded them for a long time but we couldn't do anything about it, so we just let them be. Wang Jingyu immediately opened his mouth to explain, and Xiao Ting listened and nodded. Before Xiao Ting could approach, those 2 walked over. Only then did Xiao Ting recognize that this man and woman, the man was the butler of Conro Entertainment. Mr. Xiao, we finally found you. The butler spoke excitedly, and there seemed to be tears in his eyes. signaling Wang Jingyu to take the staff down. The three of them entered the lounge. "Old sir, what are you doing?" Xiao Ting asked in disbelief. Zhang Yuhai wiped his tears and opened his mouth. "I made a lot of money listening to your guidance in the stock hall before, and now I have enough money for my wife's treatment." Xiao Ting then remembered that he had met this butler before, in the securities hall. At that time, out of admiration for this butler, that's why I tried to pull him out, and it seems that he finally listened to his words. "We made an appointment to go to the imperial capital for surgery the day after tomorrow, and my wife insisted on coming to thank you before she left, so I had to bring her to the Summer Breeze Hotel to find you." Xiao Ting nodded and glanced at the sickly old woman next to him. "Don't worry, you can talk to me about any hardships, and I happen to want to ask you for a small favor as well." With a thought, Xiao Ting remembered what young Tianba said in the afternoon and thus opened his mouth to ask the housekeeper. "I need a second in command here to take care of the Poverty Alleviation Foundation. I wonder if you're willing." Chapter 30, Gaming Themes. "Ha, Mr. Xiao, How could Zhang Yuhai not hear Xiao Ting's meaning, saying that he was helping, but actually giving himself a chance? A second in command of a foundation, with Xiao Ting's strength, can't he find it? Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged on my end." Seeing that Zhang Yuhai froze for a moment, Xiao Ting continued. No, I believe you, and since you said it yourself, I'm naturally going to help." Zhang Yuhai immediately replied. "Alright then, contact Zhao Xiaoling when you get back. Here's her number." After giving Zhao Xiaoling's phone number to Zhang Yuhai, and then after instructing Wang Jingyu to send someone to send them back, Xiao Ting sent another message to Yang Tianba. "The man has been found." Yang Tianba's side read the news and sighed very much. What was only raised in the afternoon, Xiao Ting had done in the evening. This brother, he's a bit of a catch. You've got to get a grip on what you promised him. Over there, Xiao Ting had already gone back into the middle of his room. Open the system. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 62. Charm, 3. Power, 6. Mall, 2. Points, 309. Phew. Xiao Ting exhaled a breath. Points went up by 270 as one spent 27 million today. If it was a few days ago, Xiao Ting wouldn't have dared to even think about it. And now, with the system in place, he had spent $27 million and had over 40 million to go. His own goal, however, was to spend enough to get 1,000 points to buy the gain increase in the mall. Glancing at the time, it was a little after 9, and a little too early for bed. Xiao Ting then began to search the internet, the more profitable industries in recent years. Starting capital he does not lack, but also cannot lose money to do so. To choose a good prospect. In addition to the entertainment industry, real estate is still leading the way in the established industries, while in the emerging industries, e-commerce and IT are divided into some very worthwhile investments. Real estate? Xiao Ting thought about it, can invest, but for the time being cannot be made into the main direction. After all, are generally operating for a few years before the effect, and he has although this time, but also cannot do nothing in the meantime, right? After looking at several more industries, Xiao Ting's eyes rested on one, esports. As a newer industry than other emerging industries, the appeal of esports is also becoming known to most people, but in the eyes of the older generation, it's still a bad business, and they, who also hold the capital, have naturally been hindering the development of esports. Now that more of the 80s and 90s have become the backbone of society, their concepts are matched with their current social status, and they have the possibility of practicing their ideas, which has allowed esports to begin to come into its own. Xiao Ting naturally belonged to the latter, and he was still very optimistic about esports, and real estate can be developed more than just building it yourself. For example, buying rotten buildings and making investments to build them into commercial properties. Xiao Ting naturally will not go to do so. Commercial housing. The major real estate companies have been operating for many years. He now needs to slowly develop to match. But if you buy a few crappy buildings and develop them into a gaming theme center, that could still be a good idea. Thinking of this, Xiao Ting dialed Li Mengyao's phone. "Mr. Xiao, is there something wrong?" Li Mengyao's lazy voice came out, seemingly already preparing to rest. "Are you familiar with this aspect of real estate?" Xiao Ting spoke quietly. "Mr. Xiao, aren't you laughing at me? This is what I do." "Well then, come by Summerwind in the morning." After saying that, Xiao Ting hung up the phone, and it was not good to disturb Li Mengyao's rest anymore. Since there were people who knew about this area, he didn't have to go and do his own research. After that, Xiao Ting then went to rest as well. The night was silent. Xiao Ting woke up the next morning and saw that there were several messages. One was when Lily Ho asked him when he was going to look at the car so she could coordinate a time to stay with him. One was from Zhao Xiaoling, something to the effect of expressing gratitude for him or something like that. Lastly, It was Li Mengyao's. Sending a message to Xiao Ting that he had arrived at around 7:30 or so. Xiao Ting looked at the time. It was already 8:40. Li Mengyao had already arrived for an hour. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Ting hurriedly got up and put on his clothes. Then after looking at the mall for a while, I realized something was different. Xiao Ting closed the system with delight and made a phone call. He called and informed the front desk that there was no need to deliver breakfast today. Then after quickly washing up, he sent a message to Li Mengyao. Within moments, a knock came at the door. Opening the door, it was none other than Li Mengyao. Mr. Xiao, did you ask me about real estate yesterday because you want to enter the real estate industry? As soon as she opened the door, Li Mengyao asked excitedly. The work ethic is too high, isn't it? Thinking so, Xiao Ting brought her into the parlor, and then the two of them sat face to face on the sofa. I had a little idea yesterday, so I thought I'd ask you. Mr. Xiao, please speak. How are rotten buildings usually disposed of? If a new developer is willing to take over, the project will be handed over through auction or agreement transfer, etc. If no one is willing to take over, then finally the government will intervene to investigate and even take back the right to develop the land. Upon hearing Xiao Ting's question, Li Mengyao immediately replied, so isn't it usually possible to make a lowball offer and then sell it once it's developed? No, Mr. Xiao, you've overlooked one thing. Li Mengyao shook her head and said seriously. Rotten buildings are usually halted because the developer can't afford to continue investing in construction or is in a debt dispute, which would mean that the failure to sell in the early stages of the process and the sales can't keep up with the capital investment is what causes it. Xiao Ting understood. So usually no one would buy unless the value of the territory there went up, which was built. However, Xiao Ting didn't think about selling commercial properties. So what if I were to develop as a gaming theme town? Xiao Ting spoke his thoughts, causing Li Mengyao to freeze. Gaming theme? Why would anyone want to do this in River City? Zheng City is only a second-tier city. The esports industry is not developed. If you want to do the esports aspect of the industry, it should be a bigger city. Li Mengyao didn't understand and didn't want to strike Xiao Ting's confidence, but she still said truthfully. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, had other considerations. Going to other cities, he was going to compete with other industry leaders, and in Zheng City, he was the first to eat crabs. And he believed that the potential of the esports industry was enough to continue to grow, and sooner or later, the city of Zheng would introduce all kinds of esports industries. If he made such a theme center first, then he would be ahead of other capitals in Zheng City, and when the time came, he would have the right to speak. But there was something else that gave him more confidence. He's got the system. What's he afraid of? I believe that esports has this potential for growth. After saying this sentence, Li Mengyao also nodded her head and did not say anything else. She understands real estate, but does not understand the capital operation and other industries. She just need to put forward the relevant views of their own field is enough. Other than that, she will not talk too much. I'm going to start a company. Why don't you come and help me? Xiao Ting suddenly came with such a sentence, causing Li Mengyao to freeze for a moment. Ha, Mr. Xiao, are you setting up a company? Chapter 31, God of Industry. How much is your monthly salary? Xiao Ting asked Li Mengyao. $21,000. And if more houses are sold, the commission can go up to $50,000 at the top. I'll pay you a salary of $100,000, with commission on top of that. With such a knowledgeable person helping him, Xiao Ting could save a lot of work, so he directly opened the price. 100,000? Li Mengyao was a bit surprised. Wasn't it a newly established company? Nope, it's not formed yet. Ready to form a company. You're offering her $100,000 a month? And there's no business going on at all. Mr. Xiao, you're joking. Although $100,000 a month is very tempting, but now that you've casually set up a company and want me to go over there, I shouldn't be able to promise you. Although she is now only a gold medal sales, but with her seniority and performance in the original company, there is an opportunity to rise to a higher position. This future is not too good, but also by no means bad. And now Xiao Ting casually come up with a main business do not understand the company to ask themselves to go over. If it is closed down, they can start from scratch again. Xiao Ting didn't get angry when he heard the other party reject him, but was somewhat satisfied instead. If Li Mengyao casually raises her salary or gives some benefits, completely regardless of the situation at the moment, and goes with someone else, the other party wants to come, but Xiao Ting does not dare to use what he can casually poach today. That sooner or later will be poached by someone else with a little sweetening, and Li Mengyao's refusal at least proves that she won't easily leave just because of money, and that she'll go to a company that sees a future. Xiao Ting naturally wouldn't think that his company didn't have a future, but Li Mengyao didn't know that. Let's put it this way then. Mengyao, let's see what I can see first. If I'm not wrong, you'll come and help me. If I'm wrong, I'll have whatever you can see here. Take your pick. The confidence on Xiao Ting's face caused Li Mengyao to shake her head for a moment. The other party seemed like he wouldn't feel that he would lose at all. Well then, if I win, I want you to. Li Mengyao trailed off, trying to tease Xiao Ting. The sports car. Lend it to me for a few days. If you win, I'll just give it to you. I can do it myself. Xiao Ting laughed out loud in response. But on the contrary, Li Mengyao, who had first said something flirty, reddened her face. When Li Mengyao left, Xiao Ting looked out the window and hooked the corner of his mouth. Looks like you're going to lose. Li Mengyao, half an hour ago. Xiao Ting opened the system as usual, wanting to see the gains. Open the system. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 62. Charm, 3. Power, 6. Mall, 2. Points, 1109. In the points column, it's 1,109 points. It's still only 309 when I'm done. How did it suddenly go up 800 points? At this time, Xiao Ting saw the small line below the panel again. Doubling card is in effect. Could it be the willingness of Yang Tianba to donate $40 million? Thinking of this, Xiao Ting was instantly certain that it should be. And Yang Tianba made donations in Xiao Ting's name. So naturally, he also calculated points for Xiao Ting. And the function of the doubling card, non-self-consumption, double counting. So donate $40 million and get 80 million corresponding points. 800 points. Xiao Ting looked at the 1109 points and opened the mall. Enter the mall. Both commodity fields are locked. Purchase, increased earnings. Ding. Gain increase, purchase successful. Effective immediately. The bar is automatically unlocked and refreshed. After the system's voice sounded, Xiao Ting looked at the bar and a new item was refreshed. God of Industry. Function, it can estimate the prospect of an industry. And when investing not more than $100 million in the industry, it will surely get 15 times return. Duration, 3 months. Price, 20 points. God of the Industry? It looks like it's about the same effect as that time. God of Stocks favor. And there's a limit of 100 million invested capital. How can it be worth 20 points? In fact, in all walks of life, profit can exceed 40% already belongs to a powerful enterprise. And Xiao Ting obtains 15 times return. 1500% return rate. Will directly in this industry to seal God. Thinking about this, Xiao Ting felt that the 20 points were worth spending. Buy, God of Industry. Since he had 3 months to do so, there was no need to pinch the time to buy it again. And Xiao Ting bought it directly. Ding. God of Trades, purchase successful. Please bind trades. Esports. After thinking for a while, Xiao Ting felt that he should still bind esports. Binding successful. Valid for 3 months. Remaining time 89 days. 23 hours and 59 minutes. Xiao Ting then felt as if his eyes and brain had seen the future. And his outlook on the esports industry suddenly became clear. He himself will soon, by this ability, become an industry legend. However, he couldn't show his face too much himself. So at this point, he tried to pull Li Mengyao to help him. After he finished the bet with Li Mengyao, he began to close his eyes as countless great events that were going to happen in the gaming industry flashed past his eyes. He can only discern the direction these great events will lead to, so that he can use it to get what he wants out of it. After 2 days of slow research, he came across a message that instantly made sense. So it is. He immediately got up and called Yang Tianba. Hey, old brother Xiao, why are you free to call me? I'm getting you the star contact you asked me to get. Brother Yang, there's no rush on this first. There's a lucrative business now. Do you want to hear about it? Business? Old brother Xiao, you want to do business with me? Tell me about it? I'll be tuning a batch of rotten buildings in the next few days. I need to find a reliable engineering team to construct the building and fulfill the required tasks with quality and quantity. The wages will come at double the amount, but the quality and quantity must be guaranteed. Well, when you want it, say so. I have people I personally brought out, so feel free to use them. Okay, thank you elder brother Yang. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Ting thought about the news he had seen earlier about esports. A world-class tournament for a certain game will be held in China, and the venue will be chosen in 2.5 months. As per the future news, the tournament organizer was not satisfied with all the hosting units in China and finally had to choose one place out of the short ones. Now the news hasn't been released to hold the tournament in China. Naturally no one cares. And he contacted Yang Tianba because once he bought the building, he needed the trusted construction team to work fast and be able to deliver a satisfactory answer before the site selection event came in 2.5 months. By that time, the forces of the country concerning the gaming industry will flock to Zheng City. With his theme centers, the standard must be high for the price to be high. When 2.5 months from now, that's when he'll have doubled his investment 15-fold. Now he was waiting for news from Li Mengyao. and Xiaoting knew that there was no rush, so he dialed Lily's phone first. Lily, let me go look at that car this afternoon. Okay, Mr. Xiao, then I'll wait for you this afternoon. Aha. Chapter 32, I like being passive. Lily sighed, hung up the phone and looked at the store manager next to her. Helplessly, he said he'd be here this afternoon. Zhang Guoqing looked at Lily as if he was looking at a money tree, and those eyes couldn't wait to swallow Lily. Yes, if Boss Xiao buys it again this time, I'll give you an upgrade. When he finished, he left the office with a smile on his face. Last time they sold the Bugatti Veyron Bison, even the head office side was taken aback, but after making sure it sold, they were still commended and even had a couple of new luxury cars delivered within a couple of days. This shows that the head office side recognizes their company's sales ability. And now that Boss Xiao is going to come once again, with his big spending, if he is happy to buy another luxury car, their 4S store will reach the performance target this year. Thinking about this, he could not wait for Xiao Jing to come and directly perform a pole dance for him. Of course, thinking about it, he still didn't have the guts to do it. Xiao Wang, let everyone prepare for the welcome ceremony in the afternoon, and also, set up all those luxury cars in the showroom where the lighting is better. Yes, set them all out. After calling Xiao Wang, Zhang Guoqing cozied up in his chair and prepared what he was going to say when Xiaoting came in the afternoon. At noon, Xiaoting received a call from Li Mengyao. Mr. Xiao, I contacted a few friends, and they said that there are a full 5 rotten projects in Jiangjiang City. I only need one place for now. There are 2 that are essentially complete, both in the suburbs, and the remaining 2 are quite a bit short of completion. One in the city, one in a very remote area, and the last one is not very nice and is not recommended for your consideration. If it's going to be deliverable to a degree, how long will it all take? Xiaoting pondered for a while and opened his mouth to ask. 2 to 3 months is actually a bit short. The fastest 2 will take about a month and a half. The slowest 2.5. 2.5 months? That's no time to decorate. Then choose a place that can be completed in a month and a half, and I'll make arrangements for the engineering team. Yes, I understand, Mr. Xiao. Hanging up the phone, Xiaoting sighed. It seems that in this business, it is not very easy to clap. It was fortunate that he was the one who thought about it internally. If the other person heard it, he would really have to die of anger. Who can do tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars of big business casually like you? After dinner, Xiaoting took a nap and then got up to call Wang Jingyu. Send me a car and make a trip to the Motor City. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Although his mind wondered why Xiaoting didn't drive his so handsome limousine, Wang Jingyu didn't ask too many questions and immediately sent him a hotel car. Then he saw Xiaoting exit the elevator and walk towards the lobby. Good afternoon, Mr. Xiao. Several staff members had already recognized Xiaoting and opened their mouths to greet him. Xiaoting also smiled and responded one by one until Wang Jingyu came over. Mr. Xiao seems to be in a good mood. It's okay, getting ready to go out and buy a trinket. Hearing Xiaoting say this, Wang Jingyu thought again that her destination was to go to Auto City just now. Shouldn't. This master is going to buy another car, isn't he? Mr. Xiao, why aren't you driving the Bison anymore? Wang Jingyu opened his mouth seemingly unintentionally. It's inconvenient to come back, or not. Xiaoting smiled and got into the car sent by the hotel. Then the car started smoothly and carried him away from Wang Jingyu's sight. And Wang Jingyu was still savoring Xiaoting's words just now. It's inconvenient to come back? Wouldn't we have to drive another one back? Sure enough, it was to buy a car. This purchase must be even more handsome than the Bison. The hotel's driver made light of the situation and sent Xiaoting to the main entrance of the car, drawing out a few large bills as a tip for the driver. Xiaoting instructed, "No need to wait for me." Then he stepped faithfully into the door. He had just approached the 4S store where Lily Ho worked when he heard deafening applause and welcome. "Welcome Mr. Xiao to our store." At that moment, Zhang was standing at the door with a group of employees to welcome him. I wondered what kind of madness this staff was smoking. Not standing in line here at the workstation. So they were waiting to welcome people. I think it's the leader of their head office. Fart. What do you know? This Mr. Xiao they're welcoming is the one who bought that Bugatti Veyron Bison a few days ago. Nonsense. I don't believe it. Hey, I'm not going to lie to you. Don't you think so? 2 patrons in the lobby were discussing it, and one shot out to pull a staff member passing next to him to try to confirm his words. The staff member nodded before being released, and then another customer let out a gasp of surprise. Didn't you just buy a Bison? Do you have to buy a new car? Seeing as the store manager is out in force, it could very well be. And Xiaoting outside the door actually did not expect that the store manager of this 4S store had actually engaged in such a set. Although this person is giving enough rose and face, but he likes to keep a low profile. However, having done this, Xiaoting was not unhappy. and only took the opportunity to walk in to tell the store manager that he would not need to do this in the future. And the store manager's eyes suddenly went red and he said yes. Xiaoting said later, that means he'll come back to buy again? This owner is too rich, right? Flanked by the staff, Xiaoting arrived in the middle of the exhibition hall. Next to all the staff in great numbers, Xiaoting felt uncomfortable. Let them all go to do what they do. Only Lily Ho was left alone with her. And although that store manager didn't have much to do, he left after glancing at Xiaoting and Lily with ambiguous eyes. That, our store manager, he's a bit of a gossip. Just pretend you didn't see it, Lily Ho said with slight embarrassment. Didn't see anything? Xiaoting asked her with a smile that seemed unkind. Nothing. Let's look at the car. Lily took a deep breath, trying to cool down her hot face, and then digressed. Xiaoting wasn't pursuing. In fact, he understood what Lily was talking about, but he liked to be passive. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lily opened her mouth and asked, Mr. Xiao, what type of car do you prefer? I like passive. No, I like handsome. Then these are the ones we had delivered to the store a few days ago, and you don't see any bells and whistles. Lily pointed out several newly delivered luxury cars to Xiaoting respectively, and introduced the advantages and disadvantages of these luxury cars one by one. And at that moment, Xiaoting's eyes were attracted to a dark gray car. A dark gray seems like a cheetah hiding in the shadows, ready to be unleashed in stone cold. The low, flat body is perfectly streamlined. Everything seemed to fit so well and nothing was out of place. If the bison is wildly handsome, this car is understatedly cool, although it has long been seen, but the reality of seeing this car, Xiaoting is still a small surprise. These designers are really talented. This car is quite cool. Lamborghini Reventon. Bull. Chapter 33, Silent Master Zhao Shaoling? Seeing Xiaoting's gaze towards the fighting bull, Lily opened her mouth in a slightly appreciative tone. Your vision is too poisonous. Last time, you had your eye on the most expensive bison in our store, and this time, you've got your eye on the Lamborghini Reventon. In the batch of luxury cars delivered a few days ago, the price of bullfighting directly broke the $10 million mark, and was the most expensive of the batch. I have to say, the man has a much better eye for picking out cars than they do anything else. This one is good. Xiaoting responded to Lily, not seeing the other party's slightly flirtatious eyes. The Lamborghini Reventon, a supercar capable of reaching a top speed of 350 miles per hour, is priced, according to the sales proposal given over there, at $15 million bare. $15 million. Xiaoting wasn't surprised. The car's brand and appearance were worth the price. Lily Ho continued at this point. If you add the purchase tax and other paperwork down, it's probably close to $20 million. Shall we look at something else? Although he had already seen Xiaoting's financial power, this $20 million, Lily still felt that it was harder for Xiaoting, who had started with nothing, to get it, and thus voiced a reminder. No, I'll take this one first, and the rest later. Xiaoting thought that Lily wanted him to buy a few other cars this time as well, and he was only going to buy one for now, so he said so. Lily Ho, on the other hand, was confused for a moment. Want this one first? Later? It seems that he still underestimated Xiaoting. Naturally, she didn't doubt that Xiaoting was pretending to be X. In front of her, Xiaoting didn't have to be like this. So, Xiaoting can really afford it. Alright then, Mr. Xiao, you go to the VIP lounge first and wait for a while. We'll go and do the formalities for you. Oh, good. Lily then guided Xiaoting to the VIP lounge. Although Xiaoting had been there last time and knew where it was, but it was her duty. Mr. Xiao, have some tea first, I'll do the formalities. After pouring Xiaoting a cup of brewed tea, Lily walked out. Sipping the tea in his cup, Xiaoting narrowed his eyes. Ever since he got himself a system, or got rich, the world has suddenly been merciful. I think some yellow star said it. When you're weak, you're surrounded by bullies. When you're strong, the world is full of good people. It's no less true that the one who would eventually become a movie star, word for word, speaks to the nature of this society. Without letting Xiaoting wait for long, Lily came back, naturally still followed by the store manager Zhang Guoqing behind her. It's the same process again as last time. To Xiaoting introduced a variety of preferential policies, and organized a car ceremony. Know that the other side is also a piece of goodwill. Xiaoting will also did not refuse, and so on a variety of activities to complete. Xiaoting finally drove his own car out of the 4S store. The sound of a smartphone also sounded inside his head. Property bound, Lamborghini Reventon bound successfully. With a thought, Xiaoting could perceive this Lamborghini, but without showing it in front of so many people. He hit the gas and left the 4S store. Naturally another piece of the store was startled. Holy, that's richer than the dude who bought the bison last time. What do you know? That's him. What? Is this rich kid's family eating cars? It's only been a few days? Rich people, you think? By now, the pit bull was already traveling down the street, not hearing the chatter in the 4S store, but drawing another gasp on the street. Going straight home from work? Inside the car, Xiaoting asked He Lily on the passenger side. This time, He Lily could be said to have been forced into Xiaoting's car by Zhang Guiqing, with the company of a beautiful woman. Xiaoting naturally didn't refuse, so he took He Lily with him. Brother Xiao, you've bought such an expensive car and you can't afford to treat me to a meal? He Lily laughed softly, not in front of outsiders, so she called Xiaoting his brother Xiao again. Xiaoting raised an eyebrow and joked, just now a mouthful of Mr. Xiao called. So raw, and still want me to buy dinner? Didn't we agree before that where I work? I would call you Mr. Xiao. Lily Ho opened her mouth to reply. That's fine. Where to eat? Treating a pretty girl to dinner. I'm still willing to give up. Anywhere. It's too far to walk and this car is tired to sit in. Aha. The duo drove up and parked in front of a random restaurant that looked decent. Xiaoting threw the key to the security guard and was about to enter when He Lily spoke up. Wait. Almost forgot. Doubtfully watching He Lily take out her cell phone, Xiaoting reacted. So it was to send a circle of friends. After clicking a few shots, He Lily let the security guard go and park the car. Then took Xiaoting's arm and leaned up intimately. Due to He Lily's too close proximity, feeling the softness coming from one of its body parts from his arm, Xiaoting was still a little embarrassed at first, but seeing He Lily's unchanged expression, he himself enjoyed walking into the middle of the restaurant. Good evening, ma'am. May I ask what you two would like to order? The waiter, seeing that someone was seated, rushed over to ask. Xiaoting pointed at Lily He and said, give it to her. He Lily didn't refuse, picked up the menu and casually ordered a few, expecting almost enough for the two of them, and let the waiter leave. Afterwards, He Lily immediately took out her cell phone and seemed to send something. Drip. Xiaoting's cell phone rang. He opened his cell phone and found that it was a group message, and it was actually Lily He who had sent a few pictures of a bullfight to the high school group. You are? Xiaoting asked. Punch some people in the face, Lily Ho said with a smirk. Xiaoting, on the other hand, was speechless for a while and could only say something darkly inwardly. We have to make her less likely to hang out with Zhao Xiaoling in the future. He Lily used to be in the class but the class flower is a good girl, even if the society is also the kind of piece. This is to see that recently there is no less contact Zhao Xiaoling. Sure enough, a few jumped out at me quickly. Zhang Yuyang, yeah, this car is pretty good. Su Xiangdong, I seem to have an impression of this car. I've seen it in Lily's circle of friends before. It seems to be more than $10 million. Zhao Xiaoling, yeah? Su Xiangdong? You're out? He Lily and Xiaoting glanced at each other and both laughed. This Zhao Xiaoling really doesn't give face. The group was silent for a while as everyone waited for Su Xiangdong to respond, but there was no wait. Ma Tian, the last time Xiaoting bought a car, it should only be more than $3 million. It shouldn't even be able to afford a wheel from someone else, right? Zhao Xiaoling, Ma Tian? You're out too. There was another silence in the group. I don't know how many people watched the scene with joy, but anyway, those guys must have been furious and blue in the face. He Ling is too much too. Ha ha ha. He Lily laughed in Xiaoting's face, saying that Zhao Xiaoling had gone too far, but in fact, she herself was the one who started it all. Who dares to judge when she talks like that? Xiaoting also held back his laughter and said, but then saw something even more interesting. The prefix of Zhao Xiaoling's nickname changed. Now her group nickname is Zhao Xiaoling, Master of Silence. Chapter 34, Moving Out? Subsequently, the group has been silent, until Xiaoting He Lily this side of the dishes. Only then students again and again one after another evaluation. Finally, someone asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Lu Jin, at Lily He is this car sold? I don't see it parked in the 4S store. It looks like it's outside. A few people behind them began to chime in as well, and they even all uttered Lily Ho to ask what was going on. He Lily raised her head and glanced at Xiaoting, who told her to make herself at home. This group is full of classmates. There's no need to hide it. Lily He, it was bought by Xiaoting. The group exploded at that statement. Lu Jin, what? Boss Xiao bought another car? Shocked. Zhang Hong, you're not kidding, right? That $3 million Bugatti Veyron has only been driven for a few days? Xinuu, that's right. That's another tens of millions of dollars of car. Brother Xiao, do you have a girlfriend? Rose, Lu Jin, you go to one side. My women's clothing can be much more beautiful than you. Boss Xiao, look at me. Looking at the increasingly strange content of these people's chats, Xiaoting was speechless for a while. I don't blame the students for getting excited though. It's mainly because what he did was a little too much to take in. In the eyes of the students, shouting only a few days ago to buy the Bugatti Veyron, and now directly by the price of 5 or 6 times the price of the Lamborghini, which is rich big ah. At the same time, there was also a group in the group that cried out to hug Xiaoting's thigh. Seeing this, Xiaoting also typed a few words. Xiaoting, the god of brick moving, classmates. I'm just doing a little business, not a big boss. Then, instead of looking at his cell phone, he focused on enjoying the beautiful meal in front of him and admiring the beautiful woman across the room. As he Lily ate, she seemed to have thought of something and opened her mouth. That foundation, the one you sent Xiaoling to. Xiaoting listened. His mouth gave a beat, and there was a hint of surprise in his heart, feeling as apprehensive as a husband being discovered by his wife that he had a lover outside. It's not right. What's the point of panicking when I'm a decent human being? What's wrong? Xiaoting spoke calmly, trying to drive away the strange feeling in his head. It's fine. It's just that when you've gotten rich, you don't mention us classmates. You only think of Xiaoling alone. These felt even stronger, even as he heard a hint of sultriness in He Lily's tone. Well, the rice wasn't bad, was it? Snorting, Xiaoting wanted to digress, but he saw He Lily laugh at once. Alright Xiao. I know Xiaoling is looking for you because she's out of work. Just kidding with you. A stone fell to the ground in his heart at once, and Xiaoting let out a long breath of relief. The two of them had dinner, and after Xiaoting finished the check, he used his consciousness to maneuver the Lamborghini out of the parking lot automatically and waited at the entrance. Lily Ho said with a suspicious look, "This car has this feature? How come I didn't know?" But without much care, he followed Xiaoting to the car. After sending He Lily home, Xiaoting went back to the hotel as well. Wang Jingyu looked at Xiaoting driving another super cool car, but inwardly he was a little more calm. After all, he had already guessed it. Mr. Xiao, you're back. Any orders? Seeing that Xiaoting didn't go directly to the elevator but walked towards himself, Wang Jingyu felt like opening his mouth with a smile. The beauty's sweet voice made Xiaoting a little reluctant to give up, but he still opened his mouth. Get a driver to drive the bison for me. Go to the Manting, and just give the car to the security guard at the gate. Full house? Mr. Xiao, are you moving out? Aha. After saying that, Xiaoting went to take the elevator upstairs, open the system and enter the mall. Entering the room, Xiaoting opened the system. He had been busy before and had forgotten to look at what the mall had brushed out. Entering the mall, the column where he had previously finished buying, God of Industry, had been refreshed with new items. Tear punishment technique. Function, can make the enchanted person cry endlessly in pain for 10 hours, which can be paused or ended at the host's choice. Price, 1 point. Number of times available, 3. Exiting to the attribute panel again, he found that his points had become 269. Redeeming, God of Industry, cost 20 points, and buying a car added another 180 points. Seeing that this skill was interesting and it was only 1 point, Xiaoting bought it and used it as a great way to catch or punish others in the future. Open the mall and buy the tear punishment technique. Ding! Technique of tear punishment, purchased successfully, 3 uses remaining. After 3 uses the host will forget the method of casting the skill. You'll forget about it after 3 uses? Xiaoting found it interesting, and sensing how the tear punishment technique was used, another thought rose in his mind. Finding a pen and a notebook in his room, he wanted to write down the method of using the tear punishment technique. However, Xiaoting realized that every time he wrote a word a mysterious force erased the words on the paper, and in the end he still got a blank sheet of paper. Xiaoting doesn't want to do anything else, he can only use it 3 times, so 3 times. The big deal is that he will buy it again when it is refreshed later. Afterward, Xiaoting saw that it was getting late, so he took a shower and prepared to sleep. Drip drip drip. The phone rang again, and Xiaoting took a look at Li Mangyao and immediately picked up the phone. Mr. Xiao, I didn't disturb you, did I? It's okay. It's like this. I've already negotiated a building. The price is lower on his side, but it requires you to pay for the previous work twice, because they have already owed the side of the work for a long time, so they are asking for a lower price and are in a hurry. How much is the total to pay it off? 43 million. You can check it out. If it's okay, sign the contract. I'll register the company tomorrow and put the money on the company's books to go through the process. Xiaoting replied in a deep voice while Li Mangyao listened attentively. Then Mr. Xiao, what is the name of the company? Xiaoting mused over there for a moment and opened his mouth. Let's call it Timothy Unity. The Timothy of Thunder. The Unity of Unity. Okay. Li Mangyao heard the feeling that this company is very full of momentum. Timothy Unified. Timothy CEO. Unify the whole industry. Bully. Li Mangyao then hung up and went to talk business. But what Xiaoting actually wanted was, Xiaoting, the system. This system really made his life out of a different path. The next day, Wang Jingyu sent a message to tell Xiaoting that his bison had been driven to Mantingfang, and that the security guard had confirmed Xiaoting's customer information and put his car into storage. Xiaoting called Wang Jingyu. Hello, Mr. Xiao. May I ask what your orders are? Knowing that Xiaoting was leaving today, Wang Jingyu inexplicably added a trace of reluctance to his tone. Get me some of the usual furniture and send it over to Manta. Don't care about the price. I'll pay for it afterward. Yes. Xiaoting hung up the phone and left the hotel to register the company. After contacting Yang Tianba for help, and after a simple capital confirmation to determine the main business, Xiaoting's company was registered. Now, just wait for the good news from Li Mengyao side. Chapter 35, 2 points of charm added. Afterwards, Li Mengyao sent another message asking Xiaoting where his company's address was. Xiaoting then remembered that the company still had to have an office space. While lamenting that he must get this treasure Li Mengyao, he considered what kind of place he should choose for his office. Normally, the average company picks a similar office or rents an office floor according to the number of employees first, and then invests in this area according to the changes in the size of the company. But Xiaoting certainly wouldn't do that. He doesn't need to go through all that trouble. Just go straight to the number of employees of a large company and then just recruit enough people to conduct business. He's not short of funds anyway. He then called and asked Li Mengyao if there were any office buildings for sale in Zheng City, preferably the whole kind. Li Mengyao was highly efficient and didn't let Xiaoting wait long before calling. Mr. Xiao, I've already asked. None of the office buildings are completely vacant right now. At most there are only half a building, and the vast majority of the ones that are empty are in the suburbs. Xiaoting fell into silence, but soon, he thought of Li Mengyao's previous comment about rotten buildings, and immediately brightened up. Mengyao, can we continue to add more floors to that crappy building in the city before? It's possible. That development area was originally going to be built as an upscale neighborhood, but there was a problem with the capital chain very early on, so it wasn't built much higher, and based on the foundations laid, there's at least 20 more floors that can be added. Okay, buy it. Xiaoting's voice came from the other end of the phone and Li Mengyao was taken aback. Is a newly established company going to spend tens of millions of dollars on a piece of building for an office space? But thinking about Xiaoting's boldness when he bought the house, Li Mengyao still decided not to ask. But this lord, he is really using himself as an employee. How could she know that she was bound to lose the bet she made with Xiaoting? After instructing Li Mengyao, Xiaoting opened the system and wanted to see how much money he had now. 3 days ago he redeemed, gain increase, once, and the gain per minute had risen from 2,500 to 4,500. Then he'll make 6,480,000 a day. But having bought a car for myself for over $17 million, I spent the proceeds of the last 3 days right out of my pocket. Besides, he can't afford to be short on funds if he's going to make a big move now. So he's got to find a way to make money. Open the system. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 62. Charm, 3. Power, 6. Mall, 2. Points, 268. 2 small lines below. Doubling card, is in effect. God of industry, in effect. Time remaining 26 days. 22 hours and 51 minutes. There's still more than 43 million but it doesn't feel like it's too much. Thinking about it, Xiaoting hit the mall again. Wanting to see what had been refreshed today. The things that refreshed out 2 days ago were either very high priced he wouldn't consider for the moment or not very functional. But hopefully something good would come out of today's refreshes. Open the mall. Instantly, 2 columns of goods appeared in front of Xiaoting's eyes. Increase in earnings. Effect, purchase increases the system host's earnings by 2,000. Price, 1,000 points. 2 random attribute points. Function, after purchasing, the host will receive random attribute value additions. Price, 100 points. Random attribute points, 100 points? That expensive? Returning to the attribute panel again, Xiaoting understood. The 3 attributes of one's lifespan, charisma, and strength are all additive. After thinking for a while, Xiaoting decided to buy it. 100 points was quite a lot, but it would still be good to add 2 years of life expectancy to himself or boost his charisma value. Although you can rely on money to pick up girls, but if you can make a girl throw herself at you by relying on her charm, isn't that much more enjoyable than smashing money? Purchase, 2 random attribute points. Ding! Random attribute points 2, purchase successful. 2 points left to use. Please ask if you want to use it now? Use. Afterward, Xiaoting watched as the charisma value jumped a little on his attribute panel, and then the charisma value jumped another little. 2 points all added to the charm. Do you have to be so obedient? Afterwards, he took a look in the mirror. Xiaoting didn't see any change in his face for half a day, and he was too lazy to continue studying it. At this time, a knock sounded on the door. Xiao Ting went and opened the door. And standing outside the door was Wang Jingyu. Mr. Xiao, I have played your phone, you did not pick up. Just come up. Mr. Xiao, how do you feel you are not the same? Xiao Ting glanced at his cell phone and realized that the screen was on. Probably because he was just looking at the system without paying attention. What's different? Xiao Ting was also a bit curious. He couldn't see it at all himself. And when he heard Wang Jingyu say this, he couldn't help but ask. I can't say. It just feels like you're, more handsome? Wang Jingyu stammered, seemingly unable to really speak. In fact, she really couldn't understand. In Wang Jingyu's heart, before she looked at Xiao Ting like a golden mountain. And just now, Xiao Ting seemed to have turned into a golden mountain with feelings, like a human, but still like a golden mountain. Really? Xiao Ting touched his face and whispered. He didn't feel it himself. Maybe he was already too handsome. Really? But my eyes see that you don't seem to have changed much. It's just as if a voice in my heart is saying that you've become handsome and seem to have grown taller and in better shape. Wang Jingyu said a lot in one breath, as if he really wanted to explain that he wasn't lying to Xiao Ting. Growing taller? Getting in shape? Xiao Ting brought Wang Jingyu into the room, then went to stand in front of the mirror himself to take a look. It seems to be a little high. Before, Xiao Ting's height was around 1.75 meters. Now it seems to be 1.8 meters. But there's nothing around to measure it with, so I can only estimate it with my naked eye. Is it possible that this charisma point is added to the appearance? This is the only way to explain it. But the 2 charm points exchanged for these 100 points are not that effective. Even this beautiful woman in front of him could only feel that he had become handsome, but could not say anything specific at all. What's it to me? Ah yes, almost forgot about business. Xiao Ting returned to his senses and wanted to ask Wang Jingyu what he was looking for, while the latter also reacted at once and immediately opened his mouth. Mr. Xiao, just now Mangyao said that she has something urgent to find you. Li Mangyao? Well, just now she called you and you didn't answer. So she came to me. She said it was urgent. So I came up and knocked on your door. Xiao Ting nodded and immediately picked up his cell phone from the coffee table and called Li Mangyao. Mr. Xiao, the rotten building in the suburb that was transformed into an esports theme center has been negotiated, as long as the funds arrive to immediately carry out the handover of the project. Li Mangyao picked up the phone without any hesitation and immediately began to report on her work. Aha! Xiao Ting waited for the following. Good news was not to be used in such a hurry. It seemed that there was a problem on the other side. But there's a problem with the piece of we're going to use as an office building. And this one has dragged on for so long that it's been repossessed by the city and is ready to be auctioned off. Sure enough, Li Mingyao's words confirmed his suspicions. What's the starting bid? 29 million. Follow the camera. But our competition? It's a little tough. Chapter 36. Where to? To spend money. Rivals? Yes. There were also a couple of real estate guys who wanted to develop the area. And now that the government is conducting an auction, they're all out. Alright then, tell me the time and place of the auction. I'll go there myself. Xiao Ting was not flustered. There he was going to choose as his company's office building. He was prepared. Anyway, to use the project of the esports center to make a name for Timothy Unity in Zhang City in 2 months. And now, with this auction, he's going to come out strong and make waves for his company. But, Mr. Xiao, there's something I need to remind you of. Li Mingyao's voice came from the other side of the phone. Very serious. You say. It's expected that the auction price over there can't be higher than $67 million. If someone calls for that price, you shouldn't follow the auction. It's likely that those real estate companies are making a setup for the newcomers. Okay, Xiao Ting how much money can afford to pay? But open the company is to make money. If a fight with others instead of losing money, that is not a wrongdoer. However, Xiao Ting's satisfaction with Li Mengyao went up a few more steps. Things analyze are to the point, and the vision is very long term. When the news is announced in 2.5 months, this Li Mengyao is his employee. At this moment, Wang Jingyu, who was standing at the side, said respectfully, Mr. Xiao, if you don't have any orders, I'll leave first. Wait, how's the furniture shopping going? Xiao Ting spoke unhurriedly. Wang Jingyu turned back to Xiao Ting and opened his mouth. Generally have all the needed. I have contacted the presidential suite furniture factory from the hotel channel. The quality can be trusted. She knew that Xiao Ting wasn't bad with money, so she directly looked for the manufacturer who stocked the hotel side and ordered a set of furniture according to the standard of a luxury presidential suite. When will it arrive? Unsurprisingly, it's 3 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, then you're coming out with me today. Okay, so I'll go down and change? Aha. After that, Wang Jingyu went downstairs to change his clothes. Xiao Ting looked at her departing figure and was a bit strange. This Wang Jingyu. Feel different how before the big grin. now instead a little like a little girl? But without much thought, he called Lily Ho. Hey, Mr. Xiao. Lily's voice rang out from the other end of the phone, a sweet and glutinous voice that made Xiao Ting's ears very comfortable. Lily, do you have any good commercial vehicles in your area? A business car. Ha, the best we have here is a $1,700,000 BMW 7 Series. Over $1 million. Ha, nothing more expensive? A little over $1,700,000 is a bit of a bargain. No more. Lily helplessly said. This person buy things really only think to buy expensive. Even performance do not ask? But in fact, in Xiao Ting's eyes, a car that doesn't go up in price is not worth his time to understand the performance. Okay, thanks. Xiao Ting couldn't help but hold his forehead as he hung up the phone after giving Lily a thank you. In fact, he didn't even think that if he hadn't bought that bison, the 4S store where Lily worked wouldn't have shipped over a $10 million level car at all. Drip drip drip. Xiao Ting looked at his cell phone. It was Li Mengyao who sent the auction time and address. Tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Guangxing Auction House. After determining the time, he put away his cell phone without paying too much attention to it. Xiao Ting went downstairs and found that Wang Jingyu had already changed her clothes and was waiting in the middle of the hall. It's really not the same at all when she's in a black professional OL outfit as when she's in civilian clothes. And thinking about Li Mengyao, Xiao Ting couldn't help but sigh a little. This sister is also really good. Although Li Mengyao and Wang Jingyu are both imperial style, but Li Mengyao than Wang Jingyu more than a few points I see a sense of innocence. If outsiders seem to have some unapproachable sense of detachment, and Wang Jingyu face, although also sweet and innocent, but people cannot help but want to get close. As Xiao Ting savored the differences between the two, Wang Jingyu also walked over. Mr. Xiao. Sweet voice with that face. Killer. Aha. However, Xiao Ting had seen quite a few beautiful women recently, and all of them were very enthusiastic. So naturally his face would not ripple much and he just smiled in response. Look at Sister Wang going out with Mr. Xiao again. This can't be a done deal, can it? I have a feeling that Mr. Xiao can't see our Sister Wang. After all, this kind of rich second generation might just be playing around. Humph. You just can't eat grapes and say they're sour. Okay, we don't have any part in this discussion. Let's get to work. In the envious eyes of the crowd, Wang Jingyu took Xiao Ting's arm and left the gate. And again, due to being too close, Xiao Ting only had one feeling. It's a little bigger than Lily Ho's. The Lamborghini behaved and parked in front of the duo before Wang Jingyu let go of his hand and got into the passenger seat. When the two of them sat in the car, Wang Jingyu opened his mouth. Mr. Xiao, why do you always buy sports cars? It's not very comfortable to sit in. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower, and if an outsider were to look at it, his heart would have to shake. I'd like to buy a business car too, but I can't get one. Xiao Ting stepped on the gas and the pit bull began to roar. He had considered this problem before, so today he called and asked Lily he didn't have a better business car. But the most expensive one in the 4S store where Lily he worked was only $1,700,000. It's too cheap. Wang Jingyu, on the other hand, was speechless for a while. How can money not be bought? How could she know that Xiao Ting was too cheap? Aren't you kidding? Our hotel's best business car doesn't even cost as much as these two sports cars of yours. So where do you hotels get your cars from? With a thought, Xiao Ting opened his mouth and asked. The 4S store didn't have it, and he had to go to another city to buy it. If he found the purchase channel directly from the hotel here, it would save him a lot of things. The major 4S stores contacted, I think, are usually cooperative rentals, and there aren't really that many bought. The more advanced ones are shipped in from other cities. From another city too. Yeah. What? Mr. Xiao wants to buy a commercial vehicle? Wang Jingyu seemed to understand now that Xiao Ting's comment about not being able to buy it was referring to the fact that commercial vehicles in Zhangjiang were too cheap. Once this was figured out, it was even more breathless. In a few days there will be a joint car show by a few clubs of the car association. You can go over and take a look then. The cars over there are all exhibitors' cars, which are usually higher in price and performance. Wang Jingyu remembered that he had gotten a message from a friend before and revealed it to Xiao Ting. A car show? Good. I'll go to the auto show and see if there are any good commercial vehicles and get one. Usually the cars that make it to the car show are the top of the line kind. Xiao Ting didn't believe that he could still not pick a satisfactory one when he went there. Mr. Xiao, where are we going today? Wang Jingyu suddenly remembered that she still didn't know what she was going to follow Xiao Ting for. Although she would be happy to do anything, she always had to ask. Spend. Originally, Xiao Ting wanted her to give her some advice on buying some household items, but now he's, changed his mind. Chapter 37, A Guide with Many Ideas. Wang Jingyu had given Xiao Ting such a piece of information, and had also saddled up for him for such a long time. Xiaoting can't treat them badly, can he? Consumption? Wang Jingyu asked suspiciously. Only Xiaoting nodded and turned the car around, heading towards a luxury store. After calming his inner sense of anticipation, Wang Jingyu gently nodded his head. And don't always call me Mr. Xiao. Change your title. Then, call Brother Xiao? Xiaoting shook his head. Seeing this, Wang Jingyu's voice became smaller all of a sudden, as if he had a premonition of something and opened his mouth to ask, what's it called? What should a man and a woman who are closest to each other be called? The corner of Xiaoting's mouth hooked up into a smile. Honey? Xiaoting immediately agreed. Wang Jingyu reacted at once and was taken advantage of by Xiaoting's trap. But she's also been in society for so many years, and she's not an untouched little girl to break up with. And what is the darling going to get me? Wang Jingyu also shouted dear with great generosity, causing Xiaoting to feel a hint of coolness in his heart. Who wouldn't be happy with such a sweet-looking and sounding girl opening and closing her mouth about dear? By something worthy of you. Xiaoting finished speaking and drove toward his destination with a kick of the gas. When they arrived at the shopping mall, Xiaoting struggled to squeeze away through the crowd before stopping the car. Holy! Didn't this car only arrive in Jiang City a few days ago? How come it drove out? Call you misinformed. They sold this car yesterday. A $15 million car just sold? A gasp came from the crowd when they heard the price. What? It's like $17 million for this car with all the other taxes and stuff. Another bomb dropped in the middle of the crowd. Don't argue. Don't argue. The car door is open. Don't argue. The crowd suddenly quieted down, and many people poked their heads out, wanting to see who the owner was. And if there was a chance, it would be best if they could show their face and say something in front of them, or even add their friends, then they would make a lot of money. Xiaoting and Wang Jingyu got out of the car at the same time, and this man and woman's eyes went straight. I'll go. Handsome guy and girl with a luxury car. How to look good. Before, they were all praising Xiaoting for having wealth, but after adding 2 points to his charm, it seemed that he had also stepped into the realm of what the public perceived as handsome. God, it's so unfair. Handsome and rich and accompanied by a beautiful woman? Kill me. You don't think I'm pretty, do you? Are you as handsome as other handsome guys or as rich as others? A female voice rang out. It was a young couple in the crowd arguing. Holy, this woman looks sweet, but her body is still hot. Superb. Yeah, we don't get any of that. Xiaoting didn't care about the commotion in the crowd, but Wang Jingyu seemed to be quite taken with it and wrapped her arms around Xiaoting intimately. After all, you're a woman. How can you be indifferent when someone compliments you on your beauty? Mr. Xiao, you're so happy to follow you, Wang Jingyu said with some small intoxication, and in the star-studded crowd, the two of them walked into the building. What? Follow me? Xiaoting opened his mouth to flirt. Wang Jingyu was not weak at all and opened his mouth in a small voice. Honey has called, so just follow. Xiaoting was a bit surprised. This girl was bolder than ever. Well then, I can't let you scream for nothing. Go pick out a set of jewelry first. Aha! Hearing the jewelry, Wang Jingyu's eyes lit up. The status of clothes and jewelry in a woman's heart is equivalent to the status of a luxury car and a good watch in a man's heart. Good afternoon to you both. What can I get you? A waiter politely extends a welcoming gesture, bowing and asking respectfully. Go on. Xiaoting gestured towards Wang Jingyu to go and pick for himself. Wang Jingyu blinked her eyes and shook Xiaoting's arm and said softly, Honey, aren't you going to give me any advice? Seeing this, the guide next to him also spoke out to Xiaoting. Yes sir, you can help your girlfriend pick it out too. After all, it's all worn for you. Girlfriend? Wang Jingyu was stunned, but seeing that Xiaoting didn't retort, he didn't say anything himself. Xiaoting actually didn't have much research on jewelry, that's why he let Wang Jingyu look at it by himself. But seeing that both the latter and the guide wanted him to give some references, he couldn't afford to refuse anymore. Okay, check it out. Wang Jingyu happily took Xiaoting's arm again, while the shopper revealed a pleased smile. Young people nowadays, I still have to be warned. This young man, he's a straight man. The three of them walked into the store, while the shopper was explaining to Xiaoting and Wang Jingyu the craftsmanship, material and price of each piece of jewelry in a gushing manner. Xiaoting clearly felt that Wang Jingyu was a bit lost here, was unable to offer any advice. Xiaoting could only go by the price. He picked a few sets for Wang Jingyu at random, and then he asked the guide, Can you show me the most expensive one? Okay, you too, please follow me. The guide sniffed and immediately led the duo towards the back, with a smile on her face as she said inwardly, This guy is getting the hang of it. He knows how to act in front of his girlfriend. That's good. The guide took the two to a rest area and let Wang Jingyu sit down to rest. Sir, your girlfriend can rest here first. Please follow me. Ha? I don't need to rest. I don't. Wang Jingyu was anxious at once. Xiaoting was the boss. Where was the reason for her to rest here and let Xiaoting run errands? Xiaoting originally didn't know what kind of drugs this guide was selling, but when he saw the guide secretly giving him a wink, he immediately understood. You just rest here. The undeniable tone of his voice made Wang Jingyu sit in place and only let out a soft In the guide's appreciative gaze, Xiaoting followed him out. Walking around the corner, where Wang Jingyu couldn't see, the guide stopped. Xiaoting, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. Just now the guide was like that, making him feel that the other party had something to say to him. How much are you prepared to pay? Sir? The guide spoke up. What do you mean? Xiaoting frowned. The other party asking this made him have to be a little wary. Hi. First time here. Sir? Seeing that Xiaoting didn't say anything, the guide began to explain. Here's the deal. You're going to buy something for however much you want, and we're going to go pick out a set of jewelry for you and say that's the highest price. Xiaoting understood and cried and laughed a little. What the hell kind of service is this? Or if you want to save up your personal money, we can raise the price for you. You add me as a friend and transfer it back to you afterwards. With that, the guide pulled out his cell phone. No, just take the most expensive. Xiaoting hurriedly opened his mouth to stop, or else his friends would be added in a while. Ha? Really? Aha. That's fine. I'll go get it. You wait here for a moment. The guide reluctantly put her phone back and turned to fetch the most expensive jewelry in the store. At this point, the two had something in their minds. Xiaoting, this guide, too enthusiastic. Guide, this young man. He's too good to his girlfriend, isn't he? He really buys the most expensive ones. Chapter 38 Mr. Xiao is in a good mood. Wang Jingyu waited for a while before Xiaoting and the guide returned. Xiaoting came over with an unchanged face, while the refined light emitted from that guide's eyes made Wang Jingyu a bit strange. What luck you have, ma'am. Saying that, the guide brought the tray in his hand in front of Wang Jingyu, in which was lying quietly a set of jewelry, the most expensive set in the whole store. It's a pair of skeleton earrings. These earrings are about 3 centimeters long and are not symmetrical to each other, and the patterns on them go in different directions and shapes. This pair of earrings is called Jedi Double. It is designed by the designer on our side. The left ear and the right ear don't have the same pattern, and the style looks different from the left and the right after wearing, but the weight of the left and the right is exactly the same. As the guide explained, Wang Jingyu stared straight at the pair of earrings. Xiaoting didn't feel out how good it looked, but he understood that whether the earrings were good or not still depended on the person wearing them. Try it on. Xiaoting's calm voice interrupted Wang Jingyu's thoughts as she gently twisted an earring and put it on her left ear. After looking in the mirror next to her to see if she had it on correctly, she picked up the earring in her right ear and put it back on. After putting it on, she looked at Xiaoting with eager eyes, and a smile appeared on the latter's face. Well, not bad. Xiaoting nodded and opened his mouth to praise. Sure enough, these earrings and Wang Jingyu, they really did go well together. Although he himself couldn't tell if the earrings looked good or not on their own, but Wang Jingyu looked better when he wore them, and that was enough. Okay, this set, and the ones from earlier, wrap them up. The guide nodded happily and immediately went to do it. Wang Jingyu also gently took off the Jedi duo he was wearing on his ears and looked at it lovingly. Don't pick it if you like it. Xiaoting opened his mouth, but Wang Jingyu shook her head and spoke to him. I can't match these earrings with what I'm wearing today. How did you know we were going clothes shopping next? Xiaoting said with a smile, then led Wang Jingyu towards the cashier. After Wang Jingyu filled in his home address, Xiaoting settled the bill. Welcome to the next visit. Xiaoting and Wang Jingyu were about to leave when the latter stopped and asked at the guide just now. Why do you say I'm lucky? Because your boyfriend loves you so much. Yes? Wang Jingyu glanced back at Xiaoting, who just looked at her with a smile. That's for sure. She raised her head and said, and went over to take Xiaoting's arm again, and the two of them walked to the next store, leaving a group of dog food-filled store clerks messing around in place. It's so groom-rich. Which set did he pick today to say the highest price? Some lamented and others asked the earlier guide. They took the Jedi. Oh, the Absolute Generation. What? The Absolute Generation? The pair of earrings for $1,200,000? This group of shopkeepers will be envious for a while longer. On Xiaoting's side, Wang Jingyu asked again. Why would you say I'm lucky? And why are two of you going to get the Jedi? Because she said the earrings matched you and was afraid I'd lose face if I said I didn't buy them. So she pulled you aside for a sales pitch? Yes. Xiaoting and Wang Jingyu both laughed. When they came out of the mall, Xiaoting and Wang Jingyu had nothing in their hands and all filled out the delivery. Looking at the time, it was already 7 o'clock. Xiaoting and Wang Jingyu casually went to eat something, rested for a while and then set off again to go straight to Mantingfang. Is Mr. Xiao going to see how well I do my job? Waiting for the sign of full house to appear in the duo's line of sight, Wang Jingyu sweetly opened her mouth. That's for sure. If you don't do your job right, Then I'll do you. Xiaoting opened his mouth seemingly threateningly, causing Wang Jingyu to laugh again. When the furniture was delivered at 3 in the afternoon, Xiaoting had instructed the security guards to keep an eye on the placement of the furniture, so it should all be ready by now. After entering the neighborhood, Xiaoting directly drove his car towards the center of the neighborhood. When they arrived downstairs, a security guard immediately came up to open the door. Hello sir, are you a resident? The security guards had never seen Xiaoting before, and although they treated him with courtesy, they needed to interrogate him seriously. Xiaoting was satisfied with their attitude and service and smiled. Well, I live at the top. At the top? The security guards immediately understood that this was the owner of the top large flat. Immediately, someone came out from the group and handed Xiaoting a key. Hello owner, this is the key you left here earlier to facilitate the removal of your furniture. It is now returned to you. The voice was loud and respectful. Aha! After receiving the key, Xiaoting led Wang Jingyu upstairs and opened the door. Wang Jingyu looked at the furnishings inside and opened his mouth to sigh. Mr. Xiao, I'm still a bit upset that you're moving out. Xiaoting smiled instead and rode the momentum to open his mouth. How about, you come work for me? Ha, what can I do? Wang Jingyu had heard Li Mengyao talk about Xiaoting opening a company, but he knew nothing about real estate, and a real estate company didn't need to welcome guests. Heat me up wherever it's cold. When Wang Jingyu heard Xiaoting say this, he didn't understand for a moment, but following Xiaoting's gaze, he found that the latter's eyes stopped on a large bed. Instantly realizing that Wang Jingyu was not a good match, he said with a smile, Mr. Zhao's bed is so big, one person can't warm it up. Call a few more, I'm afraid you'll fight. Xiaoting had a straight face. The two bantered half-heartedly and began to look at the quality and placement of some of the furniture in the house. In the end, Xiaoting nodded his head with satisfaction. Quality-wise, they were all on the same level as the furnishings in the presidential suite he stayed in, and the placement was also very well thought out. He was still very satisfied. Then Mr. Xiao, we won't go back over there tonight, right? Well, not going back. You guys are too expensive. Listen to Wang Jingyu, another burst of speechless. You casually millions and millions of dollars to spend money. Think we play a few tens of thousands of dollars of room is too expensive? Can't see that Mr. Xiao is still a good family man. Wang Jingyu opened his mouth to tease Xiaoting. Why? Try me tonight to get comfortable in this house? Yeah. Xiaoting wasn't afraid of her staying, and Wang Jingyu had even less to fear. Drip drip drip. Xiaoting took out his cell phone and saw that it was Li Mengyao calling. Mr. Xiao, where are you now? I have something important to find you. At home. At an address you know. Okay, Mr. Xiao. As soon as this side hung up the phone, Xiaoting was a little speechless. This really is the side of the child to be pleased with the side of the child to be disillusioned. Soon there was a knock on the door. Wang Jingyu went to open the door for. The two women saw each other and looked at each other. Then together they looked at Xiaoting, who was on the sofa. That, Mr. Xiao, since you guys still have things to talk about, I'll go back first. The sweet voice rang out, and Xiaoting inwardly sighed helplessly, but his expression was serious. Okay, be safe on the road. Hearing this, Wang Jingyu went out the door, her eyes somewhat grudging as she left, and she didn't know whether it was toward Xiaoting or Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao closed the door behind her, walked next to Xiaoting, and opened her mouth. Mr. Xiao is in good spirits. Chapter 39, I stole my wife's money to support you. Actually, Xiaoting had wanted to reject Li Mengyao coming over to talk about things, but thinking about Li Mengyao's nature, if it wasn't a big deal, she wouldn't come over to disturb herself at night. So, what Li Mengyao said today was worth letting him hear. Otherwise, what brings you to me so late? Late? Mr. Xiao, it's not even 9 o'clock. Li Mengyao walked to Xiaoting's side with a light step and sat down with a smile, placing the documents in her hands on the coffee table in front of the two of them. What is this? Seeing that Li Mengyao no longer pursued the matter, Xiaoting also put his attention on the documents that Li Mengyao had brought with her. The list for tomorrow afternoon's auction. Why did Li Mengyao give this to herself? There are a couple in here that are very unusual. Opening the file, Li Mengyao pointed at the several enterprises on it and opened her mouth. With the capital they have in these businesses, they can't eat this land at all. But I have a friend who revealed something that they seem to be supported by some big companies from other cities. Support them? Xiaoting locked his brows. With his current financial strength, it was still easy to fight with the companies in Zhang City. But if those companies in the first-tier cities or even the imperial capital of Mordor intervened, his funds would be somewhat inadequate. Yes, so the one you'll be fighting with tomorrow probably has some giant company behind it as a backer. And money-wise, it should be well-funded. If they're going to target us, they certainly can't just let them. Xiaoting spoke in a loud voice and looked at Li Mengyao. This verve, ghostly, Xiaoting thought of the yatir punishment technique that he had previously purchased with his points. With yourself as business competition. Then you can compare financial strength. If you have a problem with yourself, then let's see how long a person can cry. 3 times, 10 hours at a time. I have to finalize some contract details with the other side tomorrow, so I may not be able to accompany you. Well, did it go well over there? Xiaoting was very satisfied with Li Mengyao's efficiency, but he was also a bit distressed by her running around, so he opened his mouth to express his concern. It's still going well. I've pressed the price over there to $39 million. If the other party is still willing to make concessions tomorrow, I'll keep trying. They all owe money to migrant workers. Can they still pay their wages this way? Li Mengyao got up and made Xiaoting a cup of tea. Xiaoting looked at it with satisfaction and suddenly remembered something. Mr. Xiao, are you joking? Li Mengyao shook her head and continued. These people owe the migrant workers up to $7 or $8 million, and the rest is all they want to recoup their previous losses from you. Xiaoting is not that kind of black-hearted enterprise. Naturally he doesn't understand the doorway here very well, and he understands it only after hearing Li Mengyao say so. You're a real gem. Xiaoting thought about the fact that while he accompanied Wang Jingyu for a cool stroll today, Li Mengyao saved him several millions over there. Therefore Xiaoting had a feeling. It's as if there's an internet quote ringing in my ears. I stole my wife's money to support you. That's not true. The money is all yours. Looking at Li Mengyao again, she was flushed by Xiaoting's words just now and hurriedly got up and said, Mr. Xiao, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. It's 10 o'clock. Did you drive here? Xiaoting opened his mouth and asked. I'll take a cab back. Well, why don't you go down there and leave my bison running? That one's faster. Ha, go on. Or do you want to stay? Xiaoting saw that her face was still red and opened his mouth to tease. Then, thank you, Mr. Xiao. After receiving the keys handed by Xiaoting, Li Mengyao went out. Instead, Xiaoting felt that she shouldn't be hesitant. After all, he had spent more than $2 million today just buying things for Wang Jingyu. Of course, he definitely couldn't tell Li Mengyao about this matter. The words suddenly rang in my ears again. I stole my wife's money to support you. Xiaoting sighed. He could have had a good exchange with Wang Jingyu today, but it seems that he still has to wait for later. Open the system mall. Xiaoting was ready to see what had appeared in the mall. If it's good, keep it or buy it. If it's not good it's fine. At 12 o'clock, the mall automatically refreshes it to get rid of it. At this moment, the first item in the mall was still the increase in gain that had been locked for a long time, and the second column had long since been refreshed. Attribute observation. Function observes a person's specialties, highest point attributes, or what they are good at. Price, 70 points. Unlike in the past, there is no limit on the length and number of times it can be used this time. It states that the purchase will be held permanently. It may seem like it's something you can't use right now, but in the future, when it comes to selecting talents, this skill of your own will surely be a godly skill. Thinking of this, Xiaoting didn't let this skill refresh off and chose to spend points to buy it. Purchase, attribute observation. Ding! Attribute observation, purchase successful. Xiaoting then took out his cell phone and turned on the front camera on himself and found nothing. Shouldn't be able to observe myself. Just have to find someone else to try tomorrow. Afterward, Xiaoting threw his cell phone away and went to bed. The night passed quietly, and Xiaoting woke up from his bed and stretched. It's so cozy. The bed and the environment are really similar to a hotel. Smoothly, he picked up his cell phone and was about to ask the receptionist to deliver breakfast when he suddenly remembered for a moment that he was at home. Xiaoting smiled helplessly. It seems that he needs to find a nanny or a cooking aunt in some time. At this moment, Wang Jingyu's phone call came. Mr. Xiao, do you still need me to accompany you to the auction this afternoon? Xiaoting picked up the phone and Wang Jingyu's sweet voice came from the other end. Well, I'll pick you up in a while, Xiaoting said quietly. Thinking of last night, Li Mengyao said that she had to talk about the contract today, so she should not have time to go to the auction with him. And now that Wang Jingyu asked, he naturally could not refuse. How delightful to be accompanied by a beautiful woman. Well then, Mr. Xiao, I'll let you see what's worthy of a Jedi doubles costume today, Wang Jingyu said in a slightly mysterious manner, and Xiaoting smiled slightly as he listened. This woman has some serious energy when it comes to talking about beauty and dressing well. Hanging up the phone, Xiaoting went downstairs to find a place to eat breakfast. Although he wasn't very hungry, skipping breakfast could do some damage to his stomach, so he kept eating normally, even if he just dealt with a couple bites. The security guard at the doorway greeted Xiaoting with a loud voice, and Xiaoting responded with a smile. The security guards were in high spirits, proving that the security in this neighborhood must be very reassuring. Without going out of the neighborhood, he saw a breakfast place in front of him. Xiaoting also went over and found that the people inside were eating quietly. The quality of people in upscale neighborhoods is high. 2. Going over and finding a random place to sit down. Xiaoting took out his cell phone after ordering something and started to brush up on the dynamics. At that moment, a man sat down across from him. Handsome, how come I haven't seen you before? Just moved here? Xiaoting looked up, and a youthful and beautiful girl across the street was looking at him with a smile on her face. Goose egg face, big eyes, long fluttering eyelashes. This girl looks really pretty. Aha. Xiaoting smiled back and utilized attribute observation. Chapter 40 Your family's auction house? Name Yuan Rou. Characteristics, righteousness. Analysis, none. Xiaoting looked at the concise panel in front of him and was somewhat helpless. She's righteous? Doesn't that mean this girl has nothing going for her except a better personality? Except for looks. Of course. I told you. How come there are still young people eating breakfast here with a bunch of old men? The girl spoke with a wide grin. Xiaoting then realized that this breakfast store was full of people who were older. And there were only 2 young people. Him and this young girl in front of him. Zoe, what are you doing? Come sit down and eat. A voice rang out to break the calm. And Yuan Rou immediately glared at the source of the voice before getting up and leaving. After finishing his meal, Xiaoting settled the bill and left. Going home and driving his Lamborghini Fighting Bull, Xiaoting was about to go out of the neighborhood when he suddenly realized that Yuan Rou was not far away, with an old man standing next to him. Looking at the two, they seemed to be arguing. Curious, Xiaoting drove the car slowly over to the sound of the two arguing. Are you trying to piss me off by not finding a boyfriend to marry when you're this old? I don't give a rat's ass about that bunch of brats you guys brought in. Then bring back your boyfriend yourself. What's my hurry? At that moment, someone passed by on the side of the road and, seeing the quarreling duo, shouted at the old man. Zhen Pu, urging your granddaughter to get married again na? Yuan Rou's grandfather also said back. Yes, while immediately turning his head to continue reprimanding Yuan Rou. Xiaoting looked speechless. This is hyping the whole neighborhood to know? At this time, Yuan Rou saw Xiaoting sitting in the Lamborghini at once and immediately ran over this way, shouting as she ran. Alright grandpa, my friend asked me to go play. I'm leaving first. Without waiting for any reaction from Xiaoting or the old man, he pulled open the door of the car, sat in and closed the door. One and done. Handsome. Drive. Please. When Xiaoting kicked the gas down, the Lamborghini quickly exited the neighborhood and disappeared in the eyes of the old man and the passers-by. It wasn't until the car had driven out for a long time that Xiaoting opened his mouth to ask her. Where to? Yuan Rou glanced out the window and said with a smile. Whatever. I'll go wherever you go. Seeing that Xiaoting didn't say anything, she continued. My name is Yuan Rou. What's your name handsome? Xiaoting. Did you just move in today? Aha. Where do you live? The very center. This Yuan Rou was like 100,000 reasons. Once she started asking questions, it was never ending. Originally did not want to take care of her, but this girl and really good looking, and before describing the characteristics are righteous, Xiaoting had the idea of getting acquainted with her. The very center? That super flat in the very center? What does your family do, brother Xiao? Knowing that the household in the very center was not cheap, Yuan Rou thought that Xiaoting was also a rich second generation, so she went on to ask. Started a small company. What's the call? Xiaoting was completely speechless this time. If he continued to communicate, he would have to be annoyed to death by this girl. Seeing that Xiaoting didn't say anything else, Yuan Rou also had the sense not to ask again, but soon she couldn't help herself. Brother Xiao, how much did you pay for this car? My family won't let me drive a sports car to get high. Can you lend me a ride later? Xiaoting returned the smile and opened his mouth to ask. You can't actually talk your way out of your grandfather? This girl talks so much. How can she still be admonished by her grandfather and run away? Is it really true that one thing leads to another? Yuan Rou froze for a moment, but soon her eyes began to spit fire and she became very emotional. That stinky old man. Day after day. He makes me practice boxing to strengthen my body, urges me to get up early and eat breakfast, and pushes me to get married. He governs more than both my parents. When the box opens, it's not easy to close. Xiaoting, on the other hand, was somewhat regretting that he had chimed in just now, or else she would have said a few words every once in a while, and as a result, it was now endless. Maybe it's better not to make friends with her yourself. Finally, in the midst of Yuan Rou's incessant accusations and Xiaoting's endless silence, the two arrived at their destination. Summer Breeze Hotel. Why did you bring me here? Are you taking me to a room? Yuan Rou got out of the car to see the hotel logo and immediately asked Xiaoting in a vigilant manner, while the latter did not want to bother with her at all. Wang Jingyu, who had waited at the hotel entrance early, was currently wearing a light blue dress that Xiaoting had bought for her yesterday, with a pair of silver white high-heeled shoes, matched with the pair of earrings of the absolute duo, and stood there literally sucking the eyes of the staff away. Both men and women were very surprised that Wang Jingyu wore this today, although he had already looked at Wang Jingyu's beautiful face for a long time. But with this outfit, it totally felt like a girl from some big family. When Wang Jingyu saw Xiao Ting's car, she immediately went down the steps to greet him, but her heart still missed a beat when she saw a youthful and beautiful girl coming down from the passenger side. She then kept her smile and greeted them. Mr. Xiao, you're here. Xiao Ting had yet to make a move. Yuan Rou instead glanced at Wang Jingyu suspiciously. Send a car to take her back, Xiao Ting said to Wang Jingyu with an expressionless face, not to mention the fact that his sports car could only seat 2 people. But this annoyance was a little too much for him. It's better to get rid of it while you can. Okay. Wang Jingyu immediately took out her cell phone from her bag and prepared to dial the number. At this time, Xiao Ting walked up to her again and whispered, find a driver with a good temper or a deaf ear. Wang Jingyu was puzzled in his heart, but he still whispered to the end that was connected to the phone, send a car and get a good-tempered or deaf driver to the front of the hall. After saying that, she hung up the phone and smiled sweetly at Xiao Ting, making the latter's heart happy. That's what a beautiful woman should look like. However, after surveying the duo in front of him, Xiao Ting couldn't help but marvel. Wang Jingyu should be 5 or 6 years older than Yuan Rou in age, but the two of them couldn't tell their age from their appearance. It wasn't because Yuan Rou looked old, but Wang Jingyu's face. It was too sweet, but Yuan Rou was taller and seemed to be a little more plump compared to Wang Jingyu. But overall, both of them really were called first-class beauties. Mr. Xiao, isn't today's auction not held until 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Wang Jingyu was a bit puzzled. Xiao Ting had taken himself shopping yesterday. What else was he going to do this morning? Could it be to make up for what he didn't do last night? While Wang Jingyu was rambling, Yuan Rou spoke up. The auction at 3 o'clock this afternoon? That crappy downtown development? Xiao Ting raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth. What? You knew that too? That's for sure. Right here in my auction house. Yuan Rou spoke carelessly. Your family's auction house? The Yuan Group's auction house is owned by your family? Wang Jingyu was a bit surprised, so he voiced his inquiry, but he also had some doubts. Mr. Xiao brought this girl, but the two of them, it seems that they are not very familiar with each other. The heart seemed to beat a little faster again. Yeah, what? Want to buy that land? Yuan Rou looked at Xiao Ting with a smile. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, was silent for a moment before opening his mouth to have the driver drop us off too. Chapter 41, The Torture of Talking Yuan Rou. After maneuvering the Lamborghini to park automatically, Xiao Ting's 3 men rode together in the hotel's outgoing business car. Xiao Ting had wanted Wang Jingyu to accompany him to explore the bottom of a few other companies, but now, it would not be necessary at all. Can we go to the auction house? Xiao Ting asked Yuan Rou. Zhenru shrugged her shoulders and started chattering again. Of course you can. Anyway, if the old man wants to go, he'll only go when the auction is about to start, and no one will dare to bother me if I go there now. Go to Yuan Group's auction house. Xiao Ting spoke towards the driver, ignoring Yuan Rou's next words. Wang Jingyu, on the other hand, looked at Yuan Rou with curious eyes. This little girl is really coming on to herself. Out of professionalism, Wang Jingyu not only didn't get bored, but also chatted with Yuan Rou in one way or another. Just like that, Xiao Ting didn't have to endure the torture and only needed to quietly listen to the two beauties chatting. It was still acceptable to him. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the auction house, and after the 3 of them got off the car, Xiao Ting instructed the driver to go back first, and then walked into the auction house with the 2 girls. It's a weekday, so there are auctions all day. Let's go to the lounge. A staff member recognized Yuan Rou and immediately came down to greet her, while the latter turned her head to Xiao Wang and the 2 of them. Aha! Xiao Ting nodded, and Wang Jingyu naturally had nothing to say and did whatever Xiao Ting ordered. The staff of the auction house left after making a pot of tea for the 3 of them, and their hands and feet were very nimble. Ms. Yuan, those companies involved in the auction, can you reveal them to us? Xiao Ting sat on the sofa and spoke with a calm face. What do you call Miss Yuan? You're older than me. Just call me Rower or Yuan Rou. Yuan Rou opened her mouth with a big grin. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, nodded. The other party had called himself Brother Xiao from the start. If he kept calling Miss Yuan instead, he would appear to be a stranger. Those companies? Not much to go on, but I hear they're backed by big companies. Yuan Rou didn't care if this was a trade secret or not, and directly said to Xiao Ting, Mr. Xiao, I'm going to take a look around here. If you need anything, just call out to me. Wang Jingyu heard that the 2 were going to talk about some business stuff, so he wisely got up and went out. Although Xiao Ting is good to her, but in the end there is also the difference between master and servant. What she should not ask. what she should not listen to. She has a number in her heart. Aha! Xiaoting didn't say anything more. As soon as Wang Jingyu went out, Yuan Ro was back to her old ways. That sister is really pretty. It's not Brother Zhao's girlfriend, is it? Say what you just said. Any idea which company? Xiaoting was really speechless and hurriedly steered the topic back to the right path before things got out of hand. Oh yes, I can't say exactly which company, but I can tell you what the other side is up to. Xiaoting narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the other side is not good to come out on their own, using some of the companies in Zhang City as pawns to make such a big fuss. The purpose must not be for money. It should be that the top management of that big company is about to change, so it's preparing to take such a project to gild the lily for the next generation. What kind of operation is this? Xiaoting was a bit puzzled. Gold plating? Afterwards, Yuan Ro explained to him some of the common means used along the lines of big companies and big families, and only then did Xiaoting understand the doorway. The chairman of some big companies has to pass on the throne to his heir, and he can't just get to the top on the basis of his appearance, which is not a reason to get to the top, and the board side of the board absolutely has to step across the line. At this time, some people in high positions will go to other small cities to buy some items for the sake of their juniors to get to the top, but they will not be too obvious, otherwise they will be easily targeted. After buying the project, if the descendants have the ability to do it, then it is just, if it is not done well, it will be forced through the family injection of funds to complete the project. After a period of time in this way, the juniors would be equivalent to gilding the lily and gagging the rest of the top brass. Then after selecting a project, you will never let go of it? Xiaoting asked with some seriousness. Generally speaking, it's like this. Brother Xiao, what are you doing with this piece of land? Yuan Ro asked him with some curiosity. Started a company, looking for a place to work. Ha? Such a big piece of land? Then why don't you just buy it? Yuan Ro picks up a cup of tea. In fact, she is a bit curious. This just established company, by so many places a bit of a loss. This rich second generation is a bit stupid, right? There are no whole buildings for sale in Zhang City. Xiaoting helplessly spread his hands. Ahem. What? Yuan Ro was choked at once and coughed a few times, shouting at Xiaoting with bright eyes. You office looking for a whole building? Such a big company? Even her family's Yuan Group's head office only took up half of a building, and Xiaoting had just opened a company that used a whole building for its office? Each floor probably holds about 150 people. The building Xiaoting is going to buy can be built at least 25 floors, removing the independent office area on the upper floors. There is at least 20 floors of space to accommodate employees. His company just started with 3,000 employees, and there are 9 buildings in that Thai neighborhood. Spend so much on it? What's wrong? Xiaoting was a bit strange as to why the other party reacted so much. Nothing. Brother Xiao, how many people are in that company of yours? Yuan Ro wiped the tea she had coughed up, maintaining the demeanor of a great family. I haven't recruited yet. I'm going to do it after I buy a commercial vehicle. Xiaoting had now obtained a tribute observation, which allowed him to obtain information about the other party's specialties, so naturally, he had nothing to worry about in regards to recruiting. Haven't recruited yet. Yuan Ro was finally speechless. This person doesn't look like a cutie either. Why does it feel like he does things more casually than he does? Did his family give him $1 billion to spend? Xiaoting naturally didn't know about the little plans in Yuan Ro's mind as he called Wang Jingyu back. Mr. Xiao, are you leaving? Wang Jingyu obediently asked a question. Her voice was a lot sweeter than Yuan Ro's, making Xiaoting sound very comfortable. You two are going to participate in the auction this afternoon, right? Yuan Ro spoke from the side, her expression somewhat serious. If that piece of land is shouted at $65 million, don't bid on it anymore. Whether you use it for business or investment, it will be a loss. Although this Yuan Ro talked a lot, she knew really a lot. Good. After thanking Yuan Ro, Xiaoting left with Wang Jingyu. After exiting the doorway, the Lamborghini that Xiaoting had maneuvered with his consciousness earlier had already arrived at the doorway, and in Wang Jingyu's unbelieving eyes, the two of them got into the sports car. Sitting in the car, Xiaoting felt like the world around him was quiet all of a sudden. If Yuan Ro didn't have that mouth, she would definitely be a cute and beautiful girl, but with that mouth of hers, she immediately interrupted others' appreciation of her appearance. Honey, don't those earrings look better on you now than they did yesterday? Wang Jingyu's sweet voice lingered in his ears, and his name was changed back to darling when no one was around. Xiaoting glanced at it and nodded. It had to be said that even with his straight male aesthetic, he could feel that Wang Jingyu's temperament was better after wearing this outfit. Angel's face, devil's body. At this moment there was a word that could not be more appropriate to describe Wang Jingyu. And pure and lustful. Chapter 42 Black-clothed teenager Fong Yuxing? the duo casually found an upscale restaurant to eat at, which naturally caused quite a stir. Leaving aside the ravishing Lamborghini at the doorway, Xiao Ting, who had grown two charismatic attributes, and the beautiful Wang Jingyu had completely captured the gazes of the surrounding men and women. That sister's earrings are so pretty. I'll buy a pair later. Not me. I just want a boyfriend that trenchant. Some people are envious. And naturally there are those who know what they're talking about who throw cold water on it. Wake up. Those earrings cost millions. My boyfriend took me away last time he looked at them. And you guys still want to buy them? The duo gracefully finished their lunch amidst the envious stares of the crowd. After the checkout, Wang Jingyu very naturally sat on Xiao Ting's arm. The waves in front of his chest made Xiao Ting very enjoyable at the same time, but also triggered a howl of wolves around him, itching to take Xiao Ting's place. Getting into the sports car again, the two of them drove around for a while, and seeing that it was about time, they headed for the auction house. I hope Yuenro won't be in, Xiao Ting thought as such in his heart. Although a top beauty like that, he would be happy to communicate more with the other party, but the intensity of Yuenro's speech was really too much for people to bear off. See her once, and how you have to clear your ears for a few days before you see her again next time. Went to the auction house. The morning staff happened to be at the door. See the two came, immediately welcomed up and said, Miss has gone back at noon. If you two come to look for Miss, we will contact immediately. The staff was very well mannered, bowed and spoke in a respectful tone. Originally, Xiao Ting would have been very satisfied with such a service, but he hurriedly opened his mouth. No, we'll join the auction. After saying that, he immediately walked inside, leaving the staff in place with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Did I just do something to offend? After half a day's thought, the staff had to give up. At this time, a dozen people were already seated in the auction house. After Xiao Ting and Wang Jingyu went in, the people sitting in front of them looked back curiously, but most of their gazes ended up resting on Wang Jingyu. They didn't know Xiao Ting, so they naturally wanted to look at the beautiful women to satiate their eyes. And among them, there were three middle-aged men, all excited, sitting together at the very front of the venue. If Li Mangyao was present, she would definitely be able to recognize that these three were all prominent figures in Jiang City's real estate industry. It's also them that have the backing of a superpower company behind them. At that moment, an auctioneer came on stage with a government-approved official document in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction will begin shortly, so please be at ease. In order to ensure that the auction process proceeds normally, please adjust your cell phones to silent or vibrate mode. Thank you for your cooperation. The woman with the microphone in her hand stepped off the stage after the usual caveat, leaving the auctioneer alone on the floor. Normally auctions would be multiple lots in rotation, but given that this approval and this piece of building are both tasks assigned by the government, only this one thing will be auctioned this afternoon. At this time, there was a young man dressed all in black who walked into the venue and silently sat in the last row without attracting anyone's attention. Now the auction begins. The auctioneer is an old man, but with a strong middle air, should be one of the more senior. The starting bid is $29 million. Each increase shall not be less than 100,000. Raising your hand is considered 100,000 increase. Now the auction begins. After stating the rules clearly, as soon as the old man's words fell, he saw someone raise his card. 29,100,000. The price is low now. And although they know it's unrealistic to stop raising the price right now, a number of them are still in the mindset of giving it a try and starting to raise their cards. $29,200,000. $29,300,000, $29,400,000. Although the cards were raised quickly on the stage, the old man's voice was still very calm in his offer, without any intention of keeping up. $30 million. At Xiao Ting's gesture, Wang Jingyu raised his sign and the old man shouted out the number. In fact, when Xiao Ting was in college before, he had heard his teacher talk about some knowledge related to auctions. General auction lots will have a psychological estimate, like some small auction. 1,000 and 10,000 are a watershed. At this time to seize this whole number of bits is crucial. Usually break through this whole number of digits, breaking the heart estimate. Many people will not raise the price again, and the person who shouted the whole number of digits can successfully take the lot. So Xiao Ting is knocking down people's psychological price. Momentum has waned a bit, but it's still not slow. $30,900,000. Wang Jingyu raised his hand. The auctioneer continued to shout again. $31 million. Every time it reached $1 million, Xiao Ting asked Wang Jingyu to raise his hand once, and the ones that followed the call would become less each time. The three middle-aged men in the front row were sitting in the front row with relaxed faces, occasionally holding up signs. This is a project that they are bound to win. As fewer and fewer people called for bids, they also discovered Xiao Ting as a competitor. The rest of them slowly turned their eyes that were originally on Wang Jingyu to Xiao Ting. So a top-notch beauty is actually working for this kid she's never seen before? Is he a rich kid from a big city family? When the bidding broke through $50 million, the only people left to bid were Xiaoting and the three middle-aged men in front of him. At this moment, the three of them frowned, feeling that things were a bit off. Jiang City real estate counterparts. They've already greeted all of them. How come there's still someone to compete with? Where did this never-seen-before kid come from? But for them, $50 million was still a profit, so they continued to call the price. The black-clothed youth who came in later also frowned, his gaze passing by Wang Jingyu for a slight moment before finally resting on Xiaoting, seemingly sensing that someone was looking at him. Xiaoting twisted his head and smiled at the other party before continuing to look ahead. The price has gone all the way up and has almost broken the 60 million mark. At this time, the black-clothed youth got up and walked towards Xiaoting to sit beside him. Dude, do me a favor? The implication was that he wanted Xiaoting to stop his bidding. Xiaoting also guessed the identity of this youth. It should be the heir that the big company wanted to cultivate. This project is very important to me. Let me have it and I'll definitely thank you afterward. The youth did not hide it any longer, and said bluntly that it was he who wanted the project. This program is important to me too. The other party wants Xiaoting to let go with just a few words? How can that be? By this time, the bidding had reached $61 million. The youth seemed to be in a hurry and opened his mouth. I'm Fong Yuxing from Star International. If you let go this time, I'll use Star International as a guarantee, and I'll definitely thank you heavily. Xiaoting was a bit strange. Was this Fong Yuxing in such a hurry? He actually reported himself directly. You know, they are trying to keep it as secret as possible in order not to be blocked by the rest of the board. Thinking about it, Xiaoting enabled attribute observation. Name Fong Yuxing. Characteristics, business wizard. When looking at the last column, analysis, Xiaoting's face became odd. Chapter 43, Star International's Crisis. Analysis, kind and simple. Not good at dealing with people. Can a kind and simple one come out of this worldly family and not be good at dealing with them? But this at least proved that Fong Yuxing hadn't lied to himself. Xiaoting originally did not plan to fight to the end. Now the business is less. The office building can still slowly find. Of course, Fong Yuxing had to show enough sincerity to make Xiaoting give up. At this time, Fong Yuxing's gaze was pleading, and when he saw that Xiaoting didn't speak, he went on to speak. You help me through this, and I'll share 5% of your shares in Star International. Now, Wang Jingyu, who was next to him, moved. Star International is a big company that is famous all over the country, with a market value of tens of billions of dollars, and 5% of the shares. That's also several $100 million. Xiaoting thought about it and it was a good deal, so he let Wang Jingyu put down the cards in his hand. Fong Yuxing froze at the sight and immediately said thank you. That won't say why. Xiaoting opened his mouth indifferently, causing Fong Yuxing to be stunned again. Nonsense. Gambling hundreds of millions of dollars for this tens of millions of dollars of? Fong Yuxing was simple and kind. Not a fool. Xiaoting is even less so, but knowing that he shouldn't be lying, there must be some other reason that has nothing to do with financial resources. At this time, the auction had already finished, and the three middle-aged men in front of them were overjoyed and actually came towards Xiaoting's place in pairs. Yo, weren't you quite capable just now? Why don't you dare to continue bidding? The three opened their mouths to taunt Xiaoting, but immediately saw Fong Yuxing beside Xiaoting. I told you, young Master Fong is here. How dare you make waves? That's right, costing us an extra $10 million for nothing. Several people saw that Fong Yuxing was here and thought that it was because he had said something to Xiaoting that Xiaoting didn't dare to continue bidding. Xiaoting listened to a few people mocking and ignored them. Instead, he angled his head towards Fong Yuxing. What to do? Fong Yuxing, who heard Xiaoting's opening, stood up with a reddened face. A few people saw that Fong Yuxing's face was red and thought that he was going to make a move to clean up Xiaoting, so they all showed excitement. Pop, pop, snap. After the three slaps, Fong Yuxing's face turned even redder. He hated being invisible, but someone had to mess with him, and the three men who had been beaten touched their faces and looked at each other, wondering what had happened. Apologize to my friend. The moment Fong Yuxing's words left his mouth, he scared the three out of their wits. This is Fong Yuxing's friend? What about yourself? Wasn't he looking for death? The three had been in society for many years, so they were naturally not cuties, and all reacted quickly. I'm sorry, this young master. It's us who were blind and rushed you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The three bowed in unison. Xiaoting casually waved his hand, and the three of them immediately left as if they had been pardoned. Fong Yuxing, on the other hand, sat down and said with a slight apology, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Xiaoting didn't say anything as he waited for Fong Yuxing to explain why. Fong Yuxing then answered Xiaoting's question. The one who was in charge of Star International now is his grandfather, and originally, The one who is going to take over should be his father. But his father left the country 4 months ago to talk business, and then disappeared without a trace, and the family used a great deal of force, but no trace could be found. When his grandfather was in a hurry, his health deteriorated day by day, and as a third-generation, single-passenger Fong Yuxing, he naturally had to be nurtured as a successor, so the power he could use to come here this time was very limited. If he continued to fight with Xiaoting, he would end up either buying that project at a super high price, or not getting it and looking for another project. But his grandfather's body isn't too good anymore, and even his sanity has some problems, so while Fong Yuxing can afford to wait, his grandfather can't necessarily afford to wait, and with the company still eyeing the chairmanship, there's a good chance another mistake will be made in the middle. Is that why you need the program so badly? After Xiaoting heard this, he somewhat pitied Fong Yuxing. Well, brother Xiao, so this time, thank you very much. If we get through this time, 5% of the shares, I'll do what I say. Fong Yuxing was actually only 17 years old. There was naturally nothing wrong with calling Xiaoting his big brother Xiao, and at the moment, he had a serious face. Xiaoting, on the other hand, smiled. So it's not now? Aren't you lying to me? Ha, but I'm not in power yet. Xiaoting interrupted his next words. This kid is really simple. He takes everything he says seriously. Can he control the company like this? But should help a hand or have to help a hand. Xiaoting future can still have several hundred million in the Star International it. After the two left their contact information, Xiaoting took Wang Jingyu away. Honey, what about your office building? Wang Jingyu sweetly opened her mouth and asked Xiaoting. Xiaoting, on the other hand, smiled and looked at the graceful Wang Jingyu next to him. Wang Jingyu accompanying him put him in an incomparably pleasant mood. So naturally, other thoughts rose again. Why lock yourself up in that tiny office building when you're in the company of a beautiful woman every day and you're in an unbelievably comfortable mood? Office building? He's building an office amusement park. He now has a tribute observation and is not afraid of not being able to recruit capable employees. And as long as the employee is competent, he doesn't care if that employee's office is in the pool or on the dance floor. Running straight to the neighborhood, Xiaoting saw his bison parked downstairs. It's Li Mengyao coming. Xiaoting went upstairs and found it leaning in the doorway. Don't you have a key? Mr. Xiao, how's the auction going? Although Xiaoting had given Li Mengyao the key, she still understood that if Xiaoting was outside and asked her to go home to pick up something she could enter. Otherwise she could never open the door with the key and come in on her own. Of course, now that Xiaoting was right in front of her, she was naturally able to pull out the key to open the door for him. An auction. Ha! Didn't argue. Why don't you call? I called Jingyu's phone and she didn't answer. So I knew you guys were together. So, Li Mengyao bit her lip and didn't continue. Xiaoting, on the other hand, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. This Li Mengyao is really a career-oriented strong woman. What's it to me? After entering the door of the house, Xiaoting turned around and asked Li Mengyao, I've signed the contract, $37 million, to be paid in 2 installments. The first 24 million, the second the balance. Saying that, Li Mengyao took out the contract outside the door and handed it to Xiaoting. Xiaoting had wanted to take the contract, but when he saw that Li Mengyao didn't come in, he was a bit puzzled. Not coming in? Li Mengyao shook her head and said softly, I still have to go back and make the first payment. Xiaoting read the contract and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he gave it to Li Mengyao, who took it and said goodbye and left. It seems that he has to recruit some people, otherwise Li Mengyao running around alone. His heartache not to mention. Want to do something else the other side is not available, like a dinner or something. Xiaoting came out of the shower and opened the system, wanting to see what had been refreshed in the mall. Elderly health pills. Function, improve immunity after taking it. Price, 1 point. What the hell? Does this deserve 1 point? Isn't it just health food? Xiaoting naturally wouldn't buy this kind of functionally chicken rib thing. It's better to wait until tomorrow when it's refreshed. Afterward, Xiaoting went to bed. Chapter 44, 60 million equals 600 million. Xiaoting got up and gave a small sigh of relief at the cozy home and went to wash up, but the doorbell suddenly rang. Xiaoting shuffled to the door and then immediately closed it. It was actually Yuan Zuo outside. Seeing this person early in the morning, Xiaoting was really a bit speechless. Ding dong ding dong. Brother Xiao, I've come to bring you breakfast. Why are you closed? Yuan Ro's shout rang out from outside. Helplessly, Xiaoting opened the door anyway. Seeing as the other party was a complete beauty, Yuan Ro immediately dashed in and placed the breakfast in her hands on the table. Not bad for a body, Xiaoting said in admiration. Brother Xiao, you haven't eaten breakfast right. Come and try this. I brought it directly for you. It's good for you, right? Yuan Ro's pretty face was smiling like a flower, but those who were listening had no intention of appreciating it. This guy, he talks too much. Glancing at the breakfast on the table and then at the smile on Yuan Ro's face, Xiao Ting became alert. There's a scam going on here. Seeing the skepticism in Xiao Ting's eyes, the smile on Yuan Ro's face tightened a little. Say, what is it? Xiao Ting spoke calmly, causing Yuan Ro to freeze for a moment. Ha? What? Brother Xiao, you think too badly of me. I just didn't see it in the morning for dinner. Stop. If you don't say anything, please return. Xiao Ting made a gesture to send off his guests. Don't. Brother Xiao, I just have that little favor for you to do. Yuan Ro hurriedly pulled Xiao Ting to sit down and said with a somewhat bad smile, that sports car of yours, can I borrow it for the car show? Car show? Well, yeah. There's a luxury car show this afternoon that a couple of my friends are going to, and I want to take your car to show it off. Hearing Yuan Ro said so, Xiao Ting instead curious. Yuan's Group's but the head office in the magic city of the giant. Yuan Ro is the only bloodline in the younger generation. Of them their own Lamborghini sports car or not? Probably guessing Xiao Ting's doubts, Yuan Ro continued. My grandpa and my dad won't let me drive a sports car, saying that it's easy to get into accidents, and they won't even let me drive it myself. The more he said, the lower his voice became. Hearing Xiao Ting's face blackline, your grandpa and dad won't let you drive for fear of danger. So you come to borrow from me? If something happens to you, aren't you screwing me over? Didn't you say she was righteous? Why does she do all these unethical things? I have a driver's license. We're all good brothers. Just lend it to me. We just met yesterday. Good brothers? You think Xiao Ting is a good brother? Is it hard to be honest? Well, why don't you drive and I'll go with you? Yuan Ro huffed and puffed. How come this Xiao Ting can't get into the oil and salt? Xiao Ting thought about it and agreed. In fact, today this car show, he was going to see if there were any good business cars, and now Yuan Ro wants to go together. Just passing by. Of course, Xiao Ting still made an appointment with her and told her to try not to talk on the way. Yuan Ro's finger made a zipper motion around her mouth. Only then did Xiao Ting open his breakfast and prepare to eat. Breakfast was still all smoking hot, and Xiao Ting glanced at Yuan Ro with some appreciation. This girl, apart from talking too much, is pretty good at everything else. After dinner, Yuan Ro still didn't leave until Xiao Ting promised that he would pick her up in the afternoon. Open the mall and new items appear. Tongqi pill. Efficacy, martial arts training. Injured people can be served to remove the body of the dark disease. Open the acupuncture points. Healthy people to eat is not this effect. Price, 15 points. After looking at the new items, Xiao Ting frowned. How come it's another elixir and this time it's so expensive? However, according to the previous practice of the more expensive price the higher value, this 15 points, he was still willing to pay. Purchase the flux pill. Ding! Tongqi Dan, purchase successful. An elixir appeared in Xiao Ting's hand, and the commodity bar turned black to start the 1-hour countdown. There was a burst of medicinal fragrance coming from it, as well as some ancient patterns. Xiao Ting naturally didn't have the intention of taking a bite to try it out and observed the pill before putting it away. Glancing at the time, it was now 9 o'clock, and we'd see what items would be refreshed in an hour. After taking out his cell phone and watching the live stream for a while, and asking Lily he something about the afternoon car show, an hour had passed. Open the system and enter the mall. The new items that refreshed out made Xiao Ting nod in satisfaction. 10% discount card. Function, 10% discount on all purchases while holding this card. Price, 25 points. Duration, 1 day. Buy it. Ding. The 10% discount spending card was purchased successfully. Time remaining 23 hours and 59 minutes. At this moment, Xiao Ting's system's attribute panel interface. Underneath the doubling card and God of the industry, there was another line of small words. It's so cool to be able to swipe one of these when you go car shopping this afternoon yourself. Suddenly, Xiao Ting had an idea and called Li Mengyao. Mr. Xiao, what's the matter? Li Mengyao was on her way to talk about work and very quickly picked up Xiao Ting's phone. There's no transfer to that side. Is there? Not yet. Alright, send me the account and I'll transfer it personally. Xiao Ting hung up the phone after saying that and waited for Li Mengyao to send the account over. Although Li Mengyao's side didn't know what exactly happened, she didn't ask much and immediately sent over what Xiao Ting had requested. Xiao Ting received the message, took a look at the words, 10% discount spending card, and transferred the money to the other party. The transfer message was then sent. $2,400,000 has been transferred from your account. Please confirm whether it is operated by me. Li Mengyao's phone call came over at this time, and as soon as Xiao Ting picked it up, the other party's voice came over. Mr. Xiao. The other party said that they have received the first payment of $24 million. Aha. Xiao Ting then hung up the phone after replying calmly. Sure enough, as long as you put up the money yourself, even for a trade, you only need to put up 1/10 of it. One more look at the points and they actually went up 240 points, up at the original price. So the 60 million or so in Xiaoting's hand right now actually had the purchasing power of $600 million. Those two previous elixirs weren't good, but this item that came out this time, it's very powerful. Looking at the first column of the commodity locked for a long time, increase in gains, Xiaoting only had to spend another 50 million, and the points would be enough to buy it. After calling Yang Tianba to inform the construction team that they could start work, Xiaoting hung up the phone. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for the afternoon car show. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Lamborghini Fighting Bull was parked in front of the neighborhood, causing countless people to stop and watch. Although all the people living in this neighborhood are either rich or rich, but still very few people will spend $10 or $20 million to buy a sports car. Yuan Ro smiled as she opened the car door and sat on the passenger side. Brother Xiao, you're so nice. Not skimping on her compliments in the slightest, Yuan Ro just got on the bus with a sugar-coated shot. Xiaoting asked with an expressionless face, any research on luxury cars? A luxury car? There's good. Xiaoting didn't wait for her to finish, and with a kick of the gas, the Lamborghini began to roar. Boom, boom, boom. The duo were pressed against the seats by inertia, and then the pit bull came out of the cage. Chapter 45, $120 million. Payment successful. The two arrived at the car show venue and before Xiaoting could get out of the car, Yuan Ro opened the door and disappeared without a trace. Just as he was wondering, he saw Yuan Ro returning with a few people behind him. Seeing Xiaoting get out of the car, Yuan Ro stepped forward and introduced him in a small voice. These are a couple of friends of mine, all with rich and powerful families. Xiaoting raised his eyes to see that these people were all about the same age as himself, and they were dressed gorgeously, so they should all be rich second generation. This is Brother Xiao, my neighbor. Those few rich second generation men who were sunny and women who were handsome also politely went forward to shake hands with Xiaoting. The females all called him Brother Xiao just like Yuan Ro, while the males called him Brother Xiao. Wow, Sister Zoe, this is the car you're talking about? Only then did everyone notice Xiaoting's car and exclaimed in shock. How was it? Cool, Yuan Ro smugly showed off to the people around her, causing a group of rich kids to nod their heads. Sister Zoe, your family let you drive? A somewhat naive-looking boy rubbed his head and asked Zhenru. Yuan Ro's face stiffened and she gave the boy a vicious glare. There was also a rich kid who walked up to Xiaoting and asked in a low voice, Brother Xiao, how much did you pay for this car? When they heard the question, the others held their breath to hear it. Xiaoting saw that a few people were curious and smiled as he opened his mouth. The price is okay. $17 million and you're down. Bull. A few rich kids couldn't help but sigh as they listened. Although they can all afford to drive and buy, they are just below the 10 million level, and they have to ask for permission from their families when they move above 10 million. Naturally, Xiaoting, who could drive a luxury car of more than $10 million, must be a rich second generation not inferior to the people present. Yuan Ro had earned enough face in front of the crowd, so naturally, she was happy to guide them inside the showroom. Is there a better business car? Xiaoting saw that they were all sports cars as he walked towards the inside surrounded by the crowd, so he opened his mouth and asked Yuan Ro, a business car? Let's go over there then. I remember there are a couple of add-on Lincolns over there. A Lincoln? The most expensive one is like $2 to $3 million. Xiaoting shook his head. When Yuan Ro saw this, her eyes glanced at the Lamborghini not far away, and she understood at once. Tens of millions of sports cars have been bought. To buy a business car at least must be a top luxury car, right? Then Brother Xiao, let's go directly to the top luxury car show side to see it. The best sports cars and business cars should be available over there. The duo then headed towards the very center of the showroom. The rich kids following behind them sighed again. That's what a rich kid is. We can't compete with them. Entering the very center, the tourists become more and the cars become much less. Entering into this, there were quite a few people who came over and greeted the people behind Xiaoting. After all, they were all rich people's circle. It was normal to recognize each other, but they were all curious to be able to have such a group of rich kids following them. And the Yuan Group's daughter accompanied them. Could it be the offspring of those bigwigs in the military, political and business worlds? But no matter how much they questioned them, those few rich kids couldn't tell the truth. They only know that this is Yuan Ro's neighbor. How do they know anything else? Xiaoting didn't bother to look at each of them as they greeted each other, so he walked towards a place alone. How can you tell the value of a car at a car show? On price? No, by the onlookers. The more people that gather around, the more luxurious that car becomes. Xiaoting, at this moment, was heading towards one of the most crowded places. Pushing through the crowd, a car is parked quietly in the middle of a fence. One of the luxury cars at the show, the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The commentator next to him kept giving explanations to the surrounding, and Xiao Ting also roughly understood it. What's the price of the car? The moment Xiao Ting asked this, the noisy chatter instantly stopped, and the gazes of all the people looked at Xiao Ting in unison. Hello sir, the official quote for this car's 36 million. If you go through a series of acquisition processes, it will probably cost around 40 million. Seeing a question, the narrator standing next to the car said meticulously, well, good. Xiao Ting nodded his head. This car was not bad looking. The moment he saw this car, a luxurious aura emanated from above this car. Not bad? The crowd wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. All the people here have never seen Xiao Ting, so naturally they can be sure that he is not in the rich circle of Jiang City, and now that they see him like this, they all suspect that he is just looking for an opportunity to pretend to be an ex. So, sir, are you looking to buy one of these cars? The narrator asked Xiao Ting with a smile on her face, but there was still little expectation in her heart. It's not that he looks down on Xiao Ting, it's just that their car show has been held many times in other cities, and this car hasn't been sold, and this city is a second-tier city. I guess the other side is just asking. It's not very realistic to really buy it. No. Xiao Ting shook his head. I told you, he must have come over here to pretend to be X because of the crowd here. Or maybe he's spoofing the live stream. Check around him for cameras. Youngsters nowadays are so fickle. Discussions rose in all directions, but they didn't manage to drown out the next sentence that Xiao Ting said. Are there 10 of them? There was silence, as if the mute button had been pressed on everyone around them. A burst of laughter ensued. Ha 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 ha. We've been exposed and are starting to swing for the fences. I guess I couldn't save face and let myself go completely. Young man, be careful. People sell you half a car. Do you want it or not? 10 more. People have them. Do you buy them? Ha 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 ha. If I had half a car I'd buy it. Amidst the bursts of laughter from the crowd, Xiao Ting did not change his face and just looked at the narrator in front of him. No, we only have 3 at the car show. I'll contact our manager if you need one. Good. The two finished their conversation amidst the noise and jeers of the crowd. The surrounding people slowly quieted down and didn't leave, all ready to see how Xiao Ting would be kicked out by others in a while. Soon the manager came over, followed by finance and car sales. Hello sir, I'm the person in charge of this car show. Are you looking to buy this Rolls-Royce Phantom? The tone was earnest and very polite. All 3. After Xiao Ting calmly finished speaking, the people around him burst into laughter again. Then please make a 20% deposit, and you can pick up your car when it's fully paid for after the convention. After the person in charge finished speaking, the finance behind him walked up with a POS machine and ended it in front of Xiao Ting. No need. Xiao Ting shook his head again, just when the crowd thought he couldn't pretend anymore. Xiao Ting continued. 3. Paid in full. After that, swipe your card, enter your password, and the payment is successful. All in one go. A small ticket was printed from the POS. People around them poked their heads out to see if it was real or not. The financial trembling saved them that effort. $120 million. Paid. Payment successful. The mute button of the crowd around them was pressed this time, but not turned back on, and the breathing of those around them was clearly audible. Chapter 46, Is the Imperial City so poor? Quite a few of the people who had screamed so much just now had gone away in disgrace. Xiao Ting was indifferent. As far as these people's insights are concerned, all they can do in this life is to stand on the sidelines and taunt others. It can't be, can it? It can't be that you guys conspired to make a play, right? A man said conspiratorially from the side. Xiao Ting turned his head and recognized him as the man who had just clamored for half a car. With a slight smile, Xiao Ting said to the person in charge, this customer just said he wants to buy half a car. If he pays for it, I'll pay for the remaining half. After saying that, Xiao Ting left. Instead, the person in charge called for security to detain the man. Being in the position of the person in charge, how could he not understand Xiao Ting's meaning that this person was the one who had messed with that expansive young master? The man was grabbed and yelled, "What are you doing touching me? Let go of me. This gentleman, if you don't pay, don't blame us for throwing you out. Are you kidding me? Over $20 million. I'm paying a fortune." In the end, he was lying on all fours in front of the entrance to the hall surrounded by pedestrians coming and going, with immense regret in his heart. Over there, Yuan Ro didn't know about the sensation caused by Xiao Ting, and when she found Xiao Ting, she found that the other party was standing in front of a sports car to view it, and next to him stood a staff-like person. "Aren't you going to buy a business car? Why are you looking at sports cars here?" Yuan Ro curiously came over to ask. How does she know that Xiao Ting had already finished buying? Without waiting for Xiao Ting to speak, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. "What a beautiful chick." The duo turned their heads to look. A young man dressed in a luxurious brand was paving his way through the crowd towards Xiaoting and Yuan Rou, with a few bodyguard-like people following behind him. The person who was pushed away wanted to get angry, but when he saw a few bodyguards around the other party, he could only walk away resentfully. Are you talking about me? Yuan Rou asked, pointing at herself. Where else is there a prettier one than you? The youth smiled, seemingly elegantly. If he hadn't just pushed people away and walked in, and his eyes hadn't shown an evil look, now the youth is very satisfied in his heart. Originally bored, came to the city to see the car show, did not expect to actually see such a stunning beauty. Looking at the other man with a bit of a giggle, he felt like he was in for a treat. As for Xiaoting next to him, he hadn't seen it before, so it must not be someone with power and influence, so he directly ignored it. Thanks, but how dare you molest your aunt? Zhenru finished with a smirk, followed by a slap and a whoosh. Bang! Instead of hitting the youth's face, Yuan Rou's slap hit a bodyguard's small arm. Blocked. The youth, on the other hand, grimaced. Someone actually wanted to punch him in Yin Zhengwei's face? Or in a small place like Zheng City? Funny, do you guys know who I am? Yin Zhengwei lowered his voice, but his face was clouded with a smile. Joker, Xiaoting, who was at the side, spoke out at this moment, causing his face to stiffen. Yin Zhengwei then changed into a false fake smile and opened his mouth. Do you know who you're talking to? I'll take this car. Xiaoting spoke again, but asked the narrator next to him, not paying any attention to Yin Zhengwei. Yuan Rou, on the other hand, snorted a laugh, making Yin Zhengwei even more annoyed. Making a fool of yourself in front of the woman you're looking at? You got money for a car, right? I am the young proprietor of a Fortune 500 company, and I'm going to make you lose face today. I also think this car is good. I want to buy one and drive it back to the imperial capital. The third time he switched to a smiley face, still hypocritical, but naming himself as being from the imperial capital, with a threatening tone in his words. Xiaoting then took some interest in used attribute observation on Yin Zhengwei. Name Yin Zhengwei. Characteristics, confidence. Analysis, the world family dude. Hypocrisy, small-minded. Cannot be used. No need to make friends. Xiaoting was speechless. According to the evaluation given by this system, this Yin Zhengwei was simply a piece of trash. Attribute observation can see a person's strengths or merits. Before looking at Yuan Rou and Fong Yuxing, one is righteous and the other is a business wizard. What's this Yin Zhengwei's specialty? Confidence? Doesn't that mean you don't know what you're doing? But Xiaoting had nothing to do. Yin Zhengwei wanted to play? Just play with him. What's the matter? Afraid to say yes? Yin Zhengwei spoke up. Xiaoting was speechless for a moment when he used attribute observation, thinking that Xiaoting was frightened by himself. There should be two rules for buying things, right? Xiaoting smiled and opened his mouth, unable to see a hint of displeasure in the slightest. Either first come first served, or the highest bidder wins. Nonsense. Of course the highest bidder wins. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhengwei felt that Xiaoting Xian was too stupid to compare himself to the amount of money he had. It's just what the doctor ordered. Xiaoting smiled and said to the commentator, name the price. The commentator, who had long since frozen next to him, then reacted and immediately returned. 24 million. Yuan Rou, who was on the side, looked at Yin Zhengwei and revealed a disdainful color as she opened her mouth. Quote, Yin Zhengwei was annoyed by that look in Yuan Rou's eyes, and in his mind, he secretly thought of images of ravaging Yuan Rou, while still maintaining a false smile on his face. I'll give you $25 million. 26 million. Xiaoting spoke faintly. Then I'll offer $27 million. $30 million. $31 million. $35 million. Xiaoting was too lazy to raise the price with him 1 million by 1 million and came directly to the stimulus. $40 million. Yin Zhengwei's anger kept rising as he felt Yuan Rou's contemptuous gaze. And Xiaoting's raise was more than his? He couldn't bear it. 45 million. Xiaoting raised his price once more. Yin Zhengwei had already lost his mind a bit and clenched his teeth. $50 million. Is this it? Are they still so poor from the imperial city? Yuan Rou's voice rang out, her beautiful face filled with disdain as her cherry mouth spoke out vicious words. Xiaoting suddenly felt that this Yuan Rou's speech was still a bit good. $55 million. $60 million. Shouting this, Yin Zhengwei's back teeth clenched a bit. He was still waiting for Xiaoting to continue shouting the price when the other party revealed an expression of looking at a little cutie's expression. What's going on? Just as Yin Zhengwei had just reacted, Xiaoting had already changed into a smiling face and enthusiastically went over to shake Yin Zhengwei's hand, saying towards the surroundings in the latter's dumbfounded face, congratulations to this young master for buying this car at the high price of $60 million. Everyone applauded. The people around them looked on and laughed as they clapped. You punked me? Yin Zhengwei's false smile couldn't hang on and the expletive came out. Then he turned his head and shouted at Yuan Ro. "You stinking woman! Sooner or later I'll make you cry." The tone of his voice was already not hiding his anger at all, and his demeanor was completely gone. Xiaoting smiled faintly after hearing this. Tear punishment technique. You can try it now. Xiaoting gently patted Yuan Ro's shoulder and said, "Go." Then the duo left in style. Yan Zhangwei, on the other hand, was stopped by the rushing finance and asked to produce the funds he had just called for. After walking out for a while, Xiaoting said in his heart, "Cry." Chapter 47, Becoming the God of Cookery? Over here, Yan Zhangwei took out his card and was cursing Xiaoting and Yuan Ro in his mind. "Hello sir, please swipe your card." Finance pulls out the POS and holds it politely with a smile on his face. "I know. What are you bothering to say?" Yan Zhangwei gritted his teeth and took it out on the finances. When the card was about to be put on the POS machine, Yan Zhangwei suddenly had a shaky hand, and then his eyes started to tear up. Yes, Yan Zhangwei, crying. Tears were streaming down her face, her mouth was open and no sound came out, but she just couldn't stop the tears. It looked very weird. "Sir?" The finance stood there dumbfounded. "You don't have to cry like that if you can't afford to spend money, do you?" Shout. What are you shouting for?" Yan Zhangwei cried and spoke at the same time. Very comical. Old me and not pay. Yan Zhangwei trembled as he placed the card on the POS machine. His tears had now merged into two lines, trickling down. Tears were streaming down my face. "Do you car shows have any humanity? People can't afford to pay? And you're making them cry. Good lord, do you want to cry like that?" Tears are starting to fly in the wind. This is also talent. So arrogant to raise the price with others just now. I didn't expect to cry even more arrogantly. Discussions continued to come from the crowd, and Yan Zhangwei cried louder and louder, the two lines of tears gradually thickening, and finally even began to spray. Onlookers were stunned as the trickle of water turned into an artificial fountain. This dude didn't die his own father, did he? You can't even ing cry when you're dead like this. A burst of laughter erupted from the nearby onlookers. Yan Zhangwei's cries were loud and long, and could be rated as the strongest of the century. "Young master?" The bodyguard next to him was a bit strange. Although $60 million was quite a lot, it wasn't like this, was it? Standing next to it himself, his clothes were about to get wet, but one look at Yan Zhangwei, the bodyguard was shocked and actually cried, already rolling his eyes. Finally, Yan Zhangwei, who couldn't stop crying, went into shock. After Xiaoting and Yuan Ro left that side, they looked at a few more sports cars before getting ready to leave. During that time, Xiaoting bought an Aston Martin sports car worth $21 million. At that moment, the rich kids gathered. "Can one of you put me in touch with 4 chauffeurs who can drive Rolls Royces and sports cars?" Xiaoting glared at the crowd. Of course he could have had his smartphone controlling the car and driving it back on autopilot, but the people selling the car were right here, and if they saw that the car could be driven unmanned and on autopilot as soon as it was sold, it would be a mess. "Brother Xiao, my family's chauffeur can drive a Rolls Royce. What's wrong? Mine will too." The crowd didn't know that Xiaoting had bought 3 Rolls Royces, so naturally they wanted to ask what Xiaoting was up to. At this time, the person in charge of the car show came over with 4 keys and put them into Xiaoting's hands. "Mr. Xiao, as you requested, the cars have all been parked at the back of the showroom. Here are the keys." The surrounding Genju and Futsuki were wide-eyed. It wasn't that they were surprised that Xiaoting had bought a car, but that they were surprised by the 4 keys, and they could recognize what car these keys represented. 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and an Aston Martin. No wonder it takes 4 drivers. "Brother Xiao, why are you still looking for a driver? I can just drive you back." Yuan Ro reacted by patting her already not-so-small chest and said with conviction. Xiaoting glanced at it and directly ignored it. With her personality, she'd probably end up with her own sports car. Although tens of millions of dollars is not a big deal to him, if he heard Yuan Ro anywhere else except her mouth, wouldn't that be a waste of a stunning beauty? The rich kids present contacted their family drivers and finally called 4 qualified ones. After informing them of the address and asking them to take the car back, the rich kids dispersed. After the people left, Li Mengyao called and told Xiaoting that she had already started working on the creation of the esports theme center. In the end, Li Mengyao ascertained from Xiaoting once again if he really wanted to create an esports theme center. Xiaoting returned. "You'll definitely be on my staff. It's a bet he's going to win." Driving back home, Xiaoting first went down to look at the cars in the garage. The Bison had been driven by Li Mengyao recently, and the rest of the cars were placed here. 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, a Lamborghini Pitbull and an Aston Martin sports car. As for wanting to buy 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, it's really for safety reasons. Now that he's been exposed to more rich people, he's slowly emerging into the public eye as a rich man. There had been instances of rich people being assassinated or kidnapped while traveling before, and he planned to just drive out in a fleet of 10 mirages when the time came to make people with bad intentions give up the idea of doing evil. It's just a shame that we only got 3 of them to make do. Back at home, Xiaoting sat on the sofa, opened the system. An attribute panel appeared instantly. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 62. Charm, 5. Power, 6. Mol, 2. Points, 1468. He himself had spent $140 million today, and naturally had more than 1,400 points. Finally, you can buy, gain increase, which has been locked in the mall for a long time. Opening the mall, 2 items appeared. Column 1, increased earnings. Effect, purchase increases the system host's earnings by 2,000. Price, 1,000 points. Column 2, 1 attribute point. Effect, purchase allows the host to add points. Price, 250 points. Ha! The attribute points aren't random this time? But the price is actually 5 times as much as the random attribute points. Not caring about that much, Xiaoting first wanted to purchase that item that had been locked for a long time. Purchase, increased earnings. Ding! Gain increase, purchase is successful. Effective immediately, the bar is automatically unlocked. A new item was then refreshed on the first column. Chef's Secret. Effect, contains the mystery of becoming the god of cookery. Buy it and get world-class cooking standard. Price, 40 points. Xiaoting was a bit speechless. This thing still looked quite tempting. But if he was so rich, couldn't a good cook be recruited? But after thinking about it again and again, Xiaoting still bought it. More skill is not pressure. Besides, it would be nice to catch a few women's stomachs. After purchasing the Kitchen God Secret book, a golden light shot out and entered Xiaoting's limbs. Then Xiaoting went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, picking a few vegetables at random, and then picked up a knife, wanting to try the effect. Wow! The knife arced gracefully through the air, the blade making just the right amount of contact with the dish at every turn. That's some classy knife work. As far as cooking results go, that's more than can be said. Xiaoting was, at this point, a culinary god. Although Xiaoting had eaten on the way back, he couldn't help but take a few more bites of his own cooking. Fortunately, not much was made and not wasted. Xiaoting sighed that although this Kitchen God Secret book was expensive, it was still good to use. Of course, the nanny and cook still had to be found. Thinking about this, Xiaoting couldn't help but sigh. There were quite a few people to recruit. Company employee, nanny bodyguard, driver cook. Tomorrow, I'll move to look for it. Anyway, I have attribute observation. The person I'm looking for, can't fool myself. Chapter 48, Crying and Dehydration. In the morning, Xiaoting woke up and realized it was still early, so he made himself a breakfast. That's nice. I opened my phone during dinner and was pushed a news story. Last night, in the Jiang City car show, Liyuan Group Chairman's son Yan Zhangwei suspected of raising the price of the purchase of a car with someone, after the payment of too much emotion and a sudden outbreak of malignant disease, was sent by bodyguards to the hospital, and is now staying in the hospital for observation, followed by pictures that have no nutritional analysis and are irrelevant. Scratch to the bottom and there are already quite a few comments. One of the most liked comments was, Yan Zhangwei, this grandson, he is A and deserves it. There were also a few outbursts. My friend at the hospital said Yan Zhangwei kept crying and couldn't stop himself, and was almost dehydrated when he was brought here. Xiaoting hooked up the corner of his mouth when he saw this comment, actually being able to cry until he was dehydrated. This, tear punishment technique, was really magical. Some people didn't believe it and countered below, while the original comment argued with them. Crying all the time? And you can't stop yourself? Who are you kidding? Really? I won't lie to you. Ardeen analyzed him as having overindulged and had nerve paralysis before he couldn't control it. That makes some sense when you put it that way. Legend has it that the guy was incredibly horny. Xiaoting finished his breakfast and put away his cell phone. This time was just a small lesson. If this Yan Zhangwei still didn't open his eyes, he didn't mind having a more exciting one. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was really Yuan Ro at the door. Brother Xiao, did you see the news? Yesterday that guy got a conscience and cried himself into the hospital. How it sounded awkward. But it was really what Yuan Ro had said. A conscience? This guy has a conscience? It's just that no one can explain why. So they have to resort to blackmail like this. Xiaoting smiled without saying anything. It's a shame that guy was suddenly cured in the wee hours of the morning. Xiaoting understood in his heart that it was just the end of the 10-hour duration of the tear punishment technique. If Xiaoting didn't let him go and used all 3 times on him, it could make him cry alive until he died of dehydration. Yuan Ro put down the breakfast in her hand, but suddenly saw the empty plate placed on the table. Brother Xiao, have you eaten? Xiaoting nodded. How did this Yuan Ro turn into her own nanny? Bringing breakfast every day? That's actually not bad. If she doesn't say anything, then Xiaoting sent Yuan Ro away. As the latter had begun to chatter, open the system mall. A panel instantly appeared. Column 1, Gatling machine gun with blue fire. Function, weapons of mass destruction. Price, 10 points. What the hell is this first item? Weapons of mass destruction? What would you do with that thing in a peaceful time and a peaceful country? You're in China. If you get caught with this, you'll be shot. Decisively ignoring the first item, Xiaoting rested his gaze on the second item. Column 2, face pills. Function, after using it, it can make the face stay in the golden age forever, without affecting the body function. Price, 1,000 points. 1,000 points. And that's a feature that has to impress anyone who looks at it. Women want to stay young forever, but so do men. Although he could add points to his lifespan and theoretically wouldn't age, his face could say no. Some wrinkles or something wouldn't look good. Not enough points to lock now. Gotta go out and spend money for points. Quickly descending the stairs, Xiaoting drove his new Aston Martin and parked at the entrance of the Zheng City Talent Market. Oh my god. Which company's boss has come to recruit in person? Driving such a flashy sports car? Such a young boss? A rich kid, right? There were even a few women wearing light makeup who came up and asked Xiaoting if he was here to recruit that? Xiaoting directly ignored it. Entered the middle of the job market, ignoring the surrounding sound of a job search, directly toward the manager's office. Pushing the door open, a fat man was sitting in a chair, bored and smoking a cigarette. When he saw someone come in, the fat man didn't even look at them. Looking for who? Xiaoting moved to sit on the sofa next to him and opened his mouth. Find the ones that need money. When Fatty heard this, he immediately pinched his cigarette and looked at Xiaoting. The fat man looked Xiaoting up and down, and after seeing his valuable watch and clothing, he instantly put on a smile. What is the gentleman's name? After getting up from his chair, he enthusiastically walked next to Xiaoting. Xiao. Oh, Mr. Xiao. Which professions are you looking to recruit? Just be elite. Ha? Fatty muttered. This Mr. Xiao came in and did not say what work. Open mouth to elite. And did not say which professional. How to get. Just as he was thinking, Fatty took another look at Xiaoting's outfit, and after he was convinced that he was a very rich man, he slammed his head. Rich people like that kind of thing. Of course, they don't care about the specialty, as long as it's the best. Mr. Xiao, please wait. Fatty saw Xiaoting nod and immediately went out. Out the door, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Xiao Lu. Ah, you call all the prettiest girls to my office according to the photos on the file. Don't worry about specialty, just pretty. What are you farting about? There's a big client waiting, so hurry up. After giving instructions to the other end of the phone, the fatty went back into the office and smiled fawningly at Xiaoting. Mr. Xiao, wait a moment ha. Are they all elite? Absolutely superb. Fatty nodded his head there, but instead, Xiaoting was a bit confused. Are the best people in the job market now described as extremely talented? But soon, with the arrival of those extremes, Xiaoting wanted this fat man to go to the bathroom and pour the water out of his brain before coming back. All female, and all young and beautiful. No wonder it's said to be superb. Well, Mr. Xiao, still satisfied? Looking at these one elites in front of him, Xiaoting couldn't get angry. This fatty was understanding. Just a little too much. You three stay and the rest can leave. Xiaoting used attribute observation and probably looked at 3 people who were more satisfied, while the rest were of average quality. So he dismissed them. 2 people are more considerate and can be front of house, while the remaining one is more eloquent and can be a salesperson first. Xiaoting grabbed the fat manager's ear and said to him, listen up, put your nasty thoughts away for now and find me the elite. The manager quickly said yes, and then went out to make a phone call. That, sir, is what we are to do? Inside the room, a girl couldn't help but ask, a little apprehensive inside. You 2 will be the front desk and that one will be sales. Ha, not only are you surprised that it's a proper job, but you've actually been assigned a job? Base salary of $10,000 a month, and later on, based on the company's performance, will be president. The 3 of them froze when they heard it. Such a high salary. Then the fat manager came in with a new set of people, this time both men and women. Let them all introduce themselves? The fat manager opened his mouth and asked. No need. Attribute observation. Activate. The information of the people in front of him was in Xiaoting's eyes. Chapter 49, according to the salary of the president's bodyguard. The quality of this group was much higher than the previous one, and there were even a few returnees. Sweeping down with a glance, Xiaoting found a different one. What position did he apply for? Xiaoting pointed to a large man in the center and asked the fat manager. Driver. Without waiting for the fat manager to speak, The big guy opened his mouth first when he saw Xiao Ting pointing at himself. Driver? This property? Name Ma Ming. Characteristics, stable. Strong fighting ability. Analysis, a retired soldier of a special force in China with very good military quality can be recruited as a bodyguard. Retired military? Yes. Maman straightened his body and replied proudly. Okay, you're it. A solid personality. Whether driving or being a bodyguard. It's a great choice. Then they looked at the others, picking and choosing quite a few. After the rest of the people left the stage, apart from the 3 girls at the beginning, the fat manager and Xiao Ting, there were 14 people left. These, then, were the elites he had chosen, ready to be selected as future company executives. After stating everyone's salary and then leaving Li Mengyao's phone number, Xiao Ting left. Before leaving, Xiao Ting added the contact information of the fat manager. In the future, if you have any good talents, send them directly to me. Xiao Ting then gave the fat manager $50,000 as a reward, and the latter naturally assured with gratitude that in the future, all the outstanding talents and the very best, would be reserved for Xiao Ting first. Xiao Ting didn't say anything this time and directly called Ma Ming to leave with him. Can you drive a Rolls-Royce? Will. I can drive every model in the country now. In fact, what Maman didn't say was that he knew all of the weapons-loadable vehicles in the country, like airplanes and tanks and submarines and stuff. Work as a bodyguard and part-time driver. Xiao Ting thought about the salary of a presidential bodyguard. I'll give you $300,000 a month. Ha? $300,000? Since his retirement from the army, Ma Ming has encountered obstacles everywhere, and refused to proclaim his skill everywhere, so naturally he could not find a job. Soldiers, they should hide their fronts. Now that someone directly offered him $300,000, he was naturally a bit taken aback. Too little? Xiao Ting raised his eyebrows. He was satisfied with Ma Ming's attributes. If it was less, he would just give more. He wasn't short of money anyway. Seeing that Xiao Ting misunderstood, Ma Ming hurriedly explained. No, it's just that this salary is too high. I'm just a driver. Even if I work as a bodyguard at the same time, this salary is too high. If it was another country, he felt that this salary is okay, but in China, the social security first class, when the bodyguard most of the time is completely for the employer to support the scene, not encounter any danger. Of course, Xiao Ting didn't think so. As his ability to make money increased, it was only a matter of time before his wealth exceeded that of some of the big capitalists within China, or even the richest man in the world, and sooner or later, he would set foot on a bigger stage, and looking for a bodyguard now was just a way to save himself the trouble in the future. Have something to say. Xiao Ting saw that Ma Ming seemed to have something else to say. Ma Ming nodded his head and seemed to have made up his mind as he opened his mouth. Mr. Xiao, I still have more than a dozen brothers. If you need them, how are the hands? Xiao Ting asked. Of course you can't just recruit one bodyguard. It never hurts to have more. Ma Ming's eyes let out a bright light and proudly patted his chest. A good one at that. $250,000 a month. And the rest of the allowances and stuff are the same as yours. And you're in charge of managing it. Xiao Ting dropped a sentence and shoved 3 more keys to Ma Ming before turning to leave. Ma Ming looked at the 3 keys in front of him and the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms in front of him and fell into deep thought. During the years in the army, I knew less about the outside world, and now people in a small city in China were already trenchant to this extent? Back in the room, Li Mengyao called. Xiao Ting picked up the phone. What's wrong? Mr. Xiao, you didn't even find an office building and sent me a group of staff over. How can I arrange it? Li Mengyao's voice carried some helplessness. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, returned without caring. These are not a lot of people yet. Let's rent 1 or 2 floors of office buildings in the city to get it first. The money will be scratched from the company's account, and I'll call another $20 million over. After saying that, Xiao Ting hung up the phone. It will take a while to get the amusement park office area you want to get anyway. So now that there are fewer people, rent an office area and get it first. Over there, Li Mengyao shook her head somewhat helplessly after hanging up the phone. I'm not even his employee yet. Why do I have to do everything for myself? However, since he was going to make a bet, he himself couldn't be a stumbling block to Xiao Ting. What Xiao Ting had arranged, one must do well. On Xiao Ting's side, Yuan Rou came again. If it wasn't for Yuan Rou's good looks and personality, Xiao Ting wouldn't have wanted to open the door to her with her annoying behavior. What is it again? My friends are going to hang out together this afternoon. Some of whom you've met, and some of whom heard about the car you bought yesterday and said they wanted to meet you. And I can't afford not to fulfill the requests of my little brothers as a big sister. So I wanted to ask you about this afternoon. Okay. Thinking that he was also fine, Xiao Ting agreed. It's not bad to go and make friends with the rich kids in Jiang City, in case you need them someday. So, this afternoon, Still driving the sports car? This time can let you try my driving skills. I'm not bragging. As Yuan Rou spoke, a glint flashed under her eyes. With the strict control at home, she could only have a good time here at Xiaoting's place. Not open. Xiaoting's two simple words blocked all of Yuan Rou's words. In the afternoon, when Xiaoting and Yuan Rou went downstairs, Ma Ming's 15 brothers were already standing neatly downstairs. After Xiaoting swept through with a tribute observation and realized that the system's assessment of all these people was similar to Ma Ming's, he opened his mouth. Good. All aboard. The 3 Rolls-Royces, then, drove out of the neighborhood as sensationally as the day they drove in. This neighborhood in the end lived into what big God went. 3 luxury cars together to go. Too dazzling. I guess it's the chairman of the Yuan family returning? Can you have such a big row in this part of River City? That's true. The company's headquarters is in Magic City. It's just that the Yuan Group started in Jiang City, so the old man came back to live there because he was nostalgic. Perhaps it was because the sound of the discussion of the few people outside was both unobtrusive and on the side of the road, too close to the car Xiaoting was sitting in. Xiaoting could hear it clearly. He just thought that the Yuan family was one of the bigger companies in Jiang City, but he didn't realize that the company's headquarters was actually in Magic City. Your family, how does it compare to the Le Yuan Group? Yan Zhangwei was from the Le Yuan Group, and Xiaoting wanted to understand the strength of these companies at the moment. Yuan Rou shook her head and spoke with some seriousness. The Le Yuan Group's underpinnings are a little stronger than our family's, but the difference isn't that big. What about Star International compared to you? Xiaoting went on to ask. Star International? It's almost the same as Le Yuan Group, except that they're competitors with Le Yuan Group, and the two families have open and secret battles in various fields. So what's the point of asking this? Yuan Rou looked at Xiaoting with some curiosity as she spoke. Xiaoting, on the other hand, was calm. It's okay. Chapter 50, Yan Zhangwei who came for trouble again? If Yuan Rou knew that Xiaoting had gotten Fong Yuxing's assurance to give him 5% of Star International shares, wouldn't she just annoy him to death in the car? Ma Ming drove steadily, but not slowly, and soon arrived at the place Yuan Rou had said. A bar. Just from the outside look, we know that the luxury is extraordinary. In and out of the people in addition to the service staff, will be handsome men and women, should be rich second generation or rich second generation of men and women friends. Ma Ming brought 2 people in with Xiaoting Yuan Rou, while the rest waited outside. There are really a lot of people today. After Yuan Rou went in, she glanced over at the bar and muttered, then led Xiaoting up to the upstairs private room, while the 3 bodyguards guarded the entrance to the private room. Pushing the door in, a cold air mixed with the smell of alcohol hit his face. The people who were talking and laughing in the room saw the door open and looked to the doorway, and when they saw that the visitor was Yuan Rou, they all got up to greet him. Sister Zoe, you're late today. Big sister, come and have a drink with the brothers? Sister Zoe, this is? Finally, someone noticed Xiaoting who came in behind Yuan Rou. Yuan Rou, on the other hand, immediately pulled Xiaoting's arm and introduced himself to the crowd. That's the same neighbor I was talking about earlier who bought 3 Rolls-Royces and an Aston Martin yesterday. Then he twisted his face again and whispered to Xiaoting, there are a few here that you met yesterday, and the rest are all rich kids from Jiang City, so I'll introduce them to you. After the introductions, some of the rich kids who had just met Xiaoting today took the initiative to come over and greet him. Although they had their own arrogance, they could understand a lot more when they saw that Yuan Rou had this attitude towards Xiaoting. Brother Xiao, you're older, do you mind if I call you Brother Xiao? Sister Zoe's brother. Then they are all our brothers. Brother Xiao, my name is Zhao Xuanji. I'm Li Forget-hun. Please take care of Brother Xiao in the future. The crowd came over to say hello, and Xiaoting responded one by one, and added contact information. At the same time, Xiaoting felt some emotions inside. When I was moving myself before, there were quite a few other students who were having an average time and who were sneering at me. And now that he's turned over a new leaf, all these rich kids who are just strangers are treating him with respect. Subsequently, Xiaoting also drank some under everyone's persuasion. But in line with the principle of not craving for wine though it is good, he stopped drinking after he felt it was almost done. During that time, Yuan Rou went to the restroom once, and then there was a knock on the door. Come in, a rich kid shouted outward, and a middle-aged man in a suit pushed the door open. Good afternoon everyone. Excuse me everyone. Young Master Yan from Le Yuan Group is in the next box. Knowing that Ms. Yuan Rou is here, he would like to ask Ms. Yuan Rou to enjoy a drink. Outwardly respectful, but there was a hint of a commanding tone in what was said. They, young Master Yan, have come from the imperial capital, and these bumpkins in front of them, how dare they say a word? My ears are itchy. I can't hear the dogs barking. A rich second generation rubbed his ears, then said to the people around him, that's right, this is Jiang City, So tell your what's-his-name young Master Yen to come here less to annoy us. If you want to bluff, go back to your imperial capital. We in Jiang City don't eat your. The other rich youngsters also spoke up, angrily rebuking the middle-aged man who had come to deliver the message. Yuan Ro is their friend, and even more so the person they treat as their big sister. Letting Yuan Ro go over there to accompany the drinks. What does that take them? These rich second-generation people. 4. Heir, Xiaoting and Yuan Ro, on the other hand, glanced at each other. This young Master Yen, who else could it be? It's Yen Zhangwei again. If there's nothing else, please go back. And if you want to meet me for a drink, make an appointment at Yuan's group and I'll give him an answer if I have time. Yuan Ro opened her mouth to send the middle-aged man back. The middle-aged man grimaced a little, then clapped his hands together. Snap, pop, the voice fell. The previously unclosed door of the private room at the moment another 10 people walked in, each holding a golden dais in their hands. On top of it all, there were 2 bottles of wine that just looked gorgeous and extraordinary. The name of that bottle appeared in the minds of everyone present after seeing it. Royal Salute 48 years, with a price tag of $100, 000 per bottle at the bar. It makes the number of people who see it only gulp a little. The average Royal Salute is thousands of dollars. And on the vintage, the price continues to climb according to the length of the year. To the 50 years of copies or even more, are priced out of the market. The 48 is available but unaffordable for many. Seeing the middle-aged man bring in people to put down 20 bottles of Royal Salute, a rich young man opened his mouth with a cold face. What are you doing? The middle-aged man glanced at the rich second-generation man who opened his mouth with squinted eyes, his contempt showing, and then he said in a nonchalant manner, "These 10 bottles of wine are young Master Yan's welcome gift to all of you when he first came here." At these words, the rich kids were silent. It was only $2 million, but they still couldn't afford to give it away casually as a meet and greet gift. And the second generation of the rich compare with each other in terms of wealth and power. Now, it was obvious that they were all being outclassed by that young Master Yen of the Liyuan group, whom they had never met. At this moment, Xiaoting, who hadn't said anything, saw that everyone was silent and guessed what was on everyone's mind, and opened his mouth to laugh. Since young Master Yen is so kind, then we'll just accept it. Brother Xiao. When Yuan Ro heard this, she hurriedly whispered to Xiaoting, after receiving someone's gift, either we return the gift or I have to. Yuan Ro didn't say any more. If this group of them returned a gift that was no better than these 20 bottles of Royal Salute, then the rich daughters of their Jiang city would be reduced to the laughingstock of the nation. Unless Yuan Ro went over to have a drink with that Yen Zhangwei. There's no harm. I just met everyone today, so let's give everyone a welcome gift. Xiaoting comforted Yuan Ro, then got up and said to the middle-aged man, Yen, what right? Just say that I'll accept the gift. The middle-aged man frowned now. Where did this ungrateful brat come from to call our young Master Yen something? How dare you accept gifts? Good, good. I'll go now. The middle-aged man showed a cold smile and turned to leave. As soon as the middle-aged man left, a few rich second-generation men immediately gathered around and spoke to Xiaoting. They weren't blaming Xiaoting, they just felt that Xiaoting was too impulsive. Brother Xiao, this $2 million gift back. If he sends it over again, we have to keep comparing, so in the end we may. One rich kid pointed out the stakes, while the others nodded their heads in agreement after hearing it. So much trouble. Ha? Xiaoting asked. And then the other rich second generation nodded again. Tell you what, Brother Xiao, you have a thin face. I'll return this wine for you to go. A rich second generation thought that Xiaoting was really acting on impulse and now opened his mouth to try to relieve Xiaoting. Xiaoting, on the other hand, shook his head and then said something that made the rich kids present freeze. I don't have the time to return it, so let's settle it once and for all. Chapter 51. It's just cutie pie. What? The rich second generation all suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. This Xiaoting actually said to return a gift once? Meaning, a gift that the opposite party can't afford to pay back? At this moment, Xiaoting had the waiter come over and whispered a few words, then gave a card to the waiter. The waiter then went out with a face full of excitement. In the next box, Yen Zhangwei, whose lips were a little pale, sneered after listening to the middle-aged man's report. Comparing financial power with me? I brought $200 million from home this time. As soon as he spoke, the music in his own box was cut off. What the hell? How did this music stop by itself? At the same time, all the music in the bar stopped. Immediately afterward, a host's voice came over the stereo. Ahem. Hello. After trying the tone, the host didn't say anything. Yen Zhangwei opened his mouth and cursed. What does this mean? ING dare to stop my music? Finally, that host spoke up. Today, young Master Yen of the imperial capital Liyuan group came to us and gave 20 bottles of Royal Salute 48 to MS. Yuan Ro and her companion in the box next to is as a meet and greet gift. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the bar first fell silent. Then a murmur erupted. I'll go. This one from the imperial capital is different. Out of the blue is $2 million. La Yuan Group? It's not the one that was still in the hospital this morning, is it? So trenchant. I can't even afford to buy a bottle. I actually gave away 20 bottles directly. Didn't you hear the delivery of Yuan Ro? The daughter of Yuan's group. She's so pretty. Okay, stop it. Be careful, people hear you. And at this moment, Yan Zhangwei and the middle-aged man in the box both revealed smiles. This bumpkin in Jiangzhou City is quite on the right track, knowing to say thank you. But if that Yuan Ro doesn't come over to accompany me, this matter won't be solved so easily. He assumed that the rich kids of River City were deliberately broadcasting it to show him their appreciation. At that point, the host went back to talking. As a token of appreciation, Ms. Genro will be purchasing some wine at this bar in return. Yan Zhangwei froze when he heard this, and then began to sneer again. A return gift? You can afford it this time. What about next time? What about the next time? I'll see what you do. Sooner or later, I'll make you come over and drink with me. But considering that young Master Yan is so knowledgeable that he doesn't care about this, Ms. Yuan Ro is prepared to pass it on for him to all the guests present. What? Yan Zhangwei was a bit confused. What did this mean? Before he could think more, an explosive news came out of the host's mouth. So, for the 200 tables of guests present, today, a bottle of Royal Salute 48 per table. This was followed by a mountain of shouts and applause from outside. Holy, 200 bottles of Royal Salute 48? One bottle of $100,000, 200 bottles of $20 million. This Miss Yuan family has put down blood money. In that comparison, that imperial capital's what's-his-name young Master Yan is trash. That's right, that $2 million is good enough to take out and give away? The spectators in the audience couldn't get their hands on $2 million either. But now that Yuan Ro had made it possible for them to drink 100,000 bottles of wine, they naturally spoke toward Yuan Ro. At this moment, the rich second-generation people next to Xiaoting were all looking at him like hungry wolves encountering their prey, and the glint in their eyes was frightening. The host said that Yuan Ro had invited him, but they had watched Xiaoting order things to the waiter as well as take out his card and give it to the waiter. Xiaoting was uncomfortable being looked at by the crowd and opened his mouth. What's the matter? Not happy with me anymore? The tone was not serious. After all, these rich kids were quite nice and worth befriending. No, Brother Xiao. I heard that you bought 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and an Aston Martin yesterday. The rich second generation called Li Oblivion from before was currently at the front of the line, talking to Xiaoting. Xiaoting, on the other hand, nodded his head. Hiss. The people present all sucked in a breath of cold air. These 2 days squandered out should be nearly $200 million, right? Did someone in the family print the money? Spending like this? The son of the richest man in the world? Seeing that these rich second generation were shocked, Xiaoting's heart also rose with a hint of pleasure. But it's also that they don't know that Xiaoting is now making $500 a minute. $20 million? He'll be back in 2 days if he doesn't splurge so much. Inside the next box, Yan Zhangwei was looking out through the glass window of the box. The more he saw the people outside laughing and roaring, the more somber his face became. People return gifts directly is 20 million. He now is not to take 200 million to return gifts? Young master, what should we do? Seemingly sensing Yan Zhangwei's anger, the middle-aged man straightened his suit and somewhat timidly opened his mouth to call out to him, without the slightest bit of the condescension that he had used to deliver the wine just now. I'd like to go and see what it is. Giving a wink to the bodyguard next to him, Yan Zhangwei walked towards the door. After making such a big fool of himself yesterday, he came to the bar today after being discharged from the hospital, ready to find a few chicks to have fun with, only to see Yuan Ro who had gone to the toilet. Naturally, he was not interested in those vulgar girls at the bar, which is why he sent a gift to try to humiliate the other party. I didn't realize that it was he himself who was now being humiliated, and he was angry, very angry. Thinking about it, Yan Zhangwei pulled open the door, followed by a waiter who just happened to come in. Sir, this is the wine Ms. Yuan Ro sent you. Since he invited the entire audience, Xiaoting naturally wouldn't skimp on this bottle. Get out! Yan Zhangwei's fire intensified and he shouted at the innocent waiter. He then watched the waiter run away in fear before he changed into a smiling face and walked towards the private room where Yuan Ro's few people were. In the doorway, 3 large men stood straight, looking back at the 7 bodyguards behind himself. Yan Zhangwei lowered his heart and entered the private room. Ma Ming and the 3 of them didn't get Xiaoting's order, so they didn't stop Yan Zhangwei and the middle-aged man, as well as the 7 bodyguards behind them, pushing the door in. Yan Zhangwei saw Xiaoting sitting in the center at a glance. You boys were there? Seeing him, Yan Zhangwei was furious. He spent $60 million to buy a 20 to 30 million sports car, reduced to a laughingstock not to mention, but also because of yesterday's strange disease directly on the news. Disgrace to the grandmother's home. It all started because Xiao Ting raised the price. However, he didn't think Xiao Ting was really capable of anything right now. Otherwise, why wouldn't Xiao Ting dare to continue to raise the price with him? If Yuan Rou knew this thought of his, he would definitely lament. Cutie. It's just cutie pie. Ah. At this moment, looking at the aggressive Yan Zhangwei, Xiao Ting then asked him with a smile. Yo, Mr. Yan, is the $60 million sports car comfortable? Upon hearing this, Yan Zhangwei almost lost his breath. This kid, how dare he mention this? Is he blind? Can't he see the bodyguards behind me? Yan Zhangwei smiled coldly and waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards behind him that they could do it, then said in a lofty manner, the showroom was crowded yesterday, and since we met again today, you can't blame me for being deadly. Maman. Xiao Ting sat there without moving, but he saw the door of the private room being quickly pushed open, and then the 7 bodyguards were treated like little chickens. Throw it out. Chapter 52, Crying in the Hospital Again. Yo, young Master Yan, aren't you going to kill me? Isn't my brother Xiao still properly here? Yuan Rou opened her mouth to sneer at Yan Zhangwei at this moment. The rich young men who had just been frozen in place with fear also came back to their senses and said, yes, young Master Yan. Is this how you lock Yuan Group is going to lay your hands on them? Brother Xiao, this man is just bragging and is trying to scare you. Ha ha ha, why don't you stop screaming? Weren't you fierce just now? At this moment, Yan Zhangwei only wanted to rush up and slap the mouths of those people across the street, especially Xiao Ting, who was sitting in the center, and Yuan Rou, who seemed to be leaning on Xiao Ting's arms, but he couldn't, and behind him Maman yanked him and the middle-aged man by their collars, leaving them very comically lifted in the air. Completely immobilized. Young Master Yan, it's just a matter of exchanging sports cars. Is it worth getting so angry? Xiao Ting leaned his back against the sofa, like a superior looking askance at a submissive. Have the guts to let go of me. I'll fight you one-on-one. Yan Zhangwei gritted his teeth. The Yuan Rou and the others beside him gave him a contemptuous look when they heard it. Just now, he called a bunch of bodyguards to come up to deal with others, and was cleaned up by 3 of his bodyguards. And now he wants to go one-on-one with them? Yan Xiao. Have time to go and get cured, or else you'll be crying in this aggravation. It's not good, Xiao Ting said, then unleashed the second-tier punishment technique. What the, holy, not again? Yan Zhangwei was about to put in a harsh word when an unsettling premonition came to his mind, followed by crying, and his speech began to take on a sobbing tone. Then in the midst of the crowd's gawking, Yan Zhangwei cried. The crying was so emotional, heartfelt, chopped liver and stormy. As soon as Ma Ming saw that Yan Zhangwei was crying, he hurriedly let go of the latter's hand and then looked at Xiao Ting in embarrassment. Mr. Xiao, I didn't use that much strength. Seeing that Ma Ming thought that he had pushed too hard, Xiao Ting, who knew what was going on, just felt some amusement in front of his eyes. It's okay, throw these 2 out. Then Ma Ming hurriedly left Yan Zhangwei and the middle-aged man outside the private room, lying together with the 7 bodyguards from before. Why are you guys, such losers? Accompanied by crying curses, those few bodyguards felt very ashamed that this unrivaled young Master Yan was actually angry and crying because of the incompetence of these few people of his. Then a few people stumbled down the stairs and tried to get out of the bar. Isn't this Mr. Yan? What Yan Daisuke? It's young Master Yan of the Liyuan Group, the one who gave Ms. Yuan a drink just now. Ha, it's him, ha, go say hi. Soon, a group of people surrounded over, but as the people surrounded over, the crowd realized that this Yan didn't know how to cover his face. Seems to be unable to see people. Young Master Yan? I'm River City. Get out. A man with a smile on his face wanted to go up and strike up a conversation, but all he heard was a dull curse coming from under Yan Zhangwei's hands covering his face. The crowd froze in place. This rich boy was so impolite. As the saying goes, a hand out is not a hand up. Even if Yan Zhangwei couldn't see them, he wouldn't have such a bad attitude, would he? Why is there water in this hand? An onlooker noticed the end of the story. Water was flowing out from underneath Yan Zhangwei's arms and hands that were covering his face. The moment this onlooker's voice came out, the crowd looked at Yan Zhangwei with curiosity, making the latter unable to go out by circling around left and right, but instead blocking it even more tightly. Remember the news today? The one where Yan Zhangwei cried into the hospital? Yeah, I guess it's back to being sick. I thought it was some kind of unscrupulous media writing it up for attention, but it's actually true? This trip was worth it. 100,000 bottles of wine. Yan's crying. Seeing that many people had already taken out their cell phones to take pictures, the middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly signaled his bodyguard to go up and stop in front, scolding the crowd for not allowing pictures to be taken. Then, under the watchful eyes of a growing number of onlookers, Yan Zhangwei's group squeezed out of the crowd and fled. Of course, he ended up in the hospital. Xiaoting and his group continued to start putting on the wine after Yan Zhangwei and the others were driven away. Come on, brother Xiao, brother toasts you. A rich second generation who had already drunk too much and was already speaking with a bit of a lisp, still struggled to come over to give Xiaoting a toast, and then drank the wine in his cup in one go. Xiaoting also raised his cup and took a small sip, and then whispered to Yuan Rou after putting it down, quickly find someone to send him back, with some helplessness in his tone. After all, this rich second generation in front of you, all give yourself a drink break. Already toasted him 3 times. Brother Xiao, I let you spend $20 million today. I'll take this breath. This money is on my head. Yuan Rou wasn't drunk, but one could tell that she had a lot of respect for what Xiaoting did today. Xiaoting glanced at her slightly red face, like a tantalizing apple that made people want to take a bite. It's fine. Just consider it as a meet and greet gift from me to my friends, Xiaoting said, raising his cup. The rich second generation present, as long as they were not already drunk, raised their cups in response to Xiaoting. Between pushing and swapping cups, time flew by. Although Xiaoting didn't drink much, but talking and laughing with these young people didn't require any hooking up. It was quite cozy here. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. The rich daughters all had drivers waiting in front of the bar, and after the crowd dispersed, Xiaoting and Yuan Rou also got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Brother Xiao, today, you are so handsome. Even when she was drunk, Yuan Rou's mouth refused to stop, but now her slightly red face with her slurred mutterings looked especially cute. Then, Yuan Rou fell asleep in Xiaoting's arms amidst the endless mumbling. Until this moment, only Yuan Rou's quiet sleep, that beautiful face and body gave people the desire to appreciate it. Although Yuan Rou was very tempting, Xiaoting was not a villain who took advantage of people's danger. He just quietly viewed the special thing in front of him. With Ma Ming's smooth driving, he soon arrived at the neighborhood of Mantingfang. At this point, it occurred to Xiaoting that he only knew that Yuan Rou was in the same neighborhood as himself, but he didn't even know exactly where her family lived. At this time, Yuan Rou's cell phone rang. Xiaoting laboriously took out her cell phone from Yuan Rou and picked up the call. Miss, where are you now? Master asked me to take you home. A middle-aged man's respectful voice came from the opposite side. It should be Yuan Rou's family's driver. Ahem. I've already dropped Zhenru off at the neighborhood, so pick her up downstairs in the middle of the neighborhood. After that, Xiaoting hung up the phone and signaled Ma Ming to drive straight home, and the driver over there was in shock. Mrs. Call. It was answered by a man. The driver turned his head to Grandpa Yuan Rou who was listening to him on the phone behind him. What? Grandpa Yuan Rou blared up at once, but thinking of Yuan Rou's nature, he narrowed his eyes again and smiled. Man, this girl seems to be hiding something from me. Then seeing the driver still frozen in place, he immediately drank. What are you waiting for? Why don't you set off yet? Wait. I'll go with you. Chapter 53, Nothing and a Car for One? In the night, Xiaoting stood outside the car feeling the comfort of the evening breeze blowing across his face. Incomparably comfortable and cozy. Then, a car stopped in front of Xiaoting. Then a middle-aged man came down and asked Xiaoting tentatively, Are you a friend of MS? Yuan Rou? Aha. Seeing the other party coming, Xiaoting opened the car door and helped Yuan Rou down. Then the driver helped Yuan Rou into the car. May I ask what the gentleman's name is? The driver bowed to Xiaoting to express his gratitude and then tried to climb into the conversation. However, Xiaoting had little intention of making small talk with him and only spoke faintly. Xiaoting. Then he turned his head and went upstairs. The driver froze for a moment, and when he saw that the other man had already left, he didn't say anything and got in the car as well. What's that kid's name? At this moment, Yuan Lao, who was sitting in the shadows at the back of the car, stroked the head of Yuan Rou, who was lying beside him, and opened his mouth to ask the driver. He said his name was Timothy Shaw. Good boy, driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Zoe trusts him so much. It seems like we need to get to know each other sometime. Okay, let's go home. After Xiaoting went upstairs, he washed up and went to bed. In the following days, Yuan Rou didn't bother him, and he was happy to be free, and even went to supervise the progress of the project, and was complimented by Li Mengyao, who said that he was finally no longer just a shirker. In fact, Xiaoting had nothing to do lately before he went to experience the fun of being the boss inspecting the work. To say that in the future, he'd still be more than happy to be a throwaway. Then, Li Mengyao informed him that the office has been selected. Directly leased the previous person's office. No need to decorate. Directly over to the office. before Xiaoting recruited those people had been arranged there. But, after Li Mengyao finished her report in a brain, she was a bit more eager to speak. Xiaoting was a bit strange, telling her to say what she had to say without having to stammer at herself. Li Mengyao nodded and spoke. Mr. Xiao, the people in the venue are arranged, but there's no work for them to arrange. And they're all a little suspicious now that we're a front-supporting skin company. Xiaoting was stunned. He only remembered to set up a company, and in turn forgot about this. Go to the office area. Xiaoting immediately took Li Mengyao to the office area as soon as he clapped his hands. When he reached the interior of the office area, Xiaoting realized that Li Mengyao's taste was still good, and the decoration here was really good even though it was picked by Li Mengyao from before. At this time, the employees who were playing with their cell phones saw Xiaoting and Li Mengyao coming and put away their cell phones and came forward. Mr. Xiao, what is our company's main business? And what's our job? Employees opened their mouths to inquire. Xiaoting found a place to sit down and opened his mouth indifferently. We've talked about the salary package before, so today we'll talk about your work. The employees held their breath, wanting to hear what Xiaoting would arrange. The company bought a project earlier, and now I need you to do as much as you can to acquire homes in that neighborhood. The employees who heard this were stunned. They had heard before that Xiaoting had bought the building to be made into an esports theme center. So why was it necessary to build around that theme center now? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. Mr. Xiao, we're just a second-tier city here. Those clubs are settling down in the big cities, and there aren't any large-scale tournaments being held. So isn't it a bit too big of an investment risk for you to make a peripheral development around that esports theme center? These people are all elites in the industry, so they naturally have a better understanding of these things. But Xiaoting simply said, the wages are paid to you as they are, and I can't explain why, so you do as you are told. Xiaoting had gotten the news through the systems, God of Trades, so naturally he couldn't tell them about it, so he could only find a reason to put it off. And after learning earlier that a large international tournament for a certain game was going to be held in China, Xiaoting had already thought of a lot of things. Once the gaming theme center successfully bid for the tournament, there would be countless businesses and clubs moving in and out, and although they could make some money, the main thing would be to get the name of the Timothy Group out there, and it's the traffic that's really going to make the big bucks. That's why he wants to develop the surrounding restaurants and accommodations, and to make his gaming theme center a cultural trend during the tournament, becoming the benchmark for gaming in China. Of course, it was still too early to talk about this. What he had to do now was to seize this opportunity to make Timing Tone's reputation in China. The employees didn't say anything else after hearing what Xiaoting said, and they all moved to get ready to do their business. But a few people were called out by Xiaoting, including Li Mengyao. Mengyao isn't my employee yet, but she will become my person sooner or later. Xiaoting opened his mouth to a few people, listening to them being confused, and instead, he somewhat suspiciously sized up Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao didn't notice the differences between the several people. Instead, she blushed a little after hearing Xiaoting's phrase my people. And you guys, you're all good candidates for the top of the company that I'm prepping. Aside from Li Mengyao, several people revealed unbelievable expressions. A few of your own have done nothing of merit, and they're in direct contact with the top brass? Xiaoting didn't explain to them that he had the ability, attribute observation, and directly divided them into sectors. Legal department, personnel department, sales department, technical department, and the management department that Li Mengyao was temporarily in charge of, among others. Afterward, Xiaoting squared his face and said seriously, first of all, I would like to welcome you all to the Timothy Unity Group. When several ministers heard this, they immediately applauded reflexively, and then Li Mengyao signaled everyone to be quiet. So Xiaoting went on to speak. In fact, the biggest thing that people are concerned about is the paycheck. Upon hearing this, several of the ministers all became serious as well. Xiaoting knew they were the elite, and they knew it themselves. The previous paycheck wasn't that bad, and now that I'm at the top myself, I might as well change places if the paycheck doesn't go up. And Xiaoting wouldn't expect them to generate electricity with love. So he first made clear what they were most concerned about. Timing Unity Group is now just starting out. For everyone's ability to work with the content is still unclear. So the recent ministers now have a monthly base salary of $100,000. After that, when the company is on the right track, then according to the workability and content of the upward adjustment, you guys do not have any opinion, right? The few people other than Li Mengyao were all instantly confused. $100,000 a month? Isn't that $1 million a year? Before they were making $30,000 to $40,000 a month at most, and still have a lot of performance bonus to get it. And Timothy's side, the base salary is $100,000, and it can be adjusted upwards? Seeing that the crowd froze in place, the big family Xiaoting naturally didn't know what they were thinking. but soon one by one, the ministers nodded their heads excitedly, dispelling his doubts. Do you all have cars? Xiao Ting asked again. Some say yes, some say no. Li Mengyao will continue to drive that bison. As for the others, well. Xiao Ting thought for a while, then said, uniformly, let's have a Range Rover each. The ministers were completely dumbfounded. What kind of deal is this? $1 million car for no work at all? Chapter 54, Lily Ho's thanks. A kiss? Xiao Ting's operation directly thundered the industry elites present to the outside. They've seen a lot of big companies that don't lack money, but this one, who just started a company and is trenchant like this? This isn't the son of some big family who's come down for a gold plating, is it? Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your love. We will definitely bow and die for the sake of the company. The Minister of Sales was eloquent and quick to react, immediately expressing his loyalty to Xiao Ting, causing the latter to look at him twice more. Not to mention whether this was horse's ass or not. Just this attitude. Xiao Ting was very satisfied. Joke, this kind of treatment, the sales department minister to do another 10 years or not necessarily can have. Now if not so many people watching, even if Xiao Ting let him clean the toilet he can go. What Xiao Ting gave, it was too much. One by one, the rest of the group reacted and took a stand as well. Mr. Xiao, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. From now on, I promise to give my heart and soul to you and the company. After all the statements were made, Xiao Ting just said faintly, well, you guys go ahead and get to work. After the crowd left, Xiao Ting made a call to He Lily. Boss Xiao, it took you so long to remember to call me? He Lily's sultry voice came from her side. Xiao Ting was helpless. He was surrounded by beautiful girls one after another. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to buy a car, he wouldn't have been able to find a chance to contact He Lily. I need 22 Range Rovers. After casually exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Ting got right to the point. He Lily was a bit puzzled when she heard, 22 cars? What do you need so many for? She naturally knew that it was definitely not Xiao Ting who was going to drive it. Millions or even tens of millions of sports cars had been bought twice. Surely he wouldn't drive a car that was only $1 million or so. And still so many of them. One for the bodyguards and employees. Xiao Ting said seriously. Bodyguard? Employees? All driving Range Rovers? He Lily was out of temper now. She knew that Xiao Ting was very rich now, but it still refreshed her cognition time and time again. After calming down a bit, Lily, he said to the other end of the phone. 22 Range Rovers. There should be some. I'll contact the store manager to prepare the car. When are you coming over to pick it up? Lily Ho's professionalism was still okay, and she quickly determined, from memory, that there were still a sufficient number of cars in the store. On Xiao Ting's side, he first asked Li Mengyao to make sure that he didn't need him to do anything in the afternoon, and then spoke towards the other end of the phone. This afternoon, as soon as possible. Then he spoke to Li Mengyao again. Notify them to pick up the car at the Forest store this afternoon. Li Mengyao agreed and left. After randomly finding a place to go for lunch, it was late afternoon. The bodyguards naturally followed Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting also did not think to give the bodyguards with a car, but thought that he would often drive a sports car to go out for a ride. The bodyguards have been nestled in the Rolls-Royce is not too good, so he also gave each bodyguard with a hand. Fortunately, this was only Xiao Ting's inner thoughts, or else he didn't know how many people would vomit blood in anger. With a car on the way? 16 bodyguards, $16 million, waiting for the 4S store. He Lily and Zhang Guoqing were already at the door. At this time, Zhang Guoqing's eyes were a bit shaky in the light, as if there was a gold mountain in front of him coming towards him. Of course, Xiao Ting is actually a mountain of gold. He Lily was relatively calm, but she still lit up when she saw Xiao Ting. Mr. Xiao, your presence here has made this small store look like a place of honor. The folds on Zhang Guoqing's face were all squeezed out due to the large movement of his smile, and he was currently nodding his head at Xiao Ting. Entered the store and found no customers. The store knew that Mr. Xiao was coming and announced that they would not be receiving customers this afternoon for fear of rushing you. He Lily explained in a low voice from the side. A few people then walked over to the car they were going to buy. 22 Range Rovers, neatly arranged in the center of the hall. Xiao Ting swept a glance, felt good, and spoke to Ma Ming behind him. Let everyone else in. Then with a greeting from Ma Ming, 15 black-clothed men stepped through the door of the 4S store with a neat pace, startling the employees present. These 15 people as well as Ma Ming behind Xiao Ting didn't have much of an expression, but a dangerous aura emanated from all of this here, and even a few timid employees didn't dare to raise their heads to look at the people. Mr. Xiao, what are you doing? Zhang Guoqing asked with some caution. After all, these people stood together, giving a strong sense of oppression. And He Lily didn't tell him Xiao Ting's intention of buying a car. He was a little worried that Xiaoting was uncomfortable with something and had come to look for trouble. Drive! Xiaoting said this, both to Zhang Guoqing and to the 15 bodyguards behind him. Then in the eyes of all the employees who were shocked beyond belief, one of the 15 bodyguards got into a Range Rover and sat quietly inside, waiting for Xiaoting to give orders. Ma Ming. Xiaoting saw everyone getting into the car and spoke. Ma Ming immediately stepped forward and shouted respectfully, Mr. Xia, 3 cars can't drive it back. Arrange for someone to make an extra trip. Ma Ming had to drive for himself. Naturally he couldn't take his own car, while everyone else had to drive back. And the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms that had been driven in, apart from the one he himself was going to sit in, the people who drove the remaining 2 couldn't drive them back all at once. So he asked Ma Ming to go and make the arrangements. At this time, 6 company executives also came at the door without coming in. Let's get a couple of them all to drive one away as well. Afterwards, Xiaoting was extremely satisfied with the efficiency of the 4S store and passed a card to He Lily to check out. Afterward, Zhang Guoqing was seen whispering something to a few people behind him. An ominous premonition rose from Xiaoting's heart. Sure enough, immediately a staff member came over with a flower basket and a banner. Another car lifting ceremony. A couple of staff members unfurled a banner with a few large, gold letters. Congratulations to Mr. Xiao on the 26 Range Rovers. Subsequently, he opened the champagne again and got to send flower baskets to take pictures, causing Xiaoting to be speechless for a while. He didn't like to go through so much trouble himself. Once was still fresh. 2 more times would be meaningless. And the other person was celebrating for himself, so it was not good to reprimand him. Next time you buy a car, you might as well have it delivered. Then in the festive and lively atmosphere, Xiaoting's fleet of cars swept out of the automobile city. 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms in front, followed by a dozen Range Rovers, dominating a large part of the road, causing countless people to stop and watch. Is this the leader from above coming down for an inspection? Such a big battle. Just be careful and keep your mouth shut. At this time, He Lily, who was again stuffed into Xiaoting's car, smiled somewhat helplessly. Her own store manager was just too much, and Xiaoting said with a smile, I've brought you so much business, and you never thanked me. Ha, brother Xiao, you have a big family now. I thank you, but I also need you to look at it. Then thank me with something else. Xiaoting finished and closed his eyes. Ha, He Lily took a look at Xiaoting and closed her eyes, then thought about what Xiaoting had said and blushed, then tangled her eyes for a moment and closed them as well. Xiaoting felt something fall on his face. A kiss. Chapter 55, Longevity and Strength added a little bit. Xiaoting opened his eyes in a flash and saw that He Lily had already sat next to him with a red face. Mr. Xiao, thank you. As her face became more and more red, as if it was about to drip blood, He Lily's voice was like a mosquito's cry, and then without waiting for Xiaoting to react, He Lily directly asked the driver to stop and get out of the car, and Xiaoting's mind was a little confused at this time. How could he just close his eyes and do a deep look? This He Lily kissed up close your eyes? Xiaoting reacted. Lily Ho misunderstood. Then Xiaoting's cell phone rang and took it out to see that it was a prestige message from He Lily. Brother Xiao, I actually haven't thought about it. Things have developed too suddenly. I need to calm down. Please give me some time. Xiaoting cried and laughed after reading it. He wasn't ready to start developing his feelings yet, but He Lily moved first, but it saved himself a lot of time, and he kind of liked being passive, so it was barely okay to think about it. And I'm an 8-foot man, so I'm not afraid of a little girl. Today was just kissed. For the sake of old classmates will not care about it. If there is a next time, he will have to get real. It was getting late, and Xiaoting also returned home under the escort of the caravan. Back at home, Xiaoting looked at the work reports of the people underneath him and ignored them after he felt that there was nothing wrong with them. Open the system. As the voice in Xiaoting's mind sounded, a panel appeared in response. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 62. Charm, 5. Power, 6. Mol, 2. Points, 494. He now has more than 9 million in daily earnings, and his total assets are left at more than 50 million. So he still can't stop his big business of messing with money. Open them all. A new item has appeared in the first column. God's blessing. Function, receive the blessing of the celestial gods. Physical qualities are strengthened and can be stacked with attribute bonus points. Price, 100 points. In the second column was still the face resurfacing pill that Xiaoting had previously locked. Enhance physical fitness, and stacks with attribute points? Previously, when he purchased random attribute points, it was about 50 points a point, while fixed attribute points were as high as 250 points a point. And now that this, Heavenly God's blessing, could raise the attribute points, if he added a point or two, he would have already spent his points worth it. Buy, purchase, God of Heaven's blessing. Ding! Heavenly God's blessing, purchase is successful. Effective immediately. Xiaoting then felt lighter and faster, and his fatigue was swept away, as if his body was brand new. When he got out of bed and stood up, he felt a little stronger as well, as if he had improved his physical condition. But just based on my own feeling, I have no idea to what extent I've improved now. It's better to look at the system value. Open the system. Then looked at his attributes. Life expectancy, 23 of 63. Charm, 5. Power, 7. One's longevity and power are each increased a little. It seems that good health does not necessarily charm will be enhanced, but certainly can live a little longer. After all, the body is the capital of the revolution, and his own strength value has been raised from 6 to 7. Previously, Xiaoting was engaged in physical labor like moving bricks, and his strength itself was a little bit bigger, and now that it had been boosted a little bit more, it would surpass a lot of ordinary people. The things that were refreshed today weren't bad, so Xiaoting was satisfied and went to bed. After the night passed and Xiaoting slept comfortably, he got up and stretched, then picked up his cell phone to take a look at the time. 6:30. Xiaoting was a little surprised. After his physique improved, even the quality of his sleep became higher. He slept enough at 6:30. If you're in your element, getting up is usually around 8 o'clock. Not intending to continue sleeping either, Xiaoting got up and made his own breakfast, then went downstairs to go for a run. I feel very energetic after getting up in the morning, and there is nothing to do too early, so I went downstairs for a morning jog for a while as a workout. As he ran around the sidewalk outside the neighborhood, Xiaoting saw two figures, Genro and her grandfather. Although Elder Yuan was old, he was in high spirits at the moment, but on the contrary, Yuan Ro, who looked like she hadn't woken up from sleep, was wearing a small hat and was very cute. Xiaoting had wanted to avoid Yuan Ro in order to keep his good mood in the morning, but the other party seemed to have seen him and ran straight towards him. There was nothing he could do, and he couldn't just turn around and run. Uncharacteristically. Yeah, Brother Xiao, you came for a morning run too? Yuan Ro people were still some distance away, and the words came out first. Xiaoting stood still and smiled in greeting. The Yuan family's grandparents and grandchildren approached without breathing heavily, so it was evident that they were in good physical condition. Grandpa, this is the Brother Xiao I was talking about before. He helped me clean up that Yen Zhangwei twice. He. Yuan Ro introduced Xiaoting to Elder Yuan with some delight in her tone. I know. He's the one who brought you back drunk before. Yuan Ro was momentarily speechless. Xiaoting, on the other hand, rose in admiration. This Elder Yuan was able to block Yuan Ro with a single sentence, so it was evident that he was also a ruthless character. Hello, Mr. Yuan, I'm Xiaoting. Xiaoting knew that the man in front of him had single-handedly built the Yuan Group, a huge business empire, and was Yuan Ro's grandfather, so he didn't put on a show and took the initiative to extend his hand. Elder Yuan also stretched out his hands and held Xiaoting's outstretched hand, smiling with satisfaction. However, Xiaoting saw something different in the eyes of the opposite party, as if to say, my good doll, I finally met you today. I am very satisfied. How could he know that Elder Yuan was now looking at him as his granddaughter-in-law? Where is Mr. Zhao's senior position? Xiaoting's person looked very decent, and the more the elder looked at him, the more satisfied he became, so he spoke out to inquire. Just recently set up a small company to do some real estate business. Xiaoting chatted eagerly with the patriarch. Elder Yuan didn't pursue what kind of company it was. He just felt that Xiaoting was very modest, and then shushed and chatted about it from other aspects. You're up so early for your morning jog? Well, I have more energy when I get up in the morning. Xiaoting had nothing to hide and said truthfully. For his part, the genin smiled with satisfaction, thinking inwardly, good habits and good fitness. Why are you two so hypocritical? You can talk for so long in your first meeting today? Yuan Ro realized that the duo had cold-shouldered her, then spoke indignantly. I'm the one you both know. Don't you even ask about me. Yuan Ro was chattering away over here, but suddenly realized that both Xiaoting and his own grandfather had ignored him and were walking towards the front while chatting idly. Although this child Yuan Ro's character is a bit poor, she doesn't have a bad heart. Since just now, Elder Yuan kept telling Xiaoting about some of Yuan Ro's merits, and then after listening for half a day, Xiaoting reacted, hoping that this old man was so polite with himself. He was treating himself as his granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 56, A Pill for the Patriarch. Xiaoting was instantly a bit speechless. Although Yuan Ro was very pretty and had a good family background, they hadn't developed to that point yet. However, seeing the growing eagerness in the eyes of the old man in front of him, Xiaoting was somewhat embarrassed to interrupt him. Grandpa, still boxing or not? A chirp sounded from behind them, and the duo remembered that there was another Yuan Ro this morning. Fight! What's a little girl screaming for? Yuan Lao turned back and viciously gouged out Yuan Ro, then quickly turned his head and smiled at Xiao Ting. Mr. Xiao, I still have to do boxing in the morning to exercise my body, so excuse me. Anyway, what he wants to say to Xiao Ting also said almost, should be this granddaughter-in-law stabilized. The next go back to education Yuan Ro gentle and virtuous. Their own hold heavy grandchildren. Just around the corner, Xiao Ting also politely said his goodbyes, and without waiting for Yuan Ro to catch up, he hurriedly left the place and went to continue running. Feeling that it was about time, Xiao Ting slowed down and walked slowly towards his home, but at this moment, he saw that the Yuan family's grandparents and grandchildren were boxing there, and with some curiosity, he went over to watch for a while. When Yuan Ro wanted to slap Yin Zhengwei's face earlier, although it was blocked by the latter's bodyguards, Xiao Ting could still sense that Yuan Ro was quick to strike, and usually see Yuan Ro, also not like the average little girl, as soft, very agile hands. Seeing the grandparents and grandchildren practicing boxing today, Xiao Ting understood why. Even though Yuan Ro was a girl, her movements were just like her grandfather's, wide open and not the least bit twisted. And this is the best workout when you can get your whole body moving together. However, Xiao Ting noticed that under Yuan Ro's wide open movements, certain plump parts seemed to be bouncy and kept hooking Xiao Ting's gaze. It's not a bad sight to behold. Cough, cough, cough. After the boxing, the grandchildren began to rest. Yuan Ro had nothing to do, but Yuan Lao coughed incessantly instead. Grandpa, if you can't hold on, just rest for a while. Why are you like this? Yuan Ro patted her grandfather's back. Xiao Ting walked forward with some doubts and opened his mouth to ask, Elder Yuan, your body looks quite a bit better than Yuan Ro's. Why do you feel a little bit of a strain in boxing? Elder Yuan and Yuan Ro looked up and saw that it was Xiao Ting, so Elder Yuan smiled bitterly and explained, good health is external. I was injured earlier in my martial arts training and my internal organs are not very good, especially my lungs. His lungs were damaged and his breath was not long enough, so naturally he could not exercise strenuously, and having been to many major hospitals, he was only allowed to recuperate. However, the retreat was completely ineffective. After Xiao Ting heard this, but he wanted to laugh a little. He didn't know medicine, but he had medicine. Before the system mall appeared the Tong Chi Dan, the utility is practicing martial arts injured people take. Can clear the body of dark diseases? Open the acupoints and there was a sentence behind it that it was ineffective for normal people to eat, so it was useless for him to keep it. But he didn't expect it to come in handy today. Ma Ming, there's a small box in the coffee table drawer in the living room. Bring it for me. I'm near the neighborhood sidewalk. After dialing the phone and giving a few simple instructions, Xiao Ting hung up. The Yuan family's grandchildren, on the other hand, didn't know what he was doing, and only understood that he was having something delivered. And that thing wasn't presumably a valuable object, just sitting casually in a coffee table drawer in the living room. Not a moment later, Ma Ming was delivered, and they bodyguards would also take turns at night time, so he had been in the second floor nanny room of Xiao Ting's house. Well, go back and rest. Xiao Ting received the box brought by Ma Ming, which was filled with the Tong Chi Dan that Xiao Ting had previously purchased from the mall with points. It was only because Xiao Ting was afraid of getting it dirty that he found a random box to put it in. Handing the box to Yuan Ro, she reached out and took it, looking curiously at the cardboard box in front of her. Brother Xiao, what does this mean? There's a pill in there. A gift from a friend who was a doctor earlier in his life. That might help with the Jinin's injuries. Xiao Ting naturally couldn't tell the truth, so he casually lied. The most classic tactic of lying, creating a friend out of nothing. The patriarch's breath calmed down a bit at the moment, and he said slowly, I know that Xiao Xiaoyu means well, but with this injury of mine, many big hospitals have said that they can't see it. Sighing as he spoke, he didn't seem to quite believe that there was a medicine that could cure his years of dark illness. In fact, it is normal. Their family's financial strength. What kind of hospitals have not been? Is that those famous Kyoto's god doctor? Also cannot do anything about it. And Xiao Ting casually take out a small pill. Can cure? Xiao Ting saw that the two of them didn't believe him, so he spoke up. This medicine doesn't do much for me, so the patriarch might as well give it a try. After Yuan Ro heard this, her face showed a difficult expression and she whispered, Brother Xiao, it's not that I don't believe in you, it's just that the more hopeful Grandpa has been over the years, the more disappointed he has been, and now he has given up. When Xiao Ting heard this, he looked at the elder with a torch-like gaze. To use it or not to use it is at the whim of the patriarch. Little friend Xiao won't harm me anyway. Eat it and try it. Elder Yuan felt Xiao Ting's gaze and made a quick decision. Disappointment is disappointment. It's not so bad this time. Then he opened the box and felt the aroma of the medicine that hit his nose, and felt the painful symptoms in his lungs lessen. Does it really work? the elder Yuan still hid a trace of hope in his heart after all, and finally eased the elixir into his mouth. With little effort to chew, the elixir traveled all the way down from his throat, and then melted in his abdomen, forming a warm current that flowed to all his limbs and bones. Elder Yuan was feeling the subtle changes brought about by the elixir when he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, followed by a mouthful of blood spurting out. Yuan Ro had originally seen the comfort showing on her grandfather's face and smiled happily as well, but when she saw this strange change, she instantly put away her smile before hurrying to support Yuan Lao. Grandpa, how are you doing? Brother Xiao, what's going on? Seeing that her grandfather had fainted, Yuan Ro hurriedly asked Xiao Ting, who was at the side. At this time, Xiao Ting was also by the side to support the Yuan Lord. The two of them were on the left and right, and their faces were also close together, so Xiao Ting could clearly see the panic on Yuan Ro's face, causing a trace of heartache to rise in his chest as well. A beautiful woman weeps and a hero pities her. However, he believed that the system wouldn't screw him over, so he spoke out to comfort Yuan Ro. Trust me, it's fine. Yuan Ro was currently preoccupied with Elder Yuan, and when she heard Xiao Ting's voice, she looked over at him. Brother Xiao, really? Grandpa, will he be alright? Tears in his eyes, pear blossom with rain. I see pity. At this moment, Xiao Ting really realized Yuan Ro's stunning color. It's fine. Xiao Ting carried perseverance in his eyes, causing Yuan Ro to settle down a little bit inside. At this time, the genin also woke up leisurely. Xiao Ting also breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. If this old man didn't wake up, he was going to be hated by Yuan Ro. Grandpa, how are you? Yuan Ro spoke out, asking Elder Yuan with concern. Me? The genin felt himself for a moment, suddenly somewhat speechless. After that mouthful of blood was spat out just now, one's lungs were as if a large sandbag had been removed, and now they were incomparably lighter and breathing very smoothly. One's own dark disease, it seems, has been cured. Chapter 57, How come it's them again? Elder Yuan raised his head to look at Xiao Ting, somewhat speechless. What's wrong? Grandpa, is there anything else that's uncomfortable? Seeing this, Yuan Ro asked with concern. Seeing that his granddaughter's face was filled with concern, the patriarch spoke in a continuous voice. It's fine. He then stood up and cupped his fists towards Xiao Ting to thank him. Xiao Ting and Yuan Ro were both startled. Elder Yuan was an elder and actually cupped his fists towards Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting hurriedly stretched out his hand to help the patriarch and said, "There is no need for this. You are the elder. Besides, I don't need that elixir. That's why I gave it to you." For his part, the patriarch shook his head and squared his shoulders. Little friend Xiao, this elixir of yours not only solved my dark disease, but also allowed me to live for 2 more years. Without this disease, he feels much younger and his body is better than before. So, little friend Xiao, from now on, even if you and I are brothers, you will be the elder brother, and Yuan will say the same thing. The corner of Xiao Ting's mouth twitched. What was going on here? This old man Yuan even gave himself a little brother? Then Yuan Ro has become her junior? Thinking about this, and then thinking about Yuan Ro's delectable face, Xiao Ting decisively refused. Elder Yuan, there's no need to be like this. Yuan Ro is my friend. If you're like this, you're in a different generation. The patriarch was speechless, and after a moment's thought, he spoke. That's fine. Brother Xiao, let's talk about each other. After repeatedly dissuading him to no avail, Xiao Ting could only say goodbye to the two of them as Yuan Ro's second grandfather as well as her boyfriend, and then returned home. After resting for a while, Xiao Ting received a call from Fong Yuxing. Brother Xiao, are you trying to build an esports center? Fong Yuxing's voice came from the other end, still somewhat dewy in tone. Yes. Xiao Ting knew that Fong Yuxing's character was simple and kind, so naturally there was no need to hide it from him. And with a large company like Star International, it was naturally easy to check his recent movements. After Fong Yuxing heard Xiao Ting's certain answer over there, he was silent for a moment, then went on to ask, the goal is to select a site for the world event in 2 months? Yes. Brother Xiao, I don't know where you got the information from, but I need to remind you. Say, Xiao Ting felt that what Fong Yuxing could say was nothing more than what Li Mengyao had said. Do you know why China's economy is second to none in the world, but it doesn't even build a decent gaming center? Xiao Ting's eyes lit up. It seemed that although Li Mengyao had her own unique insights, she was still lacking compared to a large company like Star International. Fong Yuxing on the other end of the phone went on to say, the potential of the esports industry has long been discovered, but there are some big companies up there monopolizing it, so they don't forge ahead, and the other companies are not capitalized enough to compete. Xiao Ting is considered a variable. After all, other people considering investment and development have to worry about funding. Even large companies have to decide to participate or not depending on the rate of return. In other words, under the monopoly of the big companies, all they have to do is to choke off other people's way into the esports industry. And then their barely okay operation is naturally the best. As long as you don't, I can suck all I want. Fong Yuxing's passage was equivalent to giving Xiaoting a warning that if Xiaoting touched their cake, he would definitely be targeted. Moreover, the Liyuan Group, one of these companies, just happens to have sent someone to developing Jiang City, and you're bound to be obstructed by them. Fong Yuxing said everything he knew without the slightest bit of concealment. Got it. However, relying on kindness and concessions is no way to gain a foothold in the world, Xiaoting said faintly, speaking to himself and also to the simple Fong Yuxing. Only after a long time did Fong Yuxing say, "Alright, brother Xiao, I understand what you mean. If there is a need, just ask. Even though I'm not in a very good position, I'll do my best to help you." Aha! Xiaoting then hung up the phone. Previously, he had thought that Yan Zhangwei had just come to Jiangjiang to casually play around, but now it seemed that he had a mission in mind. Since Fong Yuxing was able to find out that he was building an esports theme center, Yan Zhangwei must also be able to get some information, and he will definitely have to touch base with that Yan Zhangwei next. Other companies are afraid to get involved in the field because of financial problems, but they are not afraid. With the system by his side, all he had to do was let go of what he wanted to do. For the next few days, Xiaoting had been at the company, listening to the company's employees for debriefing, and during that time, he had also managed to acquire quite a few floors at low prices. At this moment, Xiaoting was sitting in his office listening to the employee in front of him make a report. "Mr. Xiao, we have a building that has already been negotiated at a very low price, but Liyuan Group suddenly came and after talking to the owner, they are willing to acquire it at a higher price, and now that side is waiting for our reply." Liyuan Group? The corner of Xiaoting's mouth hooked up into a smile. This time he could play that stupid kid Yan Zhangwei again. In ancient times, Zhuge Liang captured Mengwu 7 times, and now there is Xiaoting's 3 plays of Yan Zhangwei, instructing his employees to go down. Xiaoting dialed Yuan Ro's phone. "Brother Xiao, what's the matter? I'll have the driver pick you up and come hang out with me." "Okay, what's the game?" Yuan Ro's tone had some delight in it. "Raise the price." Xiaoting then hung up the phone. Previously, Fong Yuxing and Li Mengyao had both analyzed the prices of the surrounding properties for him, and they were all between 1,000 and 15,000 a square foot, earning the most, and then the profits would gradually decrease, and if they reached 10,000 a square foot, they would be losing money. With this information, Xiaoting can choose to buy or not depending on the situation. As for Yuan Ro, if her mouth was on fire, it was a full-grade taunting weapon. Xiaoting was going to rely on that mouth of hers to irritate Yan Zhangwei this time. Yan Zhangwei stayed in the hospital until yesterday after he cried dehydration for the second time. The first time the physical quality is still able to eat, just half a day to discharge. The second time, but a big problem, has been in the hospital hanging saline drop 3 days before slowing down. However, the hospital had already given him repeated assurances that there was nothing wrong with him, and that he was probably contaminated with some allergic substances that made him this way. So Yan Zhangwei was relieved to be discharged. He, in turn, had begun to investigate Xiaoting's company. He naturally didn't know about Xiaoting. He just thought that Li Mengyao was the boss of Tingtong Company. So after paying close attention to their movements, he also watched the right time to prepare to make a move. Moreover, before he came to Jiang City, he had already received some information from the company, which just happened to be on the place where Xiaoting had acquired a large number of houses, which was designated into the government's planned new area 3 months later. Downtown will be shifting that way. So they are now acquiring the houses there in advance and just waiting for the government documents to come down to sit and wait for the appreciation. It's a great way to deal a heavy blow to that Timing Unity Group's theme center build and make a hard profit at the same time. Unfortunately, the ideal was good, but the reality was not, especially when he finally waited for the Timothy's officer in charge of intercession. Looking at the duo who pushed the door in, Yan Zhangwei instantly felt his tear ducts begin to ache, and finally shouted out loud, "Why? It's you two again." Chapter 58, I didn't use my skills this time. The opposite duo was not surprised to see him, but they sat down opposite Yan Zhangwei with a full face. Xiaoting's expression was still relatively calm, but Yuan Ro saw Yan Zhangwei's appearance at this time, but he directly laughed out loud. Yan Zhangwei live a look like seeing a ghost. Their own 2 times before to see Xiaoting and Yuan Ro, 2 times ate a defeat not to mention, but also both humiliated to commit a disease, crying dehydration into the hospital. These two, they're living broomsticks. Yo, the gentleman from the imperial capital is also buying a house here? Zhenru laughed enough and attacked. Yan Zhangwei stabilized his mind and assumed a lofty stance again, saying, "If you come to talk business for the Timing Unity Group, I can do the honors to give you a face." Between his words, his eyes revealed an evil color. As long as you play with me for a few days, the kind that guarantees to make you comfortable. Bah, you're the one who has to talk about conditions to buy a house? You're not even worthy of lifting my mother's shoes. Yuan Ro was sharp-tongued, and with Xiao Ting by her side, she naturally refused to give in. At this point, a man stood up to round off the conversation. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. He then introduced himself towards Xiao Ting and Yuan Ro. My humble self, Zhang Xiyuan, what the few of you want to buy, is the building under my name. What price? At this moment, Xiao Ting, who had been just watching Yuan Ro's fight and hadn't opened his mouth to speak, opened his mouth, ignoring Yan Zhangwei and looking at Zhang Xiyuan. Zhang Xiyuan knew that Xiao Ting was asking about himself and immediately replied, Young Master Yan is willing to offer a price of $1,300 per square foot, which is so much higher than what your company is offering. Hearing Zhang Xiyuan say this, Xiao Ting also did not get annoyed. Businessmen seeking profit. There is no excuse, not to mention that the contract has not yet been signed. Naturally speaking, the highest bidder gets it. But if the competitor is Yan Zhangwei, he's going to have some fun. $1,400. Xiao Ting opened his mouth and directly raised the price. Zhang Xiyuan's eyes widened with joy. Every flat price, every upward $100. He can earn 2 million more. Yan Zhangwei, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. The last time he bought a car is still fresh in his mind. This time, the other party is trying to get himself into a trap again? That's bound to be impossible. Even at this time, Yan Zhangwei thought of a way to do the same thing to others. Last time you guys made me spend an extra $40 million on a sports car. This time, I'll make you spend even more than I did. This young master has nothing else to offer but a lot of money. $1,500. In fact, counting this time, Yan Zhangwei was already the third time he had competed with Xiao Ting in terms of financial strength, and the first 2 times he had suffered losses. 16,000. Xiao Ting clouded over and continued to raise the price. 17,000. Comparing financial strength with me? Yan Zhangwei called out the price while putting out harsh words, using this to stimulate Xiao Ting, wanting to make him lose his mind just like himself last time. However, Xiao Ting had been ancient and unperturbed, causing him to be very annoyed. 1,018. The money is the right thing to spend. This time, Xiao Ting was smiling as he said it to Yuan Ro, and the latter smiled sweetly at Xiao Ting in response. Now, looking at Yan Zhangwei, he was even more annoyed. He had lost his face twice in front of this guy, not to mention the fact that this Yuan Ro in front of him had been cloying by Xiao Ting's side. Where had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation since he was a child? $3,000. With a clench of his teeth, Yan Zhangwei raised the price to a new height and then looked at Xiao Ting with a happy face. Xiao Ting felt the other party's gaze at the moment and did not pay any attention to it, but gently shook his head. What's the matter? Don't dare to raise the price? Seeing this, Yan Zhangwei spoke out and sneered. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, was looking at a little cutie's eyes at Yan Zhangwei, then said, I thought the imperial capital came from some great tycoon who couldn't even be bothered to raise the price if he wanted to rob something. What did you say? Yan Zhangwei slapped the table and was about to get up, but the bodyguard Ma Ming, who had been standing behind Xiao Ting, shot a stern gaze over, causing him to instantly chill at the back. Thinking about how humiliating he looked earlier at the bar, he had to sit down obediently. Not convinced? $5,000. Xiao Ting opened his mouth and spoke again. Yuan Ro waited for Xiao Ting to finish speaking and also immediately opened fire. Brother Xiao, if you add so much, what if the other Grand Duke doesn't dare to bid? You dare to look down on me? $7,000. Yan Zhangwei gritted his teeth. At first he wanted to make Xiao Ting lose his mind, but now it seems as if he's the one who's going to be pushed again. Although Zhang Xiyuan on the side didn't make a sound, the creases on his face were squeezed out. For every $100 added by these two immortals in front of him, he could get 2 million more, and for every $1,000 added, he could get 20 million more. It's only been raised to 7,000. Yuan Ro began to secretly poke and arch fire again. Xiao Ting then glanced at Yuan Ro and said with a smile, Come on, let's offer $9,000 and he shouldn't be able to afford it. Brother Xiao is right. Looking at the man and woman in front of him singing in unison, Yan Zhangwei felt like his lungs were going to explode with anger, and with a slap on the table, the person next to him was completely too late to stop him, so he opened his mouth and shouted, 10,000. As soon as the words left their mouths, both Xiao Ting and Yuan Ro began to applaud, smiles blooming on their faces as they congratulated Yan Zhangwei. Congratulations, young Master Yan, for defeating the two of us at the high price of 10,000. The scene before me was so familiar, so laughably familiar. You guys? Xiao Ting's congratulations were like a pot of cold water, ruthlessly dousing the anger in Yan Zhangwei's heart, and after he calmed down, he realized that he had fallen into the trap again. In the beginning, it was obviously to make Xiao Ting lose his mind and spend more money. How come it's back in his hands? You guys are ing-ting me? Can you change the sentence? Boring as hell. After Yan Zhangwei shouted out those words, Yuan Ro then pulled out her ears in a fake manner. The side of the chapter Siyuan has slowed down from the shock. Their building was originally a suburban house. A flat more than 1,000 is the average price. I did not expect Yan Zhangwei so large sums of money. At 10,000 pounds, you get 200 million for yourself. Xiao Ting got up and bent down to Yan Zhangwei. Pay up, young Master Yan. Then straightened up and spoke. Maman, in. The burly man answered. Keep an eye on young Master Yan. If he dares to cheat, send him directly to the Economic Investigation Division and sue him for improper competition. Yes, Ma Ming's language was concise and powerful, but every word struck at Yan Zhangwei's heart. Thinking of their own and the imperial capital incomparable complacency, this time to come to the city of Zhangjiang, thought they can walk sideways. The results of time and time again to fall into the laughingstock, not to mention, the right way did not use much money spent. The more Yan Zhangwei thought about it, the angrier he got. But with Ma Ming around, it wasn't like his bodyguards could do anything to each other. Xiao Ting and Yuan Ro had wanted to turn around and leave, but as they reached the door, a wow sound came from behind them. Turning his head to look, it was actually Yan Zhangwei crying. Zhenru whispered, how come he's sick whenever we meet him? Yan Zhangwei's bodyguard was also confused. Why are you suddenly sick again? And Xiao Ting was similarly a bit confused. He didn't even use his skills this time? There's still after effects from this thing? The people in the room looked at each other in disbelief. And only Yan Zhangwei knew. He cried this time. From the bottom of his heart. Chapter 59, Last Stop. In the city of Jiang. Without paying any more attention to the farce over there, Xiao Ting and Yuan Ro walked out. As he headed out, Xiao Ting was in a good mood, while Yuan Ro was worried. Brother Xiao, could it be that we have irritated him and made him get a strange disease? He's been dehydrated twice before. He won't lose his life this time, right? Although she also hated Yan Zhangwei, she was still kind at heart, so she was a bit worried about a human life. Xiao Ting also figured out that this time Yan Zhangwei was crying from his own anger, so it wouldn't hurt his body. So he didn't say anything and casually relieved Yuan Ro for a few moments. Then, Brother Xiao, if this building is given to them, when they carry out infrastructure development, won't it affect your development plan? Yuan Ro asked with some curiosity because before coming, Xiao Ting had told her that he would only raise the price this time. Not buy. Who do you think is going to fill the gap after spending more money on building the house? Xiao Ting asked rhetorically. Housebound. At least the family had been doing big business, and as soon as the words came out, Yuan Ro immediately understood. Yan Zhangwei bought that building at an extremely high price, and if he wanted to make money, he could only sell or rent it out at a price that people in the city of Zhangjiang simply couldn't afford. And with the loss of customers, they will have to sell at the previous average price. That is to say, stop the loss by reselling at the previous price of over 1,000 a square foot. Well, what if they do well? Do it for a long time and it will pay for itself. They're not the only ones around. Xiao Ting is to build a gaming city, in addition to the gaming theme center, the surrounding him together to develop. And Yan Zhangwei bought the building. Standing alone, the price cannot come down, only to be dragged down by Xiao Ting's share. Yuan Ro felt more and more that Xiao Ting was starting to be a bit powerful at this moment, and there was some admiration in her eyes. Seeing Yuan Ro staring at himself with unblinking eyes, and there seemed to be little stars in his eyes, Xiao Ting enjoyed himself somewhat. There was a time when he had to be careful with every dollar, but something was always missing. Now he waves his hand in millions and millions, but instead he looks at things in a holistic way. So maybe that's the difference in vision. Brother Xiao, what are you going to do next? Yuan Ro asked beside her. Before, when she didn't know Xiao Ting, she felt that life was cool but a bit bland. And now, Xiao Ting refreshed her perception time and time again, making her feel incomparably fresh and especially willing to stay by Xiao Ting's side. Now, wait. After the bodyguard opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and patted his hand above the roof of the car, escorting Xiao Ting and Yuan Ro into the car, Xiao Ting spoke. Waiting for what? Yuan Ro asked curiously as she sat on her butt next to Xiao Ting. Naturally, we're waiting for the tournament to pick a site. Now out of Yan Zhangwei's building, many of the surrounding real estate and property have been acquired by him, and now we are waiting for the businessmen to move in after the renovation. The next step is the selection of the site for the international gaming event, which will be an opportunity for the Timothy Group to shock the gaming industry and soar into the sky. The next 2 months, I do not know whether Yan Zhangwei is goaded or the money given by the family completely squandered. There is no half a sound, and Xiao Ting also every day in the morning to inspect the work, and in the afternoon accompanied a beautiful woman to spend money and have fun. living a good life. During this period, the news that this year's world-class gaming event will be held in the country of China's site also began to circulate, and countless gaming fans went wild over it. Xiaoting was eating at a restaurant with Yuan Ro when he heard the bystanders talking. Have you heard? A certain Games World Tournament is going to be held in China. Really? So there's a fake? We didn't have a chance to watch it before because we were abroad, but this time we have a chance to watch it at home. Yes, whether it's the Magic Capital or the Imperial Capital. Let's go. The next time it's held. I don't know how many years later. I heard that our city recently built an esports theme center. Do you think it will be there? How can you come to a small city like ours? Also, forget it, let's wait for the organizers to announce the address. Xiaoting was somewhat speechless as he heard it clearly from the side. The people of River City are so unsure of themselves, as if they're being whimsical, but soon enough, the results will be in. During these 2 months, he personally supervised the construction of the gaming theme center and repeatedly emphasized that he should not worry about the price and use all the most suitable materials and the best technology. In the end, the engineering team did exactly what he envisioned and created a perfect gaming themed center. To compare it to the gaming venues in other major cities, there has been more than enough. Xiaoting had relied on the ability of the god of industry to learn about the news of the tournament being held in advance, and what was being circulated was still all gossip. The real official announcement should be made tomorrow, and Xiaoting is ready to open. Tomorrow, when the time comes, let the world see how this small place of Jiang City, under the leadership of Timothy, is able to overwhelm the crowd and compete for the right to host the tournament. Brother Xiao, do you need us to help you contact the official of that game? After Yuan Ro wiped her mouth clean, she raised her head and asked Xiaoting. No need, I've already contacted them, Xiaoting said with a smile, then recalled the call he had with Fong Yuxing 10 days ago. That night, it was Fong Yuxing who called Xiaoting who was about to go to bed. Brother Xiao, I have an uncle who has been in charge of organizing game tournaments abroad, and he's the one who informed us of the previous news. So do you need me to ask my uncle to help you get through? Although Fong Yuxing was young, he thought about things in a comprehensive manner and was much stronger than the majority of people. Yes, that would be a pleasure. What are you talking about? Brother Xiao, when you've finished your business, you must reward me with a drink. Oh, good. Xiaoting then hung up the phone. Early the next morning, Xiaoting received a message from Fong Yuxing, stating that his uncle had already made a report to the game officials, and the game officials had made Jiang City the location of the expedition. So when Yuan Ro asked today, Xiaoting didn't ask her to help anymore. This esports theme center, he himself was confident in comparing the other tournament venues within China. Yuan Ro saw Xiaoting's refusal and guessed that Xiaoting already had a good arrangement, so she didn't say anything more. After Xiaoting settled the bill, the two of them left. The night was silent. Xiaoting woke up the next day and it was still 6:30 a.m. After his morning jog with Elder Yuan and Yuan Ro, Xiaoting returned home. Drip drip drip. The cell phone rang. It was Li Mengyao calling. Picking up the phone, Li Mengyao on the other end spoke excitedly. Mr. Xiao, have you seen the news? The right to organize a major tournament for a certain game has landed in China. I know, Xiaoting said calmly. Sensing the calmness over there, Li Mengyao continued. And the last stop of the game official delegation site selection inspection is in our Jiang City. I know, still very calm. Mr. Xiao, you. Li Mengyao wondered about Xiaoting's unusual calmness, and suddenly remembered that Xiaoting stubbornly wanted to set up an esports center before, and pushed the engineering team to hurry up the construction period to complete the matter. A thought rose in her heart. Have you, perhaps, already read the news? Aha! Xiaoting calmly hung up the phone. Li Mengyao also sighed on the other end. Her own idea was too unbelievable, so she didn't ask. How could Xiaoting know about this 3 months in advance? The official side of the game confirmed that the venue is China. The earliest is only 2 weeks ago. Chapter 60, Summoning Gold? Today, the official release of a certain game swept across the entire country of China, delighting countless fans of the game. The second half of the year will see the hosting of several major tournaments in China. Previously, there have been major tournaments in foreign countries, and while there are fans who can pay out of their own pockets to go abroad to watch them, they are always in the minority. This year's tournament will be held in your own country, making it much less difficult to go and watch live. So how can you not be excited? After the game officially announced the news, once was rushed to the first hot search list, visible its influence. When Xiaoting saw that the news was already number 1 in the hot search, he started to plan his next step. Now that the whole country is watching this event, the next thing one has to do is get the right to organize it. The last stop of the organizing site inspection in Jiang City was caused by Fong Yuxing's operation of relations. In order to allow Xiaoting to have enough reaction time to respond to unexpected events during the inspection. At this moment, Xiaoting's phone rang again. It was actually Zhao Xiaoling who called. Xiaoting picked up the phone and answered. Mr. Xiao, it's like this. Our previous fund for poverty alleviation has been used up, and then I want to ask if there's still any money left for the next capital injection? Zhao Xiaoling was a little embarrassed in her words. After all, she was asking for money. Oh, I'll first call another $10 million over. Xiaoting also remembered that there was the matter of poverty alleviation only when Zhao Xiaoling said it. After purchasing that doubling card, myself, I only got double points once, and then I was delayed later because of more things. The money couldn't be spent on itself, and Xiaoting did always need the income from the points, which was why he kept the foundation. But I didn't expect to spend $40 million in 3 months. However, Xiaoting's earning power had increased quite a bit now, and with 10 million earnings every day, it was still a good deal to casually spend a few days of earnings to get double the points. After hanging up Zhao Xiaoling's phone over there, Xiaoting opened the system again. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 62. Charm, 5. Power, 6. Mall, 2. Points, 1321. These 2 months down the line, he spent out 1 or 200 million one after another, and also gave up quite a few things in the mall, and now the points are enough to buy the resident Dan in the mall. Open the mall. Column 1. Function, after acquiring the skill, you can randomly summon a gold cast from a certain period, limited to 1 use. Price, 100 points. Column 2, face pills. Function, after using it, it can make the face stay in the golden age forever, without affecting the body function. Price, 1000 points. After glancing at the 2 items, Xiaoting opened his mouth. Purchase, gold summoning technique, face resurfacing pill. Ding, gold summoning technique, purchased successfully. Remaining usage times, 1. Face resurfacing pill, purchase successful. Subsequently, a section of the mantra and an elixir appeared in Xiaoting's mind and hand one after another. Putting away the elixir, Xiaoting was ready to try using the gold summoning technique, but after thinking about it, there were ancient emperors who built oversized gold objects, so if he summoned something like that in his living room, he wouldn't just smash it downstairs? On the principle of safety, Xiaoting came to the pool. If he summoned anything, he would have water as a buffer, and gold wasn't afraid of water. **% at and. After Xiaoting finished reciting the incantation, that part of the incantation in his mind also directly disappeared, unable to be recalled. At the same time, a golden object fell. Put. The object is not only golden and eye-catching, but also not too big. It was fortunate that Xiaoting had chosen the location of the summoning to be at the pool, or else there would have to be a mess. Then, pulling out his cell phone, he called Maman and asked him to call 5 or 6 people to come up and salvage. When Maman arrived with his men, they were dumbfounded. A golden man, not a small gold man like an Oscar, but a large gold man the size of a normal person. Human beings are about as dense as water, while gold is 19 times denser than water. What looked like a golden man was in fact the weight of 19 living men. Boss, what are you doing? Ma Ming was a bit incredulous, staring wide-eyed and wanting to ask Xiaoting what was going on. Should we not call 2 more people? Xiaoting also found that letting Ma Ming the 5 or 6 people is not able to move up. After all, this golden man probably has a little more than a ton. Ma Ming was not polite and called 3 more people. Several of their brothers are from the special forces out. Originally thought that Xiaoting to let moving furniture and so on. Usually the heaviest furniture also 3 people can move. Who knew Xiaoting let this be moved? Several people then went into the water, and with a combination of wheeling and dragging and the buoyancy of the water, the golden man finally made it out of the pool. 1, 2, 3, up. After coming out of the water, Ma Ming and the others carried the golden man together, the veins on each bodyguard's arms and face bursting out, and then walked towards the living room with heavy footsteps. Even though the golden man was very heavy, several people gently put it down for fear of touching the floor of Xiaoting's house. After the others then wiped the water off the golden man's body and left, Ma Ming wiped his sweat and asked Xiaoting with some curiosity. Sir, this thing is so heavy, how did you put it in? Although it was the duty of a soldier to obey orders, this was all too bizarre. There was no place to put it during the previous renovation, so it was placed here. Xiaoting's face was not good and his heart was not jumping, so he casually said a couple sentences and excused himself. Only after Ma Ming left did Xiaoting look at that golden man seriously. The golden figure was a woman's form, with a body supposedly cast in 1-to-1 scale, and a superior appearance. The one who carved out its appearance must also be a master craftsman level. The young girl was so vivid that she seemed to be coming to life. Xiaoting was still satisfied with the gold cast that he summoned this time, whether it was in terms of the amount of gold or the fact that this maiden gold man was used as a decoration. And the more important point for Xiaoting was the meaning that the gold pendulum represented. Since having the system, Xiaoting had gotten quite a lot of money, and even the name lists luxury cars and mansions, but compared to those big families, he still lacked the substance. Those rich people's homes, thousands of hundreds of years of antiques, high-class stationery and whatnot, will appear as if they are a profiteer. But now, with this golden man, it kills a piece of old rich man in terms of value and appearance, right? Afterwards, Xiaoting took out the face resurfacing pill. The elixir seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, quite a bit of the meaning of the book's immortal atmosphere. Afterward, Xiaoting gently placed the elixir into his mouth and slowly bit into it. The elixir melted away in the mouth quickly, followed by a lack of sensation. Then Xiaoting went to take a look in the mirror and realized that the changes on his face were not that big. But when he looked closely, the few fine lines that appeared before due to the wind and sun from moving bricks were slowly becoming shorter at the moment, and finally disappeared under Xiaoting's observation. Skin that has been prematurely aged by external factors is all repaired at this moment, although originally, Xiaoting wasn't very old either. Now, it was even younger. A youthful vigor radiated from Xiaoting's face. Chapter 61, Office District? Entertainment District? At that moment, there was a knock on the door and Yuan Rou arrived. As soon as she entered the door, Yuan Rou looked at Xiaoting with wide eyes. What's wrong? Xiaoting waved his hand, signaling her to sit down. Yuan Rou slowly walked over and sat down, during which her eyes didn't leave Xiaoting's face, and then said somewhat strangely, I feel that you're not quite the same as yesterday, Brother Xiao, as if you're younger. Xiaoting touched his face and understood in his heart that he could probably make it out, but exactly how he was younger, Yuan Rou could not say. Come to see me for what? Xiaoting asked again then. Oh yeah, it's that matter of choosing a site for the game tournament. Yuan Rou slapped her head, almost forgetting the main event. Xiaoting, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. The news had come out. Did Yuan Rou still think she hadn't finished? The Liuan Group repaired their esports arena a month ago, and this time, they'll probably put a stop to your company. Yuan Rou had a serious face. So, Xiaoting was stunned, but quickly understood that it was Yin Zhangwei who was behind this. He had been operating in Jiang City for so long and had suffered defeat at his own place 3 times in a row, so of course he would investigate himself carefully. As long as he started based on the construction team's decoration style and equipment purchases, it wasn't difficult to deduce that he was building an esports theme center. However, based on the information Fong Yuxing had said earlier, if they had upgraded the esports arena, then it was inevitable that they wouldn't make a lot of money. Therefore, Yan Zhengwei's purpose was to shade Xiaoting once. Thinking of this, Xiaoting smiled. Not that he was gullible, but after a few contacts, this Yan Zhengwei's little plan he felt clearly, and he personally supervised the construction of the esports theme center. He had confidence. Brother Xiao, won't you think of a way? Yuan Rou, who was waiting on the side for Xiaoting to speak, asked. Soldiers come and go. After he finished speaking, Xiaoting got up, put on his jacket, and spoke to Yuan Rou. Let's go. Sports car today. Yuan Rou first froze when she heard this, then immediately jumped up from the sofa and shouted. Yeah, on the Aston Martin, which was wrapped in orange. 2 thick black lines ran through the body, accompanied by the roar of the engine, which was really as dazzling as lightning in the night. What's even more peculiar is that this Aston Martin was neatly followed by 16 Range Rovers as it sped frantically through the streets. Damn! What kind of convoy is this? A sports car at the beginning, with a Range Rover chasing after it. It wouldn't be the gangs going after the rich kids, would it? What are you thinking? Look at the position of those Range Rovers, clearly arching over that Aston Martin in front of them. An intersection followed. After Xiaoting stepped on the brakes, Yuan Rou turned her face to Xiaoting with some anticipation. Brother Xiao, can you go faster? It was close to having the words please written on his face. Xiaoting ignored her completely, and when the red light passed, he drove at the same speed as before. This was in the city, and although one sports car was fast, one didn't want to be chased by the traffic control. Finally, the destination is here. A building. The surrounding greenery is doing very well. The parking lot on the periphery neatly parked a lot of valuable cars, of which there are 4 or 5 Range Rovers, and Xiaoting's Bison is also listed. This place was not somewhere else. It was exactly the office building that Xiaoting had chosen to transform into an entertainment club a month ago. Parking the car outside, a security guard naturally came over to park the car, and then Xiaoting and Yuan Rou walked in. As soon as you enter the front door, the words Tingtong Group are engraved on the marble wall, which is very domineering and majestic, followed by the front desk. The dozen or so girls all recognized Xiaoting, and when they saw the latter arrive, they all rushed to greet him and bowed in unison. Welcome Chairman. Aha, Xiaoting said indifferently, but inwardly, he was still somewhat elated. The current him had reached a height that was completely unimaginable to his previous self. Of course, he would not be satisfied, because what he got now was just the beginning for him. Afterward, Xiaoting went upstairs with Yuan Ro and went directly to his office. As soon as he exited the elevator, a breeze blew in and Xiaoting nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at the lawn of his office and Li Mengyao who was working in front of him. Yuan Ro, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and somewhat skeptical as to whether she had come to the office or the entertainment area. Previously invited a foreign designer. That designer, in listening to Xiaoting's sky-high plan, also marveled, and then handed over the answer sheet, also made Xiaoting very satisfied. His own office was on the top floor, which was directly designed as an artificial lawn, not to mention an artificial stream with a few small trees divided on it, and closest to the outside of the building, a swimming pool was designed, and downstairs from Timothy Shaw's office was the bar. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people working here every day, one would really think that this was some kind of high-class entertainment place. At first, Li Mengyao thought that this would cost a lot and would lower the motivation of the staff. However, after listening to Xiaoting's words, she not only no longer refuted them, but also admired Xiaoting. I don't care if the staff gets the job done in a bar or a library. Xiaoting's attitude of selecting employees, as long as you have the ability to complete the performance appraisal, then you love to do what you want to do. And the news went viral, with countless job seekers pouring in, all wanting to get into Timothy. This was what Xiaoting wanted, to make a good name for himself and give those who were capable a chance. After the two of them arrived at the office, Xiaoting directly sat on a massage chair and comfortably half lying down. Then Li Mengyao came over and started reporting on the work. Mr. Xiao, I received news that the head of the game company is also a gourmet chef. Do we need to hire a chef to prepare the banquet when we meet? After Li Mengyao took out the documents and said a bunch of things, she talked about this matter again. Xiaoting, on the other hand, mesmerized his eyes after listening and pondered for a while. This, on the contrary, made Li Mengyao and Yuan Ro on the side very strange. After getting along for so long, they both knew that Xiaoting was not someone who cared about money, so it was reasonable that he shouldn't have considered it for so long. But Xiaoting wasn't actually thinking about whether or not to spend money. He was thinking about whether or not to hire someone. After all, he had the secret recipe of the god of cookery, and his level of cooking should also belong to the top of the world. However, after thinking for a while, Xiaoting still said, "Go ahead and make the contact. Give the price until the chef is happy, but the quality must be high." "Okay, Mr. Xiao, then if there's nothing else, I'll go down first." Yeah. Li Mengyao then clutched the document to her chest and bowed slightly before leaving. It's not that Xiaoting is not willing to do it. He has suffered before, and diligence is something engraved in his bones, but now he is the chairman of the company after all, and it's really out of character to do it himself. "Brother Xiao, you work here every day. It's so comfortable." Yuan Ro lay on the massage chair beside Xiaoting and let out an exclamation of enjoyment. Xiaoting ignored her. What would go more with this cozy environment would be tranquility. However, Yuan Ro's next sentence caused Xiaoting to be instantly unsettled. "Brother Xiao, are you without a secretary? What do you think of me?" Chapter 62, Group Chat of the Upper Class. Xiaoting righteously rejected Yuan Ro. With Yuan Ro this pretty face occasionally stroll or can, every day at the sight of the words, Xiaoting afraid of losing their own kind of mundane desires. After then letting Yuan Ro visit some more entertainment facilities, Xiaoting hurriedly took her away. Otherwise, if he strolled around for a while longer, Yuan Ro might rely on himself later. In the next few days, Xiaoting asked Li Mengyao to keep an eye on the movements of the game company's official inspection team and report to him if there was anything going on. "Mr. Xiao, La Yuan Group has replaced a previous small company and has become the penultimate stop in this site selection. This Yen Zhangwei, he's really interesting." Xiaoting didn't care. If the other party was really bent on fighting with himself, it would only make him lose his blood. There is also the fact that after you started your company, a wealthy club sent you an invitation to join. Hearing this, Xiaoting had some reaction instead. The Regal Club? It's what some of the biggest tycoons within China created in order to communicate with each other, and usually those with a little bit of wealth will be invited in. Li Mengyao explained meticulously, then shared a link to Xiaoting. Xiaoting clicked on the link and went into a group chat. There were thousands of people in here, all of whom were at the same level as Xiaoting, or even richer than Xiaoting. The group was real name. Some of the people were many Chinese people familiar with the rich and powerful. Xiaoting casually glanced at it, and found no less than 5 rich and powerful people that he had heard of. At this time, some people in the group were chatting, probably talking about which kind of sports car is good these days, and Xiaoting couldn't help but look at it. Although I have money, I am not old enough or senior enough to learn a lot by watching these people talk. Next, Xiaoting changed his nickname to Jiang City Xiaoting and also participated in the chat of several people. River City Xiaoting, hello everyone. Ludi he is rich, eh? This is a newcomer, isn't it? Come to Ludi to talk. Brother host. Zhongbei Ma-san, welcome new members. Zhongshi Xiaoting, I'm new to the city, so please teach me more. Jing City Guankong, good to say. Old brother Xiao also has research on sports cars? Everyone was talking about sports cars, and Xiaoting just happened to start talking at this time, which is why someone asked him. Soon, Xiaoting replied to him. Zhang City Xiaoting, research can't be talked about. It's a hobby. See, everyone is talking about sports cars. Come to make a fuss. Zhongbei Ma-san, Mr. Xiao bought some cars ah? Xiaoting smiled slightly. This just entered the group chat. People want to explore their bottom, but there is nothing that cannot be said. Then typed a few words. Timothy CEO. River City, bought a Bugatti Veyron Bison 2 or 3 months ago. The group was silent for a while, because the car was only $3 to $4 million. Xiaoting could enter the rich and powerful club by only buying a car like this? Rudy Ho has money, old brother Xiao. Did you only buy a Bison? River City's Timothy Shaw, then he bought a Lamborghini, a Pitbull. Zhongbei Ma-san, no wonder. It seems that brother Xiao is also quite willing to spend money. In fact, there are few rich people in China, but those who can casually spend tens of millions of dollars to buy a sports car are still relatively few. After all, they also have to consider the company's profit and loss and many other factors, and Xiaoting's Lamborghini was nearly $20 million. So naturally they could be convinced. But what they didn't expect was that Xiaoting still had something to say. River City Sean, and then bought an Aston Martin. Thorn City Quan Con, brothers can. Zhongbei Ma-san, this really sheds light. Then a few of the people who hadn't spoken before showed up and started chatting with the group. While chatting with the people in the group, Xiaoting also couldn't help but sigh. The heritage of the big families was there. These people were very decent whether they were insightful or talkative. Although he didn't know how many of them were true or false. But this was something that the general public couldn't even pretend to come out of. After chatting for a while, Xiaoting casually found an excuse to go offline. All these people were a party of great wealth, and there was no harm in making acquaintance with these people themselves. Except, of course, for the one called La Yuan Group Yen Song. Xiaoting had educated Yen Zhangwei for him several times in a row, so I guess Yen Song was not too happy to befriend himself. At this time, Xiaoting put away his cell phone and asked Li Mengyao, how's the chef search going? 2 days ago, I found a foreign chef with 21 Michelin stars, Mars Herman. This is his information. Saying that, Li Mengyao pulled out 2 pieces of paper from the folder and handed them to Xiaoting. After Xiaoting received it, he casually scanned it and nodded his head, saying, wrap it up for a month, and let him cook for the staff to taste test for a few days first. Ha? What's wrong? Seeing Li Mengyao's eyes reveal incredulity, Xiaoting was a bit puzzled. Mr. Xiao, he's a globally renowned chef. If you let him cook for everyone, he'll probably be dissatisfied. Tell him 10 times the salary. Xiaoting waved his hand, so he told Li Mengyao to go and do it. Although Li Mengyao felt that this was inappropriate, she still went to find Herman and said that she would let the latter cook for the company's employees before the expedition came. What? You are insulting a great chef. As expected, Herman immediately got up after hearing this and shouted excitedly. Mr. Xiao said that your salary will be paid at 10 times the amount you received at the hotel you worked at before. Li Mengyao said this stiffly. And still Herman yelled. It's not about how much money. It's my honor. 10 times over? But at the end of the day, Herman's voice trailed off and he asked with some incredulity. Li Mengyao nodded her head, while inwardly she was somewhat admiring Xiaoting. It seems that having money, you really do whatever you want. My teacher told me that it's a chef's great honor to have people eat my dishes and be satisfied. I'm very grateful that Mr. Xiao is willing to give me this opportunity. At this moment, Herman's light was positively magnificent, a far cry from his stormy self of a few moments ago. So what do you mean? Ha? No 10 times the salary? Li Mengyao was a bit tentative. After all, now that she had also become a member of the company, naturally it was better to save a bit of money if she could, even though Xiaoting didn't lack money. No, beautiful Ms. Li, you've misunderstood. This is your company's sincerity. If I don't accept it, it would be a slight to your company, which is not allowed. Herman said righteously, making Li Mengyao want to laugh a little, trying to hold back her laughter. Li Mengyao left after saying yes. Subsequently, until the arrival of the delegation, Timothy's staff ate a banquet from the world's top chefs every day at noon. It was spread out, and again, it caused countless discussions. Then, more people came for interviews, and the staff of the HR department was burdened with several times the workload every day, screaming in agony, but for the sake of that high monthly salary, they could bear it. Finally, the long-awaited mission is coming. Herman also can't wait to do this feast right. After all, this company's strong financial strength he had already seen. If a good banquet can make the company talk about this business, what he gets will definitely not be less. Chapter 63 Head of Taste Problems? At the Jiang City Airport, the 5 people from the game company's inspection team walked out, and when they saw someone holding the flag of the inspection team, they walked over. The other man, a large, tower-like man, shook hands with the man at the front of the expedition and spoke. I'm Maman, your driver, please get in the car. The doors of the 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were then opened, bringing smiles to the faces of several people in the delegation. This small local company is still quite on the ball. After they got into 2 separate cars, they suddenly realized that 5 Range Rovers around them also had their lights on, following the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Don't worry everyone, these are your bodyguards. They will be responsible for your safety during your stay in Jiang City. The delegation then let go, but realized with a jolt that something was wrong. There are 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms with $40 million, not to mention that the bodyguards are all driving Range Rovers with millions of dollars. Is the owner behind this really just a rich guy in this second-tier city? Or is China now already all rich to this extent? But then thinking about how they were treated in other cities, the delegation dismissed the idea. In the midst of several people's suspicions and curiosity about Xiaoting, time passed quickly, and Ma Ming received several people from the airport to the company. Originally, Li Mengyao wanted to let Ma Ming receive the hotel, but then thought for a second that there might not be a better entertainment place in all of Jiangjiang for the company of the Tingtong Group, so it was best to receive the company. The 5 people sitting on the Rolls-Royce Phantom, who saw the office building of the Timing Unity Group, immediately showed a look of displeasure on their faces without hiding it. Hey, driver, won't you take us to a hotel to stay or eat? The person in charge shouted directly at Ma Ming. Maman hummed and parked the car, inviting a few people down, then waved his hand toward the door of the building and spoke. Please. Several people had no choice but to enter the office building of the Timing Unity Group, but inwardly, they were a bit upset, while Li Mengyao, who was watching from the very top, said in a deep voice to Xiaoting, who was beside him, Mr. Xiao, the leader, not right. Xiaoting gave Li Mengyao a somewhat strange look. On the information, the person in charge of the site selection expedition is Wu Tingyuan, but the one walking at the front is not Wu Tingyuan at all. Li Mengyao was a bit anxious. This person, we don't recognize him at all. Xiaoting looked at the surveillance in front of him and pondered for a moment before speaking. Go down and meet them first. Then, Xiaoting walked towards the elevator with Li Mengyao, and when the latter saw this, she didn't say anything else and just followed closely behind Xiaoting. When the 2 arrived at the restaurant, the 5 people from the expedition were already seated and had a dish in front of them, while Herman stood with his head held high at one side of the table, looking very confident. This is Mr. Xiao, right? When the leader of the expedition saw a young handsome man walking over with a very beautiful woman behind him, he immediately judged that the young handsome man in front of him was Xiaoting. I am the person in charge of this site inspection and selection. Wen Wei warmly extended his hand. Xiaoting also shook the other party's hand and smiled in welcome. After the 2 of them took their seats, without waiting for Xiaoting to open the question, Wen Wei took the lead in explaining. The previous person in charge was Old Wu, also known as Wu Tingyuan, and after he selected a site in the last place, the company's headquarters side summoned him back to have something to deal with. So now the site selection of the last place. I am in charge. The explanation dripped with water, but Xiaoting sensed a hint of something else. A project leader of a big company just says change? And without any problems? As if he could see Xiaoting's dissatisfaction, Wen Wei continued. Don't worry Mr. Xiao, since I'm in charge now, I can still make the final site selection. Hearing this, Xiaoting nodded his head. Mr. Wei, let's not talk about work now. Let's eat first. Wen Wei saw Xiaoting nodding and hurriedly said, Eat first? Yes, eat first. Herman, who had been standing on the sidelines, then rushed forward, uncovering the dishes one by one and then attaching explanations. However, Xiaoting and Li Mengyao keenly realized that as Herman was introduced, Wen Wei's face, too, became more and more ugly. At the same time, Xiaoting saw the remaining 4 people with more or less imperceptible smiles on their faces. The 2 looked at each other and immediately realized that something was wrong. Herman's level they believe in, and that is that there is something wrong with this Wen Wei. Afterward, Li Mengyao spoke softly to Wen Wei. Why, Mr. Wei, do you have any complaints about the dishes? Herman on the side also sensed something was wrong, and as Li Mengyao's question exited his mouth, he also stopped his introduction and looked at Wen Wei, whose face was a bit stiff. Wen Wei stammered a little. Instead, one of the 4 next to him stood up and said slowly, Your company is so interesting. Our Mr. Wen's sense of taste is failing. So you deliberately ask a chef to cook for him to taste? The tone was incredibly arrogant and seemed to be prepared. Now, Xiaoting's few people sort of understood why this Wen Wei's face was becoming more and more ugly. You presenting how delicious a dish is in front of someone whose sense of taste is failing is like showing a blind person what you see in the world of flowers. It's an outright insult. At this moment, Li Mengyao was a bit uneasy inside, but she sneaked a look at Xiaoting, only to find that the other party was calm and composed, and didn't have any bad intentions at all. Although she didn't know where Xiaoting's confidence was, Li Mengyao calmed down within herself when she saw him like this. Only Xiaoting smiled faintly and opened his mouth. Your side suddenly changed the person in charge and we only found out about it today. So we lost our preparation. It's fine. It's fine. It's my personal problem. Wen Wei knew he was being unreasonable and spoke up as well. But the remaining four were a bit unforgiving, and one even called the crowd to leave. Maman, no one gets out of here without my orders. Xiaoting faintly opened his mouth, and two big men flashed out behind each of those four people, pressing the people into their seats with one on the left and one on the right. Mr. Xiao, what do you mean by this? A man spoke indignantly, very dissatisfied. The parties involved didn't say anything. What are you guys arguing about? Xiaoting now saw that these four people and Wen Wei were not on the same page at all. Mr. Xiao, if you do this, you are ignoring our company, and we have the right to stop the next cooperation. The threatening implication was evident. Xiaoting, on the other hand, slowly took a sip of the red wine in his glass. How much did Yin Zhangwei pay? The moment these words came out, the four people in the expedition, except for Wen Wei, all blanched. It was the same man from earlier, who said with a sneer, "What do you mean? Throwing dirt? It's okay if you don't tell me. Your head office will look into it." After Xiaoting finished saying this, he didn't pay any more attention to those four people, but instead looked at Wen Wei who froze at the side. Since I'm here, then Xiao can't afford to fall into the bad name of poor hospitality. Mr. What? Please. He paused and then continued. Besides, it's not like a loss of taste can't be cured. Hearing this, Wen Wei raised his head violently, stared at Xiaoting for a moment, picked up the red wine next to him, poured it for Xiaoting, and said, "Please." Chapter 64, Cured by a Soup? Xiaoting's words were like throwing a thunderbolt in Wen Wei's heart. Xiaoting actually said that he could cure the loss of sense of taste that he couldn't cure for so many years? Xiaoting took a sip from his wine glass and put it down. Mr. Xiao, may I ask if what you just said about the loss of sense of taste being cured is true? Wen Wei was a little impatient. Herman. Xiaoting nodded, then spoke to the chef beside him. Hearing Xiaoting call his name, Herman immediately stopped the wine he was pouring and turned to Xiaoting before speaking. Mr. Xiao, may I ask what you need? The words were respectful and elegant, and it was obvious that he had been mixing in high society for a long time. That's soup, with the same ingredients. Make it again, and I'll tell you what to put in the seasonings. What? Herman somewhat doubted his ears. This young man in front of him was going to teach himself how to cook. He himself was a chef with 21 Michelin stars. Although Xiaoting was very rich in the field of chef, he himself didn't know how much richer than him. Mr. Xiao, although you are my boss, I think I'm still a bit better at this aspect of cooking. Herman replied with some displeasure. Listen to me. Xiaoting frowned and didn't speak again after saying those three words. And Herman had wanted to retort something after hearing what Xiaoting said, but after seeing Xiaoting's furrowed brow, his heart trembled for no reason and a kind of fear surged to his heart. Subsequently, he could only do as Xiaoting said. At this moment, in full view of everyone, a cooking pot was set up next to the dining table, and Herman was putting in ingredients and condiments under Xiaoting's command. In his heart, he told himself over and over again that he was the world's top chef, and that if he listened to Xiaoting today, he wouldn't be considered to have made it himself, so it didn't matter if he did a lousy job. Eggplant. Xiaoting spoke faintly, while Herman was a bit puzzled. The order in which you put the ingredients in this one is not right, either. Putting the eggplant in first will greatly affect the texture of the soup, but seeing that Xiaoting was firm, Herman obeyed. In the end, after the order in which many of the ingredients and seasonings were put in changed, Xiaoting finally said, "Just simmer for half an hour." The words were directed at Wen Wei. Wen Wei and Li Mengyao on the side were confused. Weren't you asking for a cure for your loss of sense of taste? You showed everyone how to manipulate the world's most famous chefs into cooking? Mr. What? The troubles will only disappear after the wine is drunk. At this moment, Li Mengyao chose to believe Xiaoting, so she poured a glass of wine for Wen Wei. Wen Wei glanced somewhat strangely at Xiaoting and Li Mengyao, and then at Herman, who was standing on the side, before finally raising his wine glass up and saying aloud, "To Mr. Xiao." Xiaoting was also happy to deal with smart people, and with a smile on his face, he raised his glass in response. Next, Xiaoting and Wen Wei had a discussion about some of the esports industry, and then Xiaoting looked at the time. Half an hour has passed. Open the pot. Herman, who was on the sidelines, immediately lifted the lid off the pot, followed by a rush of hot air. Herman served 3 bowls of soup with sharp hands, and after drying them for half a minute, he placed them in front of Xiao Ting, Li Mengyao and Wen Wei respectively. Mr. What? You can try this. Xiao Ting made a pleased gesture on his hand. If it was someone else, Wen Wei would definitely not believe it. But the conversation with Xiao Ting for half an hour just now made him realize that Xiao Ting was not the kind of rich second generation with a high eye, but he really had ambitions and abilities. So now that Xiao Ting had asked him to try that bowl of soup, he was somewhat looking forward to it. Slowly picking up the spoon and taking a mouthful of soup into his mouth, Wen Wei closed his eyes. No flavor. Wen Wei was a little disappointed and gently shook his head. But soon, he stopped shaking his head. A bitter taste surged up from the root of his tongue, so violent that it almost took his breath away. But the bitterness quickly disappeared, followed by the tip of his tongue, where the sweetness continued to surge. In the end, after multiple flavors flashed across his tongue, Wen Wei finally had a judgment on the soup. Yummy! Sensing the change, Wen Wei excitedly opened his eyes and shouted, Mr. Xiao, this! Herman was taken aback. But when he thought that the other party was a person with a malfunctioning sense of taste and now with this appearance, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Ting with a skeptical look. This is a dish researched by the old Chinese ancestors, called Life's 100 Flavors Soup, which has miraculous effects on some people whose sense of taste is affected. Xiao Ting, who had the Kitchen God's Secret book, not only had dexterous hands, but also had detailed notes in his mind about the production methods of some famous dishes or special dishes from various countries. So it's ostensibly the same ingredients, just switched up the order, but made. It's a different soup altogether. Herman then picked up a spoon and served himself a bowl of soup as well, and then drank it straight from the bowl. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty skimmed through the mouth one after the other, and finally left one's lips and teeth savoring the flavor. This, how did this happen? Herman also exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Xiao, are you also a chef? Xiao Ting smiled and shook his head before turning toward Wen Wei. Try the other dishes? Wen Wei reacted for a moment and then picked up his chopsticks. Salty, this is salty. Sweet, nice, the chutney is delicious. With each dish, he would tell the flavor of the dish, and by the end of the day the faster he ate, the quicker he talked. And the other 4 people from the expedition had been dumbfounded. Was this still the Wen Wei they knew? Did Xiao Ting really cure his loss of sense of taste? That was a disease that Wen Wei couldn't cure even after looking for many hospitals. This Mr. Xiao cured it with a soup? While the 4 were shocked, Wen Wei had already finished eating, and after wiping his mouth clean, he stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao Ting. Mr. Xiao, you've been kind to me. This time I'm more than sure to do my best to get you the right to hold the tournament. Hearing this, Li Mengyao looked at Xiao Ting with admiration, but Xiao Ting shook his head. Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? Wen Wei also saw it and was a bit puzzled by Xiao Ting's actions. Let's talk about it after we've seen the arena, Xiao Ting said confidently. Wen Wei froze. He had said such words. Xiao Ting actually let himself go to the arena. What kind of confidence was this? Xiao Ting certainly had confidence in the esports theme center that he had spent a huge amount of money to build, and curing Wen Wei's malfunctioning sense of taste was just a matter of going along for the ride, and getting a fair shot at it. Relying on this to get Wen Wei to favor himself? He can't use it. Of course, looking at the situation now, Wen Wei was bound to favor Xiao Ting, and since the other party had to help himself, Xiao Ting wouldn't explicitly refuse just the same. Then, Mr. Xiao, when are we going to see the venue? Wen Wei asked somewhat respectfully at this moment. There's no rush. I still have to ask the opinions of the other 4 people from your expedition. Xiao Ting spoke lightly, but when his gaze swept over, those 4 people all shuddered unanimously. Say, how much did you charge? Xiao Ting slowly placed a table knife on the tabletop. Chapter 65, Rise to Fame. What did you say? We don't understand. Those few people were still talking tough and looked at Wen Wei at the same time, wanting the latter to take a stand. However, at this moment, Wen Wei only looked at Xiao Ting and did not pay the slightest attention to the crowd. It was only after he had arrived at the Timothy group that he realized he was being used as a gun. The previous person in charge, Lao Wu, was hastily recalled to the company's headquarters, while he himself came to be clearly unknown to Timothy's side. Now it seemed that Xiao Ting had figured out the facts. That is, these 4 people had taken money from others and wanted to turn themselves over so that Timing Unity Group would lose the bidding. So as a smart person, now that Xiao Ting wanted to interrogate these people, Wen Wei expressed his acquiescence. And now those 4 were fantasizing that Xiao Ting would give them more money so that they would confess about the money they had received. So now the 4 of them balked that they hadn't received any money and that Xiao Ting was slandering them. Mr. What? As the person in charge, You should have the right to make a direct report to the head office, right? At this moment, Li Mengyao saw those 4 people being rogue and loudly reminded Wen Wei. Wen Wei is not a cutie either. Immediately picking up the conversation. I'll have the company scrutinize them, and if there are any special circumstances, they'll be removed from the entire industry. When these words came out, those 4 people were instantly stupid, although they were instructed to use Wen Wei as a gun. But as the person in charge of Wen Wei, if he was bent on messing with them, they really could only roll up and get out. Don't, Mr. Shao, let's have a word. A man immediately got up and spoke anxiously, and the rest of the people also stood up as he did, panic showing on their faces. What? Have you thought it through? Shao Ting clouded over. The 4 clenched their teeth and all nodded. Then one of them spoke. Mr. Shao, you guessed correctly before. It is Yin Jiangwei who instructed us to block the news, and then let Mr. Wen come here to start a conflict with you, said the man. The man glanced at Wen Wei, whose face was cloudy and uncertain, and his speech gradually lost its bottom. Okay, make the call. Shao Ting guessed about 8 or 9 times, so he lost interest in listening anymore. Make what call? Tell Yin Jiangwei that I'm having a very bad time with your Mr. What? Just make something up. Ha, that's good. Immediately thereafter, someone dialed the number, then turned on the speakerphone and placed the phone on the table. The phone rang twice before being picked up. How are things going? Yin Jiangwei's voice came from the other end, speaking slowly, but it still carried a point of impatience in it. Young Master Yen, our general manager Wen was furious and cursed everyone in the Tingtong group before leaving. Ha ha ha, well done. When this time is over, I'll let that Xiao guy see that I can casually play him around after leaving Jiang City. Then the phone was hung up. Xiao Ting couldn't help but smile when he saw how confident Yin Jiangwei was. Afterwards, Xiao Ting and Wen Wei had a very enjoyable chat over wine. In the afternoon, after Wen Wei had rested enough, Li Mengyao led the crowd and went to visit the gaming theme center. Although they had seen quite a few esports competition venues in and outside of China, the delegation and their group were still shocked by Xiao Ting's big spending. The first floor was a completely empty hall, with all kinds of game logos and artifacts placed in it, making it as if one was in the world of the game as soon as one entered it. And the 6 consecutive floors above it were all decorated as tournament areas. That is to say, 6 games could be held at the same time, and the rest of the dozen floors all had complete gaming facilities and environments. After looking at it, Wen Wei and the others roughly estimated that Xiao Ting's theme center alone could accommodate more than 15 clubs at the same time. This is a horrible number in all of China. Mr. Shao, we've already taken pictures and sent them back to the headquarters. Compared to the Le Yuan Group's side of the arena, your arena can completely crush it. Please don't worry. After seeing the esports theme center that Xiao Ting had created, Wen Wei and the others understood the meaning of what Xiao Ting had said earlier. People have this strength. Of course they don't need their own commitment to favoritism. Subsequently, Xiao Ting left the inspection group to stay in Jiang City for a few days, and the various large sums of money made several people almost move to join Xiao Ting's company. But in the end, they still left reluctantly, and when they left, they all swore to Xiao Ting that they would try their best to make Jiang City's esports theme center win the bid. The next step is to wait for news. On this day, Xiao Ting was chatting with the bigwigs in the rich and powerful group in China. Ludi Ho Rich, what time are you all free? How about we throw a party? Thorn City Guancan, I can't spare the time this month, but I guess I'll be free next month. Jiangbei Ma-san, I've been pretty free lately, so you guys make an appointment and speak in the group. Rudy he is rich, at Jiangshi Xiao Ting Xiao old brother. If you have time, come and recognize your face with everyone. Jing City Guankong, yes, if brother Xiao goes, I'll have to take the time to go there no matter what I say. A number of people then chimed in. Due to Xiao Ting's shocking words last time, it made many people in the group want to get a glimpse of Xiao Ting's real face. Xiao Ting looked at the group chat with a smile on his face before typing a few words. Jiang City Xiao Ting, you all are so generous. If I have time, I will definitely go. Then it was time for the group admin to start tallying up the times of all the bigwigs who were going to be there, ready to standardize the times for everyone. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, didn't have so many worries, with Li Mengyao and his personally selected talents sitting in the company. Even if he didn't ask about the company for a year, there wouldn't be any problems. He, on the other hand, has only made the company grow a little faster. Just as Xiao Ting was chatting with a few bigwigs in the group, Li Mengyao hurriedly walked in. Without waiting for Xiao Ting to ask, he said with an excited face, Mr. Xiao, we've been chosen. Aha! Xiao Ting's expression did not change. To him, this was completely expected. You know about the news? Li Mengyao was a bit puzzled, but then immediately said, with the release of the news, our company's cooperation phone number has now been busted. Mr. Xiao, we can definitely make a lot of money this time. Just this morning, After the game company published the announcement that Jiang City's esports theme center had been awarded the right to hold the tournament, a huge storm was created on the internet, and in reality, this unheard of Timothy Group actually overpowered countless established companies and succeeded in the bidding. And right after that, countless merchants called to cooperate with the Timing Unity Group, from those who wanted to rent the stores around them to those who wanted the battle team to move in. Either way, the Timothy Group is making a fortune. And the company's telephone operators and front desk didn't take much of a break from morning to noon to greet customers. And this time, Li Mengyao finally figured out Xiao Ting's series of behaviors before. Perhaps Xiao Ting was gambling, but he was right now. Next, the entire esports industry would resound with his great name. Chapter 66, I was undermined by Xiao Ting. However, Xiao Ting still didn't have any obvious changes on his face, and only turned to Li Mengyao and hooked up a hint of a corner of his mouth. The previous bet, does it still count? This, Li Mengyao froze, a little out of her mind. Now that this kind of news had come, Xiao Ting was actually still thinking about the bet with himself in the first place. But then, Li Mengyao looked at Xiao Ting with some speechlessness. They have been busy for the past 3 months. The original company side has not been there much. The past 3 months have not billed. It is estimated that they have fired themselves. And now Xiao Ting is still here to ask about whether the bet counts or not? However, Li Mengyao said in her heart, but she still nodded her head on the surface. Seeing this, Xiao Ting said with a smile, well then, I'll have to trouble you more with this company. Now he, himself, can be completely at ease as a shirker. If Li Mengyao could hear Xiao Ting's heart, she would definitely be infuriated. He went to all the trouble of digging himself in here to be a shill? Right. Maintain price stability. Xiao Ting suddenly thought of something and became serious. Okay, Mr. Xiao, then I'll go under and get busy first. Aha. For Xiao Ting, the success of this bid will guarantee him a steady profit for all the next business or club partnerships, so he didn't have to sit on his hands to make a bigger one, but to make a wave of word of mouth. What's more, there was another building around his gaming theme center that belonged to Yan Zhangwei. At this moment, there were only 2 people in the meeting room of La Yuan Group, a middle-aged man and a youth. Asshole, you went through all the trouble of spending so much money to maintain the arena, but it turned out to be a waste of effort? Yan Song, the chairman of La Yuan Group, was furious. Yan Zhangwei, who was on the side, was a bit scared, but still opened his mouth. Dad, I've already bought off those expeditions, and they also told me that it's done. You've been tricked by people. You pig brain. Yan Song threw a slap on Yan Zhengwei's face. I gave you $200 million to go to Jiang City for exercise before, and you squandered half a day and did nothing? Hearing this, Yan Zhengwei covered his reddened face, but his eyes began to glow. Dad, wait. I bought a building next to that selected gaming theme center before. Now that it's inducted, we can make a profit too. Yan Zhengwei then remembered that he had previously bought a building, only to spend 200 million. He did not dare to talk to Yan Song. And now that the bidding in Jiang City was successful, will he not be able to take advantage of the opportunity to follow to make a fortune? Really? Yan Song frowned, but his expression eased a lot. He believed that this kid would not dare to lie to himself. Really, I'll call now. I'll ask the people over there. With that, Yan Zhangwei took out his cell phone and dialed. Hit the speakerphone button and the voice came through on the other side. Young Master Yan, any orders? Hasn't that gaming theme center already been bid on? How are the prices of the surrounding properties? The prices of the surrounding properties have gone up like crazy since this morning, and there are countless businessmen calling to move in and cooperate. Hearing this, Yan Zhangwei revealed a smile and turned his head to Yan Song and said somewhat smugly, Dad, look, we can't lose. In the end, he's still doing us a favor. Seeing Yan Song show a smile and also nodded, he excitedly asked the other end of the phone again. Come on, tell us how many we've sold. Not a single one sold. Listen, one didn't sell either? What did you say? Yan Zhangwei somewhat doubted his ears, and at the same time felt Yan Song's gaze turn cold. You tell me again. Seeing that the other end of the phone didn't answer, Yan Zhangwei somewhat hysterically yelled towards the other end. The staff member on the other end seemed to be startled as well, and his voice began to tremble. Not one. Sold out. What's going on? Yan Zhangwei felt like his head was going to explode. He was clearly ready to collect the money. How could this happen? Young Master Yan, when you bought this building it was 11,000 square feet, and the total price cost $200 million. In order to return to the capital, we have to raise the price, but the prices of the surrounding properties are only half of ours, and there is no price increase, so no one has come to. Snap, the phone was pressed off by Yan Song. At the moment, he really wanted to break open Yan Zhengwei's brain to see what kind of thing he had given birth to. People's price is only half, and there is definitely a profit. Then Yan Zhangwei by property price. Definitely more than 3 or 4 times the price of others. No, Dad. Listen to me. Yan Zhangwei was so frightened that he backed up and stuttered a bit in his speech. Yan Song didn't move, but only stared coldly at Yan Zhangwei. It's just as well you go out and spend money. You can't control yourself and you've been hospitalized twice, making the company look bad. No, Dad. I don't know what's going on. People have said that you have a nerve problem. I have been clean all my life. How did I give birth to such a thing as you that can't control the lower half of your body? Yan Song said more and more angry, rushed forward and gave Yan Zhangwei 2 slaps. And talk while you're fighting. You spend 200 million even a ringer. Come back and also encourage the company to build a gaming arena. And now all lost out. I want to be you this waste of things pit. Yan Song slapped Yan Zhangwei's face, causing the latter's face to quickly swell up. No, Dad. I was shaded by that Xiaoting. It's all because he victimized me. After Yan Zhangwei struggled to say these words, Yan Song stopped his hand. Xiaoting? Xiaoting of Jiang City? What? Dad, you want to deal with him too? Seeing that Yan Song seemed to know about this Xiaoting, Yan Zhangwei immediately asked with some anticipation, not caring in the slightest whether his face still hurt or not. Yan Song now understood that his son had ed with the Xiaoting, and that was really deserved. He had seen Xiaoting's large sums of money in the rich and powerful group, although the money was not a lot, but the willingness to spend it was strong. But these don't scare Yan Song yet. There's a party in a while. I'm going to meet him, so be honest. You hear me? Yan Song left these words and walked away, leaving only the dumbfounded Yan Zhangwei to cover his face and wail. Xiaoting was enjoying himself in the office at the moment and remembered that he hadn't looked at today's system mall yet, so he opened it. The things that came out in the last few days were average, and Xiaoting basically didn't buy anything. Open the system mall. Column 1, 1 helicopter. Function, acquisition of 1 helicopter which is currently internationally advanced. Price, 2,000 points. Column 2, 1 random attribute point. Function, after purchasing, the host will receive random attribute value additions. Price, 50 points. Looking at the 2 newly brushed out items, Xiaoting was still somewhat satisfied, but having bought the face resurfacing pill before, he didn't have that many points to buy a helicopter right now. Lock on the helicopter and buy 1 attribute point on demand. Chapter 67, $3 billion earned. After the purchase, the system voice sounded directly. Ding! Random attribute points 1 point, was purchased successfully, with 2 points left to use. Please ask if you want to use it now? Use. Xiaoting spoke indifferently. Then, Xiaoting saw that his charm value rose a little more. Xiaoting was all a bit speechless. How come as soon as he got to the random attribute he added it on top of the charm? Wasn't he charismatic enough? The next few days, Xiaoting are constantly hearing financial reports today and earned how much money, how much the partners contribute, the club plus how much entry fee to choose which floor of the theme center and so on. Although the people below him were capable, they always gave him a heads up on how much money they made, so it made him sore and happy. In the end, Xiaoting roughly calculated the account, erasing the zeros. His net profit this time was about $3 billion, and having contributed a total of $400 million before and after, that $100 million portion received a 15-fold return, while the remaining $300 million all received a 5-fold return, left $2 billion on the company's books, and then Xiaoting left $500 million for himself. As for the last $500 million, Xiaoting transferred another $500 million to the Poverty Alleviation Foundation that Jia Shaoling was in charge of. With the doubling card in place, $500 million was equivalent to $1 billion with Zhao Xiaoling's foundation. To Xiaoting, not only did it save money, it was also very cost-effective. Tick-tock. Yang Tianba called and Xiaoting picked up the phone after glancing at it. Xiao brother, you play this ruthless before I was worried that you lose money. Now earn how much? Give brother revealed? Gossip heart began to move again. It's not much, just 3 billion. Xiaoting had nothing to hide and told Yang Tianba truthfully. The person on the other end of the phone didn't say anything for a long time. After a while, Yang Tianba continued to speak. Old brother Xiao, my company's entire staff worked hard for a year and probably made a pure profit of a dozen billion or so. You casually struck out and made 3 billion. It's really bullish. Yang Tianba's tone was first envious and then filled with admiration. This Xiaoting, always giving him surprises. It's just luck. By the way, elder brother Yang, what happened to the movie-making thing I asked to talk about earlier? Xiaoting humbled himself twice before his words changed. As you know, they all require connections to be made, and many of them still have slots, and I've talked to you about a couple that have slots starting next month. Good. Xiaoting also understood that celebrities or actors usually had a full schedule for a whole year, and it wasn't easy to make an appointment, and since Yang Tianba was looking for a door on his own, it naturally took some effort. Anyway, Xiaoting had money now, and he wasn't in a hurry. It's good that someone is running this. At this time, Xiaoting saw that someone in the rich and powerful group was eyeing all the members, tapped in and swiped up a few times and saw that it was set for a good time. Group administrator, at all members according to the statistics. The vast majority of those who are interested in participating in the party have time on the 4th of August, 9 days from now, so the time is set for the 4th of August, and the venue is the Escalating Hotel in Magic City. The next step was the meeting previews and idle pleasantries between the various tycoons. Xiaoting didn't bother to look at it anymore and just noted down the time and place. Open the system. He had just transferred $500 million to the foundation, so the points should be enough. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 63. Charm, 6. Power, 7. Mall, 2. Points, 10171. As expected, he transferred 500 million to the foundation, while having 10,000 points of his own under the doubling card. Open them all. Column 1, 1 helicopter. Function, acquisition of 1 helicopter which is currently internationally advanced. Price, 2,000 points. Column 2, Regal Club Level 1 membership card. Function, after purchase, you can be directly upgraded to Regal Club Level 1 VIP. Price, 1,000 points. Now that Xiaoting was rich and powerful, even though the prices were all 1,000 points, he saw that it wasn't bad. Buy them all. A gold-stamped card then appeared in his hand, with only the simple 3 English words VIP on it, but revealing that it was flashy and extraordinary. Where's the helicopter? Xiaoting was wondering when the voice of the smartphone butler rang in his head. Binding successful. 1 helicopter. Taking out his cell phone, he took a look at the location of the helicopter. Directly above his head, Xiaoting's office was on the topmost floor. Then the helicopter. On the roof. Pressing the elevator, Xiaoting reached the top of the building and saw a tarmac on which an imposing helicopter was parked. But he was well aware that he hadn't even asked the designer to design the apron. So this was built by the system. This thing is pretty user-friendly. Xiaoting looked around and felt that the points were worth spending. Then dialed Ma Ming's number. Ma Ming, come to the roof. Soon, a tall and lanky figure appeared above the roof of the tiny Unity Group. Mr. Xiao, what is it that you are looking for me for? Ma Ming respectfully walked over. Can you drive that? Which one? Helicopter? Ma Ming was a little surprised to see that it was a helicopter. When did this Mr. Xiao buy a helicopter? But doubts aside, he still hurriedly replied, can fly, can fly. Saying that, he walked towards the helicopter. But when he walked to the side, he stood still and turned back to ask Xiaoting in a somewhat serious manner. Mr. Xiao, if you don't have a helicopter pilot's license, how did you buy this helicopter? He's retired military, and when it comes to some sensitive issues, he still has to be careful. Xiaoting was not annoyed. He himself was not a law-breaking evildoer, so he was naturally not afraid of other people's suspicions. Open the hatch, Xiaoting said with a smile. Although he didn't know how the system did it, he could be sure that the system wouldn't screw him over. Ma Ming was a little puzzled, but did as he was told. Upon pulling open the hatch, a stack of papers was sitting on the driver's seat. Ma Ming picked them all up and looked at them individually, then determined one thing. To summarize, the helicopter was fully documented and legal. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. Ma Ming didn't argue and directly bowed 90 degrees to Xiaoting. It's okay. Try it. Xiaoting smiled and told him to straighten up and try it. If he had done this in any other capacity, Xiaoting might have been dissatisfied. But Ma Ming was his driver and part-time bodyguard, and the requirement was to be steady and careful. After all, no one would recruit a drag racer to chauffeur them around unless they didn't want to die. Between thoughts, he saw that Ma Ming had already looked at the helicopter once, and then got out of the helicopter with a face full of excitement. Well, Xiaoting was a little surprised to see that Ma Ming wasn't driving. Ma Ming's face had turned into a hint of surprise at the moment, but he quickly collected himself and said to Xiaoting, Mr. Xiao, the one you bought is the latest semi-military type helicopter developed by the Mi country 2 years ago. It is similar to the military helicopters that we learned to drive. Moreover, the outer wall of this kind of helicopter is resistant to machine gun bullets, and even ordinary bombs. Xiaoting was also a bit surprised after hearing this. This helicopter seems to be good. Listening to Ma Ming, the safety performance definitely belongs to the top kind. Chapter 68, $1,300,000 apiece? 100. Then at night, Xiaoting had Ma Ming fly the helicopter around Jiang City at low altitude. Ma Ming's smooth driving skills made Xiaoting very satisfied and could enjoy the night view of Jiang City without any worries. Looking downward, a feeling that the entire city was in his grasp came to life, and Xiaoting couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. 3 months ago, even the most beautiful night view of Jiang City had nothing to do with himself. He just wanted to take advantage of the nightfall to rest and let the exhaustion dissipate from his body. But now, one can leisurely sip wine and take in the entire city in a helicopter, and even vaguely see a few cities in the distance. After a while, Xiaoting asked Ma Ming to take the helicopter back, but as soon as the duo got off the plane, they saw Li Mengyao standing there. Xiaoting got out of the helicopter and saw that Li Mengyao's expression was off, seemingly stunned, her jaw dragging to the ground. Seeing Xiaoting and Ma Ming approaching, Li Mengyao also came back to her senses and quickly stepped forward. Mr. Xiao, what is this? Xiaoting said with a faint smile. A helicopter. I'll have Maman take you around twice? Hearing this, Maman immediately turned around and was going to go back to the helicopter to start piloting it again. Seeing this, Li Mengyao hurriedly called Ma Ming back and shouted back, then looked at Xiaoting with unbelief in her eyes. Mr. Xiao, I'm not talking about this. She has already seen Xiaoting's financial power, and now she won't be surprised by how much money Xiaoting makes from what he buys, but she is now shocked by something else. Did something happen to the company then? Xiaoting went on to ask. Li Mengyao hurriedly shook her head. What's with this tarmac? Xiaoting moved his mouth, the designer moved his brain, and the decoration team moved their hands, but she had stared over at a glance. How did she not know there was a tarmac on the roof? You haven't been to the roof before, have you? Xiaoting asked tentatively. Li Mengyao shook her head. The decoration team hadn't started work, so she really hadn't come up to see it. It was built by the previous developer. No need to be surprised. After Xiaoting finished speaking, he and Ma Ming left. After thinking for half a day, Li Mengyao didn't notice anything unreasonable, so she followed Xiaoting and the two of them down the stairs. Sitting in his office, Xiaoting asked Ma Ming to go out first and then asked Li Mengyao, who followed him in. Sit down. What can I do for you? It's Fong Yuxing's side. He's going back to the imperial capital, and after calling your number and not getting through, he called me. Xiaoting felt out his cell phone and found several missed calls from Fong Yuxing as well as a message. He had just been in the helicopter and was so focused on enjoying the night view that he didn't notice that anyone had called. Okay, I got it. After Li Mengyao left, Xiaoting opened the message that Fong Yuxing had sent. Brother Xiao, thanks to you for letting me have the project before. I was able to have enough money and time to run it. Now that I've passed the board, I'm going back to take over my grandfather's position. Called your phone, you did not answer. But there is something very important. My father's disappearance, I found some clues, but information is very little. Can only suggest that you usually act to pay attention to the safety of the wood show and the forest wind will destroy. Lastly, regarding the 5% of Star International shares, I will do what I say. Xiaoting read it and paid some attention to this kid. Fong Yuxing. At only 17 years old, he has passed the board's succession test and is still working on his own to find the truth about his father's disappearance. And not only does he have outstanding abilities, he is also sentimental. Xiaoting also only gave up his bidding before and didn't do anything to help him. But Fong Yuxing kept having news to reveal to Xiaoting, not to mention that he also kept insisting on showing that the 5% of shares belonged to him. After thinking about it, he still only gave Fong Yuxing a sentence back. Okay, be safe. After greeting Li Mengyao, Xiaoting asked Ma Ming to drive himself home. There was no talk all night. After getting up and straightening up, Xiaoting opened the system, wanting to see what had been refreshed in the mall. Open the system mall. Column 1, Tang Dynasty 3 color vase. Function, highly collectible antique. Price, 65 points. Column 2, a string of Qing Dynasty super ancient copper coins. Function, a string of copper coins from the Qianlong period. Price, 300 points. Seeing these two items, Xiaoting pondered for a while before deciding to buy them. Although the gold man brought before is worth a lot, but only one. Now this kind of antique, put a little more by yourself. It will look a little bit of heritage. Otherwise it is just like the dirt. It is really degrading. A vase landed firmly on the ground, and a string of heavy copper coins appeared in Xiaoting's hand. Originally, Xiaoting could have used his smartphone to scan it to determine the value of these two antiques. But when he opened his phone, he happened to see people in the tycoon group discussing collectibles. So he took 2 photos in passing and sent them to the group. At that moment, the cell phones of many wealthy people across the country rang. River City's Timothy Xiao, photo. Rudy Ho is rich, yeah. Brother Xiao, is this your stash? Jiangbei Ma-san, good quality. Jiang City Xiaoting, this is something I recently found. Everyone help me see if it's good. Thorn City Guankong, show old Hu. He knows about this. Ludi, he is rich. At Ancientologist Huizhou old Hu. Come out and help everyone look at these 2 collections of Brother Xiao. Antiquities expert Huizhou, watch this. I just enlarged the photo to see half a day. These 2 pieces are authentic. Thorn City second, what's the approximate price of that? Xiaoting also looked at the phone with interest. Of course he knew it was the real thing. Now he wanted to see what price Huizhou would offer. Soon after, Hui Wine sent a message. Antiquities expert Huijio, preliminary estimate. That Tang San Kai is at 25 million. While that copper coin, then, should be $1,300,000. After Xiao Ting finished reading, he looked down and roughly counted the string of copper coins. There were 100 of them. Now, not only the people talking in the group, but many of those diving in, were taken aback in front of the screen. The two photos taken by Xiao Ting had a value of $150 million for the things on them. Many people in the group asked Xiao Ting if he was willing to make a move, and Xiao Ting responded one by one, politely declining. At this moment, Yan Song, who was also in front of the screen seeing this, sucked in a breath of cool air. He didn't believe that Xiao Ting casually plucked it to be worth more than $100 million. He definitely spent a lot of money to buy it, and when he was asked if he would sell it, he refused, showing that Xiao Ting didn't care about the money at all. If he still had the mind to deal with Xiao Ting before, Yan Song could not afford to bear half a bit of malice at all this time. Xiao Ting spends money so dashingly, behind her its own power as well as financial power, are definitely not something to be messed with. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Yan Song put away his cell phone and said, "Come in, Director Yan. The board of directors over there wants to hold a hearing about young Master Yan's previous waste of funds, and is now asking you to go over." The secretary pushed the door in. "Okay, I'll be right there." Yan Song dismissed his secretary with mixed feelings. Yan Zhangwei, you rebellious son. Chapter 69, Subterfuge? Yuan Ro? After Xiao Ting chatted with his groupmates for a few moments, he put his cell phone away. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Ting thought that there was no need to think that the one who came was Yuan Ro. "Wow, brother Xiao, are you planning to sell this big bunch of copper coins? Why don't you give it to our auction house? There's no service charge, and we'll make sure to sell it at a good price for you." "No, help me set up that vase in that corner next to the TV," casually directing Yuan Ro. The latter was happy to help anyway. Xiao Ting himself couldn't think of where to put the copper coins, so he simply put them away and threw them in the utility room. "Brother Xiao, have you not been doing anything recently?" Yuan Ro sat beside Xiao Ting and asked with some unkindness. Xiao Ting squinted his eyes and only felt that she was a little choppy again, then gave a soft Let's hear what Yuan Ro has up her sleeve first, and if it's too much trouble, it's not too late to refuse. "It's just that aren't you going to make a movie with that boss Yang? Can you bring me one? Make a movie?" Yeah. Xiao Ting then remembered that Yuan Ro was a junior in the acting department of Jiangshi University and would be a senior when school started in September. And Yuan Ro had also heard Xiao Ting say before that he was going to make a movie. And even though she didn't need to take classes anymore, she always had to produce work if she was going to graduate. That's why she's now putting her thoughts on Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting did light up. In terms of appearance conditions, Yuan Ro was absolutely fine. "Your family is so rich that you still need my help?" Xiao Ting was a little curious. Yuan Ro, on the other hand, stiffened her expression, then hung her head in shame. "My family's situation. You can see, they all want me to study business administration. I was secretly enrolled in the acting department on my own. At that time, my grandfather was angry with me for several days. Now where do you still dare to borrow the family's resources?" When Xiao Ting heard this, he felt a bit unlucky. Yuan's family won't let Yuan Ro drive a sports car, so Yuan Ro pesters Xiao Ting to take her for a ride every day. Now that Yuan's family won't let her study acting, she's trying to get Xiao Ting to agree to her making a movie. "You seem to be at a bit of a disadvantage yourself. How about it? Brother Xiao, you give me a chance. My performance is not bad." Seeing that Xiao Ting didn't react, Yuan Ro hurriedly pulled his arm and started to pray to Xiao Ting, revealing a pitiful and innocent look. "I have to say, there's a real truth to heroes. What's more, Yuan Ro was so beautiful. It's fine if you want to make a movie, but there's one thing." Xiao Ting looked at Yuan Ro. His eyes were calm, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile instead. "A little what?" Yuan Ro immediately perked up her ears, fearing that she had heard one word less, causing Xiao Ting to backtrack. Xiao Ting coughed dryly twice, then said with a straight face, "Generally, to get the resources, you have to cough." "What do I have to?" Yuan Ro first asked, then instantly realized what was going on and her face instantly turned red. "This is going to be a movie. I count as a producer. You don't have to look for a director or anything, just pass directly from me." Xiao Ting saw Yuan Ro blush and knew that she had understood, so he rode the wave of victory, but his complexion was still very serious, as if the two were discussing a very important matter. "Brother Xiao, if you think it's necessary, then I have nothing to be afraid of." Yuan Ro's character was just big and bold, and although her face was still red, her mouth refused to let go. Xiao Ting was wondering how to continue teasing Yuan Ro, when he saw the other party close her eyes and steadied herself towards him. Their lips were touching. Instead, Xiaoting was a bit surprised. This girl's guts were too big. The two of them then separated, and Yuan Ro wiped her lips and put on a vicious look before saying, "Well, do you need anything else for subterfuge?" Xiaoting, on the other hand, revealed a hint of a bad smile and said somewhat frivolously, "Subterfuge? You've got it all wrong." So you were? I'm talking about an audition to test your acting skills." Xiaoting's seriousness made Yuan Ro's face even redder. That. I just performed a kissing scene." "Yeah, not acting right. Do it again." After the words were said, Xiaoting wrapped Yuan Ro in his arms and directly kissed him. A burst of sweet flavor belonging to a young girl came from his mouth, but at the same time, he could also feel Yuan Ro's unpracticed clumsiness and youthfulness, and both of them fiercely responded to each other. Forgetting to kiss. After a long time, Xiaoting let go of Yuan Ro, and the two of them looked at each other with deep emotion. Then Yuan Ro seemed to ask in order to ease the embarrassment, "Brother Xiao, can I act in your movie now?" The blush on her face had not yet receded, and her eyes darted timidly elsewhere, which was adorable. Xiaoting hadn't intended to reject her, but he still said with a bad smile, "Let's see how you do. Let's go eat first." Yuan Ro didn't say anything else. She already understood what Xiaoting meant, seeing the two of them go downstairs together. Ma Ming, who had been waiting downstairs, opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. At the same time, Ma Ming was keenly aware that the two had come down together this time and gotten a little closer. And after getting into the car, Xiaoting directly wrapped Yuan Ro in his arms, further confirming this thought. Inwardly praising Xiaoting's greatness, Ma Ming smoothly started the car and drove out of the neighborhood. Meanwhile, the Rolls-Royce was followed by several Range Rovers. After casually finding a restaurant that looked quite upscale and having dinner, Xiaoting accompanied Yuan Ro for a while after shopping. It was already nighttime. After sending Yuan Ro back home, Xiaoting also returned home. Looking back at the beauty of falling in love, Xiaoting was still somewhat touched inside. Having come into contact with quite a few beautiful women during this period of time made Xiaoting still let out a sigh in his heart. Now this life, it's really good. After taking a shower, Xiaoting sat on the bed and opened the system, wanting to see what had been refreshed. Open the system mall. Instantly, two commodities appeared in the mall bar in front of Xiaoting. The two commodities were rather chickenish and Xiaoting was a bit disappointed, but after he saw the black bar at the back, he suddenly remembered that the opening of the third bar only required 200 points, while the fourth one was 2,000 points. Open the third commodity field, Xiaoting said in his head. As for the fourth bar, although he had quite a lot of points now, it would be better to wait until he had more in the future to open it. Otherwise spending points to open the bar but not having the points to buy the goods would be funny. Ding! The third column opens. A commodity instantly appeared, and Xiaoting nodded with some satisfaction as he fixed his eyes on it. Customized script. Function: a suitable script can be automatically generated according to the holder's wishes. Limited to one use. Price: 100 points. Now, Xiaoting would save himself the trouble of finding a screenwriter. Buy customized script. Ding! Customized script, purchase complete. Afterward, a book with the word script written on the cover appeared in Xiaoting's hands. After turning it over, it was all blank, but it seemed to be vaguely written. But when you looked closely, it was indeed blank, which was truly amazing. Right now, Xiaoting didn't know how many actors would end up with slots, so he didn't rush to generate the script as he wished, and just put away the blank, customized script. Afterward, Xiaoting saw that it was getting late, so he went to bed. Chapter 70: Buying a luxury car in Magic City. In the next few days, Xiaoting accompanied Yuan Ro around shopping and having fun, while the company side was completely handed over to the minister and Li Mengyao to take care of. Time flew by and it was August 3rd. Xiaoting was also ready to move and was going to make a trip to the magic capital. In this society, if you want to get ahead, you have to have money in the first place and connections in the second. Although Xiaoting was already very rich, he was simply a novice compared to his connections in high society. Originally, he wanted to take Yuan Ro there, but Xiaoting thought that if he went to the magic city this time, he might have to encounter many vicious people, so it was not good to flirt with people in front of Yuan Ro. Besides, Xiaoting needs to clear his ears. Therefore, with 4 bodyguards including Ma Ming, Xiaoting then took a plane and headed straight to Magic City. As for the helicopter, that thing was only suitable for short to medium distance flights, and it wasn't as comfortable as an airliner. Xiaoting naturally wouldn't torture himself just to show off. That would be too stupid. As for the bodyguards, it wasn't that he felt that it was so unsafe. It was just that Fong Yuxing had emphasized 3 times before, so Xiaoting had to grow a heart and mind. He was meeting some mega-rich bigwigs this time, and mixing with them, it was very possible that he would be targeted by some bad guys. Besides, a bodyguard like Ma Ming could make him very honorable in front of those people. 3 hours after leaving Zheng City, Xiaoting's 5 people got off the airplane. It was just about noon, and the sun of Mordor was shining directly under the parasol that Ma Ming had put up. Soon, several people spotted a woman standing in the hot sun, dressed in a professional outfit, with a small blue flag with the word Xiao written on it, erected on the car behind her. The woman in professional attire also seemed to have noticed the difference between Xiaoting's several people and jogged over with her parasol, then opened her mouth to ask, "May I ask if this is Mr. Xiao from Jiang City?" Xiaoting nodded and looked at the woman in front of him. Her face is exquisitely made up and she has a very proud body. "I am Little Fish, the staff sent by the Regal Club to take care of your reception. Please follow me." Taking Xiaoting into the car, he then had Ma Ming sit in the passenger side while the remaining 3 took a taxi to the hotel. "Mr. Xiao, this time, all your travels in Magic City can be arranged by me, and if you have any needs, you can also talk to me. I will satisfy you." Between the words made Xiaoting couldn't help but remember the first time he met Wang Jingyu. The tone and meaning of the words, it was too similar, but this time, Xiaoting had no interest in teasing her, having seen too much. Although Little Fish's face and body were very good, right now, Xiaoting was surrounded by such women. There were not a few that were better than her. "Are we going to the hotel now?" Xiaoting asked. Little Fish explained immediately after hearing that. "Yes, and if you're going to have another trip, I can drop you off as well." "Alright then, go to the place that sells cars. I'll buy a car." After Xiaoting finished speaking, he gently closed his eyes, while Ma Ming hurriedly sent a message to a few of his brothers in the cab, asking them to change their destination. The Little Fish was a bit puzzled, but seeing that Xiaoting was already resting his eyes, he didn't dare to ask more, but just turned the car around and drove towards the nearby 4S store. Soon, the destination was reached, and the Little Fish gave Mama a look of help. Xiaoting was the one who could come to the Regal Club party, so she naturally didn't dare to disturb his rest. Ma Ming had followed Xiaoting for so long and knew that Xiaoting had a better temper, so he got out of the car, opened the door at the back, and spoke softly to Xiaoting in the back seat. "Mr. Xiao, it's here." After hearing these words, Xiaoting opened his eyes and smiled at the duo. "Let's go. Meet the luxury cars of the Magic City." Ma Ming put his hand on top of Xiaoting's head and helped Xiaoting out of the car. The other 3 bodyguards also arrived at that moment. Afterwards, he let the 3 bodyguards find a cool place to wait outside, while Xiaoting entered the store with the 2 of them. Ma Ming Xiaoyu. As soon as they entered the store, someone noticed Xiaoting's trio. Handsome men and beautiful women with bodyguards are big clients any way you look at it. A guide walked up and said enthusiastically, "Hello gentlemen, are you here to choose a car or look at cars? Is there a Rolls-Royce Phantom?" Xiaoting didn't bother to say that much and directly opened the door. "Ha!" Little Fish and the guide made questioning noises at the same time, while Ma Ming and Xiaoting stood there with a calm face. "There are, would you like to see that one?" The guide was surprised by Xiaoting's dryness and stuttered a bit. Xiaoting shook his head and the guide let out a sigh of relief, but immediately afterward, he saw Xiaoting point at Ma Ming behind him. "Let him see it." Okay." The shopper felt a little strange. Could it be that the bodyguard at the back is the main person? Otherwise, why doesn't this handsome man himself go to see if the car is suitable or not? How could she know that Xiaoting had 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms in Jiang City, and that it was all small money for him, so he didn't need to put it in his mind at all. The guide took Ma Ming away while Xiaoting and Little Fish sat down. "Mr. Xiao is really wealthy and generous. Really don't know how to describe this behavior of Xiaoting." Xiaoyu finally held back a word. "I don't like to bother others. It's more convenient to buy a mobility scooter myself." What Xiaoting didn't say was that he actually trusted Ma Ming more to be his driver. Then, "Mr. Xiao, do you need a license plate from our side?" Little Fish spoke respectfully. Xiaoting then thought that this wasn't Jiang City anymore, and it wasn't very convenient for him to operate on this side, so he met Xiaoyu's words and asked, "Legal?" "Mr. Xiao, don't worry, the procedures on our side are all formal, and won't cause you any subsequent trouble." Seeing that Xiaoting had doubts, Little Fish immediately puffed up his chest to assure him. "Okay." After the 2 of them casually chatted for a few moments, Ma Ming came back and said to Xiaoting, "Mr. Xiao, I've already looked at it. There's nothing wrong with the car. It's just relatively new, and the price is only over $20 million. Well, that's it, plus an Audi A8. The duo's conversation was cloudy, and the guide was thunderstruck. Is this bouncer talking like a human being? Only $20 million? And the rightful owner of the car, not to mention, so calm? Is this how they usually communicate? Although the guide heart doubt, but Xiaoting normal payment, then he is only responsible for happy to get commission on the line. Other than he can not care. After replacing both Xiaoting's Rolls-Royce and Audi A8 with temporary license plates, the three of them left. This allowed Xiaoting to also get a preliminary understanding of how developed the economy of Magic City was. In the city of Jiang, he bought more than $20 million of cars. Zhang Guoqing banging drums and drums to celebrate. The whole store even hate to send He Lily to his own home, while the Magic City side actually just took a picture. What ceremony is not? However, this was just what Xiaoting wanted. He didn't like trouble in the first place, letting Ma Ming drive the Rolls-Royce and the remaining three drive the Audi A8. Xiaoting sat in the car and drove towards the hotel. Chapter 71, Why Should I Bother with a Child? In front of the Escalating Grand Hotel, dozens of welcome guests and doormen stood neatly. The people they greeted today were all members of the Regal Club. All of them were big shots who were either rich or noble. And once they slacked off, it was very likely that they would lose their jobs. So everyone was all pumped up. Soon, a car with the hotel's logo drove up to the entrance of the hotel. The greeters all rushed to cheer up and put a smile on their faces. Two doormen, on the other hand, rushed down, ready to open and close the doors for the people in the car. But the car with the hotel logo didn't stop when it drove up to the red carpet, but kept going, clearly about to pull out of its confines. A few fellow Regal Club staff members saw the scene and started whispering, do you think that's Little Fish sister in the car? Yeah, how did she make such a cheap mistake? Fishy was quite resourceful before. How come you forgot to put the guests down on the red carpet? There are quite a few people who secretly regret inwardly. The small fish is really dead this time. Then, Fish's car finally stopped, but then it pulled out of the red carpet. What's the point of stopping at this point? That's just it. The member on the other car must be pissed. Just as a few people were secretly discussing, they suddenly realized that there was a Rolls-Royce Phantom following Little Fish's car. It's over. Not only did she not put down the big man in her car, she also blocked the car of the big man in Magic City. Completely hopeless. Yeah, poor Little Fish. Seeing a Rolls-Royce Phantom, they naturally assumed it was a local tycoon. But where did they think that the car was newly bought by Xiaoting? And the porter, who had come down earlier, had gone to the front of Fish's car. But they opened the door, only to find that there was no one sitting inside at all. Fish, on the other hand, hurriedly got out of the car and gave them a wink, then led the duo towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the back. There's no one in the minnow's car? Is she driving for the Rolls-Royce Phantom behind her? I suppose so, but isn't it always members from out of town that the club sends to pick up? Right, what's going on here? Just when the crowd watching the show could not figure out what to do, the porter had already opened Xiaoting's car door and welcomed him out of the car with an extremely professional posture and respectful attitude. After Xiaoting walked by, the welcome guests started whispering again. See, that member just now is so handsome, a girl exclaimed with a nymphomaniacal sigh. The person next to her nodded and chimed in. Yeah, not only is he handsome, he's also very young. He doesn't even feel like he's 20. I guess it's well maintained. You don't see many rich people this young. Humph, maybe it's a rich kid. A few people were in the middle of arguing when they saw that Little Fish had already settled down and Xiaoting had returned, so they hurriedly gathered around. Sister Fish, didn't you pick up someone from out of town? How come people drove themselves back? People buy cars straight after they land. Fish still found it a bit unbelievable. Although I know that these rich people are not poor, but just preparing to stay in Mordor for a few days, but directly bought a Rolls-Royce Phantom is still the first time to see. Moreover, that Mr. Xiao also bought an Audi A8 for his bodyguard. It's also $1 million or so. At this moment, Xiaoting went back into the middle of his room himself after sending a few people, Ma Ming, to rest. It was already 9 o'clock at night when Xiaoting received a call from Yuan Rou. The other party talked endlessly with Xiaoting, and in the end, without making a point, he hung up the phone, making Xiaoting cry and laugh a little. He thought that Yuan Rou had come to check up on himself, but he didn't expect that he was just casually chatting with himself for a while, as if it was a routine matter. It was getting late, and Xiaoting was ready to go to bed, while at the same time, a trace of excitement flooded his heart. Now he was beyond looking forward to tomorrow. He really wanted to see that the rich and powerful in China, compared to him, Xiaoting, how? A night without words. Huaxiating this kind of top-class hotel accommodation environment is really good. Even Xiaoting are more than 7 o'clock, almost 8 o'clock before waking up. It is really the bed is too comfortable. Fumbling with his cell phone, the group was already talking. It's all the people who are already here saying hello to each other or meeting each other on a date. Xiaoting loaded the level 1 membership card that he had previously purchased with his points, went downstairs, strolled casually, and walked over to the hotel's pool. At this time, although it was early in the morning, but due to the special location of the Magic City, the temperature was already a little high, and there were also many slim girls in the pool playing in the water. which was really a good scene. Xiao Ting didn't have the heart to go into the water, and casually found a sunshade to sit under. Seeing that someone over here had sat down, a waiter immediately trotted over and asked if they wanted something to drink. Xiao Ting nodded, and the waiter waved, and immediately someone came up with a tray and retired after pouring Xiao Ting a glass of wine. Just as Xiao Ting was savoring the wine in his cup while admiring the beauty in front of him, a person sat down beside him. Xiao Ting directly used attribute observation to see what this person's name was. Name Yin Song. Characteristics, able to give and take. Shrewd. Analysis, chairman of Lock Yuan Group. With a business mind. Xiao Ting instantly looked odd. Wasn't this Yin Zhangwei's old man who had been repaired by himself several times? Is it hard to come to trouble yourself? Just as Xiao Ting was thinking, Yin Song picked up the wine in his hand and spoke. Is this brother here for the party too? Xiao Ting now understood that this Yin Song didn't recognize himself at all. Wait, he called himself a brother? His son is his own age. Could it be that he was so young and was plainly a generation higher than Yin Zhangwei? Yes. I don't know what old brother's name is? Xiao Ting naturally wouldn't be polite with him, even though he already knew who he was. He still had to ask when it was time to ask in order to appear normal. My humble self Yin Song, from La Yuan Group. As soon as Yin Song heard Xiao Ting say that he was here to attend the party, he made sure that the other party was on the same level as himself afterward. He did not put on airs and still had a smile on his face. Oh, of the La Yuan Group. Long time no see. Seeing that Xiao Ting was also polite with himself and so young, driven by curiosity, Yin Song still asked, I wonder what this little brother, what is his name? Oh, my surname is Xiao, just call me brother Xiao Ting, Xiao Ting said with a smile. He had already decided to take advantage of that Yin Zhangwei. Oh, brother Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting? The smile on Yin Song's face suddenly froze. What? Elder brother Yin has heard of me? Xiao Ting made a surprised face. Previously, my canine son had a small conflict with old brother Xiao when he arrived in Jiang City. Oh, that it's fine. What am I bothering with a child? Xiao Ting waved his hand graciously, causing Yin Song to freeze. This Xiao Ting said that he didn't care, which made him quite grateful. But why did that sound oddly twisted? That's fine. It was my little brat who offended brother Xiao. Since brother Xiao can disregard past suspicions, I'm here to toast you on behalf of my canine son. Not thinking about it that much, Yin Song picked up the wine cup in his hand and tilted his head back to take a sip. Very refreshing. Chapter 72, $1 billion without your family? After chatting casually with Yin Song about business matters again, Yin Song saw an acquaintance in the distance, so he spoke to Xiao Ting and got up to greet him. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, continued to sit and sip his wine. Not long after, another waiter came running, seemingly looking for Xiao Ting for a long time. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, you're not in your room and we couldn't reach you. That's why we looked for you and found you here. Please bear with us if we're disturbing you. The staff was a little out of breath, but still finished the paragraph at an even pace. The humility of the staff made Xiao Ting secretly surprised inwardly. In fact, it was him who didn't bring his cell phone downstairs in the morning. It was normal that he couldn't be contacted. It wasn't anyone's problem at all. But as soon as this staff member opened his mouth, he took all the fault on himself, avoiding Xiao Ting's embarrassment. Xiao Ting smiled and said, It's no one's problem. What's the matter with finding me? The staff member took 2 breaths before pulling out a card from behind him. Mr. Xiao, this is the junior VIP card of the club for this party. You can only enter and exit the hotel and the club's entertainment venues with this card. Xiao Ting took the card handed by the staff member and took out another card, the Regal Club Level 1 membership card, that he had previously purchased with his points, and then asked the staff member, What difference does it make? The staff member looked up, then immediately froze, then started apologizing. I'm sorry Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, it's our negligence. We missed the information that you're already a first-class member. I'm sorry. Xiao Ting cried and laughed. Nothing was asked, just listening to half an apology. What's going on here? I don't blame you. Talk about card levels. Oh, okay, Mr. Xiao. The club's membership card is as low as the primary membership card, which is a member whose assets have reached 10 million stature to qualify for membership, but no dues are required to be paid. The primary membership card is a member whose assets are in the hundreds of millions of dollars and who is required to pay dues of $1 million per year. And then the secondary and tertiary members are further up the ladder. Okay. Xiao Ting had been a bit strange that it was okay for these rich people to save their money and just be a junior member. But in an instant he understood. It's a status symbol. And for men, that's face. He Xiao Ting earned $3 billion last time. How can he count on $1 billion of his fortune? So how do I move up to second level membership? Again. As a man, it's natural to earn that face. Without waiting for the staff to speak, Several voices rang out from the side. Holy, bro, you're not, are you? You're actually a billionaire at such a young age? The two young men walked over in pairs, then one by one sat down next to Xiaoting, but now both had some surprise on their faces. Yes, Xiaoting saw that the other party did not have any malicious intent, so he naturally responded to the two of them, while using his attribute observation to learn their names. Wang Hao, Ding Chuliang. Unsurprisingly, the two sat down and took turns extending their hands to Xiaoting and introducing themselves as a sign of politeness. Magic City Wang family, Wang Hao. Magic City Ding family, Ding Chuliang. Xiaoting also shook hands with the two of them and then said, Jiang City, Xiaoting. From Jiang City? Haven't heard of any big families. Ding Chuliang and Wang Hao looked at each other with some doubts, then looked at Xiaoting. Brother Xiao, what kind of business does the family do? Seeing the two prying, Xiaoting knew that the other party had mistakenly thought that he was also a rich second generation, so he returned. I started my own random little business a couple years ago and made a little bit of money. In the ears of Ding Chuliang and Wang Hao, these words naturally had other meanings. If you run your own business, you're not relying on your family. So what you were saying about upgrading to a level 2 membership card is, oh yeah, let the staff go ahead and do that and we'll take our time. Sir, upgrading your membership card requires an asset determination of over $1 billion and an annual dues payment of $10 million. The staff member on the sidelines had been left hanging for a while, but still smiled and stood up straight when he answered. Xiaoting then nodded and told him to take his 2 membership cards and went to upgrade. After the three of them asked each other their ages, they realized that Xiaoting was about a year older than both of them. Brother Xiao, cowhide, built up $1 billion from nothing? Wang Hao gave a thumbs up, his words full of envy. The children of rich families like theirs, who went out to make money and exercise, also took the resources of their families, and very few of them were able to make a name for themselves completely on their own. Although Ding Chuliang didn't say anything, he was also clearly shocked and looked at Xiaoting from the sidelines with a little more admiration in his eyes. Then what level of card are you to? Xiaoting asked with some curiosity. If someone had asked this in the past, these two would have definitely proudly said that they had a level 1 membership card, but today in front of Xiaoting, they were a little too proud to do so. The two of us, we can't compare to you. Brother Xiao, we both relied on our family and got a first-class card, Ding Chuliang said with some embarrassment. Still, Xiaoting inwardly sighed. Some people are born at a starting point that is much higher than countless others. The trio then left the poolside and entered the ballroom. Those people over there, they don't seem to be from our magic city? After the three of them sat down, Wang Hao secretly pointed at a few people sitting on the other side of the banquet hall. Xiaoting looked in the direction Wang Hao said and saw an old acquaintance at a glance. At this moment, Yan Zhangwei was talking and laughing among those people, but suddenly his eyes hurt for no reason. Holy, it's not going to come out in tears, is it? Yan Zhangwei panicked in his heart, but suddenly glanced at Xiaoting who was looking at him. Holy, how is it him? Not being able to hold back for a moment, Yan Zhangwei directly shouted out, what's wrong? A few of Yan Zhangwei's close friends, who were startled by him, asked him at the moment, somewhat unkindly. Many people around him looked at himself, and Yan Zhangwei also reacted to the fact that he had lost his temper, and hurriedly lowered his voice and said to his friends around him, it's over there, the one sitting in the center, who screwed me over twice in River City. The crowd looked in the direction he was talking about and saw Xiaoting's trio. I recognized those two people beside him. They're the sons of the Wang and Ding families of Mordor. It seems like this person isn't simple either. A man said to Yan Zhangwei, what are you afraid of? Since you messed with our people, this shall not go over to make them regret? The person who said this had already stood up and walked towards Xiaoting's people. Yan Zhangwei felt something was wrong in his heart, but when he saw his friends getting up and walking over, he hardened up and followed. They're coming towards us. Wang Hao realized that the young men he had been observing were now getting up, and the target was them. I don't know these people myself. Is it possible that they're here to make friends? But why do they all look so bad? Is it hard to come to trouble? I'm a local of Mordor. Is it possible that there's really someone who's not open to the world? While Wang Hao was rambling, Ding Chuliang wasn't. He knew that Wang Hao didn't recognize these people either, so he looked at Xiaoting. However, the duo saw Xiaoting stand up with a smile on his face and greeted them. Xiaoting then said something to one of the youths that directly stunned them. Yeah, great nephew, you're there too. Chapter 73 Uncle Xiao? Everyone? At this point, Yan Zhangwei and his friends were confused. What is this? You know you're here to make trouble, and you're here to make trouble first? This guy doesn't look very smart. At this time, when he looked at Xiaoting again, he had already sat back in his position. But on the contrary, Yan Zhangwei's face was red and somewhat angry. What did you just call me? Xiaoting saw Yan Zhangwei start blushing again and shook his head with regret. Why is this kid so sullen? It doesn't move. It gets angry. Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang were stunned. Xiao Ting said they were children? Wasn't he only 23 years old himself? When Xiao Ting said this, he immediately enraged Yan Zhengwei's group again and came up to move against Xiao Ting. However, just as they took a step forward, two black shadows flashed out behind Xiao Ting and blocked in front of the few people. Looking at the two tower-like bodyguards in front of them, those guys immediately wimped out. From the murderous eyes of those two bodyguards, they had no doubt that if they dared to take another step forward, their heads would definitely be ripped off. Don't scare the kids, Xiao Ting said with a smile, then made the bodyguards stand back and looked at Yan Zhengwei's group with a kind face. We just wanted to come and get acquainted with you, and you just keep uttering insults. It's too much. Some people were indignant, but they didn't dare to make a move, so they could only stand there and shout. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, replied with an innocent look on his face. How could you? I'm really his uncle. How could I lie to you? Thinking about how Yen Song had called himself brother and brother before, Xiao Ting wanted to laugh a little, but he still remained serious on his face. Seeing how Xiao Ting spoke with conviction, several people including Wang Hao and Ding Chulian were a bit skeptical. It couldn't be true, could it? Although one is surnamed Xiao and the other is surnamed Yen, it is normal for the two to talk and call themselves brothers and sisters. What the are you guys looking at? He's obviously bull asterisk 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 Ting. A few people's eyes looked at Yan Zhengwei with a chill, so he roared angrily. The sound startled a number of people, including Yen Song, who was talking to someone in the corner. Hearing a familiar voice, he turned around and saw that it was his own son shouting there. Old Yen, isn't that your son? What's wrong with that? The person Yen Song was talking to was a bit curious. Yen Song said in his heart, I'm not sure, but I still smiled slightly and said, I'm going over there. Excuse me ha. The man nodded briskly as well and turned to talk to the others. Yen Song, on the other hand, immediately turned around and walked towards Yan Zhengwei's direction, cursing in his heart. That Xiao Ting has a very decent manner of speaking. How come his own son is like this? He is a disgrace to himself. However, when Yen Song approached, he saw Xiao Ting at a glance. At that moment, his heart thumped. It's not that this brat is messing with Xiao Ting again, is it? I just interceded for you. Xiao Ting also saw Yen Song walking towards his place and immediately shouted Yen Song with enthusiasm. Elder brother Yen, here. Seeing this situation, Yen Song judged that Xiao Ting should not be angry and let out a sigh of relief. Old brother Xiao, what a coincidence. You're here too. Ha? Xiao Ting smiled and nodded. This time, all the young men, including Yan Zhengwei, froze. These two, one old brother Yan and one old brother Xiao, were really calling themselves brothers. Then just now when Xiao Ting called Yan Zhengwei his great-nephew, wouldn't that also be true and not nonsense by Xiao Ting? Dad, what are you talking about? You're so close to this Xiao Ting? Yan Zhengwei still couldn't believe it and asked stiffly, you still care that your father is here? Why don't you come over to see your uncle Xiao? Yan Song's eyes glared, but inwardly he cursed. What kind of son is he? When he realized that the situation was not right, he didn't sneak away, but even came up to look for a scolding. Now it's impossible not to let Xiao Ting take advantage of the situation. The rest of the few people were stifling their laughter, wanting to see how Yan Zhengwei would end up, and came over to look for trouble. But it turned out that he really was a generation below others. A few expletives exited. Yan Zhengwei twisted his head and left, not caring in the slightest about Yen Song's call behind him. Elder brother Xiao, I've made you laugh. It's because I'm not disciplining you well. Elder brother Yen is overstating it. Children, a bit of temper is normal. I can still be generalized with children? Xiao Ting sat aside and said quietly, without the slightest intention of getting angry. The few people next to him were a bit speechless. You look like you're the same age as Yan Zhengwei. Why are you a little kid? Seeing that Xiao Ting also had no intention of pursuing the matter, Yen Song said in a loud voice, That's good. That's good. I'll clean him up when I get back. When Yen Song left, Yan Zhengwei's friends also left in disgrace. Wang Hao gave Xiao Ting a thumbs up and complimented him. Brother Xiao is bullish. The chairman of La Yuan Group, Yen Song, is almost 50 years old and still calls you Brother Xiao. Ding Chuliang also nodded vigorously. If Xiao Ting has $1 billion fortune from nothing to make him touch, then this Yen Song and Xiao Ting's equality is directly equivalent to giving him a hammer. This Xiao Ting, there's something raw about him. Soon, before the banquet started, Xiao Ting walked around, wanting to get to know a few more people. After all, now that the company has grown, it also needs these contacts to give itself a hand. Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang, on the other hand, sat where they were like many young people and didn't get up to walk around freely. They were just young masters in the big families, and were not yet qualified to get acquainted with those bigwigs who controlled a side of the world. So Xiao Ting, as the only young man walking around on the field, naturally drew a lot of curiosity. There were quite a few people who came over to interact with Xiaoting and were surprised after learning that Xiaoting was a level 2 member. Did you see that young man? The one walking around the field? Yeah, it looks like he's a level 2 member. What? This is the young master of a top-tier family, right? It's actually a second-tier member. No, he seems to have started out on his own for nothing. Started from nothing? Are you confused? A level 2 member's worth has to be over $1 billion. And he's so young. He started making money from his mother's womb? Yeah, that's weird. Probably the son of a top mansion, the two waiters whispered, which was heard by quite a few people. And then there were more people who approached Xiaoting without leaving any traces. Xiaoting found a place to sit down after he had added friends with quite a few bigwigs. But at that moment, Yensong came over again, accompanied by two middle-aged men about his age. Brother Xiao, let me introduce to you these two leading members of the Wang and Ding families of the Magic City. After Yensong came over, he immediately introduced the two people beside him to Xiaoting, and then introduced Xiaoting to the two of them. This is the Xiao brother I was talking about, the one who created that esports theme center in Jiang City before. That's him. Oh, old brother Xiao is young and talented. The Wang clan's family member could not help but be surprised. He had heard about the events in Jiang City before and thought that the boss was some kind of peer, but he did not expect to look so young. Alas, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. The future generations are fearful. The Ding family's headmaster also looked at Xiaoting's youth and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, if our family's juniors were half as capable as brother Xiao, we wouldn't have to worry about it. Yensong nodded with deep concern. At this moment, Wang Hao, who was sitting in the corner, happened to see Xiaoting and three middle-aged men talking and laughing together as they walked towards their side, and his face changed drastically. What's wrong with you? Ding Chuliang also noticed something was wrong and opened his mouth to ask him. Wang Hao watched Xiaoting's few people approaching with their feet and yanked up Ding Chuliang. Run! Damn it! He's coming to be an uncle to us too. Chapter 74 Gambling Luck Convention? Why did my son run away? That's right, my son ran away with it. The two heads of the Wang and Ding families were a bit puzzled. They had wanted to introduce Xiaoting to them, so that they could learn from others. Why did they run away instead once they saw themselves coming over? Perhaps the two gentlemen are afraid of being born. Yensong spoke up at the right time, giving the two of them a step down. Right, that should be it. Old brother Xiao, I'm sorry. When the Wang clan's head family finished speaking to Xiaoting, the Ding clan's head family also nodded. Xiaoting, on the other hand, glanced at Yensong. The guy's a little naughty for his age. Too. A few people then split up again, each going off to make contact with an acquaintance. Xiaoting then followed Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang, who ran away. Holy, he followed me again. Wang Hao saw Xiaoting's figure and was startled, but only after realizing that he was the only one did he let his heart drop. I say, you too, what are you running for? Xiaoting came over and was a bit puzzled. Weren't these two guys seeing their own father? Why were they acting like they had seen a ghost? When Wang Hao saw Xiaoting coming over, a look of contempt piled up on his face and he opened his mouth. Brother Xiao, this is a bit unorthodox of you. Xiaoting was a bit confused. That Yensong's son has a grudge against you, so it's just fine for you to be an uncle to him. What's the matter? You want to be an uncle to both of us as well? Ding Chuliang, on the other hand, revealed a hint of skepticism as he looked at Xiaoting. Now Xiaoting was speechless. Did you two see me run away? But once he thought about what the other party said, the corner of Xiaoting's mouth hooked up into a smile. Don't laugh. Are you hitting on both of us? When Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang saw Xiaoting's smile, a bad feeling rose in their hearts. Your father was my equal just now, and you want to be their equal? Brother Xiao, don't be like this. Let's talk about each other. He. It was Wang Hao who reacted quickly and immediately walked to Xiaoting's side with a smile and said this. To each his own? Yes, to each his own. Seeing that Xiaoting had loosened up, they hurriedly nodded their heads back and forth, fearing that Xiaoting would back out. Xiaoting originally didn't want to get entangled in this matter with them, so he just pretended to reluctantly agree. All right. The two of them, on the other hand, were as if they had been amnestied, and looked at Xiaoting with more gratitude in their eyes, causing Xiaoting to almost fail to hold back his laughter. These two, so funny. The banquet didn't start until the evening, and after Xiaoting went outside at noon to enjoy some of the Magic City's food, he went back to the hotel to rest. Open the system. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 63. Charm, 5. Power, 7. Mall, 2. Points, 70-71. Xiaoting had found out before that the wealth of this system only counted all the cash he had on him. The company's payments or any other property under his own banner were not counted. And now, One has $700 million on the line. Open them all. The two items appeared instantly while Xiaoting looked at the two columns. Column 1, spending rebate card. Function, all purchases for the next day are returned at 5 times the rebate. Price, 90 points. Column 2, antidote to poison. Function, when used by a poisoned person, it can expel all toxins from the body and heal all injuries caused by poisons. Price, 100 points. Buy both. The points instantly decreased by 190, and an elixir appeared in Xiaoting's hand. And below the attributes panel, there was an additional line of small print. Spending rebate card, in effect. Time remaining 23 hours and 59 minutes. No longer looking at the system, Xiaoting turned his gaze to the pills. This antidote Dan was green in color, and its shape was not a regular sphere. It was pitted along with a few patterns on it, making Xiaoting a bit speechless. This elixir looked like a highly poisonous drug. If it wasn't for the fact that the system wouldn't pit itself, he would never believe that this drug could cure poison. Stopping his thoughts, Xiaoting went downstairs in boredom after putting the elixir away. Once downstairs, Xiaoting happened to see Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang preparing to get on the elevator, but the duo stopped their movements when they saw Xiaoting. What are you two doing up there? Xiaoting was a bit strange. Did these two just go back to rest at this moment? Brother Xiao, is it true that you didn't have anything to do until the banquet started? At this time, Wang Hao looked at Xiaoting with a mysterious face and whispered in his ear. Seeing this, Xiaoting immediately thought of some of the special fetishes of the legendary rich second generation, and could not help but get a little excited, but still maintained a face full of calmness, and then nodded his head. Hey, 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 aha. Xiaoting didn't ask much when he saw that the other party was being secretive. Joke, with his Xiaoting's physical fitness, even if the next program was more exciting, he could still stand it. The three of them then entered the hotel elevator together, and Wang Hao pressed the button for the top floor. Could it be that it was on the top floor of the hotel? Thinking about those coolly dressed girls in the pool outside, Xiaoting suddenly felt that it made sense to be in the hotel. After all, wouldn't it be a downer to run out and play outside? As the elevator door opened, Xiaoting's trio walked into the darkened top floor. After adapting to the darkness of the place, Xiaoting realized that there were quite a few men and women sitting here, all whispering on the sofa. So many people? Xiaoting asked Wang Hao softly, while the latter nodded excitedly. The three of them casually found a corner and sat down. Then Wang Hao reminded him, Brother Xiao, all the ones in here are rich daughters with faces in Mordor. You can find a chance to make friends. All rich second generation from Magic City? Xiaoting swept a glance and realized that it was all young people. Ding Chuliang, on the other hand, nodded and said, yes, those like you, Brother Xiao, are a minority after all. In fact, we usually play with our peers, and the older generation doesn't even look at us. You guys didn't call me up here just to get to know them, right? Xiaoting was a little skeptical that these two boys were afraid that they were really a generation older than them, so they were looking for so many young people to befriend them, and either these people would lose face together, or they would give up their generation. No, 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 Brother Xiao, where are you thinking? The good show will start soon. Just after Wang Hao finished speaking, a spotlight immediately lit up in the middle of the field. A man with a microphone walked to the center of the room and tapped the microphone, then spoke. I declare the Gambling Luck Conference now open. The words were followed by a chorus of hoots and hollers from around the room. Seeing that Xiaoting was a bit puzzled, Wang Hao immediately began to explain on the side. It's a way for us to compare our luck by putting something in a tray but not telling anyone out there what it is. Just giving a couple of descriptive words, and then people make their own purchases based on their guesses. Good luck is $10 for a sports car key, bad luck could be millions for a blank piece of paper. After Wang Hao finished explaining, Xiaoting came to be interested. This rich second generation of Magic City is quite good at playing. Chapter 75, just arrived in Magic City and you have a room? In the eyes of the rich, spending money is a way to have fun. The same was now true for the rich kids of Mordor who were present. They were born with golden spoons and grew up with pocket money in the tens of thousands. And now money is less of a nerve stimulant for them. So a few rich kids in Magic City came up with this way of having fun, gambling on the luck of the draw. They don't care about a sports car, but it's still pretty cool to get $10 for one. It would be even better to see someone pay millions for a blank sheet of paper. At this moment, Xiaoting was sitting between Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang, and he was also somewhat looking forward to it. Soon, a long-legged beauty walked to the center of the room carrying a silver tray with a lid on it. Now for the tip. Big eyes and long hair. Bidding starts at $5. A chorus of boos rang out at the host's words. Come on. Coming up is a beautiful woman's photo. It's so boring. Wang Hao beside him opened his mouth and said. Xiao Ting understood. This play is quite unique. There is actually put photos. I'll offer $10. In the middle of the day, someone in the field shouted lazily. He then won the auction item by a strong margin of $10. The long-legged woman strides her long, bejeweled legs towards a rich young man, and then opens the lid on the tray. The rich kid took the opportunity to touch the girl's leg before looking disdainfully at the contents of the tray. But his disdain immediately vanished before he quickly reached out and pulled out the contents. Countless pairs of eyes in the room looked at him, and no one was looking at him when they realized that all he had in his hand was a photograph. Look at that baby face of his, as if the girl in that photo could be so beautiful. Ding Chuliang said with disdain. Many people present had the same idea as Ding Chuliang, and then no one paid attention to that rich second generation, all waiting for the next lot. Only the person who took that picture knows the reason he was so excited, because the woman in this picture is naked, and an actress at that. The host continued. Okay, now for the second lot. The descriptor. Expensive. Starting bid is $50. What? Just a one-word description? This isn't another one of those lackluster guys getting ready to screw people over, is it? There was a lot of talk in the arena, but Xiao Ting was a bit curious. Something that could make this group of rich kids use the word expensive to describe it must be worth a lot of money, right? But it's so simple that everyone should be able to figure it out, right? Xiao Ting didn't make a rash move. He wasn't familiar with the rules here yet and was now prepared to take a look first. Sure enough, someone had been bidding all the way up to $500,000 for the word expensive, 10,000 times over. The person who ended up with the shot instead got a kneeling clay figurine of a small man, which looked like it was only $1,000. If anything, there was a chuckle from the field. Damn, so it's this kneeling. The person who shot it grabbed the clay figurine villain in the tray and threw it on the ground. Although it was pitched, but that rich second generation can't do much about it. This is the gambling luck conference. Gambling is luck. Their own luck is not good. Can't blame others. Xiao Ting also laughed. This gambling luck conference was really interesting. Soon, the third lot was up, and the host gave the description this time. Light, less. Starting bid is 10,000. This made a lot of people a little curious. It's hard to believe that it's a sports car light, and a rare sports car, but this starting price was set at 10,000, so it's possible that it's here to trap people off. Just as the crowd was still thinking about it, a cry came from the corner. $20,000. Immediately, it ignited the crowd's desire to compete for it, and they all started bidding. Xiao Ting thought that he got a consumption cashback card today, and anyway, there was only one day, so he might as well buy it without looking at the price. So he also followed the call. 1 million, but the others only bid up to 320,000. Xiao Ting's voice directly gave all of them a squeeze. People take their time in bidding. You're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? However, they were not worried that Xiao Ting knew that it was something expensive and called the price. After all, these rich second generation had self-respect and were not poor. They would not divulge the auction to others. After a long time, no one continued to raise the price, and finally Xiao Ting auctioned off the third lot. Brother Xiao, if you play like this, do you still let others live? Just as the girl was heading over, Wang Hao whispered from the side. That's right, you have money should also leave a way for others to live. All of a sudden shouts so high no one bidding are. That fun can be less. Ding Chuliang also chimed in. This made Xiao Ting a bit speechless. You guys are the rich second generation of Magic City. Shouldn't you be asking me to the death? However, hearing Ding Chuliang's words about fun, Xiao Ting still decided to take his time with the next call. The lady had walked up to Xiao Ting's trio at this moment, and then her slender jade hand pinched the top of the cover and uncovered it. Holy! Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang both shouted out darkly, incurring a blank stare from the surroundings. The cover was removed and a real estate license was placed underneath. Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang immediately recognized that this was a property under the Black Forest Real Estate Company. Brother Xiao, your luck is too good, isn't it? What's wrong? Xiao Ting naturally didn't know the doorway, so he wanted to know why the two of them were so surprised. This is a property under Black Forest. In Magic City, the properties under the Black Forest Real Estate Company could all start at tens of millions of dollars. Although 10 million wasn't a big deal to them, Xiao Ting had only spent 1 million. This wave of operation, at least make 10 times. Xiao Ting's heart was also flooded with a hint of surprise over delight as he listened to their explanation. Surprised that you have a room on your second day in Mordor? As for the elation, it wasn't because the $10 million of income made his heart flutter, but he suddenly experienced the fun of this gambling luck convention, a sense of the unknown, of anticipation. At this moment, Xiao Ting's eyes burned as he looked toward the fourth lot in the arena. The aside Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang also felt Xiao Ting's aura changed. Just now it was just a lazy look at the mentality. Now it seems to be a bit like a lion that is about to wrestle a rabbit and generally ready to go. The fourth lot, described as nothingness, starts at $100. Xiao Ting waited until no one had called for a bid each time, then added another one, and then continued until the item belonged to him. Finally auctioned at a price of 10,000. Is a sketch. Xiao Ting did not get annoyed, but more looking forward to the next thing. The next few lots otherwise allowed Xiao Ting to fully appreciate the joys of the gambling luck conference, and also left the Wang Hao duo completely speechless. They had originally raised their spirits, wanting to see how Xiao Ting was able to mentally gamble and gain something of value after he had given his full attention. Remembered Xiao Ting is completely immersed in the fun of haggling with people, not caring in the slightest about the usefulness of their own purchase. Brother, do you think that being rich is really so cool? Ding Chuliang poked Wang Hao beside him and asked in a low voice. What are you talking about? Aren't we two rich people? Wang Hao said back without any good humor. But next, only Xiao Ting could be heard calling out the price, shouting, $2.5 million. Wang Hao turned his head again and spoke to Ding Chuliang. It doesn't seem like it. Chapter 76, Rich Kids. All convinced. Just like that, a young man who was unfamiliar to all the rich second generation of Magic City ended up sparing an operation and bought all the lots from the third one onwards. The crowd thought at first that this guy was here to make trouble. After all, we're all rich people who can afford to pay for things, and isn't it a bit too much to look down on others when you buy endlessly? Therefore, during the gambling luck conference, there were quite a few people who followed Xiao Ting and called for a price, wanting to kill Xiao Ting's prestige, but the results are not as good as they could be. Xiao Ting didn't stop once he called the price until no one else did. This person doesn't seem to be ordinarily rich. They've called for 50 million 2 times. Yeah, that's too weird. If you buy nothing worthwhile, you're not losing money? Xiao Ting actually didn't care if something was worth the price. He had the consumption cashback card that lasted for a day in his hand, and he returned 5 times as much as he spent. So what was the point of caring if something was worth it or not? He just wants to spend the money. In the end, Xiao Ting spent $300 million before and after. On the other hand, Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang on the side had long been stunned. In their eyes, Xiao Ting spending money regardless of its value was just too much money. It means that this $300 million is completely small money to Xiao Ting. When he then associated it with the fact that Xiao Ting had started his business from nothing, he was in complete admiration. And it wasn't just the two of them, but quite a few of the rich kids in the room crowded over here after the auction was over. Brother, haven't you seen it before? This brother, Kao. What kind of business is your family in? Thought we'd just call you Brother Xiao. Big Brother Xiao has the opportunity to lift up little brother. A dozen or so rich kids came over to greet Xiao Ting, while Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang showed an expression of I've known this great god for a long time as they enthusiastically greeted the people who came over. Ho, this Xiao is from Jiang City? A rich kid asked with some curiosity. Wang Hao glanced at him and continued to keep that expression as he spoke. Yeah, then he wouldn't be the owner of Timothy, the one who bid on the bid to host the game tournament, would he? Wang Hao froze for a moment. He knew that Xiao Ting was from Jiang City but hadn't even bothered to learn about the Jiang City side, so he had to turn around and ask Xiao Ting. Brother Xiao, that Timothy Unity Company, is it yours? Yeah, Xiao Ting nodded. Holy, the boss of Timing Unity Group. A few people beside him immediately widened their eyes and exclaimed in shock. Wang Hao immediately felt that he seemed to know a little less, so he asked in a low voice. What's the matter? Is the Timothy Unity Group awesome? Brother Ho, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? Timing Unity Group engaged in the project 3 months ago, and professionals estimate that there is a net profit of $3 billion by now. A rich second generation looked at Xiao Ting with a face full of admiration, but instead looked at Wang Hao with some contempt. Wang Hao, on the other hand, ignored his contemptuous look and froze in place on the spot, and the countless rich second generation people around him froze just like him. They all more or less have the support of the family to open a company, but generally the market value is only a few thousand or a few million. And even some of them are still in the embarrassing state of not being able to make ends meet all year round. And Xiao Ting netted $3 billion from a single project. And as old as they are. Big Brother Xiao, in the future, give my little brother more guidance. Brother Xiao, me too. If an uninformed person saw this scene, they would definitely think that they were playing a modern version of Water Margin. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless. Legend has it that the second generation of the rich are all quite arrogant? How come they all want to be their sworn brothers in the blink of an eye? Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang, on the other hand, were squeezed to the side and were chanting under their breath. It was the two of us who met Xiao first. Finally, Xiao Ting, Wang Hao and Ding Chulian left the room on the top floor. There was a message on his cell phone, and Xiaoting roughly scanned it to understand what it contained. First, there was Xiaoting's consecutive $300 million deduction notice, followed by a $1,500 million entry notice. So this time, Xiaoting netted a profit of $1,200 million from this gambling luck conference. However, the time had also come to the evening and the banquet was about to start. So Xiaoting's trio didn't go wandering around anymore and instead found a place to sit down and drink. Xiaoting had always believed in the principle of not being greedy, so he just took a sip or two and stopped drinking. Then it wasn't until 7 p.m. that the party officially opened. Countless exquisite dishes were brought into the banquet hall, and many social celebrities walked in one after another. The rich second-generation people that he had seen in the afternoon came over in groups to say hello, wanting to make themselves a little more impressive in front of Xiaoting, and Xiaoting responded to them all, but there were really a little too many people, so in the end, he still only remembered one or two of them. Soon, Xiaoting saw Wang Hao walking into the banquet hall with Ding Chulian's father. On the other hand, Wang Hao and Ding Chulian hurriedly lowered their heads, fearing that their own father would come over to greet them and ask them to call Xiaoting uncle. Hello everyone, I am the keynote speaker for tonight's banquet. A solemnly dressed host took the stage and couldn't help but attract the attention of the entire room. I know that all of you are industry leaders, so this gathering today is not only for you to meet and make friends, but also for one very important thing. The host's impassioned tone echoed through the venue, and even Xiaoting looked toward the center of the venue. At this gathering, it could be said that a small half of the business community of China was here, and what was important to them was naturally worth Xiaoting's attention. The imperial Luo family's family head and her daughter, who also came to Magic City, are now on their way to the venue. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoting clearly felt the breathing of the countless people around him get heavy. It's actually the imperial capital Luo family. Wang Hao was also taken aback at this moment. Xiaoting, on the other hand, was a bit curious. After all, he was a new nobleman and wasn't very clear about the pattern of the big families in China. So he looked at Ding Chuliang. How about this Luo family? Brother Xiao, haven't you heard of the Luo family? Ding Chuliang was a bit puzzled, but when he saw Xiaoting nodding his head, he didn't ask too many questions and just explained. There are 10 great families in the country, 9 of which are lineages that have been accumulating wealth since ancient times, and there are 6 such families in the imperial capital, and the Luo family is ranked as one of these 6 great families, and it's the only family that started making a fortune after the founding of the country. That's not all. The Luo family has only one only daughter in this generation, and she's a beautiful woman. Countless sons of the great families have been swooning over her, and all the marriage proposals have broken the threshold. Wang Hao also added on, his eyes blazing. Xiaoting nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, then glanced at Wang Hao who was drooling beside him and said with some surprise, "You rich kid from Mordor, as far as that goes? Brother Xiao, you don't know, that Luo family's Luo Mushi. I've seen one side of her during the party 3 years ago. That little face is so handsome. I've never seen such a good-looking one in my life." Seeing this guy's appearance, Xiaoting said thoughtfully, "That's fine. Uncle will find a way to turn her into your aunt." "Okay, thanks Xiao." "Ha? What?" Wang Hao didn't react for a moment. Then his smile tightened for a moment. Chapter 77. What are you looking at me for? Right under the crowd's eager anticipation, a middle-aged man with a majestic look walked into the venue with a luscious young girl, and countless people quieted down. Even if it is a big family, it has to be divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. And this country, it is a first-class family. Xiaoting didn't have the heart to look at a middle-aged man, but instead locked his gaze on the young girl. After taking a couple of close looks, Xiaoting felt that what Wang Hao said was true. There is a beautiful woman in the Luo family, absolutely worldly and independent. One look at the city and another look at the country. The 4 verses that he had learned in school immediately appeared in Xiaoting's mind. How's it going, Brother Xiao? I didn't lie to you, did I? Wang Hao came back up at this time and whispered to Xiaoting. Xiaoting, on the other hand, blankly glanced at him and didn't say anything. Although this Luo Mushi was really pretty, Xiaoting was not that brainless. As soon as the Luo family's father and daughter, Luo Guang and Luo Mushi entered the venue, a lot of people came forward to greet them, but they were all not young. As for the juniors, they were completely unqualified to come forward, and could only stare at Luo Mushi from afar looking left and right, their hearts itching to do so. But there was a young man in the whole room who straightened his lapel, then got up and walked over there in style with his long legs. Holy, whose kid is that? So unintelligent to come in front of a group of elders? Another guy who's so horny he can't control himself. Look at him about to be heckled down. The rich daughters sitting on the field were talking in all directions, but there were some sharp-eyed ones who recognized that it was Xiaoting and opened their mouths. That's the one I just told you about. Xiao Ting, who spent $300 million at the Gambling Luck Conference this afternoon. Holy? What the? So young? It doesn't look as big as me. It's just a matter of people being more capable than you. So it's him? It's okay then. At this moment, Xiao Ting had already walked over to the Luo family's father and daughter. And quite a few people beside him who didn't recognize Xiao Ting frowned. And some even directly spoke out to rebuke him. Why are you juniors still crossing here? Go back. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, swept a glance and ignored that person. Instead, Yan Song stepped forward and spoke. Brother Xiao can be the boss behind the previous esports theme center. How much money did that project make? Everyone understands, right? At these words, the room fell silent. A few even turned around and glared at their own dispossessed sons. People make billions of dollars at a young age. And their own son, who can't do anything but drink and play with women. Really crap. At the same time, Yan Song came over from the crowd and brought Xiao Ting to the Luo family's father and daughter with a smile on his face. Mr. Luo, it's him who made my La Yuan group suffer a loss. Ha ha, both of them were from the imperial capital and were naturally old acquaintances, so they directly brought Xiao Ting to introduce them to the Luo family's father and daughter. Good. The later generations are fearful. The future of my country, China, depends on these young people. People from the super big families also had different horizons than the average rich man, opening their mouths to the future of their family and country. Hello Mr. Luo, Xiao Ting of Jiang City. Xiao Ting extended his hand and shook Luo Guang's hand, then turned to Luo Mushi. Romulus, on the other hand, was stunned, then immediately extended her hand greatly and whispered, Romulus. Xiao Ting held her small hand in his, and the softness and coolness came over at the same time, making Xiao Ting somewhat unwilling to let go. But Xiao Ting still shook hands politely and then let go. He didn't want to be put on the spot as a hooligan in public. Holy, the Luo family's daughter, an iceberg beauty, actually let brother Xiao touch her hand. Wang Hao watched this scene from afar, his eyes glazed over. There were also quite a few wails and murmurs ringing out from the field, and what was said was nothing more than Xiao Ting's human face and too much luck and the like. The surrounding tycoons also dispersed after greeting each other, leaving only Xiao Ting with the Luo family's father and daughter. It wasn't that Xiao Ting wanted to stay. It was mainly because this Luo Guang had been asking questions and seemed particularly curious about how Xiao Ting was certain and confident in creating an esports theme center. Xiao Ting just brushed it off with good luck. But instead, it made Luo Guang feel even more humble. Luck? Make over $3 billion? In the midst of casual conversation, Xiao Ting settled down with the Luo family's father and daughter. Xiao Ting especially wanted to be next to Luo Mushi, but the middle-aged man next to him was old and unashamedly sitting in the middle, so he was too embarrassed to say anything. After sitting down, Luo Guang seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked Xiao Ting in a somewhat lowered voice, How old is this year? 23. Xiao Ting didn't know what Luo Guang meant, but told him truthfully, Well, it fits. Luo Guang, on the other hand, nodded, then glanced obliquely at Luo Mushi beside him. It was as if Romulus hadn't heard the duo's conversation, but there was some redness at the base of her ears. At this point, the host on the floor, seeing that everyone was seated, said, Today, Mr. Luo happens to be passing by here, so let's have Mr. Luo come up and give everyone a little guidance, shall we? The audience then began to applaud, while Luo Guang was stunned, then let out a laugh and went up to the stage. Guidance can't be talked about, just say a few words. After Luo Guang went on stage, he immediately acted as if he had arrived at a familiar place, and spoke with great ease. It looks like he hasn't given many speeches. Xiao Ting watched Luo Guang so casually from below and felt that he would have to practice a bit in the future so that he could give a meeting to the employees of Tingtong. Next to her, when Luo Mushi heard what Xiao Ting said, she covered her mouth and laughed softly before stealing a glance at Xiao Ting. I see Xiao Ting and everyone here today. All of them are dragons and phoenixes among men, and I can't help but feel a little sigh of relief that this world will soon belong to you. This was followed by some boring words of encouragement, after which there was another round of applause, not for what Luo Guang said, but because of Luo Guang's identity. Finally, I have one more thing to say. The people in the room stopped their applause and pricked up their ears, to make the head of the Luo family in the imperial capital specifically bring it up. It must be a particularly important matter, and it might just make the value of the tycoons in the room go up even further. Xiao Ting looked at Luo Mushi, and the other party also looked at him, their eyes full of doubt. My Luo family, from the 70s of the last century to start a family, to now only to fight such a family business. But unfortunately, Mushi is not interested in taking care of, only to entrust to others. Now Mushi is already 23 years old. I would like to enlist a marriage for her. Romulus' face swished white, then looked daggers at her father on the stage. Those who are present. those who aren't. As long as you can show me what you can do, regardless of origin or education, you have a chance to become Mushi's husband. As soon as these words were uttered, both Xiaoting and Luo Mushi felt like they were locked in by countless gazes, but locking onto Xiaoting was more. Now he was the only one who was closest to Romulus, not to mention that he was the one who had received the most recognition from the elders out of all the young people in the room. Being swept by a slice of sharp gazes, Xiaoting felt a little creeped out and turned his head towards Luo Mushi. What are they all looking at me for? However, Romulus didn't respond, then suddenly pulled Xiaoting's hand and tugged him to run. Chapter 78, the goddess took his hand and fled? At this time, in the Huaxia Court Hotel, the people on and off the stage, all directly froze on the spot. Half a minute ago, that iceberg beauty who was known to be unapproachable by people, the daughter of the Luo family, one of the 6 major families in the imperial capital, actually took the initiative to pull someone's hand and ran away. But for the sake of face, no one went after them. Only Luo Guang stood on the stage still smiling, then said to the crowd, "Mushi is afraid of life. This is me making her get down." Ha ha, the crowd chimed in with understanding, but inside they were truly speechless. Afraid of life? Running off with a man's hand? And in front of so many people. Only, no one says what's inside. At that moment, a rich young man gathered his courage and said, "Mr. Luo, then just now you said, I, Luo Guang, will honor my word, so work hard." Guang kept his smile on his face, and when he was done, he stepped off the stage and sat back down. Some of the people in the room got excited when they heard this and rubbed their fists together. They all felt that they had a chance, and many of them looked at the rich second generation who asked the question with a kind of look at idiots. Now that Xiaotinka has been dragged away by Romulus, do you think you still have a chance? What are you pulling me out for? Xiaoting was a bit puzzled. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Mushi looked okay, and was just about the appearance of an absolute beauty, he wouldn't have followed and run out together. Romulus tried to say something, but blushing and coming up for air, she couldn't say anything. Xiaoting was a bit strange, so he activated a tribute observation. Name Moses' Law. Characteristics, introverted and simple. Persistent. Analysis, soft but strong character. Good temperament. Excellent looks. Xiaoting skimmed his lips and somewhat figured it out. Just now, I thought that Romulus pulled him up and ran away because he already liked himself. But I didn't think it was because of his thin skin and introverted personality, so he directly escaped. Pity. Seeing Xiaoting sigh, Romulus asked with some curiosity, "What's wrong with you?" "It's fine. It's just that I misunderstood your affection for me, and I'm a little hurt." For a beautiful woman, Xiaoting wouldn't make a serious face to increase the distance between the two. This. Luo Mushi heard Xiaoting say so, immediately froze, not knowing how to return. Just now gasped evenly before returning to normal, face also instantly red again. Let Xiaoting look thumping heart. That's a lot of good looks. Next, Xiaoting didn't continue to say anything and just waited for Romulus to calm down. Ugh, I said that my dad is going back tomorrow. Why did he still make a special trip here? So it's because he has this kind of intention, Luo Mushi said somewhat viciously, which seemed very cute to Xiaoting. Shall we go back now then? The banquet just started, Xiaoting said with a light smile. But he saw that Luo Mushi's face suddenly collapsed and her eyes began to reveal pity. Don't go back. I'm afraid. Alright, let's just stroll around Magic City then. I haven't had much fun here either. Xiaoting nodded and agreed with Luo Mushi. After all, he was also a bit unable to stand the other party's pitiful expression. After listening to this, Luo Mushi's eyes revealed gratitude and she lightly smiled and said, "Good. Magic City, one of the economic centers of China. Its degree of development, few in the world." At this moment the neon lights of the building flashing, countless young people on the streets, began an incomparable prosperous nightlife. A well-built young man, dressed in a valuable suit, walked through the street, causing many girls to look sideways, but they all withdrew their gaze resentfully when they saw the girl beside the man. That girl was dressed in a long lake blue striped dress, with a pair of cream-colored high-heeled shoes under her feet, which perfectly set off her golden proportionate figure, and that face even made countless girls around her feel jealous. Now the only thing that kept the girls around them still hopeful was that the young man and woman, instead of walking hand in hand or crossbody, were separated by a distance of a dozen centimeters or so. Xiaoting felt the gazes coming from all around him. The men looked at him with hate in their eyes, at Luo Mushi with desire, while the women were the complete opposite. Couldn't help but sigh at the craziness of this society. Romulus seemed to have completely forgotten what had just happened, and a smile was now on her face. She had long since gotten used to men looking at her like this and was already not surprised. But she also noticed a lot of looks towards Xiaoting. "Do you also have a lot of girls chasing after you over in Zheng City?" At this moment, She had completely treated Xiaoting as a friend and asked him with some curiosity. It's okay, mainly busy with business every day, Xiaoting replied, a little vain, but on second thought he felt he wasn't wrong. It's true that no girl has ever explicitly said she likes herself. Yuan Ro that was sent to the door by herself. She just didn't reject it. However, Luo Mushi didn't have a trace of suspicion, and just said to Xiaoting with a comforting tone, oh, maybe it's because you don't go out often. The two of them fell into silence again, and then walked to a jewelry store. Xiaoting remembered that the spending rebate card he bought still had quite a lot of time left, and it was a bit of a waste not to use it, so he called out to Luo Mushi, why don't you go inside? With Romulus' family history, she naturally didn't lack jewelry, but thinking that she was only out to kill time, she nodded. Xiaoting didn't say much when he saw her nodding and went straight into the store. The two are worth a lot of money. Naturally there is no price concern. Just pick the style of jewelry. So politely declined the services of the guide. At that moment, a man came in at the door, holding a string of Buddha beads in his hand and flinging them around. Hello sir, may I help you? A guide immediately trotted over and respectfully asked the youth who had just entered. The youth, on the other hand, said with a broad grin, my mother is going to celebrate her 50th birthday in a few days. Pick a pair of jewelry for her old man. You guys recommend it. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at the shopper. Okay, sir please follow me. The guide led the youth inside. The youth suddenly saw Luo Mushi who was inside picking out jewelry, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Then he quickly stepped forward and struck a pose that he thought was very handsome, saying, if it isn't Mushi's sister. The tone of his voice pretended to be calm, completely not noticing Xiaoting beside Romulus. Ha, you are? When Romulus heard someone call out to her, she looked up and saw that it was a stranger. She was so scared that she took 2 steps back and ran straight into Xiaoting's arms. Xiaoting felt the warmth and softness in his arms with a hint of surprise. So introverted? No, we met 2 years ago. I'm Zhao Anning from the Zhao family in Magic City. The youth frowned after seeing Romulus getting closer to the young man behind him. Then Romulus seemed to have sensed her loss of temper and hurriedly stopped the physical contact between the two of them. The Zhou family? Oh, hello. Luo Mushi's dumbfounded response instead made Xiaoting laugh outright next to him. What are you laughing at? Zhao Anning looked at Xiaoting with bad eyes. Sorry for the corny pickup tactics. Didn't hold back. Chapter 79, I'll buy this store too. After Xiaoting mocked Zhao Anning, Zhao Anning's face directly sank. But it was not good to have a seizure with the beauty on the shore. Haven't seen you in Mordor before, outsider? Zhao Anning looked at Xiaoting's emboldened appearance and felt the need to probe Xiaoting's bottom. River City. As soon as Zhao Anning heard Xiaoting say that he was from Jiang City, he immediately had a happy look on his face. Since he wasn't from the magic capital imperial capital Nandu, he could do whatever he wanted to do with him. Zhao Anning, Xiaoting, on the other hand, watched with his own eyes as the Zhao Anning in front of him put on a face-changing drama. First, there was the demented look on her face when she saw Romulus, followed by the angry look when she saw Romulus approaching her, then the cautiousness when she asked about Xiaoting's origin, and finally it turned into a look of contempt. If Yuan Ro were here, Xiaoting would definitely ask her to learn acting from this Zhao Anning. Sister Mushi, why are you staying with this kind of poor guy? At this moment, Zhao Anning changed into a flattering look again, causing Xiaoting to be impressed. However, Xiaoting was a bit offended that he was a poor man from Jiang City. What are you talking about? Xiaoting is my friend. Without waiting for Xiaoting to speak out, Luo Mushi directly opened her mouth to retort, a hint of disgust for Zhao Anning showing in her eyes. Zhao Anning immediately reacted to the fact that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I'm used to being straightforward. Don't be angry, Sister Mushi. The tone was that of an apology, but the content, however, made Xiaoting sound a little offended. Straighten up? The girl doesn't want to care about you, so why don't you just straighten up and get out? Xiaoting wasn't spoiling for a fight either, and he directly despised that Zhao Anning. Zhao Anning was already upset that Luo Mushi was close to Xiaoting, and now that she saw Xiaoting being so arrogant as well, she immediately got angry. You kid don't get an inch. You poor guy from Jiang City. The laugh just now. For the sake of Mushi's sister's face I didn't take it into account. If you don't know how to restrain yourself, be careful, I'll find someone to clean you up. Don't be agitated. Two gentlemen, let's talk things out and make peace. The guide standing by the side saw that the situation was not right and immediately spoke out to dissuade them. And Luo Mushi also hurriedly advised the two not to get angry. Xiaoting and Luo Mushi then continued to take a look around the store, and Zhao Anning licked her face and followed along. Sister Mushi, which one do you like? Shall I give it to you? Zhao Anning asked as she picked up a string of expensive jewelry bracelets on the side. Romulus didn't even pay attention to him. Xiaoting glanced at Zhao Anning with a hint of pity in his eyes. Zhao Anning felt it, but thought that Xiao Ting was laughing at the cheap things he bought, and immediately sank his face and said to the guide at the side, "Go, bring the most expensive jewelry in your store." The guide also knew that he was the rich second generation of the Zhao family, and didn't dare to be slow, and immediately took Xiao Anning to fetch it. The Zhao family and our Luo family are both one of the top 10 families in China. Brother Xiao, you'd better not start a conflict with him. Seeing Zhao Anning walking away, Luo Mushi immediately whispered. She was towards Xiao Ting, but Xiao Ting was after all just a young man in his infancy, while the 10 great families had fought for many years and had far more assets than Xiao Ting, so she kindly spoke out to remind him. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, smiled. Firstly, he was satisfied that Luo Mushi was turning towards himself, and secondly, he felt that the 10 great families were not enough to be feared. Although his current assets might still be far worse than the top 10 families, his ability to make money was much better than the top 10 families. Seeing Xiao Ting laugh, Luo Mushi didn't know why she wanted to follow suit and then laughed. Maybe it was because of the kind of confidence revealed on Xiao Ting's face, or maybe it was because he actually didn't have any nervousness towards Xiao Ting because of his introversion, or maybe it was because he felt unbelievable about what he had done tonight. Anyway, she and Xiao Ting both laughed. This scene, in turn, happened to be seen by Zhao Anning, who had returned. "Damn, I'll make you a little Yakuza laugh later." Then he changed into a fake sympathetic smile and walked towards Romulus with the guide behind him. "Sister Mushi, look at this, the most expensive in the whole store. I think it matches your temperament." Xiao Ting saw that he was still undeterred, so he casually fished out a string of necklaces and opened his mouth. "Mushi, I think this is good." The guide on the side watched Xiao Ting take out a silver necklace that was in the cabinet for $11,000 and then glanced at the crystal necklace in his tray that was worth $70 million, feeling that Xiao Ting was already finished. "Ha ha 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 ha, what kind of friend is this? I told you he was poor, taking a $10,000 chain. Who are you insulting you are?" Xiao Ting, on the other hand, kept his face unchanged as he looked at Romulus. He already knew with a tribute observation that this girl was simple-minded and kind-hearted, and her family was not generally wealthy. She definitely wouldn't want something sent by someone she didn't know, whether it was 70 million or 700 million. Sure enough, without thinking, Luo Mushi took the silver chain in Xiao Ting's hand and then said with a smile, "Thank you, brother Xiao," accompanied by Romulus thanks. Zhao Anning's laughter came to an abrupt end, and then both he and the guide froze in place, wondering if Romulus was blind. A $70 million necklace, a $10,000 necklace. Cootie, you all know which one to choose, right? You understand now, don't you? Xiao Ting patted Zhao Anning's shoulder, the pity in his eyes undisguised. Aren't you just a poor guy from the city of Zhangjiang? It must be you who tricked Sister Mushi with your flowery words. Zhao Anning was a bit unforgiving in her disbelief of what was happening in front of her. Xiao Ting was prepared to strike Zhao Anning and leave with Luo Mushi, but seeing Zhao Anning in this state, he stopped again. He doesn't mind if he's called a pauper, an elephant doesn't even have to prove to an ant that he's strong. But Zhao Anning's endless firing of map cannons made Xiao Ting feel that it was necessary to give him a little punishment. "Everything in your store. Figure out a price. I'll take it. Since the other guy thinks he's poor, let his face swell up and he'll never dare to look down on a dog again." "Ah, sir? You're not kidding, are you?" The guide on the side froze. Did the young man in front of him know what he was talking about? "You bought a $10,000 necklace and you're bloated?" And Zhao Anning started laughing straight away. "Ha ha 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 ha. You can't keep your face up and want to pretend, don't you? You can't afford to buy this crystal necklace even if you dumped your family's money into it, and you want to buy all of it? Delight me to death. Ha 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 ha." The look Xiao Ting gave him this time was completely that of a brainwashed person, and then said to the guide, "Do you have security at your store?" "Ha, yes. Alright then, contact your boss. I'll buy this store too." Xiao Ting directly pulled Luo Mushi to sit down and started waiting for the guide to act. The guide stood in the middle for a while, but finally decided to call the boss first. "Brother Xiao, you buy stores when they have security?" Romulus was a bit strange about the question Xiao Ting asked just now. "Why? He's sticking around. I'll get someone to kick him out," Xiao Ting said calmly with his face as usual. Romulus furrowed her brows, still somewhat confused about what Xiao Ting meant, but after a few seconds, she suddenly figured out the connection. Romulus looked at Xiao Ting with wide eyes. This Xiao Ting, spending so much money so freely? In order for the security guards to kick Zhao Anning out, they bought the store outright. Chapter 80, Take Off Your Water Too. At this time, in the Huaxia Court Hotel, Ding Chuliang was watching Wang Hao bragging to others about how good his relationship with Xiao Ting was, when Ding Chuliang's cell phone rang. Old Ding, what are you doing?" Wang Hao saw Ding Chuliang getting up and hurriedly asked. "Going out to take a call." "Ah, good. Then Wang Hao threw himself back into his bragging business. Ding Chuliang found a quiet place and picked up the phone call from the jewelry store manager. Hey, what's up, young Ding? Someone said they want to buy our jewelry store. Who wants to buy? Ding Chuliang frowned, thinking that there was a rich second generation from Magic City looking for trouble. But the store manager's words immediately disproved his suspicions. I don't know. That guest got into an argument with the young master of the Zhao family. Seems to be surnamed Xiao. As soon as Ding Chuliang heard the young master of the Zhao family, he knew that it was Zhao Anning. And then he heard the surname Xiao, so he couldn't help but lower his voice and ask, Surname Xiao? Isn't it called Xiao Ting? We are not sure. The store manager's side can't give a definite answer. After all, the guide is only asking for the last name, and usually won't ask the guest's name. Go and ask. If it's called Xiao Ting, all requests are complied with. If it's not Xiao Ting, give the face to Zhao Anning. After saying that, Ding Chuliang hung up the phone. In fact, he could have called himself and asked if it was Xiao Ting, but in that case, helping Xiao Ting would seem too deliberate, and not helping Xiao Ting would be unkind. So it was better to pretend he didn't know. When the store manager heard Ding Chuliang's call, she immediately walked over to Xiao Ting with small broken steps, bent down, and opened her mouth to ask, May I ask if you are Mr. Xiao Ting? Aha! Xiao Ting did not distinguish between joy and anger. Mr. Xiao, you can just take whatever you need. You don't need to buy the store. To be able to make it as a store manager in a jewelry store? Naturally, he was not a foolish person, and as soon as he was sure that the other party was Xiao Ting, he immediately expressed his goodwill. Hey, what are you guys talking about? He's just pretending to be X. You guys really let him bluff you? Without waiting for Xiao Ting to react, Zhao Anning couldn't hold back first. He thought that maybe the clerk was scared by Xiao Ting's comment about buying the store, so he spoke out. However, that shopkeeper looked at Xiao Ting respectfully as if he could not hear him. Isn't there a security guard? Xiao Ting said indifferently. The store manager immediately took heart, straightened up, and called out, Security! 2 men in security uniforms answered the call. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, this is Mr. Zhao's intention. Please leave. After the store manager finished speaking, he turned around and stopped looking at Zhao Anning. Xiao Ting knew that this store manager had already skimmed herself off the top, and didn't get angry, but instead felt that this store manager was living within her means. She was just a store manager, helping people out, so if Zhao Anning was seeking revenge, she naturally couldn't afford it. Letting this Zhao Anning come to Xiao Ting? Xiao Ting didn't care. Zhao Anning felt like her worldview was collapsing at the moment. Romulus chose a $10,000 necklace and the jewelry store still listens directly to that guy? What's going on here? But he was rushed by the security guards and couldn't even stop his feet, so he went straight out of the jewelry hall. Just as he was about to go in and threaten Xiao Ting one last time, he suddenly felt water cross his face. It's raining? He stretched out his hand, but there was nothing, and then he felt that the water, as it were, was coming out of his eyes. Then, an uncontrollable wave of tears surged to her heart, and with that, Zhao Anning stood between the pedestrians coming and going and began to bawl her eyes out. It attracted countless people to stop and watch. What are you looking at? All get lost. Zhao Anning was all flustered. How could she suddenly cry? Or in public? So she raised her voice and angrily scolded the people around her, trying to get the people around her not to crowd around her. Che, a big man crying here. Not ashamed? Alas, let's not talk about it. Life is not easy for anyone. The amount of water that's crying. It's like you just died your own father. Besides, won't you find a place where there are fewer people to cry? On the street, can't you even hold it in for a second? Holy, I suddenly realized that he looks like the young master of the Zhao family. Between the discussions, someone suddenly felt that Zhao Anning looked very familiar, and thus opened his mouth. Afterwards, everyone took a closer look at the bawling figure on the street, and they also felt that it looked like Zhao Anning of the Zhao family. Where's the resemblance? Isn't this him? Yes, this rich young master can be so sad, crying so loud? How do I still feel like the energy is getting stronger? I haven't heard of anything big happening to the Zhao family either. Between the crowd's confusion, they hadn't forgotten to take out their cell phones to take pictures, and there were even those who recorded videos. It seems like Yan Zhangwei from La Yuan Group also cried himself into the hospital in public before. I don't think so today. Down, crying out. In the store, the clerk seemed to notice the commotion outside as well, and a few do-gooders poked their heads out to see. Then a loud and clear cry was heard outside, straight up in the air, from everyone in the store, including Xiao Ting and Romulus. What happened? The store manager was also a bit curious and asked the clerk who ran out. Mr. Zhao is crying outside. What? Aside from Xiao Ting, the few people who didn't go out were stunned. This Zhao Anning is actually crying outside? Luo Mushi looked at Xiaoting with wide eyes, her eyes full of unbelief. It wasn't that she suspected that it was Xiaoting's doing, she was just a little surprised, a little unsure why Zhao Anning was crying, and wanted to ask Xiaoting. At this moment, since the 3 times of tear punishment technique had been used up, the memory of how the tear punishment technique was activated in Xiaoting's mind had completely disappeared. Having seen Yan Zhangwei cry until he was dehydrated twice before, Xiaoting felt that this Zhao Anning, too, deserved a visit. Sensing Luo Mushi's gaze, Xiaoting spoke. These children of the world have been in the greenhouse for a long time, and their mental capacity is a bit poor. When Luo Mushi heard this, she immediately nodded her head in deep thought, and when she looked at Xiaoting again, she instantly felt that he was unknown how many times better than those rich second-generation people who acted recklessly and were good for nothing. When the commotion outside went down quite a bit, Xiaoting also got up, ready to leave. What's your boss's name? Seeing that Luo Mushi had already left the door, Xiaoting didn't rush to leave, but asked a few questions first. It's the young master of the Ding family, Ding Chuliang. Well, okay, that $70 million necklace just now. Help me wrap it up and send it to Yuan Ro in Zheng City. This is her contact information. Xiaoting made a trip to Mordor without Yuan Ro, so naturally he had to find a way to plug Yuan Ro's mouth as well, didn't he? Xiaoting then swiped his card and immediately headed for the door when he saw that Luo Mushi had returned. Tick-tock, here comes the message. Xiaoting took out his cell phone and scanned it. The first one was a notification of a deduction of $70 million and $11,000. The second one was a notification of an arrival of $350 million and $55,000. Big brother Xiao, what took you so long to come out? Luo Mushi asked with some curiosity. Asked for the owner's name so I could get acquainted later. Oh, I thought you had your eye on that crystal necklace and wanted to give it to the person of your choice. Romulus said it in a relaxed and cozy manner, but it made Xiaoting startled. This woman's sixth sense. It's a little scary. Chapter 81 Background of the Luo family? Luo Mushi didn't think about that much, so she and Xiaoting went out of the jewelry store. It was getting a little late at the moment, so the duo decided to head back. When he strolled to a place with fewer pedestrians, Ma Ming appeared from behind Xiaoting and whispered, "Sir, we're being watched." Romulus was startled by the sudden appearance of Ma Ming, and Xiaoting immediately explained, "This is my bodyguard. He followed us as soon as we left the hotel." Oh, Romulus settled down, but immediately widened her eyes again. He just said, "We're being watched?" Aha. Xiaoting nodded. Was it that Zhao Anning who shot it just now? Luo Mushi took a step closer to the duo of Ma Ming and Xiaoting before opening her mouth to ask. It shouldn't be. Xiaoting didn't believe that Zhao Anning could still send someone to trouble him after she had cried herself unconscious. Ma Ming, when did you find out? Shortly after leaving the hotel. At that moment? Xiaoting narrowed his eyes. Feeling something fishy. Couldn't it be that someone in the hotel was against him? Don't worry, sir. Those brothers are in the shadows. As long as you don't come within 10 paces of me, you are safe. Well, go first. Xiaoting nodded. He fully believed in Ma Ming's strength. After all, he was retired from the special forces in China. His strength was definitely not bad. Then the three of them were alert to their surroundings and continued toward the hotel. Soon, it was near the hotel. Stop. Xiaoting stopped the duo. What's wrong, brother Xiao? There won't be any problem, right? When Luo Mushi saw Xiaoting shouting to stop, she immediately reached out and sat on Xiaoting's arm. Since someone is trying to deal with me, how can I not know who that person is? Now that he had arrived near the hotel, Xiaoting was naturally emboldened. He then signaled Ma Ming with his eyes, who immediately understood and took a few steps forward before shouting, "Brothers in the back, you followed us all the way. If you're a man, don't hide your head." After Ma Ming finished speaking, he was alert to the winds and grasses around him. His spirit tensed to the extreme. "Maman, it's okay." After a dozen seconds or so, a voice rang out from the shadows, but it called out Ma Ming's name. Ma Ming and Luo Mushi, who heard this voice, simultaneously revealed a confused look. When the figure came out completely from the darkness, Ma Ming and Luo Mushi, who could see the opposite face, also exclaimed in shock. Squad leader Zhang De? Uncle Chang? Upon hearing this, Xiaoting seemed to have misunderstood, and then dropped his guard. After Zhang De came over, he patted Ma Ming's shoulder, then bowed and shouted at Romulus. "Miss, Uncle Zhang, you scared me to death. So it was you who followed us." Luo Mushi pouted, seemingly very familiar with Zhang De. "Your dad can't do anything inside. I saw you and this little friend running out, so I hurriedly chased after you to take a look. If something happened to you, your dad wouldn't eat me alive?" Zhang De said with a smile. His words were full of favor. Romulus knew that Zhang De had seen himself escaping with Xiaoting and smiled awkwardly. Afterward, Zhang De said towards Ma Ming. Ma Min, you dare to protect these two all by yourself. You seem to have grown in Kung Fu. The tone of his voice was full of relief. Squad leader Zhang De, you're underestimating me. Ma Ming hemmed and hawed, then coughed twice, and immediately several black shadows scurried out and came to Ma Ming's side. It was none other than Xiao Ting's other 3 bodyguards. Zhang De was taken aback, but quickly recovered before giving Ma Ming a thumbs up. Yes, it's okay, it didn't embarrass me. Ma Ming hemmed and hawed, then walked over to Xiao Ting and said to Zhang De, Squad leader, this is my current boss, Mr. Xiao. There was an arrogant tone in his voice. Zhang De looked at Xiao Ting and the smile on his face became even more intense. I know, the young man who was abducted by our little princess is certainly not ordinary. After saying this, Xiao Ting and Luo Mushi looked at each other, and the latter's face reddened again. Afterward, Xiao Ting and Luo Mushi went into the banquet hall, while Zhang De continued to stand guard outside with Ma Ming while also catching up together. At this time, the banquet hall had already reached the second half of the banquet, and not many people noticed that Xiao Ting and Luo Mushi had returned. After the two of them casually found a less crowded place to sit down, Romulus opened her mouth and asked, Brother Xiao, the bodyguards under you are all special forces, right? Aha. Xiao Ting nodded. That's awesome. What's so great about that? Your bodyguard is still class president. My home bodyguard is because. Romulus was about to explain, but looked around and found that no one paid attention to his side, lowered his voice and continued, My home is not a special situation. What's so special? Xiao Ting couldn't help but be curious when he saw that the other party was being secretive. Thus he asked after him. My family is the only one of the top 10 families that didn't get rich in ancient times. You know that, Brother Xiao, don't you? Xiao Ting nodded. Wang Hao and Ding Chuliang had told him before, because my great-grandfather and my grandfather both served in the military for a long time. That's why they were able to get a firm foothold in the top 10 families. Subsequently, Romulus didn't say anything else explicitly, but Xiao Ting already understood. The simple summary is that people have a military background. Moreover, Romulus' grandfather and great-grandfather were definitely not low in rank. At this time, the sharp-eyed Wang Hao spotted Xiao Ting and Luo Mushi who had come back and immediately stopped his big bragging, then found a reason to avoid the crowd and slipped over to Xiao Ting's side. Hello MS. Luo. My name is Wang Hao. We've met before. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Ting expected that this guy directly came over and was about to greet Romulus, even reaching out his hand, wanting to shake it. Just as Romulus politely stretched out her hand to shake it for a split second, Xiao Ting took the lead and stretched out his hand, pulling Romulus's small hand back before letting go of it again. Wang Hao, on the other hand, did not succeed in his treacherous plan and sat down with his head hanging down. Luo Mushi was instantly amused by the scene in front of her, but when she wanted to stretch out her hand to cover her mouth and snicker, she suddenly realized that both of her hands were still in Xiao Ting's hands. Under Wang Hao's fire-breathing gaze, Xiao Ting let go of the soft jade in his hand and then watched as Luo Mushi's face began to redden. Brother Xiao, you're going a bit overboard here. You're not even giving your brother a sip of soup? Wang Hao was a bit indignant and opened his mouth. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, gave him a blank look. It's nice to be willing to talk to you, but nothing else. Ugh. And Xiao Ting didn't wait for Wang Hao to continue saying anything, and lowered his voice again, continuing in a voice that Luo Mushi couldn't hear. I'm your uncle Xiao. Don't mess up your seniority. Wang Hao opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but couldn't really find a rebuttal. Xiao Ting watched him get defeated, then came back at Romulus. Children's aunt, go, let's go over there again. Then he got up. Luo Mushi was confused and didn't know what it meant, but after thinking about it Wang Hao called Xiao Ting a brother and she wasn't being taken advantage of, so she stood up and followed Xiao Ting. Wang Hao was left alone, his heart aching beyond measure. Chapter 82, you can study it, but I won't sell it. Many people in the venue were going around with glasses of wine and talking to people. This included hooking up and talking drunk, chatting about business with contracts in hand, and even a few signing contracts on the spot. As expected, the gathering of the rich and powerful is not only for exchanging feelings, but actually for the sake of interests. At this time, besides Wang Hao, there were also quite a few young people who had discovered Romulus who had returned to the venue. When the rich daughters saw Xiao Ting beside Romulus, some thought about forgetting it, but more chose to bravely go up and strike up a conversation. After all, Luo Guang had announced a marriage call for Luo Mushi a few hours ago, and just based on Luo Mushi's appearance conditions, it made them unable to hold on to her. Not to mention as the only daughter of the Luo family, the resources represented behind her are how huge. But strangely enough, Romulus directly ducked behind Xiao Ting when she encountered a group of people surging over. Holy, the goddess didn't just fall for him, did she? This person wouldn't have drugged Romulus, would he? Alas, there's no comparison. Some of them stood at the end of us from the start. As soon as the last sentence was uttered, the rich kids who heard it fell into silence. In the past, this was said about how they looked to others, and today, it was finally their turn to say it. Countless people present were very sad and angry. Except, of course, for two people. At this moment, Xiao Ting, who was being held by Luo Mushi's arm, and Luo Mushi, who was holding Xiao Ting's arm, were both very satisfied in their hearts. One fulfillment comes from a man's pride, and one comes from the security that the person beside him gives him. Mushi, back? Just as everyone had their own thoughts, Luo Guan walked over. Humph. Luo Mushi didn't respond. Instead, she glared at Luo Guang with an exasperated look. She's so beautiful even when she's angry. That's it. When Luo Guang heard the surrounding chatter, he coldly glanced around, and those young men immediately dispersed, only daring to run into the distance and whisper. When the people around him dispersed, Luo Guang changed into a smiling face and said, "What did you just go out for?" Xiao Ting ventriloquized. "This change of face is too fast. Uncle Zhang has been following me. Ask him." Romulus was a bit timid in front of the outside, but in front of this father who had made countless people timid, he didn't give the slightest bit of face. Luo Guang smiled sardonically. Taking his daughter really had no choice but to look at Xiao Ting and ask, "Didn't talk business with anyone else today?" When Xiao Ting heard this, direct fire came up in his heart. "Hey, you old fart, I forgot. Your daughter dragged me out in a circle. Where am I going to talk business?" Just out of politeness, Xiao Ting didn't say it outright, but after all, Luo Guang had been in the business world for many years, and still keenly felt the contempt in Xiao Ting's gaze. "Brother Xiao, let's ignore him. Let's go." On the side, Luo Mushi added another fire to the fire, as if she wanted to sincerely anger Luo Guang. "No, no, no. It's still up to your preference when the time comes, and Dad won't force you." "Really? Really?" Xiao Ting watched this father and daughter make up at the speed of light and felt like he was being punked. "So you two have nothing to lose, and I've been out there all day for nothing?" Luo Guang felt that the contempt in Xiao Ting's eyes was getting thicker and thicker, and even somewhat undisguised. "Little friend Xiao, I actually came to the banquet this time because I have something to look for you." "Looking for me for what?" Xiao Ting's face was expressionless, and he gave Luo Guang a look of love. Luo Guang, however, did not see it and continued to be smiling. "It's like this. Before in Zhang City, the one who sold the notched antique vase, was it you?" "Yes." Xiao Ting knew that with the strength of the 10 great families, it was very simple to investigate what he had done in the past, so he didn't bother to hide it and directly admitted it. "So the 2 pictures you posted to the group earlier, but you really held them?" Xiao Ting thought about it and guessed that Luo Guang should be talking about the Tang Sankai vase and the ancient copper coin that he had bought in the system mall. "What am I lying to you for?" Now Xiao Ting was a bit skeptical. This Luo Guang asking questions. He wouldn't be here to amuse himself, right? Luo Guang didn't care that Xiao Ting spoke straight and smiled. Then with a hint of respect in his eyes, he opened his mouth. "If you are willing to change hands, you will be thanked." "Sell?" "No." Xiao Ting bluntly rejected Luo Guang. He wasn't short of money. Before he sold that antique vase, just because there was a small gap, he didn't like it. Now this Tang Sankai and ancient copper coins, he was still too little. How could he sell them? Xiao, it's like this. That old professor from before is my second uncle. He's been obsessed with history all his life, and that gaping vase of yours from before gave him a major breakthrough in his historical research." Luo Guang paused and then continued. "He also saw the photos you posted in the group before, so before I came out this time, I was specifically instructed to common sense to deal with you, if you are willing to cut your losses." On the side, Luo Mushi listened to Luo Guang, then exclaimed, "Second grandpa has been to Jian City to buy antiques?" Luo Mushi knew this second grandfather. Since childhood, he liked to study history, and when he grew up, he also devoted himself to it, and in the end, he did not marry and have a child. Grandpa and great-grandpa treated him as a demented person, and let him go. Luo Guang nodded. Seeing that Xiao Ting still seemed unwilling to let go, Romulus also spoke up. "Brother Xiao, my second grandfather only studied history in his life." Hearing that Luo Mushi had opened her mouth, Xiao Ting didn't remain silent anymore. "You can go to River City to study it, but I won't sell it." Hearing Xiao Ting say this, Luo Guang immediately took out his cell phone and made a call, then hung up after explaining to the other end. Immediately afterward, Luo Guang came over and held Xiao Ting's hand with a face full of joy as he said to Xiao Ting, "Thanks." Many young people in the distance looked at this scene, all very strange. Luo Guang, such a status of people, appreciate Xiao Ting is just, now how is also so intimate. Face smile folds her out, and look at the mouth. As if it has said thank you 2 words. "Ah, isn't this a hell of a thing?" What exactly is the identity of that Xiao Ting? I had a feeling there was something between him and Luo Guang from the start. It can't be that Xiao Ting has promised to marry Luo Mushi, right? Then why is the Luo family head saying thank you? Is it hard to believe that taking Romulus would be suffering? Let me suffer this. I will. Since then, an outrageous rumor has spread. One of the top 10 families in China, Luo family's only daughter Luo Mushi, in front of people is incomparably quiet, but after the people are spirited to the extreme, Luo family head Luo Guang is really unbearable, looking for a wrongdoer Luo Mushi betrothed, and then also on the spot to give that wrongdoer to kneel down to express their gratitude. Dad, I won't go back to the imperial capital with you. When brother Xiao leaves, I'll go directly to Jiang City with him. Luo Mushi was, at this moment, pampering Luo Guang. Luo Guang sighed helplessly. A woman is not a woman. At the same time, Xiao Ting sighed helplessly. Charming, can't help it. Chapter 83 wrapped up the sun. Jumped out the old man? In the evening, after the banquet was over, Luo Guang took his daughter back to where he was staying, while Xiao Ting also returned to his room. Opened the system mall. Xiao Ting had spent more than 300 million today and had more than 3,000 extra points, and now that he was idle, he was ready to open another commodity bar. The 2 item columns have also been refreshed with new items after the noon buy. Column 1, Rush Sale. Function, items can be sold directly through the system. Note, cannot sell items purchased in the system mall. Price, 2,000 points. Column 2, Ancient Fist Book. Function, the fist recipe researched by the ancient people of China, which can be practiced to protect one's body. Price, 1,000 points. Xiao Ting suddenly realized that as the number of his points increased, the goods that were now refreshed were not low in price, and their quality was getting higher and higher. Purchase. Unlock the next column. As the voice in Xiao Ting's mind fell, a fist book appeared in Xiao Ting's hand, and in the system mall, 2 columns dimmed while 1 lit up. Column 3, 5 random attribute points. Function, after purchasing, the host will receive an accompanying attribute value increase. Price, 250 points. There is no shortage of points to buy. In the end, after Xiao Ting spent 450 points, 131 points remained. 1 point was added to charisma, while strength and longevity were each increased by 2 points. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 65. Charm, 6. Power, 9. Mall, 3. Points, 7131. Once the panel was out, Xiao Ting roughly swept a glance at the wealth he possessed, and it had reached 2 billion. He himself had only 700 million in the afternoon, and with the spending cashback card, he had earned about 1.5 billion in one night. That's not right. Where's your own rush sale? There's no physical object and no catchphrase? Xiao Ting looked toward a handful of bananas on the table and mumbled in his heart. For sale. Item for sale, bananas for $25. Please confirm. The system's voice rang out, and only then did Xiao Ting understand the usage of rush sale. Afterwards, Xiao Ting tried his strength before going to bed. The next morning, Luo Mushi actually came to wake up Xiao Ting. Luo Guang still has important business to talk about and is ready to go back to the imperial capital. She doesn't want to follow her back, and although she mentioned yesterday that she wants to follow Xiao Ting, she still has to be Xiao Ting himself. Since that's the case, then let Mushi follow you, and then just follow her second grandfather back to the imperial capital. Luo Guang had no choice but to agree, and then said to Zhang De behind him, Old Zhang, I'll leave 2 people on my side, and you can take the rest of the manpower to protect Mushi. But Zhang De was shaking his head and said, It's safe for Miss to follow Mr. Xiao. Luo Guang's eyes showed doubt and he turned his head to look at Zhang De, but he saw Zhang Da's eyes, which kept looking at the big man behind Xiao Ting. Luo Guang immediately understood that Xiao Ting's bodyguard had gotten Zhang Da's approval. When she had watched Luo Guang get into the car going to the airport with her own eyes, Luo Mushi immediately turned her head and asked Xiao Ting, Brother Xiao, when are we going to Jiang City? The eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. There's no rush. You dragged me out yesterday and I haven't even talked to some of the big boys about working together yet. As soon as Xiao Ting's words came out, the light in Luo Mushi's eyes immediately dimmed by half. Then muttered, Why are you always thinking about business and what do you need all that money for? Xiao Ting was speechless. How can he spend money if he doesn't talk about business? And if he doesn't spend money, where can he get the points to buy things in the mall? This Missy with a golden spoon really doesn't know how expensive it is when she's not at home. Turning around, he headed back into the middle of the hall, where a number of people were still gathered even though the party was over. Seeing Xiao Ting come back, there were young people as well as middle-aged people welcoming them, all of them smiling and looking very kind. They had seen Xiao Ting send Luo Guang away and bring Luo Mushi back. The person who could make Luo Guang feel at ease to deliver his daughter was most likely the Luo family's son-in-law. Brother Xiao, I'm Zhang Xiao from the Fong Group. There's a chance to work together. Brother Xiao, this is. A bunch of people flocked over to introduce themselves, while Xiao Ting took down their contact information and sent it to Li Mengyao in a brainwave, and told her to contact these people if the company needed them. Then, Xiao Ting received a call from Li Mengyao. Mr. Xiao, these are the industry giants you are talking about? To cooperate with us? Exactly. Well, Mr. Xiao, there's one more thing for you to decide. Say, the building that Le Yuen Group purchased in the theme center before is now up for sale. Should we make a bid to buy it? Li Mengyao had a hint of excitement in her voice. If they got it at a low price, then all the properties around the esports theme center would be theirs. Xiao Ting looked at Yen Song's father and son who were walking over in the distance and said to Li Mengyao on the other end of the phone, I'll give you an answer in 5 minutes. After that, he hung up the phone. A girl called you, right? Romulus' voice sounded quietly. My employees, Xiao Ting casually replied, then spoke to Yen Song's father and son who had arrived close by. Big brother Yen, great nephew. Yen Zhangwei's face twitched, but in the end, he didn't flare up and lowered his head with an expression of admitting his mistake. Yen Song, on the other hand, inwardly sighed. His own son, compared to Xiao Ting, was far too inferior. Brother Xiao, I brought my son here to apologize to you. We will be returning to the imperial capital in a while. Yen Song spoke sincerely, clearly revealing his intention to befriend Xiao Ting, and then glared at Yen Zhangwei, who immediately lowered his head and spoke. I'm sorry, it's fine. It's all in the past. Xiao Ting was not prepared to pursue the matter, and now he saw that the other party came over to apologize with a sincere attitude. So he spoke out and patted Yen Zhangwei's shoulder. Yen Song then left with a smile on his face and led Yen Zhangwei away. Xiao Ting already had a decision in his mind about what Li Mengyao had asked just now. Acquisition is at an even price. No pressure, and if those who wish to stay and continue working, they will be treated as before. Xiao Ting this behavior, that is, for Le Yuen Group slightly stopped the loss, but also in saving its reputation. And later Yen Song returned to the company herd, very glad that he did not cross paths with Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting is it? At this moment, a middle-aged man snapped beside Xiao Ting, a hint of disdain in his tone. Xiao Ting also knew that the people who came here were either rich or noble, but with this attitude from the other party, Xiao Ting directly ignored him and turned around to leave. Humph, gutless rats. Those from small places just can't make it to the top. The man saw that Xiao Ting was about to leave and spoke out in a sneer. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, stood still, originally thinking that this guy was just leaning on his old age, but now it seemed that he was here to find trouble for himself. Attribute observation. Activate. Name Jin Zhao. Characteristics, extremely protective of shortcomings. The moment he saw his surname and analyzed it with his age, Xiao Ting quickly understood his identity. Zhao Anning's dad. Seems like it's time to pack up the son and jump out the old man. Chapter 84, throw your son once, then throw your old man again. Seeing Xiao Ting turn back, Zhao Jin had a disdainful smile on his face as he pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and continued. Bullying my son on the strength of your relationship with the Ding family brats? Don't think you're number one in the world just because you've made some money. To the Zhao family, one of their 10 major families, Xiao Ting's $3 billion was just the net income of their family for 10 days. And it was such a person who actually dared to humiliate his son, Zhao Anning, making Zhao Anning cry in the street, not to mention his ugly behavior, but also directly crying into the hospital. Therefore, today, as soon as he learned that Luo Guang had left, he immediately brought someone over to teach Xiao Ting a lesson. Mushy, you never feel noisy? Xiao Ting pulled out his ears and asked Luo Mushy as if nothing had happened. Luo Mushy, on the other hand, had long since felt a bit dumbfounded after the smell of gunpowder from the sword, and at this moment, when she heard Xiao Ting ask a question, she nervously nodded her head. This action caused countless people around them to laugh, but when Zhao Jin's gaze swept over, they immediately stifled it. Although the people who came here were more or less powerful, they were small grasshoppers in front of the 10 great families. However, the next sentence Xiao Ting said immediately caused Zhao Jin's face to sink. It's noisy because a dog is barking, okay? Don't know the heights of heaven. Zhao Jin finished viciously, and a few big men behind him walked up to him, staring at Xiao Ting with unkind eyes, and at the same time, several other people began to drive away the few guests left in the venue, clearing the area, and it seemed that force was going to be used. Unashamed, Xiao Ting returned the favor, not the least bit intimidated. Ma Ming behind him was about to step forward, but Xiao Ting reached out to stop him. Last night, Xiao Ting's strength value was raised to 9, and that ancient fist recipe was directly introduced into his mind after flipping through a few pages. He was now worried about not having a place to try out his strength. Several of Zhao Jin's bodyguards looked at Xiao Ting's confidence and inwardly disdained it. These rich people are all guys whose bodies have been emptied by booze and sex. And some of them even think they are invincible after learning 1 or 2 moves. Mr. Xiao, what are you doing? Ma Ming didn't understand what he meant and opened his mouth to ask. Try a few pounds on them. Xiao Ting had a confident smile on his face, causing Ma Ming to freeze. But thinking about Xiao Ting's always strange behavior before, Ma Ming chose to believe him for no reason and silently took a step back to protect Romulus. Kid, if you lose your life, don't regret what you said today. Zhao Jin smiled sinisterly, then found a place to sit down, ready to watch the show, while his several bodyguards were rubbing their fists and approaching Xiao Ting step by step. Being able to beat up rich people today made them all very excited inside. No one is going to steal it from my buddies. I'll go first. A bodyguard finished speaking and immediately threw a punch at Xiao Ting. Seeing this, several other bodyguards also rushed forward, fearing that they would be too late. Zhao Jin, on the other hand, leisurely closed his eyes, ready to listen to the wails and pleas for mercy from Xiao Ting. Ah, ah, ah. A sound rang out and Zhao Jin flashed a smile, but after 10 seconds or so, he realized something was wrong. How come every time this Xiao Ting screams, it's different from before? Still changing his voice here? When Zhao Jin opened his eyes to look over to Xiao Ting's side, he just happened to see the sight of one of his bodyguards being hit in the face by Xiao Ting's punch, and then flying out backwards, and all the other bodyguards had fallen to the ground wailing one by one. What's the situation? Zhao Jin's eyes widened, completely unable to understand what was happening. Equally wide-eyed were Ma Ming and Luo Mushi. Zhao Jin had closed his eyes, but they had witnessed the whole process with their eyes open. Xiao Ting stood still, not moving a single bit. Each punch struck the enemy's weak point with precision. All one punch to win. If he let Ma Ming come, he could also do it so fast. But that was practiced in the special forces. Xiao Ting hadn't been to the army. Ma Ming, invite that gentleman over. Xiao Ting said with a smile as he clapped his hands and felt very comfortable as his body moved its muscles. Ma Ming, on the other hand, immediately understood and immediately rushed over, lifting Zhao Jin's back collar and invited him to Xiao Ting before carrying him to face Xiao Ting. You're looking for death, aren't you? Quickly let go of me. Although Zhao Jin was shocked in his heart, he felt that it was when he closed his eyes that Ma Ming struck out, and it definitely wasn't Xiao Ting who moved on his own. Xiao Ting smiled when he heard Zhao Jin's words. What's the matter, Mr. Zhao? Such a bad memory? You wanted me dead just now, Zhao Jin said viciously. If it weren't for your awesome bodyguard, there's absolutely no way for you to walk out alive today. But when he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that Xiao Ting and Luo Mushi were both looking at him with a look of idiocy. A thought rose in Zhao Jin's mind. He didn't really win the fight, did he? But he immediately dismissed it. What rich man would go to the trouble of practicing martial arts? Why don't they just hire bodyguards? Unfortunately, Xiao Ting did practice martial arts, and it only took a few minutes. Bang! It was at this moment that the door to the banquet, which was guarded by Zhao Jin's other bodyguards, was directly kicked open, and 3 figures illuminated by the sunlight outside walked in. Zhao Jin took a look and immediately became arrogant again. Ha 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 ha, I've got plenty of bodyguards out there. How many of you can you fight if you're any good? When Xiao Ting heard this, he let out a light laugh. Stupid pig. Only those 3 figures came in and all stood beside Xiao Ting, standing at attention and shouting in unison. Mr. Xiao, the outside has been cleared. It was the other 3 bodyguards that Xiao Ting had brought with him. At this moment, outside, the 20 or so people that Zhao Jin had brought with him had all fainted on the ground. Zhao Jin looked at the scene in front of him and was directly scared silly. This Xiao Ting was some kind of violent organization, right? 3 people put down 24 people outside of him? Pa! Xiao Ting slapped Zhao Jin's face. This slap was for Jiang Shi, who was insulted by his father and son duo. You can't even fight someone from a small place? A sentence that directly caused Zhao Jin's face to turn red with anger. But being pressed hard by Ma Ming, there was absolutely no way to resist. Throw it out. Pay attention to the posture. Xiao Ting casually said a couple sentences, directly pulling up Luo Mushi's hand in a dashing manner. Go back to the city. After the 2 of them went outside and sat in the car, Luo Mushi finally understood what Xiao Ting's phrase pay attention to your posture meant. Only a few of Ma Ming's men had Zhao Jin's back to the ground. Then they arced out like a kite before landing on top of the ground. The scene was hilarious. And Xiao Ting also nodded his head and spoke after reading it. Not so good. I need to practice more in the future. It directly made Romulus laugh. When Ma Ming got into the car, the Audi A8 behind him also started and drove towards the airport. The guests and hotel employees who had been kicked out earlier were all gloating to witness the farce just now. And many of them even took pictures. Look at that high and mighty look he had just now. Bah! That's all the top 10 families? That's right. And people small places? Isn't it hanging him? And at this moment, Zhao Jin was lying on the ground, just wanting to faint to death, neither getting up nor not getting up. The top 10 families were actually thrown out by others. Chapter 85, Familiar Crystal Necklace. Before Xiao Ting got on the plane, he asked Ma Ming to leave the keys in the car and called Wang Hao to get someone to drive the car home. Holy, brother Xiao, you're not going to check out that property in the Black Forest? Wang Hao heard that Xiao Ting had asked him to drive, and then he realized that Xiao Ting was already leaving. I've also left the real estate license in the car, so go look at it twice at your leisure. Maybe you'll go live there later. Okay, 2 cars right. What are they? A Rolls-Royce and an Audi, both on the east side of the airport. Very recognizable. What the? A Rolls-Royce? You drove it for 2 days and threw it away in Mordor? Wang Hao was obviously irritated by Xiao Ting's wealth and generosity again. What throw? It's not like I'm giving it to you. Wang Hao naturally Xiao Ting just kept it and opened it again when he came back later. But he still had to sigh. There's something about being a rich kid that's not as good as you'd like it to be. Xiao Ting was too lazy to listen to too much nonsense from him and hung up the phone after explaining. Time passed quickly and Xiao Ting and his group arrived in Jian City. And after leaving the airfield, Xiao Ting's pupils suddenly shrunk. 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were parked next to the airport entrance, and there were 2 bodyguards standing next to each car. Through the license plate number, Xiao Ting could easily recognize that it was his car. And the bodyguards, too, were all familiar faces. In River City, there are only 2 people who can mobilize their stuff. It's now 3 p.m. and Li Mengyao is working, so that leaves only one person. And this, too, was what caused Xiao Ting's pupils to contract. Yuan Rou is here. He remembered Yuan Rou's feeling of joy when he called himself when he received the necklace this morning. Xiao Ting's head was spinning at the thought of Romulus seeing that crystal necklace, and he could only inwardly pray that Yuan Rou didn't bring that necklace over. Sir, it's our car. Ma Ming reminded behind him at this time, and Xiao Ting suddenly thought of something, then immediately turned around with a few people, wanting to take the other exit of the airport. Ma Ming, on the other hand, was confused. He had reminded Xiao Ting. How come he directly changed direction and left instead? Is it hard to tell what's wrong? It's not right. His own brother is standing there. If there's a problem, surely he'll give himself a secret signal. Sir, why don't you go over to our car? Ma Ming really couldn't figure it out, and while chasing Xiao Ting away, he lowered his voice to ask him. Luo Mushi on the side was also full of doubts and asked, Yes, brother Xiao, why the sudden change of direction? Now that we're bringing the Luo family's eldest miss, our whereabouts might be exposed. It's safer to go in a different direction. Xiao Ting hurriedly made up an excuse to put off the 2 of them, then quickened his pace. Ma Ming immediately heard that something was wrong, but seeing that Romulus had already nodded with conviction, he didn't say anything. Anyway, his duty was to protect the duo. He didn't care about anything else. At this moment, on the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, a bodyguard pulled open the door and said to Yuan Rou inside, Miss Yuan, sir, they seem to have gone out the other side. Yuan Rou, who was fiddling with the crystal necklace around her neck, froze for a moment, then frowned and said, You're looking at it wrong. We're so obviously in formation here. Brother Xiao can't see that everyone else has seen it too. How can we go the other way? The bodyguard froze for a moment, thinking that Yuan Rou had a point, then closed the car door again and quietly waited for Xiao Ting's few people to appear. On the other hand, after Xiao Ting's few people walked the other way, they directly took a taxi and went straight to their own homes. Then just as he sat down, he received a call from Yuan Zhua. Brother Xiao, have you returned to Jiangjiang? Yuan Rou's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Ting glanced at Romulus, who was looking at the golden man there, and lowered his voice to reply. Back this afternoon. Why? Why didn't I see you? Yuan Rou was very surprised that Xiao Ting had already returned home at this time. She had previously thought that her friend over at the airline had given her the wrong information and had even theorized with the other party. I didn't see you either. Xiao Ting replied back. Then he heard a beeping sound from Yuan Rou's side. Yuan Rou had already hung up the phone. It couldn't be that she was coming directly towards her house, could it? Sure enough, not a moment later, Xiao Ting's door was knocked on. After opening the door, Yuan Rou immediately jumped into Xiao Ting's arms with a bear hug and then said, Brother Xiao, I'm coming, but soon. Yuan Rou saw Luo Mushi who was sitting in the living room and her eyes widened as she let go of Xiao Ting and asked, Sister Mousy, why are you here? Zoe. On the other hand, when Luo Mushi saw Yuan Rou, she immediately stood up happily, then came over and hugged Yuan Rou. I'm here to take a look at his family's artifacts with Brother Xiao. Romulus had a smile on her face. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, was left out to dry. As for Yuan-ro and Luo Mushi will know. He is not surprised at all. Even the magic has so many no Luo Mushi. The same in the imperial capital of the Yuan group and Luo family. Naturally also less walk. Looking at artifacts? Sister Mushi, you still have this hobby? Yuan-ro was a bit puzzled. Then glanced at Xiaoting suspiciously. While Xiaoting gave a dry laugh. Then didn't do any explanation. I'm cooking myself today. And I'll be ready for dinner in a few minutes. Xiaoting then walked to the kitchen. No, it's my second grandpa. Brother Xiao refused to sell his artifacts. So my second grandpa had to come here on his own in a few days to study them. And I just happened to be in Mordor. So I came back with Brother Xiao. Romulus finished her explanation without any delay. And then saw a string of necklaces around Yuan-ro's neck. Made of crystal. It has a beautiful light blue glow. However, it looked very familiar. Seeing Luo Mushi looking towards her chest, Yuan-ro looked down and instantly realized that she was looking at her necklace. So she took it out and said proudly, Brother Xiao bought this for me. I just received it this morning. Isn't it pretty? The braggadocio tone in her voice made Romulus' heartstrings suddenly tighten. So, he really did give this necklace to another girl yesterday? Seeing the originally smiling Romulus suddenly show a forlorn look in her eyes, Yuan-ro froze for a moment, then gently asked, Mousy-san, what's wrong with you? Ha, it's okay, let's wait for dinner. Then the two women sat down and fell into silence. And then it was Yuan-ro who opened the conversation box, and the two began to chat enthusiastically again. Xiaoting, on the other hand, completely lived up to his name as the god of cookery, and the three dishes that he simply made Yuan-ro and Luo Mushi both eat with great admiration. If it was someone else, Xiaoting definitely wouldn't have done it himself, but today's two were both first-class beautiful girls, so he was naturally happy to serve. Right, Brother Xiao, where am I staying tonight? While Romulus thought of a serious question, Xiaoting came straight to the point without lifting his head. My house. Then Yuan-ro immediately said, Today I'm sleeping in the same bed as Sister Mushi. We haven't talked in a long time. Seeing this, Xiaoting didn't have any random thoughts and could only agree. Otherwise, if he only let Romulus stay alone, Yuan-ro would have to make a scene. At night, Xiaoting had long since gone to sleep, but Luo Mushi and Yuan-ro in the guest room both had their eyes open and were not asleep. Sister Mushi, do you like Brother Xiao too? Chapter 86, Playing an Exciting Game. Romulus' eyes flashed in the darkness at this question, then said, Yes. From the moment she saw the necklace around Yuan-ro's neck, she couldn't stop thinking about the silver necklace Xiaoting had bought for herself. It wasn't that she cared about the price. She couldn't find anyone in the country with more money than her family. She was just a little sad. Xiaoting had given himself that necklace to punch Xiao Anning in the face, and she had happily accepted it. But the moment she saw Yuan-ro's crystal necklace, she suddenly realized that she was in love with Xiaoting. It's really strange. You've only known Brother Xiao for 2 days and you like him. Yuan-ro was still quite familiar with Luo Mushi. At this moment, although her tone was flat, she was still a little surprised in her heart. And, while Romulus didn't reply, Yuan-ro continued, But I won't let you have it. Then Yuan-ro closed her eyes, and eventually both of them fell asleep. The night was impossible, and when Xiaoting woke up the next day, both Romulus and Yuan-ro were still huffing and puffing. Although he wanted to go in and admire the sleeping positions of the two beauties, Xiaoting held back due to the constraints on a moral level. Yuan-ro, don't forget your morning run. After Xiaoting said this, he went downstairs on his own, and the two women in the room both opened their eyes after hearing Xiaoting's voice. Xiaoting didn't go far down the stairs before he saw the patriarch, so he went over to greet him. Brother Xiao, is Zoe not up yet? The genin asked with a grin that seemed to mean something else. Ever since Xiaoting cured his dark disease, the more he looked at Xiaoting, the more satisfied he became, and he no longer urged Yuan-ro to get married, but only let her go to Xiaoting more often and secretly set up the two of them. Xiaoting didn't think much of it. I guess I was too tired yesterday. I already called her. Yesterday, Yuan-ro waited for him at the airport all afternoon and hurried to his house. Xiaoting felt that she should be very tired, and the genin sounds like it can mean something completely different. He just nodded and smiled at Xiaoting one after another, making Xiaoting somewhat wonder if this old man had taken the wrong medication. After waiting for a while, Yuan-ro came down, followed by Luo Mushi. Both of them were wearing ill-fitting sportswear, and Xiaoting instantly recognized that both of them were wearing their own clothes. How two people? Elder Yuan's eyes widened and he could not help but look at Xiaoting with a skeptical gaze before looking at his granddaughter. He knows that young people are open nowadays, but he didn't realize that not only Xiaoting is open, but also his own granddaughter and that beautiful daughter are so open. What a scandal! Yuan-ro, on the other hand, didn't feel anything wrong at all and rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, Sister Mousy said she was going to run along, so I found two of Brother Zhao's workout clothes and came down. Brother Xiao, I was wrong about you. Elder Yuan let out a roar, startling Yuan Rou and Luo Mushi, while Xiaoting was even more puzzled. Yuan Rou, you go home. Ah, Grandpa, what's wrong? Yuan Rou still didn't understand, but Xiaoting combined it with Yuan Lao's reaction earlier and immediately understood that the old man had misunderstood. Thinking of this, Xiaoting hurriedly spoke out to explain for the sake of his innocence. No, Genji, it's not what you think. There was some crying and laughing between the words, as the faces of the three people, Yuan Rou, Luo Mushi and Elder Yuan, turned red. Xiaoting finally explained what happened, and the patriarch coughed twice in direct embarrassment. Ahem. So what? It's a bad day. So I'm not running. Ahem. Let's go. Simply a falling away. This dead old man, what is he thinking about all day? Yuan Rou also directly scolded her own grandfather in a small voice, the red on her face directly not receding. On the other hand, Luo Mushi sneaked a look at Xiaoting and realized that the other party gently shook his head and said, so old and unashamed. Yuan Rou then followed with a nod of her head, saying yes in a loud voice. Alright, run for a while and have breakfast. Xiaoting squared his shoulders, and after saying that, he started his morning run. Seeing this, the two women also hurriedly followed, seeming to have a secret rivalry. After running for a while, Xiaoting realized that both of them had fallen in the distance, so he stopped and looked back at them, ready to wait for them to run over. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, Xiaoting almost had a nosebleed. Both girls were petite, while Xiaoting was 5'8". His gym clothes were a little too big for the duo, and then as soon as they sweated, the clothes directly slid to the sides, exposing their fragrant shoulders. That's not all. Although Luo Mushi's body was a little bit inferior to Yuan Rou's, she was also very outstanding, and both of them kept shaking as they ran. The scene was very fragrant. Xiaoting looked around and realized that there were already a few early morning exercisers not far away, so he ran towards the duo, running close to the front, hurriedly helped the two to pull up the clothes, let the two rest. He did not want the two beauties in front of him so beautiful spring light was seen by others to take advantage, but as a result, a scene that made Xiaoting's blood spurt even more appeared. Yuan Rou held her hands on her knees to catch her breath, directly exposing her body completely in front of Xiaoting, after determining that the people around him wouldn't see it. In order not to disturb Yuan Rou's rest, Xiaoting didn't make a sound to remind him, but just silently observed for a while to give himself some knowledge. Mushi, when is your second grandfather coming? Xiaoting sat down himself after serving a soup to the two daughters. It should be just this afternoon. After Luo Mushi replied, her eyes glowed as she looked at the soup Xiaoting had brought. Ever since she was a child, Romulus had eaten top-notch delicacies, but here in Xiaoting's place, the ingredients were all ordinary, but they just tasted better than everything she had ever eaten. She even kind of suspected that she was a lover's fool. Not long after the three had just finished eating, Romulus received a call from home. My second grandfather got on a plane early in the morning, and arrived at 9:30 this morning. Luo Mushi was also taken aback. Her own father should have returned to the imperial capital yesterday morning. Her own second grandfather also got the news at about that time, and actually moved directly today. It's 9 o'clock now, so that seems about right for the airport. Xiaoting looked at the time and saw the two girls nodding. He suddenly thought of something and then asked Yuan Rou, ask your friend if there are any large open spaces near or inside the airport. Yuan Rou was confused and didn't know what Xiaoting was asking for, but she didn't think much about it and hurriedly took out her cell phone to make a call, and then got an affirmative answer. My friend said there's a spare spot outside the south exit of the airport. Well, go. While Ma Ming drove smoothly, Yuan Rou realized that the road taken was not at all to Zheng City Airport, so she asked Xiaoting out loud, Brother Xiao, aren't we going straight to the airport? Hearing Yuan Rou ask him, Xiaoting smiled mysteriously and spoke, first a trip to the office. Company? Something to do? Yes, take you guys for an exciting game. Xiaoting maintained his smile, and Yuan Rou saw that he didn't say much, so she stopped asking more questions. By the time they reached the building of the Timing Unity Group, several people, including Ma Ming, went straight to the top floor. Yuan Rou and Luo Mushi arrived here for the first time, and then they saw what Xiaoting said was exciting. A helicopter. Chapter 87, 2 Rolls Royces, 2 pretty girls? Although Yuan Rou and Luo Mushi were also very wealthy at home, they were still shocked by Xiaoting's helicopter. Helicopters, unlike cars, are also a means of transportation, but they are not only expensive and prohibitively expensive, but also very cumbersome in terms of the procedures for approving their purchase and permitting them to fly. It's hard to do even with money. The helicopter took off and the scenery of Zheng City was taken in by Xiaoting. Before that, Xiaoting first notified the other bodyguards to drive 2 Rolls Royces to the south exit of the airport to wait, and then made a call to Li Mengyao. Mengyao, don't you have a key to my house? Bring a few people and transport the 2 artifacts I had earlier in the Golden Man at the entrance hall to the company. Okay, Mr. Xiao. He didn't want to take anyone but a beautiful woman into his house, and he didn't have a tarmac at his house, so it was too much of a hassle to run around. And after he finished the call and put down the phone, he suddenly realized that the 2 women beside him were looking at him coldly. Brother Xiao, why does Sister Mengyao have a key to your house? Yuan Rou opened her mouth, while Luo Mushi nodded at the side. She's my assistant, and besides, don't you have one? Luo Mushi's gaze turned to Yuan Rou, while the latter blushed and didn't speak again. 10 minutes later, a helicopter slowly landed outside the south exit of Zheng City Airport, and 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms had also parked here early. Holy, what's with the helicopters coming to the airport? I think the pickup is here? I thought these 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms picking up people was impressive enough, but I didn't expect a helicopter. That's right, this can even be met by us. This helicopter pickup is crazy, isn't it? You don't understand the life of people who are rich. Although the south exit is less crowded, there are still a few passers-by on the sidelines, watching a helicopter fall. One by one, their eyes are staring straight, but they don't know that the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the helicopter all belong to one person. Seeing that the time was almost 9:30, Romulus sent a message to his second grandfather, informing the other party that he was going to come out of the south exit, and then he himself got out of the helicopter first. The eager eyes of the passers-by who had been looking at the helicopter shifted to Romulus. This girl is too pretty, isn't she? Riding in a helicopter, picking up such a pretty girl. This rich man's life is too plain and simple, isn't it? Afterward, Yuan Rou and Xiaoting also got out of the helicopter. Now there was another murmur on the spot. Now they only hoped that on the Rolls-Royce Phantom, someone would come down and extinguish Xiaoting's popularity. It was really a bit too much for their psyche to bear as they watched the scene in front of them. At that moment, the main driver's doors of both Rolls-Royce Phantoms opened, and everyone around stretched out their eyes to see what kind of person was on this Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's not a good idea to say that you're looking at being able to get to the owner of 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and touching base with the helicopter owner nowadays. But people love it when rich people fight each other for fun, only to see 2 big men with similar clothes, body shape, and expressions get down from the Rolls-Royce and directly walk towards Xiaoting with a clear target. What are they up to? Someone on the side of the road questioned. You don't get it. Rich people have the best face. If you drive 2 Rolls-Royces to pick up someone and get compared to someone else's helicopter, are you angry? Oh, so what does it mean that only 2 bodyguards came down from this Rolls-Royce Phantom? I've said that I want to save face, so it's hard to come out on your own and tear yourself apart from others? Then it looks like it's going to be a contest between bodyguards. A man analyzes his way through a crowd of people, and those around him cast admiring glances. Just when they were all ready to watch the show, they saw the 2 bodyguards walk up to Xiaoting, stand upright, and say in unison, Mr. Xiao. Xiaoting, on the other hand, nodded faintly in response. Silence. The people around them, all of them were shocked by the scene in front of them and didn't know what to say. There was even a thought that started to appear in the minds of the crowd. It's not all him, is it? 2 pretty girls, 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, and a helicopter? Is this the rich guy? And the person who had previously analyzed and talked so much in front of the crowd had long since taken advantage of everyone's inattention and slipped away. Soon, 5 people appeared in the line of sight of Xiaoting's trio. An old man in a tang suit walked in front, closely followed by 4 black-clad bodyguards. Xiaoting quickly saw the face of the old man in the tang suit. It was the same old professor who bought away his notched vase that he had seen on the live broadcast earlier. It was also Romulus' second grandfather, Luo Shanping, second grandpa. This way. Seeing the person coming, Romulus got out of the helicopter and called out to the other party. Although Luo Shanping was old and weak, his eyes were still very bright, and with a glance, he saw Luo Mushi in the distance, followed by a smile on his face. When he reached the near front, Luo Shanping left the favor and said, Poetry girl has grown up and ran away to Zheng City all by herself. Second grandpa, isn't this following big brother Xiao? My dad is also relieved. Luo Mushi, on the other hand, smiled shyly before introducing Xiaoting to Luo Shanping. This is the owner of those antiques, big brother Xiaoting. Luo Shanping's eyes lit up and he immediately extended his hand warmly, saying, Hello Mr. Xiao, thank you very much for your contribution. Hello, old Mr. Luo. Xiaoting felt the warmth coming from Luo Shanping's withered hands and stood in awe of the old man in front of him. And after Luo Shanping learned that the person in front of him was Xiaoting, he was also very excited and said straight away that he was going to see the antique. Romulus, on the other hand, covered her mouth and laughed lightly while whispering. In addition to the two in the photo, there's another one that will blow your mind even more. Xiao Ting knew that Romulus was talking about the Golden Man. Afterward, Elder Luo, accompanied by one person, boarded the helicopter with Xiao Ting, while Luo Mushi and Yuan Rou decided to meet up to go shopping and did not follow Xiao Ting. So Xiao Ting had one of his bodyguards drive the Rolls-Royce to transport the two girls, while the other Rolls-Royce carried Luo Shanping's other three bodyguards and headed straight to Xiao Ting's company. When they arrived at the company, Li Mengyao was already waiting by the tarmac on the roof of the building, looking at Xiao Ting with a rather grudging look in her eyes. When Xiao Ting got off the helicopter, Li Mengyao walked over quickly with a smile on her face. Mr. Xiao, the things you asked me to fetch have been placed in your office. Well, okay, Elder Luo. You guys can go over to see it first. It's on the top floor. When Xiao Ting heard this, he spoke to Luo Shanping, who didn't have anything else on his mind, and as soon as he heard this, he immediately walked quickly towards the elevator entrance. When Luo Shanping walked away, Xiao Ting looked at Li Mengyao next to him and opened his mouth to tease her. What's the matter? Acting like a whiny? Then Li Mengyao really showed a resentful expression and said, that gold man in your house, it's over a ton, right? I called 4 people over from the moving company and almost got thought to be nuts. Xiao Ting was silent and finally made a decision. The gold man just puts the company and doesn't move. Chapter 88 Romulus Kiss. Xiao Ting brought Li Mengyao downstairs, and as soon as he entered his office, he saw Luo Shanping already holding a magnifying glass to view the Tang Sankai vase. Smiling with Li Mengyao, Xiao Ting inwardly gained a few more points of admiration for Luo Shanping. The other side of the dozens of years old, the health condition is not very good, but also in running around after the labor is still committed to work, while many rich children but daily bar spending, in addition to relying on the family's money, their own lack of any ability. Mr. Xiao, do we need to have Herman prepare lunch today? Li Mengyao asked in a small voice from the side. When Xiao Ting heard it, he was a bit puzzled. Hasn't he left yet? Seeing Xiao Ting's doubts, Li Mengyao lightly smiled and opened her mouth. After you cured Wen Wei's malfunctioning sense of taste with a soup last time, he handed in his resignation directly to the side of the hotel where he used to work, and then said that he wanted to stay with us, and that he wanted to worship you as his master. Since Li Mengyao had the right to decide on matters big and small for the company, she agreed to Herman's request to stay. After all, it would allow the employees to make improvements in the quality of their meals, and I'm sure Xiao Ting was also satisfied with that. Xiao Ting was somewhat speechless. This Herman was really good at learning, but he wouldn't take on an apprentice himself, so if he needed a few pointers or two he could still do it. That's fine. Let him get ready. Tell him there's an old man who isn't in very good health. After listening to Xiao Ting, Li Mengyao answered and then immediately walked to the side to make a call. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, walked near Luo Shanping. Luo Shanping felt someone approaching, and when he looked up and saw that it was Xiao Ting, his eyes immediately lit up and he grabbed Xiao Ting's arm and asked, Xiao, is this thing of yours really not for sale? The tone of his voice was full of sincerity and his eyes were full of eagerness. Xiao Ting shook his head helplessly and said, Old Mr. Luo, I don't know much about research, but I'm also a lover of beauty, so I'd like to keep it for my own viewing pleasure. Seeing his firm attitude, Luo Shanping didn't say anything more and then explained to Xiao Ting some of the precious and valuable aspects of the Tang Sankai vase. Xiao Ting only knew how much these objects were worth before, and it was only after Luo Shanping's explanation that he realized why they were worth so much money. For the next few days, Xiao Ting didn't go to his office, while Luo Shanping had been studying vases and ancient coins in Xiao Ting's office in addition to eating and sleeping. As for the golden man whose origin Xiao Ting was more curious about, Luo Shanping was really taken aback when he first saw it, but in the end, after looking at it for a long time, Luo Shanping only marveled at the skillfulness of the carving, and did not see the age of this golden man. Sister Mosher, your second grandfather is like this every day. Can his body stand it? At this moment, Xiao Ting was taking Yuan Rou and Luo Mushi to eat, and Yuan Rou was a little curious as she asked. After all, compared to the patriarch, Luo Shanping is weak at first glance, and maintaining such a high intensity of work cannot help but make people sweat for him. Romulus, on the other hand, sighed. For so many years, second grandpa has been like this. Even when he was young, he didn't sleep for days and ran away to go to archaeology. My grandpa and my dad have persuaded him, but it was no use. So in the end, he could only let him go. Alas, these old men, one is weirder than the other, Yuan Rou said hatefully, while Xiao Ting pushed a plate of food in front of her and spoke. Eat. This Yuan Rou on the face, not at all worse than Luo Mushi. The body is even because of the reason of the perennial movement is still a little better than the latter, but the latter speak decently and generously. Let Yuan Rou some than cannot be. Moreover, Yuan Ro. Talking was rather a bit of which pot is which pot. So Xiaoting hurriedly let her eat and plug her mouth. Yuan Ro hammed and hawed and picked up the one Xiaoting pushed over and started to eat it without saying another word. Luo Mushi looked at the duo in front of her. Feeling that Xiaoting and Yuan Ro were very intimate, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous and also buried her head to start eating. On the contrary, it was Xiaoting who suddenly realized that Luo Mushi had also stopped talking, but given the principle of don't guess the mind of a girl, although he was strange in his heart, he didn't ask too many questions and also started to eat quietly. Only from the side, from time to time, came a few peeping gazes, sweeping around the faces of Luo Mushi and Yuan Ro. A full 15 days, half a month, Luo Shanping only in the fondness to complete this antique research. He had learned enough, but Xiaoting wasn't willing to turn it over to him, so he could only look at it a little more on his way out. Similarly, Luo Mushi also looked at Xiaoting a couple more times because she was also going to follow Luo Shanping back to the imperial capital. She was really thin-skinned and couldn't say something like she liked Xiaoting, so naturally she had no reason to remain in Jiang City. Roar, I've memorized what you said to me that night, and I want to say the same thing as you. Looking at Yuan Ro and Xiaoting who came to see her off, Luo Mushi didn't know what to say and finally squeezed out this sentence. Yuan Ro, on the other hand, smiled and nodded. Big brother Xiao, I'll come over here often in the future, so you should welcome me. Afterward, Luo Mushi looked at Xiaoting on the side and smiled lightly with a crooked head. Very cute, making Xiaoting couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Anytime, poetry girl, let's go. Luo Shanping had never been married in his life, so he naturally couldn't see the relationship between a few people. Xiao, you have to protect those antiques well. Those are the precious treasures left to us by history. Listening to Luo Shanping's earnest words, Xiaoting also nodded solemnly. Watching the Luo family's grandchildren walk away, Xiaoting and Yuan Ro also turned back and prepared to go back. But just a moment after the duo turned back, a footstep came from behind themselves. Thump, thump, thump. Xiaoting wanted to see what was happening, and as soon as he turned around, a pair of red lips were printed on Xiaoting's cheeks. Xiaoting, who was unable to dodge, widened his eyes, and Yuan Ro's eyes beside him widened even more. Luo Mushi, who had always been an introvert, actually went against the norm at this moment and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Xiaoting on his face. After gently letting go of Xiaoting, Luo Mushi's face also turned red, and then without waiting for Xiaoting to say anything, she immediately stepped on her high heels again and turned to leave. Xiaoting wanted to chase after him, but he didn't know what to say after he caught up, so he froze in place for a moment. Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Still reminiscing? Seeing that he froze for a long time, Yuan Ro opened her mouth at the side and asked, her tone full of sourness. Ha? What? Xiaoting also came back to his senses. What nonsense? Go home. Then tell me, what was that feeling just now? Yuan Ro smiled, but she didn't have the slightest intention of letting Xiaoting off the hook. What a feeling. It's that, Maman, why didn't you watch out for someone sneaking up on me? Deduct $200 from your paycheck. Ma Ming, on the other hand, had an innocent look on his face and ended up directly pretending that he couldn't hear. Dribble dribble dribble. At this moment, the phone rang, and Xiaoting picked up the phone very happily. Brother Xiaoting, there are 7 other veteran actors and actresses that the director that I contacted for you earlier has recently freed up their time. Hearing what Yang Tianba said at this moment, Xiaoting immediately pressed on the speakerphone and let Yuan Ro listen to it as well. The latter's attention was immediately drawn to the making of the movie. Make an appointment with the director for me. I'll bring someone over tomorrow. Xiaoting hung up the phone after saying that. At this moment, when she looked at Yuan Ro, she had completely forgotten about what had just happened and directly shouted out, make a movie. Chapter 89, The Director's Triple Cluelessness. Early the next morning, Xiaoting was still sleeping, only to feel a pair of eyes staring at him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yuan Ro's face appear in front of his eyes. Xiaoting sighed inwardly. It's too bad that dreaming about Yuan Zua isn't still an aphrodisiac dream. But as he came to his senses and Yuan Ro's face became more and more real, Xiaoting reacted. It's not a dream at all. What are you doing coming over so early? Xiaoting struggled to get up, not caring that his upper body was exposed, and looked at the time. It was only 5:30. Yuan Ro also didn't care about Xiaoting's naked upper body in the slightest and spoke with an excited expression. Brother Xiao, didn't you say you were going to meet the director? Why are you still sleeping? Meeting the director is in the afternoon. What are you excited about now? Xiaoting felt a bit of a headache for a moment. Yuan Ro was really a bit abrasive. Yuan Ro was momentarily speechless, and also felt that it was too early. When Xiaoting saw that the other party had no more words to say, The corner of his mouth hooked up into a bad smile and pulled the other party towards the bed. Then he kissed at Yuan-Ro's lips. Ever since he came back, Romulus had been stuck with Yuan-Ro and he didn't even have a chance. But now that Yuan-Ro had sent him to the door, he naturally couldn't let it go. Yuan-Ro was also completely unafraid and kissed back generously. What did you say to Luo Mushi that night? Xiao Ting asked her with some curiosity after he let go of Yuan-Ro. After all, Luo Mushi's behavior was a little too abnormal. Once Yuan-Ro heard this, she also revealed a hint of a bad smile. Want to hear it? Xiao Ting nodded. Yuan-Ro then said, then tell me how you felt yesterday first. Gotta. It's coming back to me. Xiao Ting hurriedly played dumb, and Yuan-Ro smiled without saying anything. Xiao Ting then got up, finished his morning run with Yuan-Ro, and made breakfast for the latter. Brother Xiao, where exactly did you learn to cook? That Herman of your company I've heard of? The 21-star Michelin chef, actually waits every day for it to guide him. Yuan-Ro was still the same as always. Her mouth was stuffed with things and she was still busy talking. There were even a few words that were spoken in a slurred manner. Xiao Ting sounded a little labored. Learned it at home since I was young. Xiao Ting naturally couldn't say anything about the Kitchen God's secret book, so he fooled Yuan-Ro. Yuan-Ro believed it and looked at Xiao Ting with a face of adoration, then slammed 2 more mouthfuls of Xiao Ting's boiled soup and burped happily. In the afternoon, Yuan-Ro finally found a dress she was more satisfied with and went out after endless tangling and changing clothes. When Xiao Ting led her to the target location, a middle-aged man wearing a duck-tongued hat was already sitting at the table they had arranged to read a book, presumably the director. Usually when passers-by saw Yuan-Ro, they would open their eyes and look twice more while being surprised at how pretty the other party was. However, this director just glanced at Xiao Ting and Yuan-Ro, who came in and continued to look down at his book. When Xiao Ting and his duo walked to the table and sat down, this director realized that the two of them were the ones who had made the appointment. Mr. Xiao and Miss Yuan? Ouyang Hongkai asked tentatively. Xiao Ting and Yuan-Ro both laughed a little before Xiao Ting opened his mouth and asked, Director Ouyang? Ouyang Hongkai was now sure that the other party was the one who wanted to find him to make a movie, so he opened his mouth and asked, Did Mr. Xiao find me here just to praise this Miss Yuan? It's no wonder he opened the door. Mainly because he's seen so many times that some rich people who bagged good-looking 18th line starlets and boasted about making each other famous only ended up making one bad movie after another. So he needed to ask. But only Xiao Ting shook his head and said, I'm only looking for you to make a movie for the sake of, well, making money. Ouyang Hongkai froze. These rich people, in general, prefer to downplay their desire for money in front of the public. Like others, are saying that they want to give domestic movies a chance or try to invest in the film industry. The one who said directly that he wanted to make money like Xiao Ting was really the first one, but not by gimmicks and publicity. Seeing that Ouyang Hongkai froze, Xiao Ting continued his own words. Rather, it relies on the quality and content of the movie. After listening, Ouyang Hongkai looked at Xiao Ting with some skepticism. He was still a bit skeptical. He then opened his mouth and asked, and this Ms. Yuan is? She's not taking the lead role. She's just a supporting actor. I believe in her acting skills. Xiao Ting glanced at Yuan-Ro and said these words in the latter's expectant eyes. In fact, he had said so to Yuan-Ro before, and Yuan-Ro had said that it was perfectly acceptable out of respect for the profession of acting. That's why Xiao Ting said it directly today, and Yuan-Ro didn't have any dissatisfied look. Instead, it was Ouyang Hongkai who was a bit confused. In the past, the director said that an actress was not suitable for the lead role. The actress immediately cried and 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 cried to the person who wanted to promote her. Now what's this all about? The guy in front of you, who Kim wants to shoehorn into the cast, won't allow a lead role? And look at that girl. She's quite happy about it? So do you have a script in mind? Script I have. When Xiao Ting's words came out, Ouyang Hongkai was confused again. He was just following the process of asking and then contacting the screenwriter by himself. But it turned out that the other party said he had the script? Xiao Ting at this time, inwardly also some muttering, this Ouyang director how always talk and then froze? Could it be a quirk of the literati? If it wasn't for the fact that people had really made a lot of good movies, he would really be a bit skeptical about the level of this director. You can be completely assured of the quality of the script, and if you're not satisfied when the time comes, you can change it as much as you want. The moment Xiao Ting's words came out, a wave of confidence directly made Ouyang Hongkai give a thumbs up inwardly. It was then that Ouyang Hong followed up with another question. What about your budget? A preliminary billion. This time, Ouyang Hongkai was confused again. If it wasn't for Yang Tianba acting as an intermediary, he would have even suspected that this young man was here to play tricks on him. But in the end, Ouyang Hongkai chose to believe Yang Tianba, and the exchange between the two ended. After making an appointment to send the script to Ouyang Hongkai tomorrow, Ting also left with Yuan Ro. Brother Xiao, you're scaring people. As soon as she got into the car, Yuan Ro covered her mouth and said, how did I get scared? A movie with a budget of $1 billion to start with. People suspect you're joking. Ha 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 ha. While looking at Yuan Ro's joyfulness, Ting frowned as he thought of something. Seeing Ting's expression was not right, Yuan Ro also stopped laughing and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Brother Shaw? You can remember that you've already looked for a movie producer." Ting's face was serious and his tone was also very serious. The director or someone else. There's no need to look for them. Yuan Ro, on the other hand, was puzzled. Looking for what? But soon, she reacted and immediately blushed and retorted, "You're the only one who tried my play. Where are the others?" When this was said, Ting was speechless and instantly felt that he had dug himself a hole by flirting with Yuan Ro earlier. Seeing Ting's expression turn grave, Yuan Ro then snorted and pouted. "Alright, Brother Xiao, what do you take me for? Or else you'll go to the movie set with me." Ting hurriedly shook his head. It was supposed to be a way to send Genro off to get himself clean and clear. Go with her? How is that possible? Chapter 90 Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs? In order to protect Yuan Ro, Ting still decided to visit the shooting site from time to time, but it's too early to tell. What needs to be addressed now is the script. When Ting arrived home, he took out the customized script from earlier. Based on the 7 veteran actors starring in the movie and Yuan Ro being a supporting character, Ting roughly determined what needed to be there in the script. 7 acting roles, 1 beautiful role. The request was uttered in his head, and that script began to turn itself over. Then when the script stopped, 10 large letters were written boldly on the cover. Ting was directly speechless after reading it. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. 7 actors, 1 beautiful role. It kind of fits the bill. Then Timothy Shaw changed the qualification of the script. 7 main characters and 1 positive supporting role. The script started flipping again and when it stopped, the cover became 3 large letters. Hulu. Ting is even more speechless. While it's true that there are 7 main characters, this script is a bit much, isn't it? This script doesn't just know some children's bedtime reading stories, does it? If he gave this to Ouyang Hongkai, I'm afraid that the other party would directly put himself on the blacklist. Ideas continue to bounce around while warning the script in the back of my mind to stop screwing itself or I'll tear it up. This time perhaps the threat worked, and the script flipped for a long time before stopping. The Heart of the Emperor. Ting roughly flipped through the script. It is about an emperor and several subjects in the process of fighting the world to adhere to the heart. But after the title of the emperor, gradually growing suspicion, and finally exiled and even killed loyal subjects, crushed his own son's usurpation of the throne conspiracy, and finally sitting alone in the world's highest position. Yuan Ro, on the other hand, plays the role of a strange woman who meets the love of her life when the emperor is young but resolutely leaves when she realizes that the emperor aspires for the world. Not a big part, but definitely important. After Ting finished reading it, he couldn't help but wonder if the script was really godly and actually did come out with a satisfactory script. Those 2 children's bedtime books just now were unlike anything else. Taking a picture of a few pages of the script and sending it to Yuan Ro, the other party returned 2 emoticons after a long time. Kisses, flowers. Ting smiled and went to bed. Early the next morning, Ting asked Li Mengyao to find someone in the company to type up an electronic copy of the script, then sent it to Ouyang Hongkai and sent part of the script to the 7 actors. Then, Ouyang Hongkai sent a text message. A few words, but visible satisfaction with the script. When does it start? At this moment, Ma Ming was holding an umbrella for Ting. Ting, on the other hand, looked at the 7 old actors in front of him and revealed a smile. Of the 7 people, 5 men and 2 women. All of them were old actors and actresses familiar to the people of China, the youngest being a child star at the age of 25, while the oldest was already 60 years old. The acting of all 7, though, can be convincing, while the 7 in front of them were a few of them looking at Ting with an unfavorable expression. Mr. Xiao, since you've pulled us all together, you must be trying to get everyone's acting skills online, but you're arranging for someone to come in. Isn't that a bit inconsistent? Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up, but in the way of Ting's status as a producer, he still spoke very politely. After they read the script, they were all very satisfied, but when they heard that the producer was going to arrange for 1 more person to act in the movie, and that it was a young girl who was about to graduate, they naturally assumed that Ting was pulling a few of them to promote the newcomer. Then they naturally refused to do so. How could their reputation, which they had saved with great diligence for many years, be destroyed casually? That's why it was a joint effort after waiting for Ting on the movie set. The director could have been asked to inform the 7 that Yuan Ro was only playing a supporting role, but Ting chose to do it himself, because there are some things he still needs to say in person. Everyone, I know that you all have excellent professional attitudes. That's why I went through the trouble of bringing you all together. Xiao Ting spoke without panic and the 7 people in front of him quieted down. Yuan Rou is only playing a supporting role. The main actors are still the 7. When the 7 people heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They could clearly know that the protagonist and the supporting role, the difference between one word, 2 meanings, and the pay packages have been spoken for, all from the best, as you all should be able to relate to. The 7 veteran actors nodded their heads, which was the reason why their attitudes weren't so tough. But at the moment, there was some doubt in their hearts. If that was the case, what was the point of putting that little girl in the cast? A supporting actor who can't act will only die out. Of course, the generous treatment comes with conditions. Xiao Ting's voice came steadily, and everyone perked up their ears to listen carefully. In addition to the necessary acting skills online, you guys have to coach Yuan Rou's deficiencies as much as possible. It was only after these words that the crowd came to their senses. Xiao Ting completely understands that Yuan Rou genuinely enjoys the profession of acting, and that he can give it countless resources. But in the end, it still needs to be recognized by the audience for Yuan Rou to be able to succeed on the road of acting. At this moment, they felt that Xiao Ting's image was still somewhat different from those profit-oriented businessmen before. After a few people had finished talking for a while, Yuan Rou came and saw that there were 7 veteran actors sitting in front of Xiao Ting, and immediately brightened up, then immediately trotted over. Hello 7 teachers, I'm Yuan Rou. Bright eyes and white teeth made a few people sway for a moment, then immediately reacted and got up to shake Yuan Rou's hand. Brother Xiao, you actually hired these teachers. It's so awesome. After greeting the several veteran actors, Yuan Rou turned back to look at Xiao Ting with admiration in her tone. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, said with a light smile, you don't want to embarrass a few teachers. Learn more. The doting expression revealed in his words was not hidden in the slightest. Zhenru, on the other hand, said with a smile, got it. Afterward, several people all got up and were going to go to the theater, and Yuan Rou hurriedly followed. Xiao Ting sat there as Ma Ming's voice came from behind. Sir, your attitude towards those old actors is completely different from your attitude towards Miss Yuan Rou. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, did not raise his head and said calmly, nothing different, they're all just people I need. At night, Xiao Ting opened the system. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 65. Charm, 6. Power, 11. Mall, 3. Points, 70-31. After returning to Jiang City himself, he didn't see any special goods, and only purchased random attribute points once during the period, and all of them were added to his strength, and now his strength had reached 11 points. According to the tests, Xiao Ting had already surpassed several bodyguards based on his strength alone. His bodyguards were all from years of special forces, so naturally they had extraordinary skills, while Xiao Ting was all about attribute addition. Open the mall. As the words fell in his mind, the mall panel instantly appeared, and after Xiao Ting swept a glance, he was attracted by something in the second column. Chapter 91 10 Great Families Come to Propose Marriage? The 3 commodity columns? The other 2 were not good, but the second one, however, made Xiao Ting a little heartbroken. 5 tigers and 1 chi formation. Function, ancient formation that can be practiced by a group of 5 people to protect the safety of those in the formation. Price, 2,000 points. Based on the experience that the more expensive the system props, the better the quality. This formation worth 2,000 points was definitely a good thing. Xiao Ting now had more than 7,000 points, so naturally he didn't have to think too much about buying. Purchase the 5 tigers and 1 chi formation. Ding! 5 tigers and 1 chi formation, purchase successful. After the system voice sounded, an ancient book appeared in Xiao Ting's hand. There were 6 large traditional characters written on it, which should be the 5 tigers and 1 chi formation. Xiao Ting flipped it open and looked at it, and found that there were quite a lot of general knowledge of martial arts needed in it, and although Xiao Ting had learned the ancient fist recipe, it was still a bit of a hassle to try to read this formation, so he simply stopped looking at it. He didn't have to learn it anyway. A call was dialed to Maman, and immediately there was a knock on the door. Xiao Ting opened the door, and Ma Ming was standing outside it, waiting. Come in. When Maman heard that, he carefully entered the door, then closed it with his backhand. Xiao Ting sat on the sofa, while Ma Ming stood with his head held high without the slightest bit of relief. Ma Ming, are your brothers trustworthy? Xiao Ting gestured for Ma Ming to sit down, then opened his mouth to ask. When Ma Ming heard Xiao Ting's question, he stood up with a pang and immediately asked with an angry look. Sir, did they do something wrong? Don't worry, I'll go and criticize them properly right away. This reaction really made Xiao Ting laugh and hurriedly made Ma Ming sit down again and explained. They're fine. I'm just asking. They are all brothers who were born to die. I can trust them. Ma Ming was relieved to see Xiao Ting smile, and then replied with conviction. Good. Since you can trust it, I can trust it too. Xiaoting took out a book and handed it to Ma Ming. It was none other than the 5 Tigers and 1 Chi formation that he had just purchased with his points in the mall. Ma Ming asked with a puzzled look on his face. What is it? Sir, you can take a look at a book I bought earlier that talks about formations. 5 people of formation. Xiaoting had long thought of a reason. Ma Ming, on the other hand, flipped it open and looked at it for a few moments, then quickly flipped to the back, his brows furrowed and his eyes gradually widening. He had studied martial arts, so he could easily see how powerful the formation was. After flipping it over, Ma Ming raised his head to look at Xiaoting, and only then did he understand why the latter had asked his men if they were trustworthy or not. This formation was marvelous and must be worth a lot of money. So naturally, it could not be known to people with second thoughts, and the fact that Xiaoting asked himself meant that he trusted himself completely. Sir, don't worry, I will otherwise not be ashamed of your trust. Ma Ming excitedly stood up and bowed deeply towards Xiaoting. Xiaoting, on the other hand, smiled and then let him out. Afterward, Xiaoting went to bed. For the next few days, Xiaoting was on the set, watching Yuan Rou maneuver, during which there were quite a few very good-looking actresses who came over to get close to Xiaoting after knowing that he was the producer. Xiaoting also chatted with them a few times in his spare time, but was always seen by Yuan Rou. Half a month later, Xiaoting was chatting with a good-looking actress as usual, but he saw Yuan Rou walking directly towards him. That clean-cut actress had long heard from others that Yuan Rou had been arranged in by this producer, so she simply left in a knowledgeable manner. On the contrary, Xiaoting is a little strange. Usually Yuan Rou just eyes warning. How come today also walked over? Cannot be that today this is too beautiful, cannot help it? Just as Xiaoting was speculating, Yuan Rou had already sat down next to Xiaoting. What, tired? Xiaoting inquired out loud. No more tired than you are, aren't you? 1 or even a few girls a day. Can you stand it? Yuan Rou opened her mouth to tease Xiaoting, but the latter said indifferently, I can stand it even if I'm doing something else, let alone just talking. Yuan Rou directly blushed and lightly cursed. Hooligans. Yuan Rou then corrected her color and said, Brother Xiao, the day after tomorrow my grandfather will celebrate his 70th birthday. Will you come? The patriarch's 70th birthday? Then I definitely have to go. After all, living in the same neighborhood, and with people's granddaughters so close, etiquette naturally need to go to congratulate the birthday. Then Yuan Rou stammered a bit and asked, Then, Brother Xiao, in what capacity are you going? Xiaoting didn't expect that there was actually a need for an identity, but thinking about it, it did need an identity, or else when he went there, it was hard to say where he would sit. Didn't the elder recognize me as a brother? Is this identity okay? As soon as Xiaoting said this, Yuan Rou immediately felt a pang of contempt inside. Xiaoting clearly knew what she wanted but was always so immodest, so she gambled and said, Alright, Grandpa Xiao, since you've decided, that's fine. As soon as this Grandpa Xiao was called, Xiaoting immediately felt a full of malice. I'm in my prime. Why do I sound like an old man? So Xiaoting made a deep thought pretense and then said seriously, It's better to go as your boyfriend, and the genin has thought so for a long time anyway. Really? Yuan Rou had a teasing look on her face. Seeing that the other party still wanted to consume himself, Xiaoting said, If you don't want to. Yes. Yuan Rou immediately interrupted the latter words, fearing that Xiaoting would change his mind. Then he directly pounced up and kissed Xiaoting's cheek before twisting his head and going back to the set. Touching his face, Xiaoting felt some emotion. He was a bit too passive when he was molested in this motion. Afterward, Xiaoting twisted his head to look at Ma Ming. Ma Ming, I always get sneaked up on like this. Are you not very good at business? It made Ma Ming speechless for a while, then realized that Xiaoting was just easing the embarrassment, and next time he would just not look at it himself. But since Xiaoting had asked the question, he always had to say something, so Ma Ming had a bright idea. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired from studying that 5 Tiger 1 Chi formation with my brothers day and night these days. When it's practiced, it will ensure your safety. Although Ma Ming was stable, he wasn't an idiot, and he still spoke in a set way, which made Xiaoting speechless. Practicing formations, for his own sake, and day and night, this is not even a chance to refute Ma Ming. Dribble. The phone rang, and Xiaoting took a look to see that it was Yuan Lao calling, so he picked it up. Brother Xiao, Roar has already told you about the day after tomorrow, right? Elder Yuan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Got it. There's one more thing that Zoe probably didn't tell you. What is it? Xiaoting felt a hint of heaviness in the elder Yuan's voice and felt that it was not something good. This time, someone from the 10 great families, the Qian family, might come to propose marriage. Xiaoting narrowed his eyes. Proposing marriage? Chapter 92, Father and Daughter Meet. Xiaoting disappears? Xiaoting is aware of the fact that the Yuan family has 3 single generations, and there is only one girl like Yuan Ro. So if he comes to propose marriage, he can only want to marry Yuan Ro. The Qin family's people got through to Yuan Ro's father, and his father has already agreed, but I knew Yuan Ro would definitely not agree, so I had to tell you in advance. There was a hint of helplessness in the patriarch's voice. Xiaoting, on the other hand, comforted him to rest assured that he would not sit back and watch, and then hung up the phone. He didn't blame Yuan Ro's father. After all, the other party hadn't heard of his name, and every father naturally hoped that his daughter would marry into a good family, and the Qin family of the 10 great families would naturally be the best choice if they had this intention. As for Yuan Lao's worry, Xiaoting also understood that the 10 great families were proudly above China, and they were all a behemoth to the Yuan family, so Yuan Lao was worried about him. Xiaoting, however, wasn't afraid. If the other party was sensible, he would let it go. If he didn't know better, he didn't care that the other party was a few big families. Soon, Yuan Ro wrapped up her work and then came to Xiaoting with a smile on her face. Brother Xiao, we're stopping work for one day the day after tomorrow for the entire crew, or for your sake. Hearing this, Xiaoting dotingly touched Yuan Ro's hair and smiled. Then reward you for buying me dinner. Yes. The duo left with a smile and a laugh. Xiaoting didn't tell Yuan Ro about the Qian family's marriage proposal because with him around, Yuan Ro didn't need to worry. Soon, 2 days passed, during which Xiaoting purchased some more interesting things in the mall. It was the day of the birthday banquet hosted by the patriarch. Very early in the morning Xiaoting was woken up by Yuan Ro. Then after Yuan Ro helped Xiaoting pick out an outfit, he went out. By the time Xiaoting changed his clothes and came down, Yuan Ro was already sitting in the living room watching TV, going over and wrapping her arms around Yuan Ro. The latter was surprised for a moment, but didn't say anything, just giggled a bit. Aren't we not going over until 9? Why are you calling me now? Brother Xiao, I'm not afraid you'll forget? Yuan Ro smiled, not wanting to say anything else meaty. Xiaoting also knew that Yuan Ro was a hothead, so he accompanied her to watch TV for a while before going out the door. Yes, Brother Xiao, did you bring a gift? Yuan Ro suddenly thought of this matter and stood in place to ask. Xiaoting is a burst of speechless. Now every day with you, eating and drinking shooting are together. I have not bought gifts you do not know in your heart? And why didn't you ask earlier? Yuan Ro immediately panicked when she took a look at Xiaoting's expression. What to do? It's all forgotten these days. Xiaoting pondered for a moment before reassuring Yuan Ro and then made a call to Li Mengyao, asking her to send someone to deliver something to the place where the birthday banquet would be held. Instead, he took Yuan Ro directly to the top of the birthday banquet. Outside the Conro Entertainment Villa City, there were a lot of luxury cars parked outside the gate at the moment, and a lot of people had gathered to talk and laugh. When Ma Ming drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom to the entrance, a security guard immediately ran over. Hello, are you here for the Patriarch's birthday banquet? The Conro Entertainment Center has been chartered for today, so if it's for something else, we won't be able to accommodate you today. Ma Ming lowered the window, and the security guard immediately said respectfully with a smile. Seeing the other party's good attitude, Ma Ming also said, attending Elder Yuan's birthday banquet. The security guards immediately got out of the way and let Ma Ming in. In fact, according to common sense, it is necessary to show the invitation. But this security guard is not a cutie. He came in a Rolls-Royce Phantom just to trick you? Inside the car, Xiaoting said with a smile, the last time I was here, I only chartered a small area for one night, and it was tens of thousands of dollars. Your family directly chartered the entire entertainment area. Yuan Ro, on the other hand, skimmed her lips and said, this is supposed to be organized by our family. Isn't it normal to celebrate my grandfather's birthday? Xiaoting then realized that the boss behind Conro Entertainment was actually the Yuan family. Your families? Then did you guys give a few dozen bottles of wine to a young man surnamed Xiao before? Xiaoting smiled. This was quite a coincidence. Xiao, brother Xiao, is that you? Yuan Ro then reacted. Before listening to the butler said that there is a VIPOF the Summer Wind Hotel. Driving a luxury car is also worth a lot of money. Thought that it is a rich son from other cities. So at that time her grandfather made a direct decision to let Give send some things to show goodwill. Unexpectedly, it was none other than Xiaoting. Yes, as the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove towards the center, many people outside the arena had their eyes drawn to the luxury car. This is worthy of being the old man of the Yuan group. There's actually a luxury car like this coming. Come on, what is this? Yuan's group is a big player in the imperial city. So which one of them is not rich? Then how many people from the 6 top 10 families of the imperial capital will come? Do you think? One at most. After all, The Yuan family is still a little bit worse than the top 10 families. Just as several people were discussing, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped and two people came down from the car. Holy, Jiang City's Mr. Xiao and Miss Yuan family? Some who recognized the duo immediately exclaimed in shock. What Mr. Xiao? I haven't heard. You've always heard of the Timing Unity Group that raked in billions of dollars some time ago. He's the boss behind it. That's him? Getting off the bus with Miss Yuan. He can't be a boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Can't say for sure. These two still look good together. The news spread amongst the crowd as if it had grown wings, and countless pairs of gazes looking at Xiaoting were filled with envy. How many people's dream to be young and still hold a beautiful woman? Yuan Ro affectionately took Xiaoting's arm and the two of them entered the center's hall together. The perimeter of the Conro Entertainment Center is full of villa-turned entertainment areas, with only the very center, a superb ballroom, taking up quite a bit of space. At this moment, a middle-aged man was standing in the center of the venue, surrounded by a group of people who were all talking to him. Yuan Ro's eyes lit up when she saw the middle-aged man, letting go of Xiaoting and shouting with surprise in her tone, "Dad!" That middle-aged man also turned back, and as soon as he saw Yuan Ro, the shock on his face immediately turned into surprise before he compensated to the people around him and pushed his way through the crowd. Yuan Ro, on the other hand, happily jumped up and gave her father, Yuan Zhang, a hug. The father-daughter duo hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Yuan Zhang happily patted Yuan Ro's back. Roer, haven't seen you for a long time, didn't make your grandfather angry, right? After Yuan Ro let go, Yuan Zhang asked her in a fake serious manner. Yuan Ro, on the other hand, said in a hurry as her eyes dripped, No. Yuan Zhang, on the other hand, laughed out loud and didn't care if it was true or not. Right Dad. I'll introduce you to someone, my boyfriend, Xiao. Yuan Ro turned back, but suddenly realized that the place where Xiaoting was standing just now was no longer there. Where is brother Xiao? Yuan Zhang, on the other hand, was stunned after hearing the word boyfriend, and then immediately returned to his normal self. Dad, he probably went away for something. I'll introduce you to him later. Yuan Ro said this and left, wanting to go see where Xiaoting had gone. Yuan Zhang stood in place and thought for a moment before finally shaking his head and not saying anything to Yuan Ro. Chapter 93, The Qin Family's Gift. 2 minutes ago, Xiaoting stood off to the side, watching Yuan Ro reunite with her father after a long time, and a smile appeared on his own face as he watched Yuan Ro's happiness. Drip 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 drip. The phone rang and Xiaoting opened it to find that it was Li Mengyao calling. What is it, Mr. Xiao? I just arrived at the company and didn't find what you said. What? Xiaoting glanced at Yuan Ro in the distance, so he took his cell phone and walked to a corner, then opened his mouth to ask. The other one is still there, but as you said, not anymore. Li Mengyao had a hint of anxiety in her voice, as if she was blaming herself a little. Xiaoting did not believe that his company would be burglarized. There's no need to rush, just ask someone who's been in my office, and if that doesn't work out either, send the other one first, just before the feast breaks up. Okay. After Li Mengyao finished speaking, she immediately hung up the phone and went to do her business. Xiaoting was a bit strange inside. Could it be that Luo Shanping had secretly taken it away? But soon he dismissed that thought. Luo Shanping is at least a matter of Imperial Luo family. Theft, categorically will not do. It's good to know that there's another option and things haven't gotten worse. Brother Xiao, why are you here? Yuan Ro finally found Xiaoting at this time and asked somewhat strangely. Made a phone call. What happened? It's a long way to go for a phone call, isn't it? Didn't even introduce you to my dad. Yuan Ro was a bit saddened, while Xiaoting stroked her head. It's a bit noisy over there. It's fine. There'll be plenty of opportunities later. Aha! Yuan Ro took Xiaoting's arm again. Then the two of them walked towards the banquet hall and found a place where there were fewer people to sit down. Right, brother Xiao, was it a woman who called just now? Yuan Ro inadvertently asked. Xiaoting immediately had a black line on his face. Are all women's sixth senses so terrible? Countless people came and went before the banquet started, and even though the place where Xiaoting and Yuan Ro sat was remote, there were still quite a few people who spotted Yuan Ro and came over to greet her. Some of them were the rich second generation that Xiaoting had met before, and at this moment, when they heard that Xiaoting was Yuan Ro's boyfriend, they didn't show any surprise. Instead, many of them showed their aunt's smile to express their blessings. Others were from the imperial capital or the magic capital, and they all left with a disheveled look on their faces after Yuan Ro introduced Xiaoting. The rest were all middle-aged or old men who came for business purposes and left after a chat or two. Xiaoting, on the other hand, sighed. Poor in the city no one asks. Rich in the mountains have distant relatives. Soon, the patriarch also arrived at the venue wearing a tang suit. His spirit was still full, causing many of the old men present to feel envious. All of you who have come to participate in my old Yuan's birthday banquet today are giving face to my old Yuan, so please feel free to take your seats. The patriarch's voice was as loud as a bell, and he didn't even turn on the microphone, so that everyone in every corner of the room could hear it clearly. Although it was said that they were seated though, the guests all took their seats according to their status and the value of their congratulatory gifts. At this time, Yuan Rou also pulled Xiaoting up and walked towards the innermost seat of the venue. She was the granddaughter of the patriarch, so naturally she sat in the top seat. Grandpa, where's my dad? After sitting down, Yuan Rou realized that Yuan Zhang's place was still empty, so she asked. For his part, Elder Yuan's face was a little unsightly, and then he glanced at Xiaoting with complicated eyes. Xiaoting, on the other hand, looked at the patriarch and smiled. He knew that the elder was worried that he was losing out, but Xiaoting had a good idea in his own heart. Your father went out to pick up someone. Elder Yuan returned the sentence and didn't say anything else. Yuan Rou was a bit strange instead. What kind of person has such a big rack that he needs Yuan Zhang to pick him up in person? Soon enough, there was an answer. The son of the imperial capital Qian family has arrived. The announcement came from outside, and everyone in the room was startled. The imperial capital Qian family? That's one of the top 10 families. How can they come here? It's really looking down on this Yuan family. At this moment, the Chen family's people entered the hall and were following Yuan Zhang next to them. Is this imperial capital Qian family very powerful? The head of the Yuan family has gone out to receive it himself. Don't you think? That would be a powerful family, right? Look at your uneducated look. One of the top 10 families in China. Do you think it's powerful? The two rich men of Jiang City, sitting at the lowest seat, whispered, and the people next to them listened to the whole thing. Qian Yangxing of the Qian family, come to wish Elder Yuan a happy birthday. The leading youth, accompanied by Yuan Zhang, walked directly towards the innermost part of the most banquet hall without the slightest glance at the people on either side. Although the words were polite, the attitude was arrogant. And what was even stranger was that none of the people present were upset about it. They all felt that this was normal. This was the bottom line of the top 10 families in China. Mr. Qian is here? I apologize for my loss in welcoming you from afar. Although Elder Yuan was not very willing, after years of dealing with people, he still wore a smile on his face as he rose and clasped his fists from afar. Qian Yangxing actually came. Strange. Yuan Rou, on the other hand, whispered. In the same imperial capital, Yuan Rou naturally hadn't rarely seen Qian Yangxing, but the gap between the two families was so vast that even if Yuan Rou had a birthday banquet, normally it would only be a congratulatory gift, and this time, it was actually the young master of the Qian family that had come in person. Do you recognize him? Xiaoting asked with a smile. Yuan Rou, on the other hand, spat out her tongue and said, of course I know him, but this guy was so stinky when he was a kid that he looked down on everyone, so I didn't love playing with him. Xiaoting didn't say anything else, and a hint of a smile flashed under his eyes. Qian Yangxing enthusiastically came over and shook hands with the patriarch amidst the crowd's gazes, then spoke. The Qian family is congratulating Elder Yuan on his birthday, so naturally they can't do it empty-handed. Here are 7 pairs of gold ornaments to send to congratulate Elder Yuan on his 70th birthday. A team of men then filed in, trays in their hands, all holding a gold ornament. 7 pairs in all. 14. Those present made a rough estimate. So much down the line. Several $1 million. Worthy of being the imperial capital Qian family, the congratulatory gifts directly amounted to millions. Why is this all gold jewelry? It doesn't look like they're here to celebrate a birthday, but rather like they're here to propose marriage. What nonsense! Can't you see that Miss Yuan has a boyfriend? How can she come to propose marriage? Oh, yeah. While the crowd was talking, the patriarch politely invited Qian Yangxing to take a seat. Qian Yangxing clasped his fists and sat down with a big grin, without much politeness. Sister Zoe, it's been a long time since I've seen you, but you've grown even more beautiful. When Qian Yangxing saw Yuan Rou sitting across from him, his originally unruly demeanor was converged and replaced with a smiling face. Today was Elder Yuan's birthday banquet, and Yuan Rou naturally didn't want to be nosy, so she responded to the other party as well. Qian Yangxing, long time no see. But Qian Yangxing continued talking with great interest, not caring about the other party's attitude. Such a beautiful rower. Isn't it a pity to stay in a small place like Jiang City? As soon as he sat down, Qian Yangxing's eyes glanced around with a very contemptuous attitude. Only his attitude towards Yuan Rou was still okay. At this time, he suddenly realized that the seat beside Yuan Rou, instead of being empty, actually had a young man sitting in it. There was actually something icy about the way the man looked at himself. Qian Yangxing narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoting. Who is this? I haven't seen it before. Why is it sitting next to Sister Zoe? Chapter 94, I don't like men. Seeing that Qian Yangxing was coming from a bad place, Xiao Ting was just about to say something when Yuan Lao spoke first. This is Zoe's friend, naturally sitting next to Zoe. Although he didn't say that he was a boyfriend, it was a relief for Xiao Ting. Qian Yangxing, however, didn't eat this set of words at all. He had seen all the people from the 10 great families. Naturally, he wasn't worried that the Xiao Ting in front of him was some kind of big shot, so he couldn't stand it when someone dared to sit next to Yuan Rou. So he smiled and said, since the patriarch has said so, I'd better go over and sit with the youngsters. After saying that, he got up and walked directly to Xiao Ting's side to sit down, then looked at Xiao Ting with a smile on his face, but a trace of grimness flashed imperceptibly under his eyes. He was waiting for Xiao Ting to have the sense to leave on his own. With the reputation of the Qian family, one of his top 10 families, there was no need to move his own mouth. However, Xiao Ting was completely ignoring him, talking and laughing with Yuan Rou on the other side, as if there was no one next to him at all. Hey, brother, from the Qian family. Qian Yangxing hypocritically extended his hand with a threat in his tone, but he still looked at Xiao Ting with a smile on his face. Moreover, he felt that maybe Xiao Ting hadn't heard that he was a member of the Qian family earlier, so he was now disdainful of himself, so he reminded again. Oh, good. Xiao Ting nodded his head before continuing to drink and joke with Yuan Rou. Qian Yangxing, on the other hand, froze. What? Oh, yeah, okay, you don't care about me at all? Qian Yangxing laughed angrily and felt that Xiao Ting was a bit interesting. Then he turned to Xiao Ting and whispered again. Brothers, the Qian family, Qian Yangxing. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, returned with impatience on his face. Got it. Qian Yangxing froze. This dude has a brain problem, right? Even a bumpkin who doesn't know what the money family means is just that. It's just as well that you're sitting next to Yuan Rou and not letting go. People introduce themselves to you twice. You should at least introduce yourself. No manners at all. Ha! Qian Yangxing even had the feeling that he had a trace of aggression. In the end, he still didn't die. So he spoke to Xiao Ting once more. One of the 10 great families, the Qian family, Qian Yangxing. This time, Xiao Ting twisted his head around but didn't speak, only staring at him coldly. Qian Yangxing this down the interest. It seems that this kid was not aware of his identity before. Now finally a little different reaction. Quick, get mad. Let young Master Qian pretend to be an ex in front of Miss Yuan Rou. Sure enough, Xiao Ting got angry and roared directly at Qian Yangxing. Are you annoyed? I don't like men. With this roar, the entire room fell silent. Yuan Lao, Yuan Zhang all stared wide-eyed, while Qian Yangxing had his mouth half open, completely stunned. You, what the hell are you talking about? Qian Yangxing, who had been frozen for half a day, also reacted, then said in a confused manner. In the surrounding silence, Xiao Ting spoke again. You're the king of heaven. You don't need to introduce me 3 times. I don't want to care about you. There were quite a few people present who were originally concerned about this side, so they also saw Qian Yangxing striking up a conversation with Xiao Ting 3 times just now, and they originally didn't know what had happened, but now it dawned on them all of a sudden, and then they whispered explanations to the people around them. Young Master Qian is probably looking at that Mr. Xiao of the others, so he's talking about himself 3 times on the strength of his power, and he's getting them annoyed. I've never heard of the Qian family's young master having a dragon in Yang. Why? What can you pass on about people's big families, if you didn't see it with your own eyes? That Mr. Xiao also looks quite masculine, which actually attracts men to like him. Everyone in the room began to whisper. It was only at this time that Qian Yangxing saw Yuan Rou there covering her mouth and snickering, and immediately reacted that Xiao Ting was playing with himself. You Jiang City punk dare to fool me? Qian Yangxing spoke viciously, feeling like his lungs were going to explode with anger. As much as he wanted to flip out now, he still wanted to marry Yuan Rou. And if he tore his face off with the Yuan family, it would not be pretty, so to save face, he endured, and later on, when he placed the bride price and Yuan Rou was going to marry him, those rumors would naturally go away. As for that guy whose name he didn't know, a poor kid from Jiang City was just a poor kid. How dare he give him Qian Yangxing a hard time today? Then the big deal is to stay in Jiang City for a few days, to deal with him properly, so that he regrets today to show off a moment of tongue. Qian Yangxing, this is not good. Yuan Rou, however, refused to let Qian Yangxing off the hook and spoke out sarcastically. You can't introduce yourself endlessly just because you see someone with a handsome face. If it was only Yuan Rou, she might have had to restrain herself with consideration for Qian Yangxing's status as one of the top 10 families, but at the moment, with Xiao Ting by her side, she had no scruples in her words and actions. Qian Yangxing, however, was surprisingly not enraged. Instead, he smiled and said to Yuan Rou, Zoe's sister is joking. Just came to Jiang City. Want to recognize this friend. So I introduced myself. A little abrupt. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, inwardly thought highly of the other party. This Qian Yangqing was much stronger than Yan Jiangwei in this aspect of patience alone. Although he could still see some killing intent under the other party's eyes if anything, there was always no trouble. By the way Zoe, is he just your regular friend? How can he still sit here? Qian Yangqing picked up again and said, after all, he had sent millions of gifts, so he was naturally qualified to sit at the patriarch's table. Yuan Rou, on the other hand, was unambiguous and straightforward. He's my boyfriend. Of course he's sitting here with me. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Ting immediately detected a flash of gloom on Qian Yangqing's face, but it seemed to be tinged with some excitement. Qian Yangqing was actually a little happy inside. Actually really Yuan Rou's boyfriend. Then his marriage proposal might be much smoother. As the saying goes, there is no comparison. A boyfriend just happened to be here today to contrast set off the glory of Qian Yangqing. People from a small place like Jiang City will still be scared less when it comes to his bride price. Oh, so it's only by following Sister Zoe that you can sit here? Qian Yangqing smiled sinisterly, then raised his voice and said something that was almost heard by everyone present. Subsequently, those present who didn't know Xiao Ting or knew very little about Xiao Ting directly cast contemptuous gazes towards Xiao Ting. People gave a big gift of several $1 million and sat on the top seat by their own strength. This Xiao Ting actually relied on his relationship with his girlfriend and shamelessly sat on that seat. While Yuan was hearing his daughter's words, he sized up Xiao Ting for a few moments before shaking his head. This brother, this is not a good thing to say. Xiao Ting finally spoke, his expression calm, not the slightest bit of anger after being humiliated, but instead a kind of pity of a hunter looking at his prey. Qian Yangqing smiled coldly. Ha, so what did you send? Let's open everyone's eyes. My stuff hasn't arrived yet, and you're not the owner. So what's the rush? Just curious. Had ha. Qian Yangqing is confident. His own gift of millions of strokes, not this poor boy can be compared to. Chapter 95, The Retrieved Ancient Copper Coin. Seeing that Qian Yangqing was a bit impatient to think, Xiao Ting was also too lazy to say anything more to him. It's raining people in the sky who are looking for abuse and can't be stopped. At the birthday banquet, although there weren't many people at the patriarch's table, there was a dark tide that didn't seem to be too calm. When it was about time, seeing that both Yuan Lao and Yuan Zhang had put down their chopsticks, Qian Yangqing also shouted outside, "Men, place your bets." The guests were all startled, and then they saw a number of people walking outside, each holding something different in their hands. At the same time, one person came out from among those people and shouted, "A pair of gold bracelets, a pair of gold earrings. The bride price is $13,114,000. Speaking of the final bride price, 6 men walked in outside the banquet hall, each carrying a large box of bills, which they opened neatly upon entering. A rough calculation showed that there were about 300 pounds of congregation for over $13 million in cash. So each of these 6 people carried 50 pounds of money. After dropping off a huge pile of stuff with a clatter, everyone retreated in an organized fashion. The guests, on the other hand, were stunned. That's over $13 million in cash, not to mention all the stuff in front of it adding up to at least 10 million. The next bride price is over $20 million. At this moment, the 3 Yuan's grandchildren had different expressions. Elder Yuan's face was torn, while Yuan Rou's father, Yuan Zhang's face was somewhat satisfied, and Yuan Rou, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on her face. Elder Yuan, uncle, I've always fallen for Roar's sister, and I've come to place the bride price today with the family's approval, so I hope you two will agree to marry Roar to me. Qian Yangqing had a sincere face at this time and looked at the patriarch. Instead, Zhenpu had a hard look on his face, allowing Yuan Zheng to see it. Dad, what's wrong with you? Marrying Zwire into a top 10 family, that's much better than anyone else, Zhen Yong whispered, wondering what Genji was struggling with. Seeing this, Xiao Ting got up and walked to Qian Yangqing and said in a cold voice, Zoe has a boyfriend. So what? You didn't even prepare a birthday gift for the patriarch and you still have the nerve to talk? Qian Yangqing directly spoke out in mockery, and many of the guests present nodded alone. But I'm not willing to marry you. Without waiting for Xiao Ting to say anything, Yuan Rou voiced her rebuttal before standing firmly beside Xiao Ting. Qian Yangqing's face immediately became ugly and then said, this matter still needs to be decided by the elders. Then he looked at Yuan Zhang and Yuan Lao. Yuan Zhang hadn't expected things to be like this before, but having already promised Qian Yangqing, he still had to be concerned about the face of the Qin family, so he had no choice but to walk towards Xiao Ting. That, Xiao is it? You have seen the situation of my family. If there is not enough strength, Roar can only suffer if she follows you. Shut up! Elder Yuan's angry roar came, interrupting Yuan Zhang's words. Qian Yangqing, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and looked at the patriarch. If little friend Xiao wants to become my Yuan family's son-in-law, I recognize it. Young Master Qian family, please return. Just now, he had already made his decision. Whether it was from the point of view of ability or feelings, he chose Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting also revealed a smile at this moment and spoke toward Qian Yangxing. How was it? Qian Yangxing, on the other hand, shook his head calmly and looked at Yuan Zhang again. Uncle Yuan, you should know very well what kind of power my Qian family has, right? Are you comfortable with such a wild boy marrying off Zoe? He had already seen that Wan Young was an old codger, so he was trying to pull Wan Young in at the moment. The latter's face showed a struggle. After all, his father had recognized Xiao Ting, but he was worried that Yuan Ro would be victimized by this young man and lead a bitter life in the future. After thinking about it, he still looked at Qian Yangxing. I'm Zoe's father, and you believe you're capable of treating Zoe well. A smile slowly emerged on Qian Yangxing's face, feeling that he had one. At this moment, Ma Ming ran in from outside the banquet hall and headed straight towards Xiao Ting. Some of the guests wanted to stop them, but they didn't even have time before the other party arrived directly in front of Xiao Ting. Have the things arrived? Xiao Ting asked with a calm face. Ma Ming nodded and revealed something in his arms, which was actually a large string of copper coins. Found it? Xiao Ting was a bit puzzled. Didn't he say that he couldn't recruit in his office? Ma Ming, on the other hand, hurriedly whispered a few words in his ear, explaining the causes and consequences. A minister went to your office earlier, and when he saw the string of copper coins arranged in a random manner, he put it directly into the office safe and locked it up. Xiao Ting really cried and laughed after hearing this. It's hard to know whether to cry or laugh when the company has guys who love their property so much. Alright, you go down. Xiao Ting lifted the string of copper coins and let Ma Ming go down. Then, to the amazement of the crowd, he placed the copper coin directly on the table. Elder Yuan, a little late, do you mind? Xiao Ting smiled, and Elder Yuan looked even more smiling. Don't mind. I'm satisfied with just this heart of yours. How much can a string of broken copper coins be worth? Qian Yangxing originally had a slight worry in his heart that Xiao Ting really took out a more expensive congratulatory gift than his own stuff, but now it seems that it's just like that. Seeing that he was unconvinced, Xiao Ting didn't care and just followed with, it's not worth a few dollars, it's just a peace of mind. Qian Yangxing and the guests present were a bit strange. Admitting that their things were worthless? Is this an admission of defeat? But they had forgotten that there was still a Yuan Ro by Xiao Ting's side. Brother Xiao, isn't this copper coin more than $1 million apiece? How many coins do you have here in total? Yuan Ro looked at Qian Yangxing contemptuously, and then opened her mouth aloud to ask. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, sang in unison with him and returned. You can remember that. 100 pieces. There was silence again. Over $1 million apiece? 100? Isn't that worth $100 million? Countless people's breath stopped. Among the people present, many of them are only worth tens of millions of dollars, and Xiao Ting sends a gift directly into the hundreds of millions. Shocked, the guests felt that this Qian Yangxing was a bit ridiculous. When people Xiao Ting said it wasn't worth much, they were being modest, or the money just wasn't much in their eyes. But you, Qian Yangxing, said that's just not seeing things. Qian Yangxing's face clouded over before he smiled and opened his mouth. Sister Zoe, you're joking. Just this broken copper coin? It must be this kid who lied to you. I even said that a coin at my home is worth 100 million. Some guests present also felt that Qian Yangxing said reasonable, have nodded their heads. After all, this birthday gift directly sent 100 million. They are still a little unacceptable. Yuan Ro also hadn't seen the people in the rich and powerful group valuing those copper coins, but she had heard it from someone with more authority. So now she looked at Qian Yangxing with great confidence and asked. Master Luo said it himself. I wonder if it's believable. Master Luo heir? Which Mr. Luo? It's the Luo family head's own uncle. Yuan Ro said with a smile, but gave Qian Yangxing a blow to the head. The Luo family, being one of the top 10 families with his Qian family, he had naturally heard of Luo Shanping's name. Chapter 96, Taking Turns? For him? Oh, open. Just kidding? Qian Yangxing felt a little unable to stand, so he sat down, touched the cup next to him, and took a sip of water. At that moment, there was another commotion outside, and the crowd looked out. A waiter entered and yelled, the Imperial Luo family's congratulatory gift has arrived. Then he saw Zhang De walk in, holding a flashy box in his hand, which should contain the congratulatory gift. Elder Yuan hurriedly got up, while Yuan Zhang quickly greeted him. Zhang De said with a smile as soon as he entered, the Luo family's head of the family is too wrapped up in business to come in person, so he instructed Zhang De to come here on behalf of the head of the family, and I hope Elder Yuan will forgive him. With that, he walked with Yuan Zhang to the elder. Ha 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 ha, if the Luo family appreciates coming, I'm already very satisfied. Elder Yuan said and also laughed very happily. After all, for a family of their level, the Yuan family, it was giving face for the family heads of the other 10 great families to come in person. The gift comes to the person. That's as it should be. At this moment, Zhang De saw Yuan Rou and Xiaoting on the side and hurriedly came over to give Xiaoting a bow before saying, "The head of the family asked me to express my gratitude to you." Everyone present was in an uproar. The Luo family head, actually expressing gratitude to Xiaoting? Then it looks like this Xiaoting is a bit of a big shot, and said that his copper coins are the price given by the Luo family's second master. If just now there are still some people skeptical, now the whole body is 100% convinced. That, Mr. Zhang, you're from the Luo family, right? Yuan Rou stepped forward and asked. Zhang Di immediately craned his head to look, then said with a smile, "This is Miss Yuan Rou, isn't it? It's true that she's just like our young lady said, a national beauty." Yuan Rou's pretty face slightly reddened when she heard that. Then she asked again, "Sister Mushy really praised me like that?" Of course, there are too many others for Zhang to remember. Zhang De laughed, and Yuan Rou got a little pouty. Only Xiaoting, suddenly thinking of a kiss before Romulus left, was out of his mind for a moment. By the way, some people suspect that Sister Musher's second grandfather came here before, so I'm still asking you to give a testimony. Although she was petulant, Yuan Rou didn't forget the business. Zhang De looked around. Although he had long seen and recognized Qian Yangxing, he still did not move and said, "A few days ago, the family head's second uncle was indeed in Zhang City, and he specifically had something to request Mr. Xiao." When these words came out, Qian Yangxing's face immediately turned green for a while, and some jeering voices came from the surroundings. Since Xiaoting's congratulatory gift really amounted to $100 million, the congratulatory gift and the bride price he had brought together couldn't even catch up with others. Alright, Mr. Zhang, take your seat. Xiaoting also opened his mouth at this moment, and Zhang Di immediately clasped his fists before sitting down respectfully. Seeing the representative of the Luo family treating Xiaoting with such respect, there was another outcry at the scene. At that moment, the commotion outside the banquet hall resumed. The imperial capital Fong family's congratulatory gift has arrived. The waiter's voice dropped and the guests all started talking again. Holy, you can't be serious? The imperial capital Fong family? The Fong family? Isn't the head of it not small too? Nonsense. It's still one of the top 10 families, but it's the old man of the Fong family who is now in a coma on a hospital bed, and the head of the Fong family is missing. So it might be over. I heard that the son of that Fong family's head has stepped in and stabilized the situation. A 17-year-old brat is just a brat. Can he fight those beside him who have second thoughts? A figure entered the banquet hall, carrying a congratulatory gift just like Zhang De. Now, the genin was a bit confused instead. If it was the Luo family, he had joined the army with the Luo family's old man, so he naturally had some friendship. This Qian family, it was for Yuan Rou, but this Fong family, he had very few interactions. And with the old man of the Fong family lying in a hospital bed and the head of the family missing, there was basically no one the Yuan Lao knew. But soon, the elder thought of a possibility and then looked at Xiaoting. He now had an incomparably strong feeling in his heart that this Fong family, too, had come for the sake of Xiaoting's face. The person from the Fong family was a middle-aged man that Xiaoting did not recognize. The middle-aged man from the Fong family said as he walked over to the table, "Young master knows that Mr. Xiao and Miss Yuan are close friends. I heard that Miss Yuan's grandfather recently celebrated his birthday, so he specially prepared a thin gift and sent me to send it to him. I hope that Elder Yuan will smile and accept it." The tone of voice and attitude are very respectful, and the work is dripping. Elder Yuan now understood that people came up just for Xiaoting's face. Little was surprised for a moment at Xiaoting's connections, then hurriedly invited the other party to his seat. However, that person bowed to Xiaoting first and said, "This is Mr. Xiao, right? My young master has too many things to take care of and really can't get away, so I hope you understand." Xiaoting, on the other hand, nodded with a smile, knowing that Fong Yuxing must have quite a few things wrapped up in his mind, which was why he didn't come personally. Afterward, the middle-aged man took his seat and smiled with Zhang Di, ignoring Qian Yangxing, and Qian Yangxing was already feeling a bit restless at the moment. Although this Xiaoting wasn't a member of the 10 great families, it felt like both the Luo family and the Fong family were friends with him. Although the Fong family was in crisis at the moment, this Luo family had some ties with the army and was not a good opponent. While this was going on, the commotion outside hadn't stopped, and it seemed that someone else was coming. "Genpai, the plane was late today. I'm a little late. You won't blame me, will you?" There was no waiter this time, just 3 or 4 people coming in, the leader with a bright voice, followed by those who were either carrying a congratulatory gift. For his part, the genin frowned. "Yensong? What's he doing here? Although this Yin family was quite acquainted with the Yuan family in the imperial capital, their relationship was just average, and they even sometimes pressed the Yuan family in the business world. So Yen Song personally came at this moment, making Yuan Lao a little worried that the other party was here to cause trouble. However, out of habit, the elder Yuan still glanced at Xiao Ting before becoming somewhat suspicious. It's not for him again, is it? This Xiao brother of his own. Now he is a bit impenetrable, but as much as the patriarch thought, reaching out was not a good idea, he still had to welcome this Yen Song first. Family Master Yen has come to visit. I apologize for the delay in welcoming you, Elder Yuan said loudly, and the guests instead thought that this Yen family was on good terms with the Yuan family. A slight gift, please smile. The people behind him put the gift down and they all went out, and Yen Song also came up to shake hands with the patriarch, both of them smiling broadly in their own way. Brother Xiao, it's been more than a month since we last parted. I miss you very much. After meeting with the elder Yuan, Yen Song immediately enthusiastically walked over to shake Xiao Ting's hands and spoke. The crowd present had their jaws dropped. What kind of person is this Xiao Ting? 10 big families for its come to, not to mention Le Yuan Group's Yen Song, but also directly called on the brother? It's even a bit of a slap in the face to him. Ha! Xiao Ting smiled back and said, Elder brother Yen, please take a seat. Yen Song smiled and sat down, but he saw that the patriarch seemed to be giving him an unfavorable look in his eyes. He's here to celebrate his birthday. This old man won't flip out, will he? Where did Yen Song know that Yuan Lao also had to treat Xiao Ting as a brother before? And now he was also treating Xiao Ting as a brother in front of Yuan Lao. Isn't this taking advantage of someone's patriarch? Chapter 97, Collective Departure? Although Yen Song sensed that the patriarch had a bad look on his face, but for Xiao Ting's face, he still had to sit down with a hard head, while thinking and pondering whether he had done something wrong when he came in. Xiao Ting didn't know Yen Song's thoughts at this time. He just realized that Yen Song had frowned tightly since he sat down and seemed to have something on his mind. Brother Xiao, this is that Yen Zhengwei's father, ah? Yuan Ro was at the side, asking in a small voice, and when she saw Xiao Ting nodding, she went on to say, that Yen Zhengwei is so bad, why are you still hanging out with his father? Xiao Ting, on the other hand, lightly said, you can rest assured, child's aunt, our great-nephew has now become a good boy. Yuan Ro listened and frowned. Why didn't she understand much? Xiao Ting also didn't care about the frothing Yuan Ro. Instead, he glanced at Qian Yangxing, who was a bit dumbfounded on the side. Still not going? When Qian Yangxing heard this, he raised his head and realized that Xiao Ting had said exactly that to him, and immediately looked at the latter with indignation. If the eyes can kill, then all of them will be splattered with blood. Unfortunately, no matter how fierce Qian Yangxing's gaze was, Xiao Ting stood dashingly in place, looking at him with pity in his gaze. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Qian Yangxing quickly stood up and walked over to Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting looked at the other party with his face as normal. So what if you've embraced so many thighs? I'm always the next head of the Qian family, and I don't know how many times stronger I'll be in the future compared to you. Qian Yangxing's voice carried a hint of threat as he once again posed himself as one of the top 10 families. Oh, stronger than me? Much stronger? Xiao Ting laughed contemptuously, thinking that this Qian Yangxing was still quite strong. Humph. Who knows if you'll have to tighten your belt tomorrow if you give this gift today. Qian Yangxing didn't believe that someone could be trenchant to this extent. His grandfather spoiled him so much. As far as his gifts from childhood were concerned, they were all worth tens of millions of dollars at most to him. And this Xiao Ting is giving her grandfather $100 million congratulatory gift just because he's Yuan Ro's boyfriend? Seeing that the other party had already begun to deceive himself, Xiao Ting naturally didn't mind making the other party make more of a fool of himself. So he nodded, then smiled. Then I wonder if the young master of the Qian family can pick up the slack? Qian Yangxing froze. He thought that Xiao Ting would continue to be tough, and he also thought that Xiao Ting suddenly wimped out. But he didn't think that Xiao Ting would directly reach out for money. Without waiting for Qian Yangxing to speak, Xiao Ting spoke again. Forget it, this isn't the imperial capital, and compared to Mr. Qian, he isn't rich. The words were full of regret. Qian Yangxing was confused by the way this suddenly unfolded and couldn't react for a moment, only feeling that Xiao Ting was saying that he didn't have any power in Zhang City. What are you saying? So what if it's not in the imperial capital? Some of my Qian family's small industries in Zhang City are not something you can afford to compare to. I don't know if there is any exaggeration in what was said, but Qian Yangxing's confidence, it made everyone around him feel it. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, smiled. This Qian Yangxing had fallen for the trap. So, Mr. Qian, which ones are intended to be used to succor me? Of course it's, what? Qian Yangxing was a bit confused by Xiao Ting's sentence-by-sentence questioning, and now he was a bit unsure of how to answer. Xiao Ting fell back and said directly, "Forget it, I'll decide for myself." Then, in Qian Yongxing's confused eyes, Xiao Ting made a call. Li Mengyao was sitting in the office at the moment, and as soon as she saw that it was Xiao Ting's call, she immediately picked it up. "Mengyao, find all the industries of the imperial capital Qian family in Jiang City, stop cooperating, and let them, all of them, go on strike today." Qian Yongxing and the guests froze. Was this Xiao Ting out of his mind? Who is he? How dare you want all the Qian family's industries in Jiang City to go on strike? Does he have it in him? Mr. Xiao, can we do it? Li Mengyao was also a bit shocked by the decision Xiao Ting had made and thus asked out loud, "Put out the word to go. All employees and executives, all receive." The corner of Xiao Ting's mouth hooked up into a smile as he uttered these words. Li Mengyao also suddenly understood, and immediately hung up the phone to do it. And the guests on the floor were baffled. "And you take in people's employees and executives? Why would they let the Qian family of the 10 largest families go without following you and jump ship to follow you? Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. You actually want to poach my family's employees?" Qian Yongxing covered his stomach and laughed at this moment, and there were quite a few guests who followed and laughed lightly, feeling that Xiao Ting had overplayed his hand. However, Xiao Ting sat down gracefully and looked at Qian Yongxing sympathetically. "Laugh a little longer." At this time, there were also quite a few guests who realized that Zhang De, the representatives of the Fong family, and Yen Song, were not smiling or even making any statements. Aside from the representatives of the Fong clan who were probably confused about the situation, Zhang De and Yen Song both seemed to have some faith that Xiao Ting could do this. It wasn't that these two knew what Xiao Ting was thinking, but according to their understanding, Xiao Ting wasn't a person who was aimless. Since he had said it in front of so many people, it was naturally impossible for him to punch himself in the face. "Now, just wait quietly." For the next half hour, Xiao Ting joked and laughed with Yuan Rou under Qian Yongxing's fire-breathing gaze, always making Yuan Rou laugh. Dribble dribble dribble. Qian Yongxing's cell phone rang. Qian Yongxing took out his cell phone and found that the note of the caller was someone in Jiang City, and he had a little bad feeling in his heart. "Hey, what's going on? Young master, you're in Jiang City right now, aren't you? Have a fart. The employees of our incumbent company in Jiangcheng have suddenly resigned en masse and gone on strike in the afternoon." "What?" Qian Yongxing froze. "What the hell?" An hour ago the city's Timing Unity Group released the news that all the employees in the city, under the imperial capital Qian family's family, can be transferred to the Timing Unity Group with the original treatment. Qian Yongxing raised his head and glared fiercely at Xiao Ting before hanging up the phone. He had thought that Xiao Ting had relied on raising his salary package in order to poach their family, and if Xiao Ting really did so, then the old employees of his company were bound to be dissatisfied, and if Xiao Ting didn't do so, then Xiao Ting, who had boasted about it, would hit his own face. So, this was going to be a solid inning for him. Why did it come to this? Okay, this heel counts as my fall, but how did you do it? Qian Yongxing knew that from now on, Yuan Rou would have nothing to do with him, but before leaving, he still wanted to find out. They could be Timothy's employees, but you want them to be employees of the Qian family, Xiao Ting replied casually, and Qian Yongxing nodded and twisted his head. On the contrary, Xiao Ting, who had uttered the words, was a bit strange. "You're just making stuff up, and you believe it?" In fact, the more important reason is that his Timothy's welfare benefits and working environment can completely crush some big city companies, and the promotion space is very large. The original treatment jumped ship to Timothy. Cootie. It's only a refusal. Those guys over there, don't just stand there, carry all the gifts over to Mr. Chen. When Yuan Lao's words came out, Qian Yongxing, who hadn't even stepped out of the door yet, directly stumbled. This time, he had lost so completely. Chapter 98, Women's Favors. It's terrible. Mr. Xiao is so bold, worthy of being the person that both the family head and the young lady have praised. Zhang De saw that Qian Yongxing had left and got up to praise Xiao Ting. Yen Song followed suit and got up. "Brother Xiao, although this Qian family is not to be messed with, if you want old Yen to make any moves in the imperial capital, just speak up." Then Yen Song felt a sharp gaze from behind. Looking back, it was none other than Genji. "Mr. Xiao, some of the things I said just now may not have been pleasant to the ear, so I'm here to make amends to you." Yuan Zhang also picked up a glass of wine and directly tilted it down. Seeing this, Xiao Ting immediately said, "Uncle Yuan is serious. You are Zhuir's elder, and what you did was all about caring for Zhuir. I don't blame you." Xiao Ting wasn't a petty person, so he was naturally willing to understand Yuan Zhang's bitterness as a father. When Yuan Zhang saw that the other party did not care in the slightest, the shame on his face did not subside. He just sat down quietly. Today is the patriarch's birthday, and although there have been some unpleasant occurrences, it is heavier. Still, to celebrate the patriarch's birthday. At this moment, the Fong family's people uttered this sentence, then picked up a cup of wine. To Elder Yuan, blessings like the East Sea, longevity like the South Mountain. The people present also woke up and immediately raised their glasses in celebration. I wish the patriarch, blessings like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. Before Qian Yongxing was present, the crowd's feeling of the atmosphere is depressing, and now it is natural to make up for what was not said. And after Xiao Ting drank a glass of wine, he also took one more look at the Fong family's representative. This man was not well acquainted with everyone present, so he was bound to look awkward if he came up to strike up a conversation with everyone as well, and it would be a breach of etiquette to sit there and do nothing. So he raised his glass in direct celebration of the patriarch. It's a smart man. Thank you all for accompanying me today. I'm grateful. With the final speech of the patriarch, the banquet finally came to an end. The Fong clan representative found Xiao Ting on his way out and brought him to a separate corner. Mr. Xiao, my young master has a message for me to bring to you alone. What words? Xiao Ting was a bit strange. What words could not be said in front of everyone? The Fong family is in crisis right now. If there is a change, please Mr. Xiao immediately delineate his relationship with the Fong family to avoid getting into trouble. Fong Ju's voice was smaller when he said this. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, was stunned. You come to help yourself today with great fanfare, but admonish yourself to stay away when the Fong family is in trouble? What is your name? Xiao Ting didn't make a statement. Instead he asked, Fong Ju, where do you think the Fong family crisis will come from? Although the young master is ambitious, he is weak and no one can help him decide. Fong Ju's words were uttered and Xiao Ting felt even more that this person was smart. In my opinion, the Fong family's crisis is all from within. Go back and tell your family's young master that gentleness can be directed toward one's own people, but never toward the enemy. Yes, Fong Ju will certainly convey it to the young master. Seeing Fong Ju leave, Xiao Ting sighed. Fong Yuxing really is a makeable talent, but his character is too kind and sometimes he jumps into a pit even though he knows it's a pit. Brother Xiao, what did that man say to you just now? Yuan Ro, who had been waiting on the sidelines, saw that Fong Ju had walked away and hurried over to satisfy her curiosity. He said that my girlfriend in the imperial capital misses me and asked me to visit sometime. Xiao Ting turned around and teased her. When Yuan Ro heard this, she didn't believe it, but just put on a vicious look and shouted, What? Taito still has a girlfriend? By the way, Mr. Xiao, Miss asked me to bring a message. She misses you very much. At this moment, Zhang Di appeared from the other side, but suddenly realized that Yuan Ro and Xiao Ting's gazes were all widened at him. Zhang Di felt that the situation was not right and immediately clasped his fists and said, The words have been brought. Farewell. The speed of speech was super fast, not to mention the speed of disappearance was even faster. Feeling the not-so-friendly gaze cast by Yuan Ro, Xiao Ting only wanted to catch up with Zhang Di, not for the sake of revenge, but only to escape together. Dribble dribble dribble. The phone rang and Xiao Ting felt saved and immediately picked up the phone. What is it? Brother Xiao, we haven't seen much of each other in the last few months. We've got a couple of new cars in the store, and I wanted to ask if you have time to come and take a look. At this moment, Lily was helplessly looking at the store manager, Zhang Guiqing. Due to the fact that she had kissed Xiao Ting before, she was still a bit embarrassed to contact Xiao Ting, but naturally, Zhang Guiqing was so soft on her that she was close to crying before she agreed to this request from the other party and called Xiao Ting. Oh, I'll check it out when I'm free. Looking at Yuan Ro who was sticking to the side of his phone, Xiao Ting inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. This Lily's phone call still came in a timely manner. It was necessary for him to patronize another wave. Oh yeah, Brother Xiao, I want to say sorry to you for what happened last time. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. First, Xiao Ting hurriedly hung up the phone. The thanks to Lily just now dissipated at this moment. Yuan Ro, on the other hand, asked suspiciously, What was it last time? It's okay. It's just not a good attitude to sell a car. Go home. Xiao Ting didn't let Yuan Ro ask any more questions and directly pulled the other party into the car. And Lily over there was bitterly smiled at Zhang Guiqing by Xiao Ting's sudden hanging up of the phone. I've called and he's agreed. Well. Zhang Guiqing was smiling at the moment, and he even saw a pile of banknotes beckoning to him in front of his eyes. Sister Mushy seems to like you a lot, Yuan Ro said without any shade, and Xiao Ting replied back. Get some rest. We're shooting again tomorrow. Aha! Then Xiao Ting kept a smile on his face, but inwardly he was a bit helpless. The whole womanizing thing. It's horrible. One bad handling is all it takes. After sending Yuan Ro home, the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked under Xiao Ting's house. Maman, was it difficult for you guys to practice that formation? When Ma Ming saw Xiao Ting asking himself, he didn't rush to drive down and said, It's still a bit difficult at first, but after I split them into 3 groups to attack each other, they've progressed at a rapid pace. Well, good. I'll leave you to it on this one. Don't worry, sir. Afterwards, Xiao Ting got out of the car himself and immediately went to park in the underground parking lot. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, didn't go upstairs and looked up at the night sky. What Fong Ju said to him today made him feel as if Fong Yuxing had encountered something very difficult. But with Fong Yuxing's mind, it's reasonable to say that he shouldn't be in a lot of trouble. So he would just speak up and remind him that there shouldn't be any major trouble. As for asking him to disassociate himself from the Fong family, that's even more impossible. He still has billions of dollars in Star International. Thinking of this, Xiao Ting went upstairs. Open the system. A panel should appear. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 65. Charm, 6. Power, 11. Mall, 3. Points, 5131. At this moment, Xiao Ting looked at the small line of words at the bottom. Chapter 99, The Chen Family. Right? High-speed development card, in effect with 24 days. 15 hours, 12 minutes remaining. Xiao Ting had bought something in the mall a few days ago, and among them was this card. The effect is that Xiao Ting's earnings will grow at double the rate. Although it required 500 points, Xiao Ting still bought it. After all, doubling the daily earnings of 9,360,000 would be 18,720,000 per day. It's comparable to what many companies in River City make in a year. And Xiao Ting but remembered, at that time in the class group, the high school class Jiang Dao earn at 10 million a year is already a countless number of people sought after. And he is now, just more than half a day. Of course, Xiao Ting didn't think about going in front of his high school classmates to put on a show. It was simply boring. Open them all. Column 1, Easy Pills. Function, after using it, you will enter a state of fake death. The effect lasts for 3 days, and you will not be harmed while in the state of fake death. Price, 500 points. Column 2, Robot Rental Mall. Function, during the holding period, you can rent a high-level robot and can perfectly disguise as a human. Valid for 20 days. After the expiration of the rental bar, the robot in the rental period immediately disappears and the corresponding rent is returned. Price, 1,600 points. Column 3, Antidote to Poison. Function, when used by a poisoned person, it can expel all toxins from the body and heal all injuries caused by poisons. Price, 100 points. I can't believe you've swiped the antidote again? It's not expensive to buy anyway. As for the Easy Pills and Robot Rental Mall, Xiao Ting felt that they were also good things to buy after looking at the functions. And anyway, there were still more points. Ding! Antidote Pill, purchase successful. Ding! Easy Pills, purchase successful. Ding! Robot Rental Mall, purchase successful. In a flash, 2 pills and a cell phone appeared in front of Xiao Ting. There is still a countdown on that phone, which should be its remaining time. Putting the pills away, Xiao Ting opened that cell phone, on which a bar immediately appeared, all of which were robots. At this time, Li Mengyao's phone call came and Xiao Ting picked it up. Mr. Xiao, we've received quite a few cooperation orders from the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital. The quantity is very large. I'm worried that there's a problem here. The Imperial Capital? Is it the Qian family? The Qian family in the Imperial Capital and the Zhao family in the Magic Capital. Take it as it is. Xiao Ting glanced at the Robot Rental Mall in his hand before opening his mouth. But we don't have enough employees with the engineering team below us. It's very likely that we won't be able to fulfill these orders. There was a hint of doubt in Li Mengyao's voice. And then she thought that Xiao Ting did not understand how big the volume of these orders really was. So she immediately gave Xiao Ting the specifics. I didn't expect Xiao Ting to still speak after hearing this. If money comes to your door, just earn it. Then feeling silence from Li Mengyao's side, he added another sentence. Just let the staff do their workload. I'll take care of the extra workload. Li Mengyao had no choice but to say yes, and then hung up the phone. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, hooked up the corners of his mouth. The Qian family's actions were still fast. Not only did they think of a way to deal with it so quickly, but they also contacted the Zhao family, with whom they had feuded. But it just so happens that Xiao Ting feels the need to make some money. And you guys come to my door? Then how can I not make a profit? Xiao Ting chose a few robots and placed an order. Order complete. Please select identity. Generate point. Timothy Unity employees. Generation point. Well, no one can see the corners of the River City randomly generated on the good. Tomorrow morning, office-type robots go to the office. Worker-type robots go to the construction site. After the instruction was finished, Xiao Ting's account was also deducting money downwards with the naked eye. And in just a few minutes, $300 million were deducted from him. But these were all small amounts of money to Xiao Ting. Just now, Li Mengyao had done the math for him. If all of these orders were completed properly, then he would make $17 billion. And Xiaoting had a high-speed development card, $300 million for him. Even if he did nothing for a small half-month, he could earn it back. Not to mention the fact that Timothy Unity has been in the black with those elite employees. After renting those robots, he went to bed and just waited for the robots to start working early tomorrow morning. In the imperial capital, Qian Yangqing was sipping red wine in his right hand and holding a cell phone in his left hand as he stood on a balcony. Brother Ning, just don't worry, we're jointly applying pressure. It's also a business practice, and it's not good for the other few plans to make a move. On the other end of the phone, it was none other than Zhao Anning. Qian Yangqing, your kid is quite smart. He digs you up, so you just turn over those big orders from before. Ruthless. If he doesn't do it, then he'll have to refire all of his employees and take a reputation. And if he dares to take orders, then he'll have to wait for his employees to be worked to death. Qian Yangqing had a sinister smile on his face. There's nothing Luo Mushi, or your Yuan Rou, can do. Hearing Zhao Anning's words, especially the words your Yuan Rou, Qian Yangqing laughed out loud. Young master, news has come from over there. At this moment, a man came in from outside and looked towards Qian Yangqing who was standing on the balcony. When Qian Yangqing heard that, he hung up the phone and turned his head. Results? They took orders? Picked up? Humph. Qian Yangqing didn't expect the other party to be so stupid, daring to take on such a large amount of business. Then they, wait for bankruptcy. Qian Yangqing's eyes became cold even in the darkness. He certainly didn't think that Xiaoting could let his employees work overtime to the death. So in the end, if the order couldn't be fulfilled, Tingtong Group would have to pay a large sum of money for breach of contract. And it's astronomical. Just after 9 o'clock the next morning, Xiaoting received a call from Li Mengyao. Mr. Xiao, something big has happened. Take it easy, take your time. There were a bunch of people who flocked to the office today and started working straight away. And several factories and sites have called to say that our people are in position to start work. Oh, I know, Xiaoting said calmly. Li Mengyao on the other end of the phone gave a start, seemingly shocked. It was a long time before she spoke. Mr. Xiao, you had a backhanded plan long ago, so you took those orders? Yes. Okay, I get it. Hanging up the phone, Xiaoting nodded with satisfaction. This robot is really dedicated. Once the time comes, it directly starts working. And Li Mengyao didn't see the cracks in the slightest. Dribble dribble dribble. Xiaoting's phone rang again. An unfamiliar caller. Xiaoting picked up the phone. Mr. Xiao. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiaoting smiled and opened his mouth as well. Qian Yangqing, the phone is calling me. Is it hard to talk business? That's not true. Business is done. I'm just here to give Boss Xiao a reminder. If you can't protect Yuan Rou, don't be self-indulgent. The voice on the other end was very leisurely, seemingly victorious. Isn't this money earned and protected? After Xiaoting finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The money family, right? I, Xiaoting, want your money. Chapter 100, Reckoning with Each Other. Drip 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 drip. The phone rang and Xiaoting took a look. It was Yuan Rou calling. What's wrong? Brother Xiao, we're going to continue our work today. Aren't you coming? Yuan Rou's voice came from the other end of the phone, with some anticipation in her voice. Not going today. Some business at the office. Xiaoting replied calmly. Oh, okay. After Yuan Rou finished speaking, it seemed that someone on the other side was calling her to go shoot a movie. So she hung up the phone and went to get busy. Xiaoting, on the other hand, hooked a smile at the corner of his mouth after Yuan Rou hung up the phone. This girl, she's really clingy. After looking through the system mall, there was nothing special, so Xiaoting made a call to Ma Ming and set off to the company. As soon as they arrived under the office building of the Timing Unity Group, Li Mengyao was already standing there waiting. Although Li Mengyao had been wearing professional clothes for a long time, that hot body paired with a stunningly beautiful face made Xiaoting's eyes light up every time he looked at her. A proper royal lady, standing there, attracting many people to stop and watch. Seeing Xiaoting get out of the car, Li Mengyao immediately went forward. Sir, I'll go park the car first. Ma Ming attached himself to Xiaoting's ear and whispered. Aha! Li Mengyao saw Ma Ming get on the car, so she also asked in a low voice. Mr. Xiao, how did you do it? Xiaoting, on the other hand, smiled slightly, knowing that Li Mengyao was trying to ask about those robots this morning. Not only were those guys efficient, they were very professional. Li Mengyao had an excited look on her face and seemed to be very satisfied with the quality of these employees. Xiaoting, on the other hand, nodded and said, to make money, of course you need to find someone reliable. Did you borrow it from another large company? Li Mengyao was a bit curious, but Timing Unity was Xiaoting's only company, so naturally it was impossible to have secretly recruited someone without telling her. and after thinking about it, she felt that there was only one possibility. After all, Xiaoting was friends with quite a few tycoons, so borrowing some people from them in times of trouble should still be doable. Sort of. Xiaoting thought about it and didn't deny it. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, had her admiration for Xiaoting rise to another level. Just the professional quality of this group of people is definitely a hot talent in every super big company, and Xiaoting was actually able to borrow so much, showing the other party's wide network and deep friendship. Well, go upstairs. Xiaoting waved his hand, interrupting Li Mengyao's thoughts before the latter followed him up the stairs. By the way, Mr. Xiao, do you still have contact with Jingyu recently? Li Mengyao leisurely opened her mouth, seemingly gossiping a bit. Xiaoting was not ambiguous and said matter-of-factly, I've only seen you once or twice since the company was founded. Why? Nothing, just asking. I see that you've been accompanying Ms. Yuan, so you shouldn't have the time to take care of Jingyu either. Li Mengyao lightly laughed and teased Xiaoting, and in her words, she seemed to be somewhat fighting for her best friend. Xiaoting, on the other hand, shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't have the time to take care of it, but he had been a bit occupied since the company was founded, so he didn't have the time when he was busy, and when he wasn't busy, Yuan Ro was pestering him. However, Li Mengyao's words were a wake-up call for him. Or let her come over to this side of the company, see what she wants to do, and give her a job, Xiaoting said seriously to Li Mengyao. But the latter looked at Xiaoting with some incredulity. What's wrong, Mr. Xiao? Jingyu has long been in our company's front office. Don't you know? When? And why haven't I seen it before? It's been almost a month. Xiaoting was silent. First it was Luo Shanping studying antiques at the company, which he wasn't interested in seeing at all, and then it was accompanying Yuan Ro on the set. You're so good. You didn't come to the company for a month, and you're a shirker again. Li Mengyao didn't have any blame in her words. She was just poking fun at Xiaoting. Xiaoting didn't care, but he still had some doubts. Then why didn't you see her at the front desk when you went upstairs earlier? She's off today. Okay. The elevator door opened and Xiaoting stepped out, followed by Li Mengyao, and the two of them sat down on the massage chair. Mr. Xiao, the Qian family and the Zhao family of the 10 great families are both coming on strong. We've solved the crisis this time. What if we're still targeted in the future? Li Mengyao finally, still asked the question she was most concerned about. What she said after Xiaoting came was just some trivial matters on weekdays. And now, it's really a matter of life and death for the company. Xiaoting felt the squeezing sensation coming from his back, revealing a comfortable expression before opening his mouth. Mengyao, the 10 great families. What are the depths of their underpinnings? It is estimated that the family assets are all estimated to be in the tens of billions, and may even have reached the hundreds of billions level. Li Mengyao had obviously done enough work, so she answered Xiaoting's question very quickly. Xiaoting, on the other hand, smiled and said, in this world, what can be measured in money is not a big deal. The tone was relaxed, giving Li Mengyao an inexplicable sense of reassurance. In fact, to Xiaoting, what was troublesome about the 10 great families was their power. Just like the Qian family, Zhao family, now it is only a family union. If it is the Luo family, but it has a military background, and the other families, there are likely to be some other forces, which is what is difficult to deal with. Compared to these, the commercial warfare of the 10 great families was the best to deal with. As for things that can't be measured in money, we'll just figure out how to solve them with money. Xiaoting finally added this sentence, while Li Mengyao listened and nodded her head repeatedly. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I understand. After Li Mengyao finished speaking, she got up and left without even turning on the massage chair. Xiaoting, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. In fact, he had considered all of this, although the Qian family and the Zhao family had already had the intention of targeting him. But after all, there was money to be made, and it was still within the range of what he could tolerate. If the other party did anything out of the ordinary, then he, for one, wouldn't mind having one or two less of the top 10 families. Imperial capital. Qian Yangqing received a call from Zhao Anning. Qian Yangqing, they took all the orders. Are they crazy? The eyes on the Jiang City side said that many employees appeared on the side of the Timing Unity Group today, and the manpower now seems to be enough. Qian Yangqing was also a bit incredulous, but still told Zhao Anning on the other end of the phone truthfully. What? Zhao Anning's tone was filled with shock. Is it hard to borrow it from another company? Don't rule it out. Our intentions are so obvious. Who has the guts? Qian Yangqing frowned. The Luo family, the Yuan family, the Fong family, and the Yan family, all of whom were friends with Xiaoting, all had this possibility. Among them, the Fong family was in crisis, and it was unlikely that they could spare the strength to help Xiaoting. Suddenly, Qian Yangqing's eyes lit up. That, Brother Ning, I think it might be the Fong family. The Fong family? Yes. That Fong Yuxing is on good terms with Xiao Ting and will most likely help him. With that little brat from the Fong family? Zhao Anning was a bit skeptical, but he had heard that the Fong family was faltering. So how could he still spare his energy to help Xiao Ting? I heard that kid wants Xiao Ting to help him take power, so it's normal to do a favor. Qian Yongqing's tone was calm, but the greedy light revealed in his eyes was getting stronger. Then how about we? First, mess up the Fong family? Hearing Zhao Anning's words, Qian Yongqing grinned over there. He waited. That's what he was waiting for. On the other hand, Zhao Anning on the other end of the phone was listening to the gradually heavier breathing coming from Qian Yongqing, and also revealed a smile. It's a piece of cake he's been eyeing for a long time. Chapter 101, Fong Yuxing's $2 billion? The Fong family, one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital, has a missing head of the family, while the old head of the family is lying in a coma on a hospital bed, and the one who was pushed into the position in a hurry is just a 17-year-old teenager. At the same time, there were also rumors that some senior members of the Star Group under the Fong family's name were colluding with outsiders with the intention of bringing down the Fong family. The imperial capital, and even the whole country, was in a state of darkness during this period. Although Fong Yuxing passed the test of the board of directors and successfully took charge of the Star Group, which was considered to have stabilized people's hearts, there were still quite a few forces that had their eyes on the Fong family, attempting to get a piece of the pie when the big tree falls. As members of the 10 great families, the Qian family and the Zhao family were naturally more ambitious. After Qian Yongqing and Zhao Anning planned to take action against the other family, they immediately pushed the envelope in the family, and both proceeded to start the suppression of the other family. And the time, in a flash, was 20 days. The order between the Timing Unity Group and the Qian Zhao family has also been fulfilled as it should be. At this moment, in a mansion in the imperial capital, Qian Yongqing was kneeling in front of his father and grandfather, his head lowered. Asshole. Letting you take a trip to Jiang City. It's just as well that you've lost all the companies over there, and now you're even joining forces with the Zhao family to send a wave of money to that Tingtong group? Qian Yongqing's father, Qian Lei, was furious and was scolding his son angrily. He really cannot figure out. This son usually do things are organized. How this time to the city of a trip to the river, and lost the proportion? Not to mention the fact that he's taken all the people under his hand. The orders are all transferred to him. And you're so nice to him? Is he your father or am I your father? Qian Yongqing knelt on the ground and did not say a word, only listening to Qian Lei's curses. His heart's hatred for Xiao Ting intensified. Okay, a few lessons are enough. At this time, Qian Yongqing's grandfather Qian Wang, who had been sitting on the chair, spoke out, and only then did Qian Lei stop cursing. Don't pay any attention to the small fights for now. The priority now is to settle the Fong family once and for all. Qian Wang sank his voice, while Qian Yongqing's father and son both nodded. What's the situation now, Grandpa? Although Fong Yuxing is a bit capable, the insiders planted in the Fong family have all preempted his plan and told us all about it. Now the Fong family's actions are restricted everywhere. And in the past 20 days the Fong family has already had more than $1 billion of business come into our house. Good. Add more fire to this old tree. The Fong family, Qian Wang said this coldly, seemingly sentencing the Fong family to death. Jiang City, the Department of the People asked to open a celebration. Xiao Ting is not good to discourage everyone's enthusiasm. Is to go. In the entertainment area of the company, a lot of people passed back and forth with their drinks, and many ran to toast with Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting all just took a small sip and didn't drink more. Mr. Xiao, why aren't we seeing those people from before? A minister came over and asked somewhat strangely. Xiao Ting knew that he was talking about the robots that he had purchased earlier, but 20 days had passed, and with the expiration of the robot rental mall, those robots had expired along with it, so of course they couldn't show up at this time. However, it was good that Xiao Ting had long since publicized that he had borrowed the employees from some companies, so he was better able to explain it now that someone was asking about it. Those people have gone back to their original companies. Oh, so, that minister lost his head and left. Xiao Ting instead cried and laughed a little. What's wrong with you? Are you still in love with those robots? At this time, Li Mengyao came over with a glass of red wine. Not able to win the wine. A little redness had appeared on her face, looking very attractive. Mr. Xiao, aren't those people going to dig over? Li Mengyao seemed to be a little drunk, and her walk was a little wobbly. Xiao Ting helped her sit down, then shook his head with a light smile. People are just here to do a favor. How can I dig? Come on, Mr. Xiao, is it that you can't spare the money? Ha 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 ha. Li Mengyao held up her wineglass and shook it left and right, then laughed when she finished. It was the first time Xiao Ting watched her get drunk. He shook his head somewhat helplessly. He didn't know if this Li Mengyao had lost her temper after drinking or had liberated her nature. After accompanying Li Mengyao to chat for a few sentences, Li Mengyao fell asleep on a side table. Looking at the indecent posture of the four tilted back, Xiaoting hurriedly told Ma Ming to go send Li Mengyao home. Mr. Xiao. After watching Ma Ming leave, a sweet voice suddenly sounded behind Xiaoting. Xiaoting sounded familiar, then turned around and looked at the other party with a smile. Wearing a professional outfit, Wang Jingyu had surprise written on her expression at the moment, and on the chest of the professional outfit, 4 small words were embroidered. Tingtong Group. Jingyu, long time no see. The two sat down, faced each other and laughed. I say Mr. Xiao, you are really a busy man. I've been in the company for almost 2 months and this is the first time I've seen you. Wang Jingyu's voice and face were still just so sweet. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, smiled awkwardly and then said with a straight face, I can't help it. The company is just starting out and I still need to run around and work hard. At the same time, Xiao Ting's mind flashed through what he had done in the past 2 months and felt that he really didn't have much time to breathe. Well, I thought Mr. Xiao had already forgotten about me. Oh, by the way, what brings you over here? Xiao Ting gave a dry laugh, then asked Wang Jingyu with some curiosity. After all, the Summer Breeze Hotel's treatment was not bad, but Wang Jingyu had changed his job. When Wang Jingyu heard Xiao Ting ask this, there was a trace of undetectable delight in her eyes. Then she said with a sweet smile, Mengyao told me to come over here and said the salary is at my disposal. Xiao Ting listened and then fainted. This Li Mengyao, she really dares to boast. What? Mr. Xiao is not happy? Of course, if you want to get paid well, you have to do something to match. Oh, what are the matching jobs that Mr. Xiao is referring to? Wang Jingyu exhaled her breath like orchids, and her eyes also deliberately glanced around Xiao Ting, which in turn caused Xiao Ting to be stunned. As usual, this chick will take anything. Drip. At this moment, Xiao Ting's cell phone rang. When I opened my cell phone, it was actually a text message that the funds had arrived. After a rough look, there were actually $2 billion credited to his account. Xiao Ting froze. What's going on? The final payment from the Zhao family and the Qian family had already hit the company before. Why are you now getting text messages from yourself that the funds have arrived again? And it's into your own personal account. But without waiting long for Xiao Ting to be puzzled, another text message was immediately sent to Xiao Ting's cell phone. Brother Xiao, the transfer has been received, right? I promised to give you 5% of Star International shares before. Now I'm converting the market value to deliver it to you. Any later, I'm afraid I won't be able to get so much money. Thank you for your guidance. The 3 words at the inscription made Xiao Ting frown. Fong Yuxing. Logically, Xiao Ting should be happy, but he keenly sensed that the text message was a bit off, so he immediately called Fong Yuxing. Doodle doodle. Sorry, the user you have dialed is offline. Please dial again later. Wang Jingyu, who was sitting on the side, suddenly felt that the temperature around him seemed to have dropped, while Xiao Ting had already sunk his face like water. What is it? Mr. Xiao, go book a plane ticket. The sooner the better. To the Imperial City. Wang Jingyu immediately took out his cell phone and began to operate it. Chapter 102 Arrival at the Imperial Capital. It was night, and Fong Yuxing sat frozen outside the hospital room, his eyes filled with confusion, while Fong Ju stood at the side, not saying a word. Fong Yuxing couldn't figure it out. Why is it that when he has clearly identified the most reasonable project solution, there are always a few companies that will go ahead of him and even quote lower prices, as if they don't want the cost? As for Fong Ju's claim that there was a mole on their side, Fong Yuxing had also found someone to start investigating long ago. Only, it has been checked countless times and there is absolutely no clue. Fong Ju, you go too. Fong Yuxing got up and prepared to walk inside the hospital room to keep his grandfather company again. Fong Ju, however, stopped in front of him. Young master, why don't you turn to Mr. Xiao for help? This is a matter for the Fong family. I can't drag brother Xiao into it. Fong Yuxing shook his head with a firm expression. He had already given Xiao Ting all the money he was supposed to give, and the other party should have broken off contact with himself over this. Moreover, although he knew that Xiao Ting was very capable, this messy water of the struggle between the 10 great families would certainly bring Xiao Ting no small amount of trouble as well. Walking into the hospital room, an old man, plugged into a ventilator, was lying on the bed. Fong Yuxing walked over and slowly sat down beside his grandfather. Fong Ju then stood behind him again. Dribble dribble dribble. Romulus put down the spray can for watering the flowers and walked back into the living room. Her breath stopped a little as she looked at that note on her cell phone. Forcing down her inner glee, she picked up the phone. Hey, Mousy? On the other end, a calm male voice came out, and when Romulus heard it, a smile spread across the corners of her mouth. There was even a hint of sweetness in his voice. Brother Xiao, what are you looking for me for so late? I'm about to board the plane. I'll be in the Empire in 2.5 hours. Xiaoting didn't seem to notice the subtle change in Romulus' tone. Ha? Coming to the Imperial capital? To do what? There's an urgent matter that I need you to go ahead and take care of for me. Ah, good. Brother Xiao, you say. Once Romulus heard this, he stopped talking slowly. Go find out where Fong Yuxing is. Go to him now. His phone is off and I can't reach him. Yes. After Romulus finished speaking, Xiaoting hung up the phone. What? Don't you even ask me how I'm doing? Romulus complained a little, then hurriedly dialed Zhang Da's number. Uncle Zhang, find out where Yuxing is right now. I'm going over there. And there's also the fact that Brother Xiao is coming to the Imperial City in 2.5 hours. Go pick up the plane. Romulus didn't have any nonsense and then hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, a text message arrived in Romulus' cell phone. Fong Yuxing is currently accompanying the old head of the Fong family at the Imperial capital's first hospital. Romulus read it and immediately went out the door. A dozen or so bodyguards were already standing outside, and Romulus casually got into a car, then rushed to the Imperial capital first hospital. And in the car, Romulus was a little nervous. The Fong family had always been on good terms with the Luo family, and Fong Yuxing, who was 6 years younger, had always been treated as her younger brother. Judging from Xiaoting's reaction today, there was a good chance that this brother was in danger. On the Jiang City side, Xiaoting had just gotten on the airplane. Ma Ming went to send Li Mengyao home. Xiaoting didn't wait for him and called 4 random bodyguards. Meanwhile, there was Wang Jingyu. Mr. Xiao, why are you suddenly in such a hurry to go to the Imperial capital? Wang Jingyu asked with some curiosity at this time. At the Timing Unity Group's reception, Xiaoting's complexion became gloomy after receiving that text message. This was followed by an even more hasty booking of 6 air tickets for direct flights to the Imperial capital. A guy hit me up for $2 billion. Xiaoting only settled down a little inside after he finished calling Luo mushy, so he lightly smiled and explained to Wang Jingyu. Ha, you're still in such a hurry after hitting $2 billion. I'll have to get him to give it to me in person. After Xiaoting finished speaking, he fell into thought. With attribute observation, he had seen Fong Yuxing's character a long time ago. He was a business wizard and a simple, kind man. The mall is like a battlefield. Which of those unearthly geniuses in the business world is not a killjoy? And Fong Yuxing's talent was enough to get him through the Fong family's crisis. But his simple goodness will be the enemy's death blow to him. Previously, when Fong Ju came, Xiaoting told him to remind Fong Yuxing not to be too merciful. But now it seems that he's a little late with his advice. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of high heels broke the silence in the hospital hallway. Fong Ju in the hospital room frowned. One hospital in the Imperial City, can't even guarantee the least bit of quiet? Glancing at the impassive Fong Yuxing, he sighed, then slowly felt his way out of the hospital room, wanting to see what was going on. Fong Ju had just gone out the door when a figure passed in front of him. Ms. Ro? Fong Ju, who saw the other party's face, subconsciously shouted, and the man turned back immediately when he heard his voice. The moment she stood in front of Fong Ju, the sound of high heels stomping in the hallway also came to an abrupt end. Romulus was a bit out of breath at the moment, and a few drops of fragrant sweat were left from her forehead. Wiping away the beads of sweat, Luo Mushi asked Fong Ju with a face full of nervousness. Yuxing, is he here? The young master is inside with the old family master. Fong Ju replied respectfully. Then, he saw Romulus' tense expression slacken and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Why is Yuxing's cell phone off? Romulus asked a little strangely. Fong Ju, on the other hand, shook his head and didn't say anything. In fact, he knew that according to the young master's nature, even if the Fong family was in 1,000 difficulties, Fong Yuxing would not turn to anyone else, no matter how good the relationship is, because in Fong Yuxing's opinion, it's all easy to bring crisis to others. Xiaoting was like that, and so was the Luo family. Seeing Fong Ju shaking his head, Luo Mushi thought that he didn't know either, so she didn't pursue the matter further, nor did they go in to disturb Fong Yuxing. The two of them just quietly stood guard outside the door of the room. In the end, it was Fong Ju who broke the silence. Ms. Law, why are you here? Brother Xiao just called me and said that he couldn't contact Yuxing and was a bit worried about him, so I asked Uncle Zhang to check your location and came over. Romulus didn't have anything to hide, and directly told him the truth. Mr. Xiao, what's wrong? Young master actually doesn't want you all to get involved. Fong Ju let out a bitter smile. He knew that Fong Yuxing would definitely not allow him to say this, but he still chose to say it. It was clear that both Mr. Xiao and Miss Luo cared about him. One worried about him from thousands of miles away, and the other found her way straight to the hospital in the middle of the night. Fong Yuxing, on the other hand, this child, Yuxing, is just too soft. Luo Mushi shook her head, but her tone was like that of a concerned big sister. Snap, snap, Snap. In the hallway, footsteps sounded again. Several figures appeared, and Romulus looked at the person at the head of the group, a trace of joy flashing under his eyes. Since he's weak, I'll teach him how not to be weak. When Xiao Ting uttered these words, both Fong Ju and Luo Mushi's hearts fluttered. Chapter 103, Changing Clothes at this late hour? At the moment, in the hospital room, there was silence. Xiao Ting sat across from Fong Yuxing and didn't say a word. Fong Yuxing, on the other hand, had his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. The two just sat there in silence, and all they could hear was the old man in the hospital bed, letting out soft breaths. Decided to give up? Finally, Xiao Ting opened his mouth. Hearing this, Fong Yuxing's shoulders shook and he put his head even lower. Halfway through the day, he lifted his head, his voice low. Brother Xiao, the Fong family has been targeted by the 10 great families, and you'll be in trouble if you get involved. Under the dim light, Xiao Ting seemed to see some tear marks on the face of the teenager in front of him. Gently shaking his head, Xiao Ting spoke again. I'm asking if you've decided to give up? Fong Yuxing froze. He didn't know why Xiao Ting was pursuing this irrelevant question again. Now, isn't the result the same whether he lets go or not? But Xiao Ting didn't speak again after he finished that sentence, seemingly waiting for Fong Yuxing's reply. Brother Xiao, I don't want to give up. Fong Yuxing finally said it. There was a myriad of resentment within him. He is the young master of a top 10 family. His father has strangely disappeared. His grandfather has been bedridden for a long time, and several other families are eyeing him. He'd done his best to do so, but why was it getting harder and harder? So he was going to tell Xiao Ting now. He doesn't want to give up. Then get your ass up and go do what you need to do. At this moment, Xiao Ting had already gotten up and walked to the entrance of the hospital room. The door was closed, and once again, only Fong Yuxing and his grandfather were left in the hospital room. How's it going, Brother Xiao? Seeing Xiao Ting come out, Luo Mushi outside the hospital room hurriedly opened her mouth, and Fong Ju also looked at Xiao Ting with some hope. A man who wants to get down on his knees can't be helped up by anyone. Romulus lowered his head as he listened. She also knew that Xiao Ting was willing to help Fong Yuxing, but if Fong Yuxing gave up, then Xiao Ting would definitely not make a move. The door to the hospital room was unscrewed, and Fong Yuxing in walked out. With a clear goal in mind, he walked towards Xiao Ting. Brother Xiao, help me. The eyes were full of perseverance and the face was incredibly serious. Xiao Ting smiled. He hadn't made this trip in vain. He patted Fong Yuxing's shoulder. I was counting on Star International to give me more dividends. That $2 billion, but it's a little less. A powerful confidence that froze the three people present. Afterward, the four of them went downstairs, where Zhang De, Wang Jingyu and a group of bodyguards were standing downstairs waiting. Brother Xiao, who is this? As soon as Luo Mushi came downstairs, she saw the beautiful woman beside Zhang De, and since she didn't recognize her, she must have been brought by Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, laughed. This is from our company. She was the only one around just now, so I asked her to come along. Fong Yuxing, who was on the side, was the one who had seen Wang Jingyu at the auction, so he spoke with curiosity. I thought this pretty sister was Brother Zhao's girlfriend. Come on, you little kid, don't talk nonsense. In an instant, Xiao Ting dispatched Fong Yuxing with a stiff smile. Under the irradiation of Luo Mushi's suspicious gaze, hurry back to bed and we'll discuss our plans in the morning. Then, the two of them, Fong Yuxing, left. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, spoke to Romulus with a serious face. The Empire came in a hurry and didn't know where to stay. Luo Mushi, on the other hand, glanced at Wang Jingyu, who had a very nice face and body, and then said coldly, Mr. Xiao is worth billions of dollars, so it's not a big deal to just pack a presidential suite, right? Hey, it's not comfortable with hotel stays, but a hotel stay, it should be convenient. Romulus, directly, eyed Zhang De and then left with a few people. Now only Xiao Ting and his group were left, standing at the hospital entrance door. Wang Jingyu gently walked up the steps and asked in Xiao Ting's ear, Mr. Xiao, do you want to book a hotel now? Booking chanting, I never thought that Xiao, would actually be turned away one day. The two had just missed a few words when they saw two cars drive back and pull up in front of them. Zhang De got out of the first car, then opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Xiao, please also show your face and stay at the Luo family tonight. Xiao Ting was not polite and directly led Wang Jingyu to the first car. Then Xiao Ting's four bodyguards also got into another car. In the car, Zhang De said while driving, Mr. Xiao, Miss is just gambling with you. I hope you don't take offense. No, it's just that this Mushi changed her face a little too quickly. Xiao Ting didn't shy away from Zhang Da's identity in the slightest and directly started spitting on Romulus. Zhang De didn't care. Instead he even followed up on Xiao Ting's words. Miss can't keep her jealousy jar closed since she met Mr. Xiao. Xiao Ting was speechless, but Wang Jingyu covered her mouth and laughed lightly instead. However, Miss, in all these years, apart from the Fong family's young master, you're the one who has the best temper. It seems that Mr. Xiao has a lot of charisma. Alas, it is a sin to be charming. Xiao Ting replied back with such a sentence, instead leaving Zhang De speechless. This kid isn't modest at all. There wasn't much traffic at night, and the crowd had a smooth ride to the Luo family's villa. The villa is surrounded by a number of decorative buildings with steeple-shaped pitched roofs, plastered wooden frames and columns, which are contrasted with the vines that climb on them, giving it a classic and atmospheric look. The architecture has both the flavor of ancient Chinese architecture and the details of foreign architecture, and the two complement each other, which is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also makes living comfortable and close to nature. Getting out of the car, even Xiao Ting inwardly lamented the Luo family's heritage. Not only do the vines on this lot need to be designed and planted, but the ancient vines and trees all seem to be quite a few years old. Ms. Wang, the smell of vinegar may be a bit strong tonight, so please bear with me. Zhang De passed by Xiao Ting and Wang Jingyu and said this in an extremely low voice. Wang Jingyu froze, then glanced at Xiao Ting in a sly manner. The latter, however, did not blush and directly walked up the steps of the villa with a big grin. Where's the catechist? Xiao Ting went straight into the house, but found it empty. Zhang De then explained. Miss said to go change her clothes. She'll be right there. Xiao Ting frowned, then glanced at the time. 10:48 p.m. Changing clothes this late? Zhang De, on the other hand, shook his head and was not sure of Romulus' intentions. A few minutes later, Xiao Ting, who was sitting in the living room chatting with Wang Jingyu, suddenly felt footsteps coming from behind. The two looked back. Romulus had changed into a T-shaped pleated skirt was walking slowly over. The pure white pleated skirt seemed to be of velvet material, light and soft. Wearing it on the already extremely beautiful Romulus seemed to add to its noble aura. Although there was a stunning woman standing in front of him, Xiao Ting still couldn't figure it out somehow. Why are you changing your clothes so late? But when Luo Mushi's eyes were looking at Wang Jingyu if anything, Xiao Ting suddenly understood. It turned out that it was competing with Wang Jingyu. Chapter 104, Are you going to worship the master or not? I was in a hurry just now. I still don't know what this sister's name is? Romulus lifted the hem of her skirt on one side, her noble temperament showing. Wang Jingyu wasn't some young girl who had just entered society. She was very smart and understood what Luo Mushi meant right away. She gently glanced at Xiao Ting, then rose with a flourish and said, I'm Mr. Zhao's employee. My name is Wang Jingyu. The three words Mr. Zhao's. She deliberately increased the pitch. Xiao Ting, who was on the side, seemed to smell the smell of gunpowder, so he silently moved a little bit towards the back, then asked Zhang De, who was beside him, in a low voice, Where am I staying tonight? Second floor up to the innermost one on the left corner. Zhang De was also a man of 8 faces and quickly replied in a low voice, with a hint of sympathy for Xiao Ting in his eyes. However, after thinking about Xiao Ting's earlier comment that being charismatic is also a sin, Zhang De's trace of sympathy quickly disappeared. Shift to gloating. Just as Zhang De was shaking his head, Xiao Ting had already gone up to the second floor. Good night everyone ha. Xiao Ting stood on the second floor and spoke to the few people in the hall before going straight to his room. Even Zhang De froze. This Mr. Xiao is so fast. He then hurriedly withdrew from the women's battlefield as well, finding a reason to go and rest. At this point, only Wang Jingyu and Luo Mushi were left in the hall. The two women's gazes met, undisguised, as if the temperature in the hall had suddenly dropped. Sister Jingyu, you and big brother Xiao, what exactly is your relationship? Luo Mushi suddenly said this with a smile, then greeted Wang Jingyu and sat down. However, Wang Jingyu still detected a hint of worry flashing under the other party's eyes. I'm just an employee of Mr. Xiao, barely a friend of Mr. Xiao. Ha? Really? Ms. Luo might have misunderstood before. Wang Jingyu didn't hide it, and directly pointed out Romulus' mind. Hearing these words, a trace of happiness rose in the bottom of Luo Mushi's heart, but it was soon poured cold water by Wang Jingyu's next words. Besides, only Ms. Yuan is Mr. Zhao's real girlfriend. Romulus secretly clenched her fists. It seems that Yuan Rou is still his biggest competitor. In the room, Xiao Ting didn't sleep straight away. Open the system. A panel appeared instantly as the voice sounded in his head. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 65. Charm, 6. Power, 11. Mall, 3. Points, 22931. Xiao Ting had previously earned more than $3 billion by relying on the orders from the Qian and Zhao families, kept some for the company and himself, and directly gave $10 billion to Zhao Xiaoling's Poverty Alleviation Foundation. This resulted in Xiao Ting's points instantly increasing by 20,000 more. However, as Xiao Ting's points increased, the things within the mall became more expensive. Most of the stuff swiped before was under 100 points, and now, a couple thousand points for something is completely out of the ordinary. Open the mall. 3 items appeared in front of Xiao Ting. After a quick glance, only one item caught Xiao Ting's interest. Column 3, Sealing Technique. Effect, when used, it can make a person become unable to speak for 1 day. Price, 2,000 points. Number of times available, 2. Again, it's a commodity with this particular function. Xiao Ting was now rich and powerful. 2,000 points was not a thing to him at all. Buy. Purchase, Sealing Technique. Ding. Sealing Technique, purchased successfully. Remaining number of uses, 2. A stream of light flew into Xiao Ting's body, and the method of using the sealing technique appeared in his memory. Twice, pretty much. Then after glancing at the time, it was already 11:30. Xiao Ting went to bed. There was no talk all night. The next day, Xiao Ting woke up at only 6 o'clock. He got up and looked out the window. The greenery and flowers outside were vibrant and obviously the result of someone's careful attention. A faint fragrance drifted in through the window, lifting Xiao Ting's spirits. In fact, not only now, the whole night, Xiao Ting was accompanied by this floral fragrance to sleep, and his body was relaxed and rested very comfortably. Moreover, when he was in Jiang City, Yuan Rou had come over and knocked on the door every morning. In the end, Xiao Ting was unable to stand it anymore and directly gave the key to Yuan Rou. It turned out to be no use at all. Yuan Rou didn't knock on the door anymore though, and when she came in, she started chattering to Xiao Ting about this and that. Not a single peaceful morning. Now, with this kind of environment, Xiao Ting was very cozy. Thud. Just as he was getting cozy, a knock sounded on the door and Xiao Ting froze. Another glance at the clock on the wall. 6:20. He was suddenly a little suspicious that it was Yuan Zhuo who had come. After opening the door with a hint of displeasure, he realized that standing outside was Romulus. Xiao Ting was a bit skeptical. It couldn't be a conspiracy with Yuan Rou to torture herself, could it? And Luo Mushi, who was standing outside the door, was going to say something, but suddenly realized that Xiao Ting's face looked a bit bad. Brother Xiao, where are you uncomfortable? It's fine. Xiao Ting was not in a good position to say something directly. What are you looking for me for? Only at this time did Xiao Ting have the heart to appreciate the beauty in front of him. Luo Mushi was wearing a halter nightgown, and her excellent figure made Xiao Ting's eyes couldn't help but look at her a few more times. So white. Ahem. Luo Mushi also instantly felt Xiao Ting's gaze and her face instantly turned red. That. Brother Xiao, your cooking is not good. Can you? Though slightly embarrassed, she stammered it out. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, looked at her with a teasing expression. Gluttony. Ha! But he had already captured Romulus' heart, so what was the point of minding her stomach? Can't. Xiao Ting said with a serious expression. Luo Mushi's expression obviously collapsed, and water vapor seemed to rise in her beautiful eyes. Take you as a disciple. Xiao Ting's sentence was followed by the previous one, while Romulus first froze and then waved her hand back and forth. No. Brother Xiao, I'm not trying to be your disciple. Is my cooking not worthy of your worship? No. So are you going to worship or not? I worship. No, I don't. Romulus was suddenly confused by Xiao Ting's question and didn't even know what to say. Then I'll go to bed without worshipping. Xiao Ting made a move to close the door. Romulus nodded. Okay. No, I didn't say anything about worship. She immediately shook her head, then glared hard at Xiao Ting. Well, it's just a meal. I'm happy to help. Xiao Ting had flirted enough and finally got in the right shape. He then went downstairs with Romulus. Romulus wore pajamas that were so loose that certain parts of her body were hidden when she walked. Xiao Ting inwardly made an evaluation after looking at it twice. The face is quite good looking. The body, a bit less than Yuan Rou. Chapter 105, Status of the Fong family. Xiao Ting was showing off his cooking skills in the kitchen, while Luo Mushi was playing on the sidelines. However, whenever Xiao Ting looked at her, Luo Mushi always felt that there was some aggression in Xiao Ting's gaze. Suddenly, she reacted to the fact that her clothes were somewhat inappropriate. Brother Xiao, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go change my clothes. Without waiting for Xiao Ting to say anything, Luo Mushi went to change her clothes with a red face, and Xiao Ting looked at the time, then sighed. That's quite a red herring. Been in the kitchen for 5 minutes and only cracked an egg. However, with Luo Mushi's departure, Xiao Ting was finally able to start focusing on cooking. The hands are getting faster and faster, and the caliber of the kitchen god is finally revealed. 10 minutes later, Romulus returned with a change of clothes. Ha, Brother Xiao, you did it so fast? Romulus marveled as soon as he entered the kitchen. He had been gone for 20 minutes at the most, so how did he suddenly cut up so many dishes? In the first 5 minutes, Xiaoting could have just slowly beaten an egg. Romulus thought it was slow work, so she didn't suspect anything. But now, it turned out that Xiaoting was still doing it quickly alone. Could it be that his presence here was affecting Xiaoting's play? And Xiaoting, who was in the middle of firing and preparing soup, raised his head to look at her when he heard her voice, and then lowered his head again as he went about his business. Some things need to be done a little finer, others just a little faster. Of course he wouldn't say that Romulus influenced him, since Romulus had changed into a normal outfit. This time, Xiaoting's speed was not affected. This time, there was no need for Romulus to help. Xiaoting accomplished everything by himself. Luo Mushi, on the other hand, looked at Xiaoting's back and sighed. Why does he feel so handsome in every move he makes? This soup will be simmering for a while, so come back in half an hour. Xiaoting said this, then washed his hands and left. Romulus hurriedly followed. The duo had just arrived at the lobby sofa and sat down when Wang Jingyu appeared rubbing his sleepy eyes. Good morning, Mr. Xiao. Seeing Xiaoting on the sofa, Wang Jingyu hurriedly straightened his expression before coming over to greet him. At that moment, she also saw Romulus, so she hurriedly added another sentence. Good morning, Ms. Law. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. It's just after 7 o'clock. Why are these two sitting here? There are circumstances. With this in mind, Wang Jingyu walked over, then sat down next to Romulus. Good morning, Sister Jingyu. Did you sleep well last night? Seeing that Wang Jingyu had sat down, Luo Mushi immediately took her hand, then smiled and opened her mouth to ask. Wang Jingyu also responded with a smile. Well, it's a really nice setting. Then Sister Jingyu can stay for a few more days. If Mr. Xiao stays, I would naturally want to stay for 2 more days. The two chatted enthusiastically, but Xiaoting was left out to the side. Xiaoting didn't have any grievances, just some curiosity. The two who were at loggerheads last night, how did they become good sisters today? Women are weird. However, since Luo Mushi and Wang Jingyu didn't fight, he was satisfied. After all, family harmony is the key to prosperity. Time flew by as the two conversed, and half an hour passed in a flash. Well, why don't you two go to the dining room? That soup should be about ready. Xiaoting glanced at Time Man, then instructed the duo. Still, when he walked into the kitchen, Luo Mushi and Wang Jingyu followed him. Brother Xiao, do you need me to do something? And me, Mr. Xiao, I can help too. Seeing this, Xiaoting was not polite and directly pointed at the warming box. There's a couple dishes in there that were made a long time ago, so you two serve them out. Then he himself turned off the fire and served the soup. After coming back and getting 3 more pairs of dishes, Xiaoting sat down at the dining table. Wang Jingyu and Luo Mushi, on the other hand, didn't cook often at first glance, and were careful and very slow when serving the food. By the time they both sat down, Xiaoting had drunk half a bowl of soup. I say, are you two serving or cooking? Xiaoting scooped a spoonful of soup and drank it into his mouth. When Luo Mushi heard Xiaoting's teasing, she then smiled sardonically and served herself a bowl of soup. Wang Jingyu didn't have any reaction, as if Xiaoting wasn't talking about himself. The three of them then ended their breakfast amidst Wang Jingyu and Luo Mushi's intoxication and praise. Miss, young Master Fong is here. While the three were in the living room, Zhang Di came in and said to Romulus. Romulus nodded, then asked Zhang Di to bring someone in. Not long after, Fong Yuxing and Fong Ju entered inside the hall together. Big brother Xiao, Sister Mushi. Fong Yuxing greeted the duo very politely before smiling at Wang Jingyu. Wang Jingyu nodded and also responded to Fong Yuxing with a sweet smile. Sit down. After Xiaoting finished speaking to Fong Yuxing, the latter sat down opposite Xiaoting while Fong Ju stood aside. How are things going at Star International? Xiaoting had some understanding before, but for the specifics, he still needed to hear what Fong Yuxing had to say. When Fong Yuxing heard Xiaoting ask this, then his face turned a little ugly before he slowly opened his mouth. Before, I tried my best to retain Star International's old clients and then attracted some new ones with some favorable conditions before I barely managed to secure my seat as chairman. Xiaoting nodded. He knew about all of these, and with Fong Yuxing's ability, it wasn't difficult to do these things well. But since last month, some of our regular clients have started to demand concessions from Star International on their contracts. Why? It's because some people spread the news that when we work with new clients, the capital injections are all 3 times that of our old clients. But due to commercial confidentiality, we can't publish the contracts to stop the rumors, and those old clients seem to be very confident that their information is reliable. So there was a stalemate for a while. What about their sources? Did you check them? Checked. But these guys are total human beings and there's no way I can pry information out of them. Well, I know. Go ahead. After Xiaoting was silent for a while, he let Fong Yuxing continue. Fong Yuxing nodded. He had nothing to hide from Xiaoting. With Star International's large employee base and expenses, without business, losses would be very serious. As a last resort, we had to continue to find ways to expand to new clients. But a strange thing appeared. We were on the verge of reaching agreement with many new clients when the other party all suddenly changed their minds, and they all signed contracts with the Qian family for a more perfect program. Speaking of this, Fong Yuxing clenched his fists. He knew it had to be the Qian family, but he couldn't find out why. Chapter 106, Those who don't show up will be expelled outright. Hearing this, Xiaoting narrowed his eyes. He probably understood. With Fong Yuxing's mind, it was normal for him to propose some excellent cooperation programs to other companies, but the weird thing is that the Qian family steals the show every time. Every time. At the first moment after Fong Yuxing came up with a cooperation plan, he immediately used a much lower profit contract to cooperate with other companies, thus stealing away Star International's new customers. There's no ghosts in here, so it's a hell of a thing. Xiaoting didn't believe that the Qian family really had such an awesome person, and it was obvious that the other party was stealing Star International's partner. Targeted. Very strong. And as the other party was able to do this, Xiaoting could only think of one reason. The mole. However, Xiaoting believed that Fong Yuxing was capable of finding out that mole if he went to investigate. But the problem lies in the fact that Fong Yuxing's nature is too kind and doesn't do enough desperate things. There are bound to be oversights in the investigation. Call all of you who are involved in the meeting to the office, and if anyone doesn't go, they're fired outright. Xiaoting directly asked Fong Yuxing to give a death order. But if they have something special and can't make it, unless you're out of town, get off the table. Even if you're in surgery. Fong Yuxing wanted to retort, but Xiaoting was completely insensitive. It seemed unsympathetic, but Xiaoting knew that with the current situation of Star International, it was useless if the means were not hardened. Subsequently, Fong Yuxing only had to listen to him, called the secretary to notify them one by one. Then Mr. Xiao, what are we going to do next? Go to Star International? Wang Jingyu asked softly from the side. Xiaoting gently shook his head. Wait. The people present were a bit puzzled, but seeing that Xiaoting didn't explain, none of them pursued the matter. Time passed and 2 hours had passed. Only then did Xiaoting tell the crowd that they could go to Star International. At this time, Fong Ju couldn't help but say, Mr. Xiao. They were already displeased with the young master, and now that you've stood them up for 2 hours, I'm afraid they'll have a lot of opinions. Opinionated. Get lost. Xiaoting just said this and walked straight out the door. Fong Ju wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Luo Mushi and Fong Yuxing's eyes. Although they couldn't figure out what Xiaoting was going to do, their intuition told them that Xiaoting was right. Along the way, Xiaoting let the driver drive slowly and drove for another half an hour before arriving at Star International's headquarters downstairs. At this time, in the conference room on the top floor of Star International, 7 or 8 people were sitting and talking loudly. It's been more than 2 hours of waiting. Is this Fong Yuxing coming or not? That's right. I should have known that I would have left as soon as the time expired. Just like Mr. Zhang and the others. It's still the other Mr. Lu who's smart enough to just not show up. What? He didn't show up? Didn't you say he'd be fired if he didn't show up for the meeting? He, Mr. Lu, is still in charge of quite a few matters of the company? How dare he, Fong Yuxing, fire him? While several people were talking, there was a youth sitting at the front who frowned as he listened. Bang! The youth suddenly slammed the table and then said, All right, Yuxing must have been delayed by something. I'll wait patiently. A few of the people who had been talking were startled, and then retorted. Fong Ziyuan, you're a member of the Fong family, so of course you're speaking for him, but he, Fong Yuxing, is wrong for standing us up. Fong Ziyuan heard this and didn't say anything else, but his face wasn't very pretty. It seemed to be in a hurry. A few people below also whispered, How is this Fong Ziyuan just like Fong Yuxing's lapdogs, speaking for him at all times? That's right, that Fong Yuxing can't do anything. If Fong Ziyuan had replaced him himself, there wouldn't have been so many things. Hush, what nonsense. Fong Ziyuan is after all only from the old master's brother's lineage. How can he take over? Just as a few people were talking, the door to the conference room was opened. The chattering crowd stopped and looked toward the door. 3 men walked in. At the head of the group was a youth they didn't even recognize, and he was followed by Fong Ju and Fong Yuxing. Who is this? Why is he walking in front of the chairman? It can't be the young master of any family, can it? Just as the crowd was in shock, Xiaoting walked directly in front of Fong Ziyuan and sat down. Hello? Fong Ziyuan also didn't recognize Xiaoting, so he opened his mouth and asked. Xiaoting replied without lifting his head. I'm Xiaoting. For the next few days, All matters of Star International are at my disposal. Everyone present, except for Fong Yuxing and Fong Ju, were stunned. What? What? Fong Ziyuan felt that something was wrong with his ears. But when he looked at Fong Yuxing like everyone else, Fong Yuxing didn't make any statement and seemed to have acquiesced to Xiao Ting's words. Fong Ju, count them. At Xiao Ting's order, Fong Ju immediately took out a roster out and then began to start looking at the names of the people on the roster. 3 minutes later, Fong Ju walked over to Xiao Ting and handed over the roster. Mr. Xiao, the ones that are crossed above are not present right now. Dismissed. Xiao Ting glanced at the roster as a result and realized that there were about 7 or 8 people on it who were all crossed out. Fong Ju glanced at Fong Yuxing, who was standing to the side, and the latter still didn't make a statement. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I'll immediately inform the personnel to make the call. Fong Ju was about to walk out of the conference room when a voice came from behind him to stop him. Wait, what are you guys doing? The voice came from Fong Ziyuan. All this in front of him is driving him crazy. What the hell is going on? He then stood up and directly skipped over Xiao Ting, walking over to Fong Yuxing. Yuxing, what is he doing? Are you crazy? Fong Yuxing shook his head and said, Brother Ziyuan, for the sake of the Fong family and Star International, I can only trust him. Trust him? Trust him to bring down Star International? Fong Ziyuan shook Fong Yuxing's shoulders and shouted loudly before turning to berate Xiao Ting. I don't care where you're from. Now get the hell out of here or I'm calling security to kick you out. At this time, Xiao Ting didn't have any change in his facial expression and just looked at Fong Yuxing. But Fong Yuxing didn't say anything, as if it was difficult to choose. Xiao Ting inwardly sighed. It's obvious how to do the right thing, but it's bound by kindness. That's weakness. Then, Xiao Ting spoke. If you want to watch the Fong family collapse, I can go. Humph, what do you think you are? If you say the Fong family will collapse, it will collapse? Fong Ziyuan returned a disdainful comment, then quickly dialed a phone number. Security, come to the conference room, there's a troublemaker here, get him out. After hanging up the phone, he coldly looked at Xiao Ting. A cold smile even imperceptibly spread across Fong Ziyuan's face. But all the same, Xiao Ting sat in his seat and hooked up the corners of his mouth. Security? Can you get in? Chapter 107, No Entry, No Exit. In the Star International headquarters building, there were 2 small security guards who hurriedly ran out of the security room. The 2 junior security guards then found the head of security at a chaise longue outside the building. Captain, we just received a call from Manager Fong saying that we should go up and evict them. Then what are you waiting for? Go! As soon as Security Chief Lu Wu heard this, his lazy expression suddenly became excited. With a big company like Star International, no ungrateful person would dare to make trouble. They, the security guards, are often a front. Today, someone actually crashed into it without opening their eyes, so wouldn't it be a good idea to move their hands? Anyway, they have Star International behind them. Afterward, Lu Wu popped up from his recliner and with a smile, he led the way towards the building. When he was almost at the conference room, Lu Wu said to the 2 security guards as he walked, I'm telling you, if he resists, hold him down and I'll teach him a lesson. Ah, yes. The 2 small security guards nodded their heads in unison. Just as the 3 of them were rubbing their fists and preparing to go in, they saw 2 women and a man standing outside the door of the conference room. Lu Wu had at least been a security chief at Star International for 7 or 8 years, and he could tell at a glance that one of them was the Luo family's daughter. Romulus, why is she here? At this moment, Luo Mushi and Wang Jingyu were talking and laughing, while Zhang De stood silently at the side. Suddenly, Zhang Da's expression moved. Then he looked towards the imposing Lu Wu trio. Lu Wu had come forward, but with a fawning smile. That, Ms. Luo, I wonder what you're doing here. Romulus didn't say anything, but it was Zhang De who took the lead and asked, what do you 3 want up here? That, we got a call from Manager Fong that there was a disturbance in the conference room. You may go. Lu Wu's explanation was coldly interrupted by Zhang De. Xiao Ting had already instructed before he went in that only those inside were allowed to come out, and those outside were not allowed to go in. On the other hand, Luo Mushi and Wang Jingyu didn't understand some business issues, so they simply waited here for Xiao Ting to come out. But after Zhang De finished speaking, Lu Wu was still a bit unwilling and turned to Romulus. That, Ms. Luo, this is Star International after all. I still hope you can cooperate with us. But Romulus just shook his head. Lu Wu's face sank. He finally, however, changed his smile to a smirk, and dusted himself off. Captain, we're not going in to evict them? After walking away, a small security guard asked Lu Wu. Lu Wu, on the other hand, glared at him. The Luo family's bodyguards are all from the army, and the one just now is a special forces instructor. I don't want to die. What about Manager Fong's side? Go to the phone. Tell him. Make it clear. We're not breaking in. Oh, good. There was silence in the Star International conference room. Xiao Ting sat in his seat, his eyes closed, and behind him stood Fong Yuxing. Fong Ziyuan, on the other hand, glared at him fiercely. Dribble dribble dribble. Fong Ziyuan's phone rang, and he instantly recognized it as a call from the security room. He was a little puzzled as to why he had called back when he had said he understood it was a conference room. Is it possible that these security guards can't even find where the conference room is? With anger, he pressed the answer button, then shouted directly into the phone. What are you doing? Why don't you come? Do I have to show you the way myself? No, Manager Fong, there are people guarding outside. You can't get in from outside. What? Someone is guarding? Fong Ziyuan glanced at Xiao Ting, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed. A trace of doubt rose within him. This is Star International, and there are people who dare to block your door? Yeah, we can't get in. Get all the security guards in here. How many of them are there? Just 3. 3 men. Call for more, and beat me to death. Then come right in. Fong Ziyuan thought that it was someone brought by Xiao Ting, so he didn't care and then tried to hang up the phone. But a voice from the security room made his hand lurch. Manager Fong, the people outside the conference room door are Miss Luo and her bodyguard. What? Fong Ziyuan's eyes widened, then hung up the phone and quickly walked to the door of the conference room, pulling the door open with one hand. Outside the door, Luo Mushi and Wang Jingyu both smiled at him, while Zhang De glanced at him coldly. Unable to close the door, Fong Ziyuan turned around and looked at Xiao Ting. Fong Yuxing's face was still expressionless, and Xiao Ting had opened his eyes and looked at him coldly. There was some disdain in his eyes. With skepticism, an ominous premonition rose in Fong Ziyuan's heart. If you don't want to listen to me, you can go out now. Xiao Ting spoke indifferently. However, you'll have to unload all of your positions in Star International. These words were addressed to Fong Ziyuan, but everyone present was stunned. Just now, Fong Ju had gone out, and they had even seen several people who had received dismissal notices in the group sending out questions in the work group. What the young man in front of him said wasn't scaremongering. It's all true. At that moment, a man walked slowly from outside and tried to enter the conference room. But when he walked to the door of the conference room, he was stopped by Zhang De. Who are you? How dare you stop me? Know where this place is? The man was high and mighty, not putting Zhang De in the least, although there was Romulus standing right next to him. This was Star International. Since Fong Ziyuan hadn't closed the door after opening it, this scene was clearly seen by the people in the conference room. Didn't Mr. Zhang leave? How come he's back again? Didn't you read the work group? Mr. Zhang has already received his dismissal notice. That's why he ran back again, right? This Xiao Ting is so tactful. This time, Mr. Zhang will definitely be obedient. A trace of admiration rose towards Xiao Ting between the several people's discussions. However, they felt that this was just Xiao Ting's tactics, since the other party had come back. Then next, Xiao Ting just had to make a show of forgiving him, and everyone would be able to save face. But that Zhang De outside was adamant about keeping Mr. Zhang outside. I'm telling you, this is Star International. Get out of the way before it's too late, or else, I'll make you suffer. Zhang De was unmoved. Let me tell you, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're from the Luo family. If it gets out that the Luo family is bullying people and spreading wildness in Star International, I'll see what your Luo family will do. Suddenly, Zhang Da's gaze coldly looked at him. Mr. Zhang instantly had the feeling of being targeted by a wild beast. The countless words of threat that had been thought up suddenly stuck in his throat and could no longer come out. Young Master Fong, I'm a little late. Sorry. General Manager Zhang looked at Zhang Da's murderous aura and didn't dare to say anything more, so he shouted towards Fong Yuxing inside. Fong Yuxing, who heard these words, shook his head and then walked towards the door of the conference room. The eyes of the crowd, too, moved with him. Chapter 108, I've come to do 3 things. Xiao Ting, Fong Ziyuan, and all the company executives present locked their eyes on Fong Yuxing's body. What he does next is crucial. A triumphant smile appeared on Mr. Zhang's face. Even if this bodyguard in front of him was no longer horizontal, did he still dare to brush off Fong Yuxing's face? And I heard that Romulus and Fong Yuxing were on good terms. Since Fong Yuxing had taken a stand, he must make this one-dimensional security guard regret it. However, forced by Zhang Da's stern gaze, he didn't dare to say anything, and only looked at Fong Yuxing, who was walking over, with a face full of joy. Fong Yuxing walked to the door and said in a cold voice, "You're fired." Mr. Zhang's face was pleased. Then he followed suit. "You hear me? You're fired." Disdainfully, he looked at Zhang De, but Zhang De didn't have the slightest intention of getting out of the way and still stood there. "Hey, you're deaf aren't you? young Master Fong has said that you're fired. At that moment, Romulus, who was on the side, said, he's a member of the Luo family. Only my Luo family can fire him. No, MS. Luo, our young Master Fong said. I know, but even Yuxing can't fire someone from our family. Romulus said seriously. And Mr. Zhang froze. Then what young Master Fong said about dismissal. It can't be me, can it? That's when he reacted. With shock in his eyes, he looked towards Fong Yuxing. The warm and cowardly teenager in the past had ice in his eyes at the moment. Fong, young Master Fong, what do you mean? Undeterred, Mr. Zhang pointed at himself and stumbled over his words. Seeing that he still didn't understand, Fong Yuxing spoke again. Zhang Yu, from today onwards, you no longer have any semblance of relationship with Star International. Zhang Yu, that's Mr. Zhang's name. At this moment, his heart was filled with doubt. Is this still the indecisive Fong Yuxing? It was because he had eaten that Fong Yuxing wouldn't be so heartless that he dared to leave before Fong Yuxing even arrived. But after unwillingly looking at it many times, there was not the slightest change in Fong Yuxing's eyes. There was only a determination he had never seen before. Okay, count your ruthlessness. I go to another company. The same this treatment. You just wait for the Fong family and Star International to collect the corpse. After letting out his harsh words, Zhang Yu turned around and left. Not to mention that at the moment he could not break through Zhang Da's block in any case. Even if he could go into the conference room is not helpful. So completely tore the face. And at this moment, inside the conference room, Xiao Ting inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually a little nervous, but there was no way around it. He could help Fong Yuxing for a moment, but he couldn't help him for a lifetime. If Fong Yuxing didn't manage to overcome his weakness, sooner or later he would fall into this situation again. At this moment, Xiao Ting stood up and looked at the people present with a cold expression. Today, I am here to do 3 things. Knocking on the table, everyone looked at Xiao Ting with bated breath. First, clean up the company. If you don't obey the company and don't listen, just get out. Second, find the mole. When he said this, Xiao Ting felt very keenly that the expression on Fong Ziyuan's face stiffened. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. Xiao Ting didn't say the third point. The third thing he wanted to do was to allow Fong Yuxing to thoroughly establish himself in Star International. But there's no need to tell these people. If someone is not open-minded enough to turn their attention to Xiao Ting, then Xiao Ting didn't mind playing with them. Those who have disobeyed management, whether senior or not, have been given notice of dismissal. Now, that's all there is in the field. And the mole, it's among these people. Xiao Ting narrowed his eyes and scanned over everyone present. Perhaps it was because Zhang Yu's dismissal just now had dealt them some blows, and the rest of the people's faces were more or less unsightly. However, there are some who are curious. After all, Xiao Ting didn't say the third thing he was going to do, but after seeing Xiao Ting's means, no one dared to ask more without opening their eyes. Yuxing, tell us about the next phase of planning. Xiao Ting signaled for the crowd to sit down, then had Fong Yuxing sit beside him to start the meeting. The crowd that heard this breathed a sigh of relief. The sense of oppression brought about by Xiao Ting was finally a little smaller. After Fong Yuxing sat down, the teenager's clear voice rang out. In the next phase, we'll be working with some new clients. And this new batch is the best quality partner we've found yet. Fong Yuxing's expression was very grave. He then took out his cell phone and connected it to the conference room's projector. A business plan appeared in front of the crowd. I've asked Fong Ju to send these to everyone, and in them are some analyses of those businesses for you to look at. Fong Yuxing explained from above while Xiao Ting nodded. When Fong Yuxing was speaking about these things, it was as if he had changed into a different person, and the word confidence had been written on his face. It was his confidence in his abilities. That, Yuxing, since we've already analyzed these businesses, what about the final plan for the cooperation? I don't seem to see it in here. At this time, Fong Ziyuan, who was checking out the planning program, suddenly said with a question. Many of them nodded as well, and should have noticed this as well. I haven't had time to plan the specific programs, but I have a basic estimate of how these collaborations will work. Fong Yuxing clicked his cell phone and several tables appeared on the projection. All of them have been written about how these few corporate clients work together, especially some of the ones that involve handing over money. It's just a few minor details that are missing, and when I've finalized them, I'll draw up a contract for the collaborative program. So for now, everyone can go ahead and shoot it. After Fong Yuxing finished, a few people took out their cell phones and took pictures, while others were indifferent. What's the point of filming this now when there will be a full program for them in time anyway? Xiao Ting, on the other hand, remembered the few people who took pictures. With attribute observation, it wasn't difficult for him to know the names of these people. Still, there was information about one individual that made him pay a little more attention. Name, Fong Ziyuan. Characteristics, deeply sophisticated. Analysis, stable character. Strong ability to hold back. It's this Fong Ziyuan again. Can't say for sure if he's a problem though. But on the item of being extremely deep in the city, Xiao Ting was able to determine something. This Fong Ziyuan was by no means a good person to get along with. It seemed that after the meeting was adjourned, it was necessary to inquire about this Fong Ziyuan. Fong Dong, Mr. Zhang is in charge of business negotiations. He is now fired. Are we? Next, a person who hadn't taken a picture spoke up, but without waiting for Fong Yuxing to reply, Xiao Ting spoke. For the next while, I'll be in charge of the external business. That is, all the contracts, I'll negotiate them myself. After Xiao Ting finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. But after a few seconds, there was a discordant sound. What do you mean? Chapter 109, The Mole was not fired. The eyes of the crowd went to the person who had asked the question. The party is from far away. At this moment, he looked a bit gloomy. As soon as Xiao Ting arrived, first he casually fired a lot of the top brass, and now he actually wants to meddle in the company's business? What made him feel even more unbelievable was that Fong Yuxing actually allowed Xiao Ting to misbehave here. In the past, Fong Yuxing used to listen to himself. Why are you listening to this Xiao Ting now? Manager Fong, is there something against me? Xiao Ting was not annoyed. Instead, he looked at Fong Ziyuan with a smile. But Fong Ziyuan and the others all clearly felt that there was a hint of killing intent in this smile. Fong Ziyuan shivered. This Xiao Ting in front of him, what kind of backbone did he have? But even though he was afraid, Fong Ziyuan still opened his mouth. Star International. It's what the Fong family has fought so hard for generations. You're just an outsider. What gives you the right to dictate here? Oh, then what does Manager Fong mean? Ah, this Star International. Those who don't have the surname Fong don't deserve to sit here? Xiao Ting maintained his smile and spoke slowly. That when is not. Fong Ziyuan was about to say it, but suddenly thought of the surrounding executives. None of them were from the Fong family, so he hastily changed his words. If Fong Ziyuan really said that, then his previous efforts in the company would be all for naught. Since it's not, then it seems that Manager Fong is fine with it? Xiao Ting laughed coldly in his heart. It seemed that this Fong Ziyuan was not too stupid. Fong Ziyuan was speechless. Standing there, his face was green for a moment. In the end, Fong Ziyuan just found a corner to sit down by himself, took out his cell phone, and didn't pay attention to anyone else. Xiao Ting watched his movements, and his suspicion of him deepened. This didn't even get pissed off. Either really care about the company, either that, or really want to pry. After the little farce, Fong Yuxing continued the meeting, and this time, no one had any more objections. After the meeting was adjourned, Fong Ziyuan went to Fong Yuxing's side. Yuxing, I know you want the company to get better, but if you're in a hurry and end up wasting your time, it's okay if you end up wasting your time. If you break things, it's really too late to regret it. Fong Ziyuan's face was earnest and his concern was undisguised, but Xiao Ting just watched the guy perform. Although he couldn't be sure that he was the mole, this Fong Ziyuan was definitely not as simple as he appeared. But Fong Yuxing obviously had no wariness of this Fong Ziyuan. Instead he said with a comforting tone, Brother Ziyuan, I know you care about the company, but Brother Xiao is here to help us. We should trust him. But that's how he came to help you by firing a bunch of company executives when he arrived? Fong Ziyuan said excitedly and did not forget to glare at Xiao Ting. Alright, Brother Ziyuan, stop talking. I hope you can let go of your preconceived notions about Brother Xiao in the future. Fong Yuxing didn't want to argue with Fong Ziyuan anymore. Afterward, Xiao Ting left with Fong Yuxing, leaving Fong Ziyuan alone in the conference room. His face was gloomy and uncertain. When Xiao Ting and Fong Yuxing walked out, there were still a few people outside discussing it while walking. You guys said Manager Fong is so good-tempered. Why does he feel a bit out of sorts today? Humph. I'd say that kid's always been a smiley face. He might bite you at some point. Or maybe he really cares too much about our company? I just don't think we should let Fong Yuxing go up. Fong Ziyuan has even been defending him. If he really works, he must be better than him. Who cares? This is the Fong family's internal power struggle. What does it have to do with us? Also, but what's the origin of this Mr. Xiao? It feels very powerful. Several people nodded at that statement. All of these contents were heard by Xiao Ting, while the latter words were not heard clearly as a few people walked away. However, this gave Xiao Ting another message. This Fong Ziyuan has a good reputation within the company. However, at this particular moment, the hearts and minds of the people are most likely to rebel. Xiao Ting and his group went straight back to the Luo family villa. I say, it was too late yesterday for you to stay at my place. Why are you still here today? As soon as they got out of the car, Romulus muttered and complained. Fong Yuxing, who was on the side, heard this and hurriedly opened his mouth. Brother Xiao, why don't you guys go and stay at my house? Xiao Ting, however, glanced at Romulus. No, I'm too tired to ride in the car all the time, until we get kicked out. Romulus didn't have the good sense to look at Xiao Ting. Can't this man put in a good word for himself? It's too straight. But she couldn't afford to snap, so she glared at Fong Yuxing and said, Yuxing ah, Sister Mushy was just joking with Brother Xiao. Why did you take it seriously? But Sister Mushy, you didn't sound like you were faking just now? Fong Yuxing replied seriously. Romulus didn't say anything else and entered the villa somewhat depressed. This one big straight man, one little straight man, doesn't know how to give a girl a leg up at all, and frozen in place. Yixing wonders why Romulus is angry. Just as he was thinking, he saw Xiao Ting give him a thumbs up. What's wrong, Brother Xiao? Nothing, just wanted to compliment you. Xiao Ting was the one who understood why, but there was nothing to explain with a child. Afterwards, Fong Yuxing, who couldn't think straight, followed Xiao Ting into the villa. Romulus had already disappeared, presumably going back to change her clothes. 5 cups of hot tea had dried on the coffee table next to the couch. After Xiao Ting and Fong Yuxing sat down, Wang Jingyu and Zhang De both made excuses to leave when they saw that the two should have something to talk about. Tell me about Fong Ziyuan, Xiao Ting said slowly after taking a sip of tea. Fong Yuxing, on the other hand, raised his head with some doubt in his eyes. Brother Xiao, are you thinking that there is something wrong with Brother Ziyuan? Xiao Ting was non-committal and asked a rhetorical question. If there's a mole in the upper echelons of Star International, do you think it should be among those who were fired, or among those who came to the meeting today? Fong Yuxing froze as he thought for a moment and returned. The ones who were fired were only fired because they thought highly of themselves and disobeyed management. Right, Xiao Ting nodded. Fong Yuxing was very smart and could still figure these things out. If it's a mole, he'll naturally be incredibly concerned about the company's every move, so he'll be more active than anyone else when he meets about these things that he can get information about. So, of all these people today, I think Fong Ziyuan has a problem. Fong Yuxing was shaken inwardly when Xiao Ting uttered these words. It won't be. Brother Ziyuan is also a member of the Fong family. What good would it do to him to mess up Star International? Fong Yuxing was completely unable to believe it. I'm also just skeptical, so I need you to tell me about this guy. Xiao Ting could only tell the person's character, but people needed motives to do things. Therefore, one can only let Fong Yuxing speak about this Fong Ziyuan and see if he can judge anything. Chapter 110, Can't Let Romulus Cook. Of the 10 major families, except for the Luo family, all of them had made their fortune in ancient times and had been passed down for many generations. And the Fong family, too. But when it came to Fong Yuxing's grandfather's generation, the Fong family split up. Fong Yuxing's grandfather, Fong Han, and his younger brother, Fong Chuan, are both outstanding. According to the rules of the order of seniority, it should be Fong Han who takes over the Fong family. But the old master of the Fong family weighed his options and was unwilling to bury his second son's talent. So in the end, he chose to split the family. It caused quite a stir at the time. However, Fong Han was very supportive of his father, old master Fong's behavior. Fong Chuan was relatively successful in the first few years after the split, even surpassing Fong Han's assets at one point. However, the sky is the limit. Fong Chuan intervened in the political struggle and failed, and his lineage has been in ruins ever since. And Fong Chuan's son died young, leaving behind only one child. It's Fong Ziyuan. Even Fong Ziyuan's name was given by Fong Han. Although Fong Ziyuan no longer had any relatives, Fong Han had always treated Fong Ziyuan as his own grandson. As a result, Fong Yuxing grew up with Fong Ziyuan. After hearing what Fong Yuxing said, Xiao Ting closed his eyes. First he was still a little surprised. The Fong family had split up and was still tied for the top 10 families today. So it seemed that Fong Yuxing's grandfather and father were both geniuses. This Fong Yuxing was also blessed with a good fortune, inheriting the talent of his fathers. However, Xiao Ting did not get any useful information. If Fong Ziyuan had been normal, it could only mean that he had also disguised himself too well. Just what Fong Yuxing didn't know was, in private, people still called Fong Yuxing Young Master Fong. Fong Ziyuan, on the other hand, was not in their eyes at all. They didn't think that Fong Han would not leave the kingdom he had built to Fong Yuxing. Fong Yuxing didn't know this and naturally had no way to tell Xiao Ting. It seems that it's not a simple matter to uncover the mole. Xiao Ting stroked his brow. Seeing Xiao Ting like this, Fong Yuxing was also a little unsure of what to do, so he opened his mouth to ask him, Brother Xiao, then what are we going to do next? Wait for what? Fong Yuxing was a bit puzzled. Waiting for the mole to completely leak our program. Xiao Ting smiled faintly and glanced at a cooperation proposal brought back from Star International. Fong Yuxing, on the other hand, understood. He had already thought of this scenario long ago, but Xiao Ting had asked him to make changes. Raise the offer by 30%. So now Xiao Ting is waiting for the mole to leak out this fake program. And then Star International will use the original program and bid for cooperation. Then, Brother Xiao, I'll go back first. Now that he understood what Xiao Ting was thinking, Fong Yuxing was ready to get up and leave. Aha! Xiao Ting nodded. When Fong Yuxing walked to the door, Xiao Ting's voice came from behind him again. The real program is not to be seen by anyone, even someone you trust very much. Fong Yuxing turned around and nodded solemnly. I know. As soon as Fong Yuxing left, Luo Mushi came down from upstairs. Walking over to Xiao Ting's side, she didn't be polite and directly sat down next to Xiao Ting. Yuxing trusts Fong Ziyuan very much, and since his father disappeared, only Fong Ziyuan has been by his side. Luo Mushi spoke softly, as if she was worried that Xiao Ting would be angry because of Fong Yuxing's defense of Fong Ziyuan. Xiao Ting, however, responded non-committally. Fong Yuxing isn't stupid. He'll know what to do when he finds out. Aha! But there's something serious about you. Xiao Ting's words turned around while looking at Romulus with a hint of flirtation in his eyes. Me? What's wrong with me? Romulus didn't understand what Xiao Ting meant. Just now, Fong Yuxing thought you were angry, and were almost crying, Xiao Ting said quietly, while secretly observing Romulus' reaction. Sure enough, Romulus' face turned a little red as she stammered out her words. He's just, never mind. It's noon. Do you want to eat? She felt it would be futile to explain and simply didn't. Xiao Ting didn't pursue the matter any further and said, eat. A hint of cunning appeared in Romulus' eyes. But I don't do it. Xiao Ting came back with this. He's here on business, not to make money, so why cook endlessly? That's fine. I'll cook it myself. Seeing that Xiao Ting didn't take the bait, Romulus made a decision with his heart. However, Xiao Ting was face-palming, with the caliber of a culinary god, just by looking at Romulus' clumsiness in the kitchen. He knew that this guy was definitely going to have problems cooking. A million legendary dark dishes instantly flashed through his mind. We've come to the imperial capital. Why don't we stroll around once? Let's go out to eat. Xiao Ting made an immediate decision and didn't give Romulus the chance to cook. After all, even though his physique was good, he couldn't intentionally take risks. Could he? Imperial capital. In an upscale restaurant. The people coming and going were all dressed in fancy clothes, revealing that the dishes in this restaurant were all priced well. At the moment there were a lot of people, but the environment was quiet. Only a few people were whispering, but none of them could make any noise to anyone else either. And next to the floor-to-ceiling windows in the dining room, there was a table that attracted a lot of attention. A very good-looking woman was quietly asking the man beside her, hubby, isn't that Luo Mushi from the Luo family over there? The man she asked then glanced in the direction she was talking about before his eyes widened. Holy, yeah, why is she eating with a guy? Legend has it that the Luo family's daughter is introverted, a famous iceberg beauty, and generally doesn't go out except for necessary socializing. And now, she was sitting next to a man, and the two were talking and laughing. I think they're friends. There's a girl there besides the two of them. It was only then that the man saw that in addition to Romulus and the youth beside her, there was also a girl sitting across from the duo. That's not right. If they're just normal friends, the women should sit together and the men across from each other. Yao! Did Romulus really have a boyfriend? Then wouldn't the entire imperial capital be shaken? Such exchanges took place at a number of tabletops in the restaurant. Xiao Ting and Luo Mushi, who were the parties involved, were completely unaware. Jingyu, why don't you sit with Mushi instead of sitting across from us? Xiao Ting asked with some curiosity, and Wang Jingyu replied with a sweet smile. You and Ms. Luo are friends and I'm your employee. It's inappropriate for me to sit with anyone, so it's better for me to sit alone. There are so many rules. Xiao Ting spat helplessly. On the other hand, Luo Mushi and Wang Jingyu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with laughter. This is of course at the behest of Romulus. Since Wang Jingyu wasn't his competitor, he could help himself to approach Xiao Ting. It makes sense, right? While the three were talking, a man walked over to the side with a drink in his hand, then stood in front of the three. Mushi? The man snapped softly, very politely. Xiao Ting's trio looked up and realized that a handsome-looking youth was in front of them, smilingly looking at Romulus. Brother Tenru? Only then did Luo Mushi recognize that the other party was none other than the young master of the Li family, which was also a top 10 family. Li Tianlu. Chapter 111, Receiving a Mission to Come to the Imperial Capital? Xiao Ting instantly activated Attribute Observation. Name Li Tianlu. Characteristics, gentle and courteous. Analysis, sunny and cheerful at heart. Can make friends. Xiao Ting had thought that it was another one who was interested in Romulus to find trouble, and it turns out the system rates him so highly? But the system can't be wrong. and since it's possible to befriend, there shouldn't be anything wrong with this person. Mushy, who are these two? Li Tianlu asked Romulus, wanting her to introduce him, and Romulus responded, then smiled. This is Sister Wang Jingyu, and this is Xiao Ting. Oh, hello both of you. Li Tianlu. Li Tianlu extended his hand towards the duo in turn, and Wang Jingyu and Xiao Ting responded politely. Mr. Xiao, is it from Jiang City? After shaking hands with Xiao Ting, Li Tianlu smiled and opened his mouth without a trace of the young master of a big family stance. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, nodded his head. Mr. Li has heard of Mr. Xiao. There was a Mr. Xiao Ting in Jiang City some time ago, who made $3 billion in 3 months by investing in esports, so I guess that must be you. It's all just a matter of peers lining up. Mr. Li, please take a seat. In the face of Li Tianlu's praise, Xiao Ting naturally would not be arrogant enough to accept it completely. How about a little humility? Li Tianlu, however, didn't sit down. Instead, he shook his head. I still have friends over there. I just saw Mushy here and came over to say hello. Mushy, Mr. Zhao's contact information. You turn around and give me a copy. Romulus nodded. Afterward, he said to Xiao Ting, since you are Mushy's friends, you are also my friends. If you two encounter any difficulties in the imperial capital, just let Mushy contact me. With that, he finished his glass and turned to leave. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, smiled faintly. If the other men saw Romulus here, how could they not find a chance to chat for a while longer? This Li Tianlu was quite dry, leaving after finishing the matter, not dragging his feet at all. This man, as the system says, can be befriended. Ms. Luo, what is this Li Tianlu's origin? After Li Tianlu walked away, Wang Jingyu asked Luo Mushy in a low voice. Xiao Ting also paid attention on the sidelines and wanted to hear about it as well. Oh, brother Tianlu. Ah, of the top 10 families, the Li family, and the most highly regarded by the elders in our generation. Li's, another top 10 family? When Xiao Ting heard this, he mused for a moment, while Romulus took over the conversation. Well, the Li family is considered to be the more stable and low profile of the top 10 families, and it's even rare for anyone other than the head of the Li family to come out and participate in the company's affairs. As for Li Tianlu, he has completely inherited the style of the Li family, and is very low-key. I dare say that there are likely a few people of his generation who have never seen him, Romulus said, sneaking a glance at Xiao Ting. She was hoping very much that Xiao Ting would be a little jealous after hearing her praise someone else so much, but Xiao Ting didn't react, even smiling. Thus, Romulus asked with some reluctance, Brother Xiao, what do you think of him as a person? Xiao Ting, on the other hand, was stunned. I just met him for the first time. Asking me what for? Still, he thought about it, then solemnly said 3 words. Well, good. Now, Romulus was speechless. That's too calm. Afterwards, Xiao Ting saw that Luo Mushy didn't seem to be ready to continue eating anymore, while Wang Jingyu on the side had already started rubbing her drunkenness. So he said, okay, let's go when we're done eating. Oh, good. Wang Jingyu agreed, while Luo Mushy didn't say anything and directly got up to go to the checkout. After all, she's going to have to do her part as a host. Wang Jingyu, on the other hand, followed Xiao Ting and secretly asked, Mr. Xiao, can't you see that Ms. Luo is a bit angry? Ha, what are you so angry about? You were just fine, weren't you? Xiao Ting froze. This woman changed her face when she said so? He didn't see the anger. Though, you're not even mad at Ms. Luo for praising other men in front of you? She didn't say anything wrong, so why get mad? Now, Xiao Ting was even more confused. What Romulus said was consistent with the system and didn't lie to himself, so why get angry? Now, Wang Jingyu was speechless. Then she chose to shut up. This was something that she felt she couldn't speak intelligently about. Afterward, the two of them, Romulus and Xiao Ting, who had finished settling the bill, went out and got into the car. Not going to Star International? Sitting in the car, Romulus suddenly realized that the car wasn't heading towards Star International. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, is pointing at his watch. It's only 1 o'clock in the middle of the day. It's time for a lunch break. He said it so seriously that Romulus froze. In fact, what she didn't know was that there was actually no need to go to Star International anymore. Now Xiao Ting just needed to wait until the cooperation started and then show up. As for Star International, it's just a place to work. Anywhere. Drip drip drip. At this time, Xiao Ting's cell phone rang. Xiao Ting took a look and it was Ma Ming calling. Mr. Xiao, I've arrived at the imperial capital. May I ask where I should go? What are you doing in the imperial capital? Xiao Ting froze. He didn't say that he would let Ma Ming come either. It's Ms. Yuan. She heard that you came to the imperial capital, and called me a dozen times overnight, asking me to come to the imperial capital first thing this morning. Xiaoting glanced at Luo Mushi next to him, then calmly asked the caller, did she also give you some kind of assignment? Yes. She said that the Luo family's young lady will plot against you and asked me to protect you. Even if Maman was on the other end, he could feel his embarrassment. And Xiaoting was also speechless, but since Ma Ming had come, there was no reason to send him back directly, so he said directly, take a cab to the entrance of Luo's villa. Zhang De will be waiting for you. Yes. After hearing the dry reply from there, Xiaoting hung up the phone. Brother Xiao, who is it? How come there's still a mission? Romulus asked curiously. After all, when Xiaoting called just now, he asked the other party what he was doing and explained the task, so it was hard not to be curious. It's fine. My bodyguard is here. I've asked him to wait at your house. Remember to give Zhang De a call and ask him to pick up Maman. Oh, so, what was that mission? Nothing, it's his job to protect me. Xiaoting looked out of the car window without slanting his eyes and replied indifferently. Oh. Falling Curtain pulled out his cell phone and called Zhang De. Then, in a quiet atmosphere, the car stopped in front of the Luo family villa. Ma Ming and Zhang De were already standing at the gate. Sir. Seeing Xiaoting get out of the car, Ma Ming stepped forward to greet him, and his face seemed a bit apologetic. Xiaoting, on the other hand, looked at him with an odd expression. Maman then said in a voice that no one around him could hear. Ms. Yuan couldn't stop talking, so I really had no choice but to listen to her. I didn't expect Xiaoting to be angry, but instead nodded his head with deep empathy and said, needless to say, I understand her strength. You did the right thing. After all, Yuan Zhou reasoned not necessarily much, but the strength of the tormentors is absolutely world-class. Chapter 112, No Staff? Recruitment. Ma Ming was in a bit of an apprehensive mood at first, but Xiaoting didn't care, so he put his heart down. Afterward, Xiaoting entered the villa with Luo Mushi's few people. After the lunch break, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Xiaoting leisurely went downstairs, and Fong Yuxing was already waiting below. Brother Xiao. Seeing that Xiaoting had gone downstairs, Fong Yuxing immediately stood up and shouted. Xiaoting walked down and sat on the sofa. What's wrong? She only confirmed something with Fong Yuxing in the morning. Why did she come over in the afternoon? Xiaoting was a bit strange, but didn't show it on his face. The Chen family is poaching Star International's employees with high salaries. What should we do? So impatient? Xiaoting smiled faintly. Fong Yuxing froze, then said with some confusion. Brother Xiao, could it be that you've already expected this? That's not true. I just didn't think they'd go about it in such a stupid way. Xiaoting gently shook his head. The smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish in the slightest. They felt that the Fong family was going to fall, so they wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Fong family, and those employees who were poached at least saved us one thing by pulling out such wallflowers. However, a large number of talents have been lost, and although Star International has gotten a considerable amount of money for breach of contract, it's difficult to carry out work in a short period of time. Fong Yuxing said worriedly. He felt that Xiaoting could tell this, but it was still necessary to say something. Xiaoting shook his head. The one thing this world is not short of is talent. What's more, this is the imperial capital, where the nation's talents are desperately flocking to. Yuxing is here? At this time, Luo Mushi happened to come downstairs and looked at Fong Yuxing, who was sitting beside Xiaoting, and said, only the tone was somewhat comforting. After all, Xiaoting had told her in the morning that she had made Fong Yuxing cry. In fact, Xiaoting had already put this one out of his mind a long time ago, and Romulus came down and sat down. Sister Mousy, I've come to find Brother Xiao to discuss something. Fong Yuxing greeted him politely and Romulus nodded, but Xiaoting stood up without waiting for Romulus but to get warm. Come on, let's go find the new staff. Ha, I just sat down. Romulus froze, then chirped, some dissatisfaction in her tone. So, do you want to come along? I don't want it. That's fine. Yuxing, I didn't leave. Xiaoting called Fong Yuxing and prepared to leave, but Luo Mushi was stunned and then stammered. That, you don't call Wang Jingyu anymore? It's okay, I'm the boss. I'm giving her a day off. What do you care? No, forget it then. I'll accompany you. Romulus blushed slightly, then finally decided to go. She didn't want to let go of the opportunity to spend time with Xiaoting. Fong Yuxing, on the other hand, looked at Luo Mushi's outburst and was a bit confused. It's weird how it goes and doesn't go. Okay then, let's go. Xiaoting's tone was very calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Yes, Romulus agreed cheerfully, then was about to go upstairs. Xiaoting took a look and called out to her with some confusion. Wait, the way out is this way. pointing to the gate behind him. Fong Yusheng then nodded along. This behavior in turn attracted a blank stare from Romulus. Do you guys want me to go out and change? Change of clothes? Yeah, I need to change my clothes before I go out. Romulus took it for granted and didn't know what the problem was. At this time, Fong Yusheng spoke out Xiaoting's inner thoughts. But, Sister Mousy, didn't you change into these clothes on you just this morning? Yeah, that's why I had to change my outfit. The two men downstairs were silent. A thought rose uncharacteristically in his mind. Women, who may need to live in the closet to be satisfied. However, Xiaoting didn't get impatient since he had promised to take Romulus, so he sat back on the sofa again. Brother Xiao, why are you sitting down again? Fong Yusheng asked with some curiosity when he saw Xiaoting sitting back down again. After all, Romulus was just going to change his clothes. It wouldn't be very slow. However, Xiaoting was full of helplessness. We can't leave for a while. At the same time, there was an inward sigh. He had seen Yuan Ro change her clothes, starting at least half an hour each time. Moreover, Yuan Ro was still acute and was able to calmly and slowly change her clothes. Not to mention Romulus, who had a softer character. 5 minutes later, Fong Yusheng sat down. 10 minutes later, Xiaoting tells Fong Yusheng not to worry. It's normal. Half an hour later, Romulus came down from upstairs, looking at the tired looks of the two men in front of her. She was a little puzzled. What's wrong? That kind of exhaustion. Not physically, but rather more like a soul revealing itself. Ah, it's okay, let's go. Seeing that Luo Mushi finally came down, Xiaoting pulled up the drowsy Fong Yusheng next to him before heading out. Yusheng, in the future, look for a girlfriend to find a stingy one. The kind who can't afford to buy clothes for herself. Okay? Aha! Fong Yusheng nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. This time, he was deeply shocked after seeing Romulus' fighting strength. What are you two talking about? Romulus' voice sounded quietly from behind. The two looked at each other, said nothing, and got into the car. Where to? Sir? Zhang De sat in the co-pilot's seat, while Ma Ming sat in the driver's seat. Go to the nearest job market, Xiaoting said calmly. Ma Ming then started the car and drove smoothly down the road. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a job market. Sir, I'm going to park the car and meet you inside later. Ma Ming's voice came from the front and Xiaoting nodded. Zhang De then followed the three out of the car while Ma Ming went to park the car. Brother Xiao, isn't it a bit too late for us to come here and recruit? Fong Yusheng was still a bit confused. Even if some people with real talent are recruited, they are only a minority, and many of them need to work for a period of time before their true level is known. And that time could be a month or 6 months. He can afford to wait, but Star International can't. But Xiaoting shook his head and said, there should be no problem recruiting a bunch of talent for emergencies. Originally, Fong Yusheng had a stomach full of questions, but seeing Xiaoting say so, he didn't ask any more. In his heart, he wasn't sure what Xiaoting had to rely on, but Fong Yusheng could be sure that Xiaoting would never come all the way from Jiang City just to make fun of himself. Hello, are you here for an interview or a job offer? At this time, a staff member who saw that Xiaoting's several people's lines were all worth a lot of money, came up to greet them. This was a woman with short hair, wearing a work uniform and a very fine figure. There was even a flash of snowy white as he bowed. However, Xiaoting did not have any reaction and only asked indifferently, where is your general manager's office? Chapter 113, Slap. No sugar. Ha, what can I do for our general manager? This female staff member stiffened, then questioned somewhat strangely. Xiaoting frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He had a strong dislike for nosy people. Luo Mushi also sensed Xiaoting's dissatisfaction, so she hurriedly opened her mouth. Could you please show us to the personnel manager's office? We need to see him for something. Although Luo Mushi didn't know what was going on, she naturally wouldn't ask if Xiaoting was looking for it. While the staff member named Zhang Nana looked at Romulus' face, a hint of jealousy rose within her. Why are they so pretty? The manager's office is upstairs. Please follow me. Zhang Nana didn't ask any more questions and hurriedly led the way. After taking the elevator up to the 3rd floor, a few people arrived in front of an office. Knock knock. Nana Chang knocked on the door. After a moment, a cry came from inside. Who? It seemed to carry some resentment. Manager Wu. Someone is looking for you. Okay, wait a minute. It was another minute before another voice came from inside. Come in. Zhang Nana pushed the door open, then saw a middle-aged man with a big belly sitting inside, with a woman in his arms. The woman was snuggled in the GM's arms, just a bit disheveled. Romulus frowned slightly, seeming to dislike it a little. Xiaoting didn't care. This was someone's private matter. He had little interest in asking about it, so he walked right in and sat on the couch. Luo Mushi accompanied him to sit down, while Fong Yusheng stood to the side. Are a few of you looking for me for something? Manager Wu asked this while sneaking a glance at Romulus. As the general manager of the talent market, although his official position is not small, Luo Mushi has never seen him at all, so there was more greed in his eyes. I don't mind gouging those eyes of yours out if you keep glancing at them. Before Xiao Ting's few people could answer him, Zhang Da's voice reached his ears first. The tone was icy cold, as if a ferocious beast was staring at him. Manager Wu trembled in fear and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. We are looking for some talent, but it's too much of a hassle to find them one by one. We need to look at the files. At this time, Xiao Ting spoke, not a single expression on his calm face. Look at the file? Manager Wu stared at first, then shook his head and, the files are not just for you to read. Even though he had just been threatened, he refused first. After all, he's going to make a killing off of this. Xiao Ting smiled, a trace of contempt flashing across his face. He pointed at Fong Yuxing and said, this is the current chairman of Star International. Although the Fong family had fallen into a crisis, it wasn't something that people like them could offend. And Xiao Ting originally didn't mind giving some handling fee. He had always been generous to those who gave him a favor. It's just that this manager Wu makes him a bit disliked. So, between a slap and a candy, he chose the slap. Star International? Chairman? Manager Wu looked at Fong Yuxing, then a trace of doubt rose within him. He seemed to remember that the new chairman of Star International was a teenager. But was this man in front of him? At that moment, the woman he had cradled in his arms suddenly whispered in his ear, Manager, I've seen it before. He's the young master of the Fong family. What? Manager Wu was startled, then pushed away the woman on top of him before getting up, squeezing out a fawning smile and walking towards Fong Yuxing. That, young master Fong, my eyes are clumsy and I didn't recognize you, so I hope you'll bear with me. Beads of sweat slid down his forehead and he didn't even dare to wipe them, but he knew that just now. Fong Yuxing hadn't even sat down, and he himself was still sitting still, even with a woman in his arms. No respect at all. But Fong Yuxing ignored him and just looked at Xiao Ting, and Manager Wu, at this point, also realized that something was wrong. Ever since entering the door, Fong Yuxing hadn't said half a word and had been standing all the time, while this youth in front of him had actually sat down. Can it be that they are also from the same 10 great families? So, sir, what's your name? He continued to wear a fawning smile, the flesh on his fat face shaking from the laugh. Xiao Ting looked at him with a calm gaze that was as deep and profound as a bottomless lake. Oh, Mr. Xiao, may I ask if you're looking at the file? Although Manager Wu's tone was respectful, a trace of doubt rose within him. Xiao, I haven't heard of any of the top 10 families with the surname Xiao. However, if the youth in front of him was not a member of the 10 great families, why was Fong Yuxing standing while he was sitting? However, unable to figure it out, he didn't have the guts to ask, just hurriedly shouted at Zhang Nana who didn't go. That who? Chang, transfer a copy of the e-file from the main repository and send it to me. Oh, yes. Zhang Nana hurriedly turned around and walked away, but inside she was cursing for a while. You're next to the secretary. You're asking me for a file? But there was no way around it, and she had to do what she was told. 3 minutes later, Manager Wu watched his cell phone light up, and at a glance, it was Nana Zhang who had sent the file over. So, just as if he was reporting good news, he walked to Xiao Ting with gusto and said, Mr. Xiao, this is the entire e-file. Take a look. Xiao Ting, however, didn't even lift his eyelids and said calmly, call in the quality talent here in batches of 50 at a time. This much? Manager Wu was a little disbelieving and confirmed it again, but Xiao Ting didn't speak again. He didn't want to say it a second time to this Manager Wu. Manager Wu also understood, and then immediately sent a message to the people in the work group according to the file. Let them reach out to quality talent. As expected, there is strength in numbers. In less than 5 minutes, there were 50 people standing outside the door of the general manager's office. Why are so many people here? What's this about? Outside the door, a man asked curiously around him. There was no one around who could answer, but they all just shook their heads. At that moment, the woman who had previously sat in Manager Wu's arms walked out and shouted towards the door. Come on in, all of you. The manager's office was large enough to accommodate 50 people without a problem. At this moment, they were all standing in front of Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting activated attribute observation. Everyone's information appeared before his eyes. Li Pan, Song Wu, He Yu. Xiao Ting read the names one by one, and his eyes locked on those people's faces. The people standing in place, including Luo Mushi and Fong Yuxing, as well as that Manager Wu, all froze. After reading through the file, I can actually look at the face and pronounce the name. This memory is outrageous, isn't it? These 20 people report to Star International this afternoon. After Xiao Ting finished speaking, those whose names were called stared in disbelief. No interviews? Just like that? Chapter 114, Meet Luo Guang? Okay, notify the next group. After Xiao Ting finished speaking, he ignored the gazes of the people around him and looked at Manager Wu, who was frozen in place. That, Mr. Xiao, don't you need an interview? Manager Wu opened his mouth with some shock. Engaged in the job market for more than 10 years, the first time to see such a recruitment of employees. No, call the next group, Xiao Ting said decisively. And with that, Manager Wu said to the remaining 30 people, okay, you guys can go. But a few of those 30 cried out in defiance. Call us over here and just kick us out without asking us anything? You're just messing with us, aren't you? This voice, which was directly directed at Xiao Ting, was full of dissatisfaction in its tone. The corner of Xiao Ting's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he stood up and, lo ho, 9 times out of 10, the certificates you wrote on your file were bought, right? Wang Wenbing, the file says you're fluent in 7 languages. I'll recruit you if you can speak 3 besides Chinese. The others, need I go on? In front of, a tribute observation. No one could deceive Xiao Ting. Fake resume files? Couldn't fool his eyes. And the ones who were called by Xiao Ting's name before were the 2 who were not too convinced to speak out. As for the others, there was no need for Xiao Ting to make things difficult if they didn't make trouble. Lao Hao and Wang Wenbing both turned red, then glared at Xiao Ting and walked away resentfully. And when the others saw this, they didn't dare to say anything more, and they all left. Manager Wu, who was watching this scene, couldn't close his mouth. Even Luo Mushi pulled Xiao Ting to sit down, then asked in a low voice, Brother Xiao, how do you know about these things? I guessed. Xiao Ting glanced at her, then slowly said, sometimes luck is a strength. Just make something up. Romulus has no way to test it anyway. Ha! Luo Mushi was a bit disbelieving. It was obvious that those 2 were spoken for by Xiao Ting, but when you think about it, there's no other explanation than what you're guessing. Inwardly, he exclaimed, what a good judge of character. Manager Wu, what are you waiting for? Call the next batch. Xiao Ting saw that Manager Wu was still staying put, so he frowned and spoke out. And after trying to maintain his already collapsed worldview, Manager Wu hurriedly said with a compensatory smile, ah, sorry, I'll contact the next batch. Then another message was sent to the work group. At this point, a few people in the group started chatting. Didn't we just finish making contact? Yeah, I saw them go in for 10 minutes. Why are they calling the next group again? It takes almost an hour for a person to interview for 1 minute. Aren't you being a little too hasty, Manager Wu? Exactly. There were even a few people who secretly suspected that Manager Wu had nothing better to do than to shag people. But in reality, even if Manager Wu really shagged them, they still had to do as they were told. After all, it's the top dog. If he's upset, no one will have a good time. So the employees underneath were very kind in tone, despite their questions in the group. Manager Wu then glanced at Fong Yuxing and Xiao Ting as he cursed in his heart. What's with all the questions? Just do what you're told. He then impatiently messaged back to the group. This is a special situation, so everyone hold on tight. In the past, Wu manager may be directly in the group scolded, but today's things he did not dare to slack off. If it is scolded the staff underneath, to give him a challenge, then the consequences he cannot afford. There was resentment in the minds of both parties, but the group was at peace. As Manager Wu gave the word, those who had just taken a break started to get busy again. This time it was still quick, and within 5 minutes, another batch of great talent had arrived. Outside the general manager's office, another 50 people were standing. As they were preparing how to introduce themselves, the secretary came out and called them in. Afterwards, Xiao Ting directly named some people and informed them to report to Star International as soon as possible, while the rest could just go. This time, there were still some people who were not convinced, but without waiting for Xiao Ting to speak, the people were directly blown away by Manager Wu. Only then did Xiao Ting look at him more. What a quick change in attitude. Coming and going like this for 4 hours. Xiao Ting had recruited over 200 people for Star International. Are there enough people now? Xiao Ting tilted his head and asked Fong Yuxing, who was at the side. Fong Yuxing nodded his head in a hurry. Enough is enough. Okay then, let's go. Xiao Ting got up, and Luo Mushi hurriedly followed suit, smoothly taking Xiao Ting's arm. Afterwards, in the gaze of Manager Wu's expectant eyes, the few people left in style. Only Manager Wu was left in the wind. I've been working my ass off here for 4 hours and you guys leave without a sign? Manager, they just, left? What else is there to do? I call out to them to keep them from leaving? Manager Wu glared fiercely at the secretary who had spoken and spat on the ground. No wonder I heard that the Fong family is going out of business. So petty. Seeing that he was angry, the secretary came over and wrapped her arms around Manager Wu's very wide waistline and gave him a kiss on the cheek before asking daintily, you say, who on earth is that seated youth that can keep Fong Yuxing company? I'd like to know. It looks like it's coming from a lot of people, Manager Wu said with fear, and then all the anger from earlier dissipated. Constantly guessing at Xiao Ting's identity, in the end, he still didn't come up with a clue. Outside the Luo family villa, Xiao Ting looked at the gate in front of him and fell into deep thought. Didn't you say you were going out for dinner? Why did you come back to the Luo's house as soon as the car was driven? What the hell? Xiao Ting's puzzled eyes looked at Romulus, but Romulus' face was very calm and nothing could be seen. At this time, Zhang De, who was on the side, saw Xiao Ting's expression and instantly realized that Romulus hadn't told Xiao Ting the truth. So he said to Xiao Ting, Mr. Xiao, it's the master who's back and wants to see you. Master? Xiao Ting was puzzled. What was the point of seeing himself? And as soon as Luo Mushi heard his question, she thought that Xiao Ting was forgetting who Luo Guang was, so she immediately said without any good humor, My dad. Oh, I know. What did he see me for? Xiao Ting was very puzzled. It was so nice for him to have fun outside. Why did he need to meet a middle-aged man? But Zhang De whispered from the sidelines. The young lady asked the master to meet her. I'm not sure why exactly. The sound was so small that it could only be heard by Xiao Ting alone. Xiao Ting shrugged helplessly and was about to say something when Wang Jingyu walked out from inside and saw Xiao Ting's few people and said suspiciously, Mr. Xiao, Miss Luo, why don't you guys come in when you're back? Coming. Xiao Ting returned indifferently, glancing at Romulus on the side in the process. There was still that calm look, but a flash of panic was evident in his eyes. Xiao Ting took a step and walked into the middle of the Luo family villa, and several other people followed. Chapter 115 Luo family's father and daughter playing together. At this moment, Luo Guan was sitting on the sofa in the living room closing his eyes, and a dozen dishes were being placed on the table on one side. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Luo Guang slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a delicate face, blinking at him with wide eyes. You girl? You scared daddy? Luo Guang spoke with a doting tone. His eyes filled with laughter. As for Luo Mushi, she sat on her butt next to Luo Guang, then pouted and said, You weren't the one who told me to come back, or I would have wanted to go out. What? I called you back? It wasn't you who said. When Luo Guang heard this, he said with some doubt, but was covered by a hand from Luo Mushi. Seeing the warning look in his daughter's eyes, Luo Guang didn't continue, and at that moment, he also saw Xiao Ting. Luo Guang got up, sweeping away the playfulness of a moment ago and said seriously, Xiao Ting is here. Well, hello Uncle Lo. Xiao Ting was not averse to Luo Guang either, so he was very polite at the moment, treating him as a junior. Afterward, Xiao Ting asked, That, Uncle Luo, I don't know what you are looking for me for? Luo Guang's complexion gave way. To be honest, he didn't know why he had called Xiao Ting over. Previously, he had just sent a message to Romulus, saying that he was back, and as a result, Romulus had said that he should come home for dinner. As a result, once he came back, it turned out that he had called Xiao Ting over instead. Luo Guang was in distress. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xiao Ting shouted again, Uncle Ro? Luo Guang came back to his senses and was about to answer, but Luo Mushi grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Dad, didn't you say you wanted to talk to Brother Xiao about the Fong family? Oh, yeah. Luo Guang also reacted quickly and hurriedly answered. Talking about the Fangs? Xiao Ting glanced at Romulus suspiciously, then sat down. Actually, Xiao Ting was a bit strange in his heart. Although the Luo family was also one of the top 10 families, they couldn't find any reason to help the Fong family at all. After all, there are only so many resources in total, and what the 10 great families can get is 1/10 of that. But if there were only 9 great families, it would certainly be beneficial to the remaining 9 families. So, the Fong family is faltering. Some clans didn't have a good relationship with the Fong family, so they went straight for it, and the better connected ones just stood by and watched. Now Luo Guang actually wanted to talk to Xiao Ting about the Fong family? Is it trying to talk himself out of it? Xiao Ting narrowed his eyes as he began to consider inwardly. Since he had decided to help the Fong family, he had no reason to be afraid. It was just that if even the Luo family was out to stop it, it might take some effort. But in fact, Xiao Ting thought comprehensively, but Luo Guang did not have these curves at all. He was just pondering why Romulus had to make himself meet with Xiao Ting. Although Luo Guang appreciated Xiao Ting was only a friend of Luo Mushi. What was an elder like himself doing getting involved? Well, the meal is ready, so sit down and eat. Luo Guang didn't come up with anything, and in the end, he could only let everyone eat. Luo Guang was the eldest and the host, so he sat at the top seat. Brother Xiao, sit here. Luo Mushi pulled Xiao Ting to sit in the seat closest to Luo Guang. You can talk about things with my dad sitting here. Xiao Ting had no choice but to sit down. He did care about Luo Guang's attitude towards the Fong family, and Romulus sat beside Xiao Ting. and Zhang De and Ma Ming had long since slipped away, old comrades meeting and making plans to go drinking together, and Wang Jingyu also sat down, a little far away from the other few people. Jingyu, why are you sitting so far away? Xiao Ting was a bit strange, so he asked Wang Jingyu, and Wang Jingyu just smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Xiao Ting didn't ask any more questions and turned to look at Luo Guang. Xiao Ting, you should be helping that kid from the Fong family lately, right? Luo Guang picked up a mouthful of food but didn't eat it. Instead, he asked first. Xiao Ting smiled and said, yes, he had nothing to hide. The Luo family, head of the top 10 families. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had his hands full. I'm a bit curious as to what could have made you come all the way from Jiang City to the imperial capital? Luo Guang wasn't surprised that his daughter was towards the Fong family, but he knew that Xiao Ting and Fong Yuxing, the eldest young master of the Fong family, didn't have a lot of interactions. Excluding the fact that Xiao Ting couldn't see the situation clearly and ran to help the Fong family, there were generally two possibilities. For one thing, the Fong family and Xiao Ting were really close. Secondly, helping the Fong family was profitable for Xiao Ting. Even though Luo Guang had been in the business world for many years, he couldn't get Xiao Ting's psychology. After all, the Fong family, in everyone's opinion, was a puddle of muddy water. Whoever wades into this muddy water is guaranteed to be metastasized. Xiao Ting sensed a flash of essence from the bottom of Luo Guang's eyes. He smiled and said to Luo Guang, it's just a show of hands, so why get hung up on why? His glib reply caused both Romulus and Luo Guang to stare. That's an understatement, isn't it? What kind of confidence is that? Luo Guang even suspected that he had somewhat misjudged this young man. While other young people were sharp and restrained, Xiao Ting did not hide it at all. But looking at the faint smile on Xiao Ting's face, he felt a bit unable to pinpoint it. At this moment, Xiao Ting became mysterious and unpredictable in his eyes. After all, someone who makes $3 billion in 3 months from empty hands can't be a fool. Good, young people should have that kind of sharpness. In the end, all of Luo Guang's full of doubts could only be turned into an exclamation. Yes, Dad, didn't you say I wasn't too young to get married? Just as Xiao Ting and Luo Guang were discussing some of the Fong family's situation, Luo Mushi suddenly interjected. The more the two chatted, the more joyful they became, and Luo Mushi felt that if she let Luo Guang and Xiao Ting chat any longer, there was even a possibility that they might want to become sworn brothers. What's wrong with that? How could she face Xiao Ting in the future? So she voiced an interruption, and Luo Guang first was a bit puzzled. After all, as soon as she talked to Luo Mushi before, she talked about it right and left. Why did she even take the initiative to mention it today? But after looking at Xiao Ting on the side, Luo Guang instantly understood. Ahem. Yeah, Mushi is also 21 this year. Luo Guang made a gesture of contemplation, as if he was thinking about something. Afterward, Luo Guang asked seemingly offhandedly. That, Xiao Ting, how old are you? Xiao Ting, who was in the middle of eating, had a movement in his hand. Then he naturally said, 21. What a coincidence, Luo Guang said, intentionally or unintentionally looking at Romulus. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, directly pretended not to see it, but instead picked a green vegetable from the plate and pointed at it. Uncle Luo, do you know how bok choy is supposed to taste good? Isn't this delicious? My family's chef is a famous chef in the imperial capital, even internationally. Luo Guang froze, thinking that Xiao Ting was in the dish saying that it was not good. Instead, Xiao Ting shook his head and said, it's not that it's not good, it's just that it's not the best yet. You wait for me to show my hand. After saying that, Xiao Ting got up and walked towards the kitchen under the watchful eyes of the Luo family's father and daughter. Now he could finally see that the Luo family's father and daughter were playing alone. The purpose, to gluttonize his body. Chapter 116, Taking a Stand. Mr. Luo, Miss Luo, you guys eat first, I'll go in and help Mr. Xiao with his hands. Seeing Xiao Ting leave, Wang Jingyu also hurriedly got up and went into the kitchen. After Xiao Ting and Wang Jingyu entered the kitchen, the Luo family father and daughter were left at the table. Luo Guang hurriedly got next to his daughter. Mushi, do you have some interest in Xiao Ting? There was a hint of nervousness in his tone. Romulus, on the other hand, bit her lip and nodded. Luo Guang got his answer and was a little lost in thought. In the past, this daughter was always cold as ice to people, but since the last time she met Xiao Ting, she became much more cheerful. He even took the initiative to follow Xiao Ting to Jiang City. And to think about Xiao Ting, although he had been investigated and had an average origin, it was this origin that created a myth among his peers. Even the Li family's Li Tianlu did not have this kind of achievement at Xiao Ting's age. Although Xiao Ting's current assets were nothing in the eyes of the Luo family, Luo Guang appreciated Xiao Ting. And now that he saw that Luo Mushi really admitted to liking Xiao Ting, he was a little disappointed. Dad, What's wrong with you? At this time, seeing Luo Guang somewhat lost in thought, Luo Mushi whispered out a question. Luo Guang hurriedly came back to his senses, and seeing his daughter's concerned eyes, he hurriedly said, "It's okay, it's okay. Are you unhappy with Brother Xiao?" Romulus, however, inquired with some concern. Luo Guang didn't say anything. In terms of people alone, Luo Guang was definitely looking at Xiao Ting, but it would be a bit of a stretch to choose a husband for Romulus. After all, what father doesn't want his daughter to marry the perfect man? Xiao Ting, on the other hand, was still a little bit worse off right now. "Dad, I believe in Big Brother Xiao. Maybe he's only in Zheng City now, but as long as he's willing, he'll definitely be able to gain a foothold in the whole country." Luo Mushi didn't know where she got the courage and confidence to be willing to say such words for Xiao Ting. Luo Guang still didn't say anything, just nodded. Father and daughter ate in silence. After 10 minutes or so, Xiao Ting and Wang Jingyu came out of the kitchen. Wang Jingyu was carrying a plate of green vegetables in his hand. The two greens on the plate seemed completely untouched, as if they were growing with the porcelain plate as their soil. But when Wang Jingyu put down the plate in his hand, Luo Guang could see something different. The bok choy lay quietly on the plate, but there was an aroma, if any, coming from it. The aroma was so faint and light that if you didn't smell it carefully, you might just ignore it. "It is?" Luo Guang looked at Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, sat down and made a gesture of invitation. Luo Guang picked up his chopsticks and picked up the topmost leaf of one of the bok choys, just pinching it up. The faint aroma from earlier instantly became stronger. It seems that the aroma is hidden by the topmost vegetable leaves. While Luo Guang was secretly surprised, he brought the piece of bok choy into his mouth. A spicy flavor came through. There seemed to be a fire burning on the tip of my tongue, but as I chewed slowly, that fire changed from a blazing fire to a civilized fire to a small fire. This was followed by a burst of sweetness and sourness on the tongue, which slowly suppressed the spiciness from earlier. When I swallowed it, I tasted the freshness of the greens. One dish, 3 flavors. Luo Guang's eyes widened. With his wealth, he can afford to hire awesome chefs from all over the world, but there was no chef who could make this flavor with a simple green vegetable like Xiao Ting. In a nutshell, those cooks are not as good as Xiao Ting. Luo Guang couldn't help but pinch a few more slices in a row, and each one was very tasty. And the more you clip away, the more aroma the dish gives off. Both Luo Mushi and Wang Jingyu also picked up a slice and tasted it in small bites. And even the girls who had tried Xiao Ting's handiwork gave a thumbs up straight away. The flavor, yum. Afterward, Luo Guang slowly put down his chopsticks and asked curiously, "Xiao Ting, where did you learn this hand?" "Doing it on my own in my spare time. Practicing." Xiao Ting smiled and made up a random excuse, while Luo Guang was once again shocked in his heart. Listen to Xiao Ting. It's self-taught. Is this guy a genius? Luo Guang felt that Xiao Ting was becoming more and more mysterious. Previously, in his eyes, Xiao Ting was just a capable young man. But now, he valued Xiao Ting somewhat. It wasn't just because of Xiao Ting's cooking skills, but what was hidden in this young man. "Brother Xiao, if you can't, just stay in the imperial capital for a few more days. Anyway, your craftsmanship is so great. Wouldn't it be a loss if no one ate it?" As she ate, Luo Mushi smiled at Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting raised an eyebrow in feigned anger. "Wouldn't that be a loss for me? And what are you going to do to make up for my loss if I stay?" "Ha? What compensation do you want? If I don't take care of my company over in Zheng City, won't I lose several $100 million every day?" Xiao Ting said casually. In fact, his company was just starting out after all, and it would be good to earn tens of millions of dollars a month. Hundreds of millions a day is complete nonsense. On the other hand, Luo Mushi was stunned, then glanced at Xiao Ting with a look of contempt. It would be fine if Xiao Ting lied to Luo Guang, but she had been to Zheng City. At that time, her second grandfather was studying antiques in Xiao Ting's company every day, and Xiao Ting just didn't go to the company for a day. Every day was spent taking her and Yuan Rou around to eat and shop. This company can't do without anyone, but without Xiao Ting, it runs as usual. However, thinking about this, Romulus got a little curious. The employees of Xiao Ting's own company were all very capable, and recruiting for Star International is very strange. No interviews? Is it really luck? She looked at Xiao Ting suspiciously. Xiao Ting felt Luo Mushi's burning gaze. Obviously a beautiful woman. The way she looked at him made him feel a little hairy in his heart. "Brother Xiao, then can you tell us how you recruited those good employees?" When Luo Mushi uttered these words, Luo Guang's eyes lit up on the side, while Wang Jingyu also stopped his chopsticks. 3 pairs of eyes, in unison, looked at Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting shook his head helplessly. "I don't know. It's really just a matter of judging for myself and being more accurate." Hearing this, Romulus didn't believe it at all, but there was nothing she could do. Finally, she bristled. Forget it if you don't say so. Then you'll stay with me for a few more days in the imperial capital after the Fong family's business is done. Aren't you being a scoundrel? Xiao Ting laughed. Why is this Romulus acting like a child? It's too rascal. Then tell me how you managed to recruit talent. Forget it then. A few days with you is a few days with you. But, saying that, Xiao Ting put away his smile and looked at Luo Guang. I want to know what the Luo family thinks about the Fong family? And Luo Guang's expression became serious. There was silence all around the table. It took a while before Luo Guang began to speak. Xiao Ting, are you sure you can bring the Fong family back from the dead? Xiao Ting shook his head. He's not a god. How can he be sure? But he said slowly, I'll do what I can. It's all about the people. When Luo Guang heard this, he inwardly praised it, but on his face he was still very calm. The Luo family, then, can help out in any way they can. Hearing Luo Guang's statement, Luo Mushi's eyes revealed delight while Xiao Ting smiled faintly. He came to this meal to hear that. Chapter 117, Missing Bodyguard? After the meal, Luo Guang had a meeting to attend, so he left straight away. Luo Mushi, on the other hand, took Xiao Ting for a stroll around the imperial capital. During his college days, Xiao Ting had followed his class trip to the imperial capital once. Back then, he was the most overlooked person in the class. And now, as he walks down the street, there are always eyes, if anything, checking him out. Whether it was goodwill or bad will, Xiao Ting became the center of the crowd. After 2 to 3 hours of shopping, the two of them returned to the Luo family villa, and it was already 9:30 p.m. Romulus went straight to the shower. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, went back to his room. Open the system. An attribute panel appeared instantly. Name Timothy Xu. Life expectancy, 23 of 65. Charm, 6. Power, 11. Mall, 3. Points, 22931. Looking at the long column after wealth, Xiao Ting was a little emotional. $6,500 per minute on your own system now is very substantial. After all, that's $9,360,000 a day. But in the face of total wealth, it appears that this $6,500 a minute increase is very slow. Xiao Ting now had $37 billion just at his disposal, not counting all that money on Timothy's books. It is estimated that there are no more than 10 people in the world who can casually spend $37 billion. After all, although those people from the big families had money, they had to go through a vote if they wanted to use a large amount. Open the mall. The words fell in Xiao Ting's mind. The system panel flashed and the mall items appeared in front of Xiao Ting's eyes. But Xiao Ting's face became odd. Column 1, Increased Earnings. Effect, purchase increases the system host's earnings by 500. Price, 250 points. Column 2, Increased Earnings. Effect, purchase allows the system host to increase their earnings by 2,000. Price, 1,000 points. Column 3, Increased Earnings. Effect, purchase allows the system host to increase their earnings by 1,000. Price, 500 points. All three columns actually have increased earnings. Xiao Ting was just now lamenting in his heart that the rate of gain was a bit slow, but now he actually swiped 3 gain increases straight away? So what are you waiting for? Buy them all. Ding, gain increase, purchase successful, gain increase, purchase successful, gain increase, purchase successful. With 3 consecutive rings, Xiao Ting's earnings per minute also reached $10,000, and Xiao Ting's points became 181 points. Looking at the 3 columns that had turned black and were cooling down, Xiao Ting decided to add another commodity column. System, unlock a commodity field. Ding, unlocked successfully, deducting 20,000 com. In an instant, Xiao Ting was left with just over 1,000 points, and the 4th bar of the mall lights up. New items have been refreshed on it as well. Column 4, Clairvoyance. Effect, after purchase, the host can activate the function of clairvoyance and observe everything within 3 kilometers of the surrounding area without hindrance. Limited to 3 times. Price, 10,000 points. You can only use it 3 times for 10,000 points? Xiao Ting was puzzled. Wasn't this just a surveillance camera? That's a bit pricey for 10,000 points. However, when you think about what the system has put out before, it doesn't seem to be anything particularly outrageous, and often the value is about the same as the price, and even some of it is value for money. But Xiao Ting had spent 20,000 points to unlock the bar, and now he was left with just over 1,000 points, and still needed over 9,000 points. It was equivalent to Xiao Ting still needing to spend $900 million. Xiao Ting exhaled. It's a long way to go to spend money. Dribble dribble dribble. At this time, Xiao Ting's cell phone rang. A quick glance showed that the caller ID was Maman. As usual, if it wasn't something important, Maman would never call at night, so Xiao Ting immediately picked up the phone. What is it? After saying that, Maman's aggrieved voice came from over there. Sir, Miss Yuan asked me to report the situation. I'm hanging up now on the pretext of going to the bathroom. What should I say? Xiao Ting froze, then speechless. After thinking about it, he said to Maman, Maman, when you were in the military, you should have learned about counterinterrogation, right? Ha? Learned it? Ma Ming was puzzled, not knowing what Xiao Ting was asking for. But before he could ask, Xiao Ting's side hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, Maman began to think. After a few minutes, his eyes lit up. Counterinterrogation? Yuan Ro was interrogating herself. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't say anything? After thinking about it, Maman pulled out the calling card, tossed it straight to the side. The most effective technique for counterinterrogation, no communication. And when Yuan Ro couldn't find him, she would go to Xiao Ting herself. When the time comes, it will be none of your business. Maman smiled with satisfaction. Early the next morning, Xiao Ting woke up and went for a morning walk for a while and saw Ma Ming. Maman, where are those brothers? Xiao Ting remembered that there were a few bodyguards when he arrived, but lately it seemed that he had only seen Ma Ming and Zhang De. Seeing that it was Xiao Ting, Ma Ming hurriedly greeted him. Sir, I've already sent back the brothers you brought earlier, letting a few of them practice that formation from earlier, with new brothers coming over. Oh, okay. Xiao Ting nodded. Ma Ming was very thoughtful. The 5 tigers and 1 chi formation given by Xiao Ting earlier required 5 people to practice together, and except for Maman, the rest practiced in groups of exactly 5. But Xiao Ting brought 4 people over, and those 4 just happened to be from 2 groups. This leaves 10 people unable to perform the 5 tigers and 1 spirit exercise. So Maman told the 4 of them to go back and then recalled another group to set out to come to the imperial capital. But as he said that, Maman suddenly thought of something. That's not right. By all rights, they should have arrived at the imperial capital last night. He then felt for his cell phone and tapped on it without noticing any missed calls. He rubbed his head. Strangely, is it hard to believe that the plane was late? Xiao Ting heard Ma Ming's words behind him, so he said to him, call the airline, and if something goes wrong, ask Zhang De. Yes, Maman said seriously. Then without waiting for Xiao Ting to get far away, he started dialing the airline. Xiao Ting didn't care much and left. After changing his clothes and leaving the room, Xiao Ting saw that Ma Ming was already standing in the hall, so he said as he came down the stairs, how's it going? Ma Ming, however, frowned as he looked at Xiao Ting and said, I asked the airline in and there was no problem with that flight yesterday and the brothers from the city of Jiang watched them get on the plane. What do you mean? They disappeared after they got off the plane? Yes, I've called them and they're all off. A hint of foreboding rose in Ma Ming's heart. He was very strange. Those guys were all retired from the special forces with him. They wouldn't be so prone to accidents. Seeing that he was a bit nervous, Xiao Ting went over and patted his shoulder and said, it's okay, maybe I just came to Titus last night and it was a little late and I'm still up, or maybe I was just being greedy and went to stroll around Titus, so I'll try calling later. Well, if they really did go and play without saying hello, I'll give them a hard time. Xiao Ting smiled disinterestedly, then went to eat breakfast. Chapter 118 Protecting Those Around You. In the afternoon, in the Luo family villa, Luo Mushi was looking at Fong Yuxing and Xiao Ting in front of her, not knowing what to say. These two seemed to be using their home as an office, and they just relied on the lobby to start discussing the company. And she doesn't get it. Hey, you two, can't you go to the office and talk about it? Romulus huffed, and Xiao Ting didn't even lift his eyelids. Timothy Unity is in Jiang City. Star International has a mole. Where else can we go to talk about things? However, Fong Yuxing caught a glimpse of a smile at the corner of Xiao Ting's mouth. But I can't interrupt anything you guys are saying. Why do you have to stay with us? Xiao Ting raised his head and asked rhetorically. It wouldn't be because you want to eavesdrop on our trade secrets, would it? Who wants to hear your trade secrets? Just me not accompanying. As soon as Luo Mushi heard Xiao Ting put such a big hat on him, she hurriedly denied it and then stammered. I just didn't know what to go for. At that moment, Fong Yuxing spoke. I've heard from my classmates that they just go on the internet and go shopping, so you can go too. Luo Mushi was speechless, wanting to get angry, but Fong Yuxing was speaking in a serious manner again. In the end, she could only say it gamely. Okay, I'm going shopping, so don't you guys steal from my house. With that, she turned and headed out the door. Instead, Fong Yuxing whispered, who would want to steal from your house? Sister Mushi is thinking of a gentleman with a small mind. Xiao Ting, on the other hand, looked at Fong Yuxing with a smile and said, don't let her hear that, or you won't be able to stand it if she loses her temper. Fong Yuxing smiled back, but the duo didn't laugh for a few seconds before they saw Romulus rush in through the door. Fong Yuxing was filled with horror. It couldn't have been overheard, could it? and Xiao Ting muttered a little in his heart. It's so far away, you shouldn't be able to hear it. Brother Xiao, your bodyguard is missing. Romulus didn't wait to walk in and said this in a hurry. Xiao Ting, who heard these words, was shocked in his heart. Before he could say anything, Ma Ming and Zhang De also came in from outside. Afterward, Xiao Ting asked, "What's going on?" Ma Min stepped forward to explain. "I called those 5 brothers in the morning and they were all switched off. Then I told the Zhang De squad leader and he helped me contact the airline side. Zhang De took over. The surveillance given to us by the airline side shows that the 5 of them did get on the plane and landed safely. But the surveillance out of the airport didn't see any of them." "What do you mean? They're still at the airport?" Xiao Ting frowned. Zhang De, however, shook his head. "No, they would have gotten caught in a surveillance dead zone and exited the airport in a car or under some other cover." And Ma Ming nodded. His judgment was the same as Zhang De's. "Targeting my bodyguards? Interesting." Xiao Ting, however, had a cold smile on his face. Fong Yuxing and Luo Mushi, who were on the side, both felt a chill emanating from them. Those 5 bodyguards were all the same as Ma Min, coming out of the army without a skill, and even a bit poor. The likelihood that they were kidnapped for money is almost nil. So, it was someone who was targeting Xiao Ting. "Ma Min!" Xiao Ting shouted and Ma Ming immediately stepped forward. "Yes, Mr. Xia," Ma Min asked respectfully. Xiao Ting asked slowly while gently tapping the desktop with one finger. "How are those 5 brothers? It's hard to do anything about them unless 3 or 4 people like Zhang De's squad leader step in." Ma Min's expression was grave, and that was what was strange about him. Those 5 brothers were still the fastest ones practicing the 5 tigers and 1 chi formation, and their strength was even stronger. Even if there were a few more of him and Zhang De, it would still be hard to fight them. Zhang De, who was on the side, heard Ma Ming say this, and in his heart, he didn't know whether he should be happy or not. He then thought for a moment and spoke. "But, as far as I know, other than the Luo and Li families in the imperial capital who have bodyguards of this caliber, none of the other families are this powerful." "The Li family?" Xiao Ting was a bit strange. The Luo family was somewhat related to the military, so it was normal to draw some strong ones from retired special forces as bodyguards. "What's the Li family for?" At that moment, Romulus explained beside him. "The Li family has quite a few people who are serving police officers and have some prestige in the country, so they can also use some of their retired SWAT officers as a security force. Just like our family." A trace of doubt rose in Xiao Ting's heart as he listened to Luo Mushi's explanation. According to the evaluation that attribute observation gave Li Tianlu, that person shouldn't be targeting himself. Could it be the older generation? "It seems that a trip to the Li family is necessary," Xiao Ting said indifferently. There was still some time before Star International's next contract was signed, and Xiao Ting wasn't in a hurry yet. And now if someone wanted to target him, then he could just as well pull out the thorns. Sooner or later, he was going to develop into the imperial capital anyway, so it would be good to remove some of the risk factors early now. "Brother Xiao, I think, Brother Li Tianlu would never do such a thing. If it's really the Li family who did it, it could be that some people are targeting you." At that moment, Fong Yuxing, who was on the side, spoke. Xiao Ting nodded. It seemed that this Li Tianlu did not have a low status in everyone's heart. "Ma Min, there's one more thing that you need to take care of." "Sir," Ma Min leaned over. "Send Wang Jingyu back. You personally keep an eye on it. Notify Meng Yao and have all the brothers go out to pick up the plane. And if you can, have Meng Yao, Jingyu, and Yuan Rou all stay at my house, with the brothers keeping watch day and night." Xiao Ting was very serious when he said it. Since it was directed at him, he had to find a way to protect those around him. While beside her, Romulus listened to all this but looked a little downcast. "Yes." Ma Min stood upright and answered, very seriously. Ma Min then left. "Mr. Zhang De, I have a favor to ask of you." At this time, Xiao Ting added to Zhang De who was standing. "Please speak." "Mr. Xiao, Zhang De will do his best. I'll give you an address in a while. You send some manpower over there to protect the 2 people. $1 million a day for each person who goes there." Xiao Ting was talking about parents, but be sure to protect them covertly so as not to disturb them. "Okay, is 30 enough?" 50 of them. Xiao Ting thought for a moment, then spoke. "Yes." Zhang De agreed while secretly being alarmed. $1 million a day and 50 more people. Then Xiao Ting will have to pay $50 million a day. He wasn't worried about whether Xiao Ting could afford the money or not. Anyway, now Luo Mushi was bent on making Xiao Ting the son-in-law of the Luo family, and Luo Guan was relatively satisfied with Xiao Ting. If Xiao Ting couldn't afford it, when the time came, he couldn't help but sell his body to repay. Thinking about this scene, Zhang De involuntarily smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Ting asked suspiciously. "Ha, nothing. If you have no other orders, I'll go ahead and take care of it. Well, as soon as possible. After saying that, Zhang De left, while Romulus asked from the sidelines. The 3 people from Jiang City only have 10 people to protect them, but the 2 people from other places actually need 50 people to protect them? Xiaoting touched his nose and didn't say anything. Parents are very important in his mind. Those people were equally important. Except that the 3 who were protecting Yuan Rou. It's the one who practiced the 5 tigers and 1 chi formation. They're together. Basically. Foolproof. Chapter 119 Appointment with Li Tianlu. Brother Xiao. After investigating, among the recent entry and exit records, only this car is more suspicious. Luo Mushi placed a few photos on the table in front of Xiaoting. The car was passing through airport surveillance without a license plate, most likely to avoid surveillance. Xiaoting looked at the photos. Above are some views captured by surveillance. The footage shows a dark gray sedan being driven. The top of the driver's seat was blocked by a curtain and no faces were visible. Xiaoting narrowed his eyes. The car is indeed strange, but it does not have enough room to transport people out. After all, the 5 men who disappeared were not small. But then again, a covered-up car like this is very suspicious indeed. Is there any surveillance of this car exiting the airport? Xiaoting looked at Romulus. Romulus, however, shook her head and explained. The airport has our family's shares, so the airport surveillance video is available for viewing. But the surveillance outside belongs to the public resources of society, and we are not qualified to see it. Nowadays, we are a society based on the rule of law, and the prerequisite for freedom is not to violate the laws of the country. Otherwise you're useless even if you're rich. Let's just call the police and have them look at it. That should be fine. Xiaoting pondered for a moment, then said. Romulus, on the other hand, asked a little strangely, isn't the Li family suspected? If we were to call the police, the Li family would be the first to know. Just know, if it is not the Li family want to deal with me, then borrow the Li family's hand to pull him out. If it is the Li family want to deal with me. Xiaoting's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, moving his bodyguards. That's a sign of a declaration of war. No matter who did such a thing, he, Xiaoting, would have to meet it. By the way, get in touch with Li Tianlu for me and find a chance to come out and meet. Oh, good. Romulus agreed, then went to make the call. I don't know whether to call the police or to contact Li Tianlu. However, Xiaoting didn't care. Instead, he was looking at the contract in front of him, left behind by Fong Yuxing out of his mind. After coming to the imperial capital for just a few days, Xiaoting felt troubled by one thing after another. Originally, he was pulling a handful of Star International, but now there's such a mess. It always felt like someone was manipulating it, and one, without realizing it, is in the game. Xiaoting carefully combed through everything that had happened from the time he arrived at the imperial capital until now. If anyone was trying to target him, he could find several at random. Qian Yongxing of the Qian family, the Star International executives he fired, Fong Ziyuan who didn't get along with him, and Manager Wu of the talent market. All of these people, although he didn't put them in his eyes, it was undeniable that they more or less had some energy. Take a deep breath. Brother Xiao, Brother Tianlu's side has been contacted. He said we can meet tonight. At that moment, Romulus walked in with her cell phone, looking like she had just called. Okay, what about the location? I'll go find a more upscale hotel in a few minutes. Send some people there first, and we'll be there at 8 o'clock. Aha! Xiaoting nodded. He knew that Romulus was sending more men over for safety reasons, so he didn't say anything more. In the evening, Ma Ming, who had sent Wang Jingyu away, accompanied Xiaoting and Luo Mushi to a large building. The 2 big letters Shikaku glittered on the roof of the building. The whole building is built very broad. The peripheral wall of neon flickers and flows. The doorway town of 2 large alabaster stone lions. Very powerful. It's 8 p.m. But Sook is very quiet, and few people seem to be coming to eat. But Xiaoting knew that. Fewer people because it's expensive. Just by looking at this building, one could tell that the imperial capital was far from being comparable to a second-tier city like Jiang City. Both the architectural style and the level of construction are at the top level within China. At the doorway were standing 8 doormen, 4 men and 4 women, all as motionless as statues. It was only when they watched the Luo family's car slowly pull up in front of the hotel that they all looked at the few people coming down in unison. 2 male doormen trotted down the red carpet, one taking the car keys from Maman's hand to park the car, and one standing to the side and bowing to the men. Welcome! Xiaoting nodded and the 3 of them walked to the door under the guidance of the porter. The porter bowed the entire time in a very respectful manner. The female staff at the entrance were also all very good-looking and had been looking at Xiaoting's people with enthusiasm until they entered the hotel's main door. Then a greeter trotted over, bowed, and asked, "Hello, are you staying or eating? We have an appointment." Romulus stepped forward and spoke, then took out her cell phone and gave the welcome a look at the message on it. Ah, yes, please follow me, several of you. The welcome guest smiled slightly before turning around and leading a few people towards the elevator. The welcoming lady pressed toward the elevator and the doors came down from above and opened slowly. At that moment, a man and a woman came along as well. A woman in her late 20s with heavy makeup and a man in his late 40s with a big belly. The welcoming lady saw the duo coming over, and also saw the room card in the opposite hand, and immediately said to the duo, "Good day sir and madam. This elevator is a special direct elevator for the deluxe private rooms and cannot reach the floor where your room is located. I'm sorry." The smile on his face was a breath of fresh air. Despite the words of rejection, a man and a woman froze as they listened, and the heavily made-up woman froze for a moment before grunting in displeasure. And a direct elevator? What the hell? Hearing this, the man hurriedly glared at the woman, signaling her to shut up. The woman also had the good sense to stop talking. When Xiaoting heard the words of the welcoming lady, he thought that the elevator had just come down from above, so he guessed that Li Tianlu had already come. The welcoming lady pressed the elevator and the doors slowly closed. After the elevator opened, the duo standing outside the elevator hadn't left yet. "I'm just saying something. Why are you being mean?" The woman, dissatisfied with the man's behavior just now, opened her mouth to pout. At this moment, the man was furious when he heard this and couldn't help but curse. "Are you going out without a brain? A table of dishes in the luxury room of the world guest is more than $300,000, and it has to be a prestigious person to book it. Just now those few people are either hotel guests or super rich tycoons. Are you not afraid of getting yourself into trouble by talking nonsense here?" When the man finished, the woman's jaw dropped in shock, obviously not having heard of such trenchant play. A table of food costs over $300,000? We're only staying one night for over $20,000. There was also a pang of fear as the woman realized this. If this is really a super rich second generation, by her messed up, then it is really the old man eating arsenic, too long to live. And the man didn't tell her that $20,000 for a night's stay was already a very low price point here. What's even more amazing is that Shikoku was also very particular about the status of the visitor. People like them, even if they took out $600,000, they wouldn't necessarily be able to book a table in a deluxe private room. Chapter 120 Problems with Airport Staff? Inside the luxurious private room, there was a man sitting quietly under the brilliant lights, Li Tianlu. He was resting his eyes and quietly waiting for Xiaoting and Romulus to arrive. Knock knock. A welcoming probe. Knocking 3 times on the open door of the. Li Tianlu slowly opened his eyes. "Sir, there's a friend of yours over here." With those words, the welcome guest stepped aside. Xiaoting and Romulus appeared at the door. A smile appeared on Li Tianlu's face as he got up and said, "Brother Xiaoting and Mushy are here. Sit down." Gentle and courteous. Xiaoting's heart felt one more point of goodwill towards this Li Tianlu. Not even a little bit of the young master of the 10 great families stance. It's a lot better than the likes of Qian Yongxing and Zhao Anning. Xiaoting and Luo Mushi took their seats, and the 3 of them sat in 3 corners. Maman stood directly outside the door. "Mushi, did you arrange for quite a few people to be here before you came today?" Li Tianlu took a sip of tea, then looked at Luo Mushi with a smile. There was a hint of seriousness in Romulus' expression, but she still nodded. "You've got a dinner date but you've got people ready. Usually it's honkers." However, without waiting for Romulus to explain, Li Tianlu first smiled and shook his head. "Mushy mushy, you're looking down too much on your brother Tianlu. Do you still need to arrange someone yourself?" Afterward, his smile did not diminish as he looked towards Xiaoting and slowly said, "I guess, it's brother Xiao who's in trouble, isn't it?" When these words left her mouth, Luo Mushi's face changed, but Xiaoting was calm. With Li Tianlu's ability in the imperial capital and his family's special background, it was normal to know something. 5 of my security guards are missing, and Mushy is just worried that something is wrong. Xiaoting spoke faintly, a hint of a smile on his face. "Missing security guard? Disappeared in the imperial city?" Only Li Tianlu's face instantly became serious. "Aha! Romulus picked up, so I had to be careful this time out." Li Tianlu nodded, understanding what Romulus had done earlier. He then looked at Xiaoting. "Got a clue?" Xiaoting faintly sipped a mouthful of tea and said, "No clue, except that my security guards are all good, and there are very few people who can silently take them out in a surveillance dead zone." Li Tianlu was dumbfounded. It was only after Xiaoting said this that he realized, this is suspecting the Li family. However, he wasn't annoyed. After all, in the imperial capital, the only ones who had this strength were the Luo family and the Li family. It wasn't the Li family that did it. Now that he'd figured out what Xiaoting and Romulus had done, he went straight to the point and said that, in the police system, lifestyle is caught very strictly. Our family and the Luo family are only because of their relationship. Those retired SWAT officers and special forces will prefer to stay and work in our family, but it's hard to get them to do something that's not legal. They have their own moral values." Without the slightest pause, Li Tianlu finished his explanation in one breath. Xiao Ting narrowed his eyes. Li Tianlu spoke very sincerely, and Xiao Ting didn't feel like he was lying. Dribble dribble dribble. At that moment, Romula's cell phone rang, only to see her pick up the phone and then hang up after a few promises. "Brother Xiao," the police side of the ascertained. "No license plate of that car is just the airport logistics used to and outside the procurement of some things. Just procurement will eat kickbacks, so usually covered." Xiao Ting froze. He didn't expect that this would happen again, but the clue that there could be a trace of it was instantly gone. "Is there any chance of being drugged if you're in good shape?" Li Tianlu probably heard it too, so he uttered a little. And Romulus shook his head. "How can that be? The things that can go on the airplane are strictly screened. If it's a prohibited type of thing, it's impossible to bring it on the plane. So what if it's a problem with the people at the airport?" Xiao Ting and Li Tianlu's voices sounded at the same time. The two looked at each other. After Xiao Ting heard Li Tianlu talk about drugging, he instantly thought of this possibility. After all, the forces of the 10 great families were intricate, and even if one needed to do something to avoid people's ears, it wouldn't be very difficult to go by someone to place a drug. Seeing that Xiao Ting and Li Tianlu had both thought of this, Luo Mushi wasn't a cutie. Sensed something. Thinking for a moment, she asked, "And in what direction should the investigation begin?" Xiao Ting said, "Or the driver of the unmarked car." "Ha?" Luo Mushi looked at Xiao Ting with some incomprehension. "But hasn't that one been reviewed?" Xiao Ting shook his head. "Mousy, which is more noticeable? A car that doesn't have a license plate, or a car that does? Of course it's an unlicensed car. Then he's just taking kickbacks. If the airline side wants to investigate, it's also investigating the accounts out of order. So why bother?" Romulus paused. She hadn't thought of such a layer before, and now that Xiao Ting had said it, this thing is immediately suspicious. And that airport logistics, clearly an excuse to cover up more. Then I'll have someone get that airport logistics back. He must know something. Thinking of this, Romulus pulled out his cell phone and was about to make a call. "No need." Xiao Ting spoke faintly. "It's against the law to abuse a lynch mob." As he said that, Xiao Ting looked at Li Tianlu. Li Tianlu would understand and nodded. He was already interested in befriending Xiao Ting, so naturally he was happy to do this favor. After taking out his cell phone and finding a number, Li Tianlu dialed it. "Fourth uncle. Me, Sky Road. Yeah, there's something I need your help with. I suspect an airport logistic is connected to a kidnapping. I was hoping you could follow up on this." "Good." After a phone call, Li Tianlu explained things clearly, while treating the person on the other end of the phone with respect. Putting down his cell phone, Li Tianlu said with a smile, "Since Brother Xiao came to make a trip to the imperial capital, we can't let you suffer, can we?" "Ha ha, then I won't say thank you. If you have the chance to go to Jiang City, I'll be the host." Seeing the other party's dryness, Xiao Ting didn't bend the rules and went straight to the point. At that moment, there was another knock at the door and the waiters were lining up to deliver the food. "After all this talk about coming here, I forgot I was here to eat." Li Tianlu waved at the staff members. One by one, the staff came in to serve the food, all of them placing the dishes and bowing to the three of them before going out. Just as the three of them were eating at the Shirkai Hotel, in a villa in the imperial capital, Qian Yangxing was holding onto the railing, looking at the night scene in front of him in a daze, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his mind. At that moment, a hawk-nosed man appeared from behind him with 2 glasses of red wine in his hand. "It's quite fortunate that the wine that we rich people in rice can't buy can actually be seen in your country of China." Charlie Edward handed the wine in his hand to Qian Yangxing, who had returned to his senses. Qian Yangxing took it and drank it, and Charlie brought the glass of red wine in his hand up to his nose. "Fine wine. That's not how you drink it." Qian Yangxing, however, wiped his mouth haphazardly and said somewhat grimly, "As long as you listen to me, this wine, open as much as you want later. Well then, let's have fun working together." Charlie smiled slightly, a hint of sinister flickering under his eyes.